Tales from the Assassin Without a Name, Volume 1 by Scott Marlowe. Master Thief. Chapter 1. The Assignment. The guttering torch outside Garrett Greyfoot's office sent shadows skittering across the hallway's walls. Elizabeth watched them dance while she waited, her back straight, her expression neutral, her stomach tied in knots. Somewhere below, dice clattered against a table. A burst of laughter echoed up the stairwell, then faded. The smell of roasting meat drifted from the kitchens, mingling with torch smoke and the musty tang of old secrets. Guildhouse, House of Thieves some called it, humming along with its usual evening rhythm. The door swung open. Elizabeth! Garrick stood in the threshold, his features half lit by candlelight from within. Good. You're on time. He stepped aside. Come in. Garrick's office smelled of ink, old paper, and the faint sweetness of pipe tobacco. Maps covered every wall, Alchester laid bare in careful detail, with annotations marking guard patrols, noble estates, and routes both above and below ground. A single window overlooked the rooftops of Beggar's Quarter, the glass thick enough to muffle the city's noise but not its glow. Alchemical lamps burned in the streets below, their yellow light seeping through the panes. Elizabeth waited for Garrick to take a seat behind his desk. As always, papers and ledgers, and a half-eaten meat pie, cluttered the surface. Garrick peered across the organized chaos at her with a gaze that had deepened since those early days when they had first met, when he was a younger man and she only a child. He ran a hand through his dark beard, the gray streaks seeming to grow in number by the day. The responsibilities of the chief of thieving operations took their toll, but Garrick's smile, which he had yet to show her, always remained the same, warm, knowing, and tinged with a hint of mischief. Garrick folded his hands in front of him. All business tonight. You know why I summoned you? Elizabeth took the opposite chair. She kept her movements loose, casual, nothing to betray the tension coiled in her chest. My trial. Your final trial. The masters have reviewed your work. Your record's impressive, better than most who've sat where you're sitting. The Valmont jewels, the Harrington documents, that business with the shipping manifest, though I still don't know how you got past the air dock guards. Trade secret. Garrick's lips tugged at a smile. But records only take you so far. Elizabeth said nothing, waiting. Garrick picked up a leather folder and thumbed it open. He selected a folded parchment from inside and slid it across the desk. Lord Sinclair's mansion. You know it? Mansion? Elizabeth lifted the parchment. More like a fortress. Yeah, I know it. East side of Grangertown. 3 stories, private guards, traps, and other mechanisms designed to foil even the best thieves. She unfolded the parchment, revealing a sketch of the place annotated in tight, careful script. That's the one. Sinclair owns a gem called the Dawnfire Crystal. The client wants it. We agreed to deliver. Elizabeth brushed aside some other papers and laid the sketch flat on the desk. The mansion's layout sprawled across the parchment. Outer walls, guard posts, a central courtyard, and, rising at its heart, the main structure. A guildsman had marked entry points with small X's and noted patrol times in the margins. The Dawnfire's kept in a vault on the 3rd floor, Garrick went on. Sinclair fancies himself a collector. Art, jewels, artifacts. If it's valuable and desired by others, he has to have it. Typical, Elizabeth said. How many guards? 12 men on rotation, 4 on the walls at any given time, with the rest patrolling the grounds and interior. They're not Duke's watch, but they're not amateurs either. Sinclair pays well enough to buy loyalty. Elizabeth traced the vault's location with her finger. 3rd floor, northeast corner, at the end of a narrow hallway. Locks? Karasi with a triple lock mechanism on the vault door. Elizabeth let out a soft whistle. I know, Garrick said, his chair creaking as he settled back. Make sure you bring a tri-pick. It'll be tricky work, but you've trained for worse. It gets worse than a Karasi triple lock? Garrick snorted. First, you have to get to it. He leaned forward, tapping the sketch. Sinclair's lined the outer walls with blade traps. concealed in the stonework along the most obvious climbing routes. You know the type. She knew them too well, having seen firsthand what those sorts of traps did to a careless thief. Maiming was the goal, not killing. A corpse told no tales, but a screaming, bleeding intruder brought guards running and served as a warning to others when they hung from the gallows. But she knew how to handle bladies, as thieves liked to call them, so trying to sound more confident than she felt, she asked, "What else?" Garek's expression sobered. The vault is more like a private gallery. Private, as in nobody goes inside except Sinclair. We greased some wheels and got someone on Sinclair's staff talking, but even he got nothing more than a glimpse before the vault door closed. Sinclair has an array of valuables on display. The Dawnfire crystal is special, though. It has 2 display cases. The first holds the genuine article. The second's a decoy, rigged with gas canisters. Soporific. You crack the wrong case, you won't wake until Sinclair's guards are standing over you. And you don't know which is which? No, he said, holding her gaze. You'll have to figure that out on your own once you're inside the vault. Elizabeth tapped her finger on the arm of her chair. 2 cases, 1 chance. She'd dealt with worse odds. There's more, Jarek said. Something in his tone made her straighten. Sinclair had some hallways fitted with pressure plates. His trap master set the weight tolerance for Sinclair. Anyone heavier or lighter triggers them. Let me guess, poison darts. Nothing so elaborate, but they will set off the alarm. Jarek leaned forward. Thorn does his best to keep the authorities in his pocket and out of guild business, but if Sinclair catches you... I know the drill. Elizabeth met his stare. I won't get caught. This won't be easy, Elizabeth. Sinclair's fortress is one of the most secure private residences in Alchester. We've had it on our list for months, waiting for the right thief. Elizabeth nodded, acknowledging the trust the guild placed in her. This wasn't just any job. Designed to push her limits, it was a fitting challenge given the prize. No backup, she said, stating what she already knew. No backup. You get in, you get the Dawnfire, you get out. That's the job. Jarek tapped a finger on his desk. This is a simple infiltration when you get down to it. Simple? Elizabeth raised an eyebrow. Pressure plates, karate locks, decoys, and a dozen guards? Seems anything but. You know what I mean. No disguises, no false identities, no elaborate schemes. You get in undetected and you get out. Pure craft. Jarek handed her the folder. Everything we have on Sinclair's security, guard rotations, detailed floor plans, what we know about the gallery's layout. Study it. You move tomorrow after dark. The folder carried the weight of weeks of careful observation and gathered intelligence. Someone had put proper work into this. The masters, Thorn and I included, will await the outcome. Succeed, and you'll have your promotion to full master. Fail, and... He let the sentence hang. I won't fail. I know you won't. His expression softened, revealing the Jarek she'd known since she first joined the guild, the one who recognized potential worth cultivating. You've got the skills, Elizabeth. The question is whether you trust yourself enough to use them when it matters. She wanted to fire back something clever, something confident, but the words caught in her throat. Trust wasn't the problem. Fear of not proving herself. That was harder to shake. Jarek read the silence as he always did. He rose from his chair and crossed to the window, gazing out at the amber glow of Alchester's evening lights. I sat in that chair once, he said, 23 years ago. Thorn handed me a similar folder and told me I had one night to prove myself. A dry laugh escaped him. I was terrified, certain I'd botch it and end up gutted in an alley somewhere. But you didn't. No, I didn't. He faced her. Because when I got down to it, I stopped thinking about what could go wrong and focused on my training. You'll do the same. Elizabeth tucked the folder under her arm and stood. Tomorrow night, then. Tomorrow night. Jarek extended his hand, and she clasped it, firm, brief, the gesture of equals rather than superior and subordinate. Good hunting, Elizabeth. She released his grip. At the door, her hand found the latch, but Garek's voice stopped her. One more thing. She glanced back. If things go wrong, truly wrong, you get out. The Dawnfire isn't worth your life, and neither is the title. Garrick's voice carried an edge of concern. You'll always have a place here, Elizabeth, no matter what happens tomorrow night. Understand? The words settled somewhere deep, loosening a knot she hadn't realized she carried. I understand. Garrick's nod dismissed her, so as he returned to his window and the glittering sprawl beyond, she stepped into the hallway and pulled the door shut behind her. The torch still flickered on the wall, and the shadows still danced. Under her arm, the folder weighed her down in more ways than she cared to admit. The second-floor planning room was empty at this hour, its long table cleared of the maps and documents that usually cluttered its surface. Elizabeth preferred it that way. She wasn't a loner by any means, but she needed to make this job her own, letting her intuition, not anyone else's, guide her as she studied every scrap of information and made every decision. She also didn't need someone else's careless comment allowing the doubt already festering deep down to gain a greater foothold. She spread Garrick's intelligence across the table. Floor plans, guard rotations, sketches of the mansion's exterior from 3 different angles. Focusing first on the exterior, she scrutinized the wall layout, identifying several possible entry points. High sections with multiple viewing angles for the guards, making those positions the least likely to have the bladies Garrick mentioned. The patrol schedule showed a gap, 3 minutes between the eastern wall shift change and the courtyard sweep. Narrow, but enough. If she timed her approach right, she could scale the wall and reach the servants' entrance before the next patrol came around. Moving inside, she traced a finger along the second-floor corridor. The annotations marked suspected locations for the trip plates, but the intel was far from certain. She'd need to watch her step and test each floor tile before committing her weight. Her focus moved to the 3rd floor, where the Dawnfire crystal waited behind a Karasi lock mechanism. Karasi mechanisms were rare, artifacts from a civilization that had vanished centuries ago, leaving behind only scattered relics and half-understood legends. Collectors paid fortunes for anything bearing the Karasi mark, and artisans studied the few surviving artifacts with a mixture of awe and frustration. The designs defied modern understanding, built on principles no one had replicated in the modern age. Their locksmiths had crafted masterful pieces of work, many with interlocking pins that required simultaneous pressure at multiple points. False pins riddled the mechanisms, decoys designed to reset everything if a careless thief applied pressure to the wrong ones. Feedback through lockpicks, nearly imperceptible, offered no telltale clicks or guidance, thanks to locksmiths machining the components to such fine tolerances. Only patience, a delicate touch, and specialized tools gave anyone a chance against Karasi craftsmanship. Guild intelligence had learned that this mechanism had 3 keyholes, each requiring simultaneous manipulation to release the central bolt. She'd cracked 2 such locks before, both under controlled conditions. But this was different. In the dark, with guards prowling the halls and her future hanging in the balance, one mistake ended everything. No pressure at all, Elizabeth muttered. The creak of a floorboard announced company before the voice did. Burning the midnight oil? Elizabeth recognized Zara Blackthorne's Southern Reaches accent without looking up. Something like that. Zara entered unbidden, her dark gaze scanning the spread of documents across the table. She moved with the coiled grace of someone who'd learned to fight before she learned to walk, her expression carrying its usual edge of suspicion. Sinclair's place. Big job. Big enough? Your trial? Elizabeth nodded, still focused on the floor plans. Heard the masters have been arguing about you for weeks, Zara said. Half think you're ready, the other half think you're too reckless. And what's your opinion? Elizabeth asked, partly out of curiosity and partly because she knew Zara's knack for speaking her mind. No way was she leaving without having her say. Zara frowned. I think you're good. Maybe the best I've seen since I came to Alchester. She paused, letting the words settle in. But good and ready are 2 different things. Plenty of good thieves end up dead because they think they're ready when they're not. The observation landed harder than Elizabeth wanted to admit. She kept her expression neutral, her hands steady on the documents. "I'll keep that in mind." "You do that?" Zara turned toward the door. She paused at the threshold. "You know, my trial is coming any day now. This job could have been mine." Elizabeth looked up. "Could have or should have?" Zara shrugged. "Doesn't matter, does it? They gave it to you. What's done is done. Besides, I'm not worried. Another big job will come along. One always does." Elizabeth lifted a brow, wondering why Zara still stood there. "For what it's worth," the other woman said, "I hope you prove them wrong. The doubters, I mean." A flicker of solidarity crossed her face, an affirmation that perhaps they shared more similarities than differences. "This guild needs more women, especially ones like you, at the top." She slipped out before Elizabeth could respond. The room felt quieter after she left. Elizabeth stared at the floor plans, but Zara's words rattled around in her skull like dice in a cup. Too reckless. She shook her head. Her detractors, she knew who they were, could think whatever they wanted. Tomorrow night she'd show them. The next hour dissolved into memorization. Elizabeth traversed the mansion's corridors in her mind, counting steps, marking shadows, and noting every door and window. The patrol routes became a rhythm she almost heard, boots scuffing on stone, the pause at each checkpoint, the shuffle of the shift change. By the time she rolled up the documents and put away the sketches, the layout was as familiar to her as a second home. With that done, she retreated to her quarters, a small room near the back of Guild House, sparse but private, to lay out her tools on the narrow bed. She selected her best lock picks, making a mental note to check out a tri-pick from Supply first thing in the morning. She double-checked her collapsible grapple and every inch of its 30 feet of silk rope. Inspecting the device sparked an idea, especially when she thought more about the bladed wall traps. Sinclair's guardsmen expected an intruder to take a conventional approach, scaling the wall from the ground up. That's where the bladies were the most effective and dangerous. But why make anything easy for them? She had to scout her approach tomorrow anyway. Might as well keep the idea in the back of her mind until then. Satisfied, she next chose 2 smoke bombs filled with alchemical compounds designed to burst into thick purple clouds on impact and checked the edge on a thin-bladed knife, more tool than weapon, though it served both purposes if needed. When she finished, she checked them all again. Her working clothes hung on a hook by the door. Running her fingers over each piece, she checked for wear or weakness. She inspected her fitted trousers first, dark fabric woven tight enough to resist snagging on rough surfaces, but loose enough through the hips and knees for climbing. She'd had the tailor reinforce the inner thighs, where rope and wall edges wore through lesser garments. Next came a thin undershirt of black linen, close-fitting to prevent bunching beneath her prize piece. A dark leather armor vest, commissioned years ago from a tailor who asked no questions and kept no records. The well-oiled leather had molded to her body like a second skin over countless jobs, supple enough for climbing yet sturdy enough to turn a glancing blade. She checked the seams and tested the buckles along the side that allowed her to cinch it tight or loosen it, depending on whether she needed protection or mobility. Scores and scuffs from past encounters with blade-wielding adversaries marked her forearm bracers. Boots with soft soles of layered cork and leather gripped a variety of surfaces without a sound. She'd replaced them twice in the past year alone. A thief's boots wore faster than any other piece of kit. Last, her mask hung beside the vest, a thin piece of black fabric that covered all but her eyes. Even if Sinclair's guards spotted her, they'd never see her face. A knock caused her to turn. "It's open." Thjorn Targala stepped into the room, ducking to clear the doorway. The Enolgan stood a head taller than most Kalandorians, broad across the shoulders, with arms thick as dock ropes, and a wild beard he tamed with carefully threaded braids. His presence filled the small room the way a bonfire filled a hearth. "Jarek told me he gave you the Sinclair job," he said. His eyes, pale blue, sharp as broken glass, swept across the equipment laid out on her bed before settling on her. "You're ready." Thjorn didn't offer empty praise. He had raised her since she was a scrappy pickpocket running with the wrong crowd in the shambles. If anyone knew her capabilities, he did. She wanted to believe him, but doubt still coiled in her chest, stubborn as a weed. Elizabeth crossed her arms. Not everyone agrees. Who? His voice rumbled across the small space, threatening to knock down walls. You know who, Elizabeth said. Forget about them, Thorn said. Those old hens can't agree that the sky is blue half the time. They live to argue and take sides. It's what they do. You've done the work, Elizabeth. You've put the time in. Tomorrow night isn't about proving yourself to them. Then what's it about? He held her gaze, and for a moment, she saw past the guild leader to the father figure who'd pulled her out of the gutter and given her a future. Proving once and for all that you're not your mother. Proving that you're stronger. The words hung in the air between them. Nothing to say? Thorn asked, challenging her. Elizabeth's jaw tightened. That's not fair. To who? Della? That woman doesn't deserve your sympathy. Maybe not, but she's still my mother. You're tied to her by blood, but you're nothing like her. Elizabeth turned away, busying her hands with equipment that didn't need adjusting. I know that. Do you? Thorn's voice softened, a rare thing, like seeing snow in summer. Maybe you don't realize it, but a part of you is still that girl in the shambles, coming home to find her mother slumped in a corner with devil's tongue in her veins and nothing in the cupboards. That girl who wondered if she'd end up the same way. Elizabeth's hands stilled. I've watched you fight that ghost for years, Thorn continued. Every job you take, every skill you master, it's not just ambition. It's you proving you're not her, that you won't waste away chasing the next high while the world falls apart around you. Elizabeth spun around, unable to keep her emotions in check. And what if I fail tomorrow? Then you fail. You pick yourself up and try again. Heavy footsteps crossed the room, and then Thorn's massive embrace enveloped her, warm and solid as bedrock. But you won't fail, Elizabeth. You know why? She shook her head, light against his barrel chest. Because your mother never fought for anything in her life. The tongue got its hooks in her, and she let it drag her down without so much as a whimper. His grip around her tightened. You're not like that. You fight. You claw. Like some Anolgan she-devil, you refuse to stay down. That's not something I taught you. Your mother sure as hell didn't either. Della never had your fire. The tongue took her without a fight. Someone like that. Thorn shook his head. You can't save some people, Elizabeth. That's just how it is. Elizabeth didn't want to believe that, but she saved that argument for another time. Drawing a shuddering breath, she stepped away from Thorn. You always know what to say to make a girl feel better. Thorn snorted. I'm told my bedside manner needs work. Whoever told you that was being generous? A ghost of a smile crossed his dour face, and then he moved toward the door. Get some sleep. You'll need it. Luck to you. Then he was gone, his footsteps fading down the hallway like distant thunder. Elizabeth stood alone in the quiet of her room, surrounded by the tools of her trade. Tomorrow night, she put everything she'd learned to the test. Tomorrow night, she either became a master thief or learned exactly where her limits lie. She turned back to her equipment, packing each item into its proper pouch or pocket with practiced familiarity. With the last buckle fastened and the last clasp checked, she sat on the edge of her bed and stared at the wall. Thorn's words circled in her head, tangling with the doubts they were meant to silence. She pulled off her boots, blew out the candle, and lay down. Sleep, she told herself. Tomorrow night, everything changes. Chapter 2. Madame Nadira. Sleep refused to come. Elizabeth lay on her narrow bed in Guild House, staring at the ceiling while the building settled around her. Timbers creaked. Somewhere down the hall, a door opened and closed. The distant rumble of dice and laughter from the common room below had faded an hour ago, replaced by the quieter sounds of a house winding down for the night. Her equipment lay packed and ready on the table beside her bed. She had the whole day tomorrow to review last-minute details. Nothing left to do but lie here and think. And thinking, she decided, made for poor company tonight. Thjorn's words echoed in the dark. You're not like her. You fight. You claw. She wanted to believe him. She wanted to wrap herself in his certainty and let it carry her through tomorrow night. But certainty didn't come from someone else's words, no matter how much she loved the man who spoke them. It came from somewhere deeper, somewhere unreachable tonight. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw Sinclair's mansion rising against the dark, its walls bristling with traps and guards, and the doubt tightened its grip. Elizabeth sat up and swung her legs over the side of the bed. She dressed, choosing nondescript street clothes, dark trousers, a fitted tunic, and a hooded cloak to keep the chill off and conceal her face. She tucked a knife into her belt out of habit, slipped through her door, and moved down the corridor with the practiced silence of someone who'd been sneaking out since the age of 14. The side exit off the kitchen let her out into the alley behind Guildhouse. A chill bit at her cheeks. Alchester's rooftops cut jagged lines against a sky choked with clouds, the moon showing itself in brief, pale glimpses between them. She pulled her hood up and started walking. The streets between Beggar's Quarter and the Shambles emptied after midnight, save for the usual collection of drunks, insomniacs, and people whose business required darkness. Elizabeth moved among them without drawing notice. She knew these streets like a river knew its banks, every bend, every shallow, every place where the current ran dangerous. The gas lamps thinned as she crossed into the Shambles, replaced by the orange glow of barrel fires and the occasional candle flickering behind a filthy window. The air changed, too. Cleaner smells gave way to coal smoke, rotting refuse, and the sour tang of too many people packed into too little space. Home, or what passed for it. The Shambles never let you forget where you came from, no matter how far you'd gone. She navigated the cramped alleys without thought, her feet finding the path while her mind churned. Past the collapsed tenement on Farthing Lane, through the gap between the old tannery and the pawnbroker's shop, down a passage so narrow her shoulders brushed the walls on both sides. The route surfaced from memory with the permanence of something etched into stone. The smell announced her destination before she reached it. Incense, thick and layered, drifting through a beaded curtain that hung in an unremarkable doorway. Sandalwood and myrrh and something else that spoke of the southern reaches, a homeland Elizabeth had never seen but almost tasted whenever she stood on this threshold. A dim light burned behind the grimy window. Nadira kept late hours. She always had. Elizabeth slipped through the beaded curtain, the strands clicking together behind her. The shop's familiar clutter enveloped her at once. Jars of dried herbs crowding crooked shelves, bundles of strange plants hanging from the ceiling, charms and talismans catching the light of a single oil lamp. The small table in the room's center sat covered in its dark cloth, the soft-edged deck of cards resting in its usual place. A beaded curtain at the back of the room parted, and Madame Nadira emerged. She looked the same as she always did, wiry and age-hardened, her gray hair wrapped in a faded crimson scarf, jewelry layered from fingers to forearms to her chest. She chimed when she moved, a soft music of metal on metal that Elizabeth had known since childhood. Those dark eyes found Elizabeth in the lamplight and held her, reading her the way other people read words on a page. Elizabeth. Nadira's voice carried the warm lilt of the southern reaches, unhurried, unsurprised. It is late for a visit. It's late for you to be awake. Old gypsy women sleep when the cards let them, Nadira said, uttering the adage by rote as she stepped forward and took Elizabeth's hands in her own. Her grip was dry and warm, her rings pressing cool against Elizabeth's skin. Something troubles you. Not a question. No need. This was Nadira. Can I sit? Elizabeth asked. You ask as if I might say no. Nadira released her hands and gestured toward the table. Sit. I will make tea. You don't have to? I am making tea, Nadira said, in a tone that closed the subject. She disappeared through the curtain, her jewelry chiming with each step. Elizabeth lowered herself into the familiar chair across the table. The wood creaked beneath her, the same creak from when she was 12. When she used to sit here pretending she wasn't starving while Nadira fed her flatbread and stories about the southern reaches. Memories pressed close in the incense-thick air. The girl she'd been, the woman she'd become. Between them, a gap that felt like a canyon some nights, and nothing at all on others. Nadira returned with 2 clay cups that steamed with a fragrant brew, chamomile laced with something sharper. She set one before Elizabeth, then settled into her chair with the careful movements of joints that had earned their aches. "Drink," she said. "Then tell me why you're here." Elizabeth wrapped her hands around the cup and let the warmth seep into her fingers. She watched the steam curl and dissipate from the tea's surface. "Tomorrow night is my trial." Nadira's expression didn't change. She sipped her tea and waited. "My final trial," Elizabeth went on, "for the rank of Master Thief. Jarek gave me the assignment tonight. Lord Sinclair's mansion. I'm going to break in, steal something, and get out without getting caught. The Master Thieves will vote on my performance, and that's it. I either pass or I don't." "And you are afraid you won't." Elizabeth's stomach knotted. Hearing it said aloud made it worse, made it real. "I didn't say that." "You didn't need to." Nadira set her cup down and folded her hands on the table. "You crossed the city in the middle of the night for no other reason. You're here because something gnaws at you, and Thorn's reassurance, strong as it is, did not quiet it." Elizabeth said nothing. Nadira's ability to see through people had unsettled hardened criminals and frightened visiting dignitaries. But for Elizabeth, it cut a different way. It meant she didn't have to explain. Didn't have to dress up her feelings in acceptable language or pretend she had everything under control. Nadira already knew. She always knew. "Some of the Master Thieves don't think I'm ready," Elizabeth said after a while. "They've been vocal about it. Not to my face, of course, but word gets around. People talk nonsense, especially when they lack the courage to act." "It's not the talking that bothers me." Elizabeth took a breath. "It's that a part of me thinks they're right." The admission cost her. She watched Nadira for a reaction, disappointment, pity, anything that confirmed the doubt. But the fortune-teller's expression remained steady, her expression warm and patient. "Tell me," Nadira said. Elizabeth set her cup down. I know, I'm good. I know my record, but every time I close my eyes I see everything that could go wrong tomorrow. The guards I might not hear, the trap I might not spot, the lock that might beat me." She paused. "And then I think about what happens after. If I fail, if I prove all those doubters right and end up—" She stopped herself, but Nadira finished the thought. "End up like your mother." The words landed like a rock dropped into still water. "Thorn said the same thing tonight," Elizabeth said, her voice tight, "that I'm not her, that I have a fire inside me she never did. Thorn is right about many things. This is one of them." "Then why doesn't it feel true?" Nadira regarded her. Then she reached across the table and took Elizabeth's hand. Not to read her palm, not to divine her future, to hold it the way she used to hold the hand of a frightened girl who'd shown up at her curtain with bruised knuckles and nowhere else to go. "Because fear does not listen to reason, child. Fear listens to the voice you heard first, and yours spoke of failure before you ever learned the word for it. Della taught you many things unintentionally. She taught you that the people who are supposed to protect you will let you down, that wanting something badly is no guarantee of keeping it, that the world takes and gives nothing back." Nadira squeezed her hand. "All are lies, Elizabeth. But they are the first lies you ever learned, and the first lies are the hardest to unlearn." Elizabeth's throat ached. She blinked and looked away, fixing her gaze on a bundle of dried rosemary hanging from the ceiling. "I didn't come here to cry." "No. You came here for the cards." A trace of amusement crossed Nadira's face. "Am I wrong?" Dabbing at her eyes, Elizabeth let out a breath that was half laugh, half surrender. "You're never wrong." "That is not true, but I appreciate the flattery." Nadira released her hand and drew the deck from the center of the table. The cards were old older than Elizabeth, older perhaps than Nadira herself. Their edges had softened with decades of handling. The painted backs faded to muted golds and blues, but the images on their faces remained vivid, drawn by some Southlander artist whose identity time had obscured. Nadira shuffled with practiced dexterity, her rings clicking in a ceremonial rhythm. "I want you to understand something before we begin," Nadira said, still shuffling. "The cards do not decide your fate. They illuminate what is already there, the currents beneath the surface, the possibilities you carry within you. What you do with what they reveal is yours alone." "I know how it works, Nadira." "You know the words. Tonight, I need you to believe them." She set the deck before Elizabeth. "Cut." Elizabeth divided the deck. She needed this, and they both knew it. Nadira gathered the halves, merged them, and began laying cards on the dark cloth. 3 in a row, face down. The lamplight caught the gold leaf on their backs, making them glow against the dark fabric. She turned the first card. The Caged Flame. The image showed a fire burning inside an iron-barred lantern, bright yet contained. Power held in check. Strength not given permission to burn. Nadira tapped the card with a ringed finger. "This is where you are, Elizabeth. You have the fire. You have always had it. But you keep it caged because you fear what happens if it is not enough." Elizabeth stared at the painted flame. The artist had given it a restless quality, tongues of fire straining against the bars as if fighting for freedom. Nadira flipped the second card. The Long Shadow. A figure along a road, its shadow stretching far behind it, dark and distorted. The past that follows. Not a curse, a weight. Something carried so long it feels like a part of you. She looked up, her stare finding Elizabeth's. "You know what shadow this is." Elizabeth's fingers curled against her thigh. She knew. The shambles. Della. The empty cupboards and the sour smell of devil's tongue, and the feeling of being forgotten by the one person who should never have forgotten her. "The shadow does not define the figure who casts it," Nadira said. "It marks where you have been, not where you are going. But you must stop turning around to look at it, child, or you will never see the road ahead." Nadira's hand hovered over the third card. She paused, studying Elizabeth's face, then turned it. The Open Gate. The image showed a gate standing wide, its iron doors thrown back. Beyond it, a path led upward into light, not blinding, not heavenly, but the warm glow of a new morning. The path looked steep, but navigable. Achievable. Nadira smiled. A genuine one. Not the knowing smirk she wore for paying clients, but the one she saved for the rare moments when the cards told her something she wanted to hear. Opportunity, a threshold you must cross. She spread her hand over the 3 cards, taking in the reading as a whole. The fire, the shadow, the gate. Do you see? Elizabeth studied the spread, the caged flame straining, the long shadow trailing, the open gate waiting. "You're saying the fire gets me through the gate?" she said, frowning. "If I stop looking at the shadow?" "I am saying," Nadira replied, "that the only thing standing between you and that gate is a cage you built yourself." She gathered the cards with a sweep of her hand, folding them into the deck. "The cards do not tell me whether you will succeed tomorrow night. They tell me you have everything you need. The rest is up to you." Elizabeth let the reading settle over her. She didn't trust fortune-telling, but she trusted Nadira. Trusted the old woman's instincts and the decades of seeing people's true selves, stripped of pretense and posture. If the cards showed Nadira something worth smiling about, that mattered. "Thank you," Elizabeth said. Nadira waved a hand, dismissing the gratitude as she always did. "Drink your tea before it gets cold. You did not come all this way for cold tea and warm platitudes." Elizabeth picked up the cup and drank. The chamomile had cooled to something comfortable, and the sharper note beneath it, ginger, she thought, left warmth trailing down her chest. They sat in silence, the incense smoke drifting between them, the oil lamp casting soft shadows across Nadira's wrinkled face. "I remember when Thorn first brought you to my door," Nadira said. Her voice carried the cadence of someone reaching into the past and bringing a piece of it forward. "You were scrawny and wild, with dirt under every fingernail. He told me you needed errands to keep you busy. We both knew he lied." "He wanted you to civilize me," Elizabeth said, a smile tugging at her lips. "He wanted someone to feed you." Nadira's expression softened into something tender and fierce at once. "And I did. But you gave me something in return, though you never knew it. An old woman in a cramped shop with no children of her own, surrounded by charms and cards and the smell of incense. You gave me someone to care about, someone worth caring about." Elizabeth's grip tightened around the cup. "I have watched you grow from that wild girl into a woman who makes me proud every day," Nadira continued. "Not because of what you steal or how clever you are at stealing it, because of who you are beneath all of that. You are brave, Elizabeth. You are stubborn and sharp and good, in ways that this city does its best to burn out of people. The shambles did not break you. Della did not break you, and a mansion full of guards and traps will not break you either." Elizabeth set the cup down because her hand trembled, and she would rather die than let anyone, even Nadira, see that. "Now you sound like Thorn," she said, aiming for rye and landing somewhere closer to raw. "Thorn hits things until they stop moving. I read cards and make tea. We arrive at the same truths by different roads." Nadira smiled. "But he and I agree on one thing without reservation." "What's that?" "That you are ready, whether or not you believe it." Elizabeth searched the old woman's gaze for doubt, hesitation, or the careful diplomacy of someone saying what they thought she wanted to hear. She found none. Nadira's expression held the same thing it had held for as long as Elizabeth could remember. Faith. Not the flimsy kind that crumbled at the first sign of trouble, but the stubborn kind that survived because time had tested and retested such faith and never found it wanting. Something loosened in Elizabeth's chest. Not the doubt. She expected that to follow her to Sinclair's gates and beyond. But the fear that nothing else filled her. That beneath the training and the skill and the years of proving herself, that same scared girl from the shambles was still here, pretending to be something she wasn't. Nadira's card said otherwise. More importantly, Nadira said otherwise. And Elizabeth trusted her more than she trusted her own treacherous thoughts. She stood and moved around the table. Nadira rose to meet her, and Elizabeth folded the old woman into an embrace, careful, because Nadira felt so small in her arms, bird-boned and fragile despite the iron will that lived inside her. The fortune-teller's jewelry pressed cool upon Elizabeth's chest, chiming with the contact. "Visit me when you finish the job," Nadira said, "not to tell me the outcome. Visit because an old woman misses you when you stay away too long." "I will," Elizabeth said, and meant it, the way she meant few things in her life. She stepped back, wiped her eyes before any more tears fell, and managed a grin that felt more like herself. "Sure you can't ask the cards how tomorrow night will turn out? You'd sure save me a lot of trouble." "Where's the fun in that?" Nadira shooed her out with both hands. "Go, sleep. You need rest if you are to perform at your best." Elizabeth parted the beaded curtain and stepped outside. The shambles air hit her face, sharp and bracing after the warmth of Nadira's shop. She stood on the threshold for a breath, too, letting the night settle around her. The doubt, ever present, had at least changed shape, becoming smaller and quieter, crowded into a corner by something steadier. Not confidence, not yet. Something more like permission. Permission to believe she might be enough. Elizabeth pulled her hood up and walked toward Guildhouse. The streets of the shambles closed around her, familiar and indifferent. She moved through them, knowing exactly where she headed. Tomorrow night, she'd find out if the cards were right. Chapter 3: The Heist. The moon hung low, its silver light spilling across Alchester's rooftops. Elizabeth crouched in the shadow of a chimney stack 3 streets from Sinclair's mansion, watching the fortified towers and walls rise against the night sky. She'd chosen her approach with care. A tangle of warehouses and counting houses butting against Grangertown's eastern edge formed a broken rooftop path that kept her above the street traffic and away from curious stares while offering ample cover for her approach. From here, she saw the torches along the mansion's outer wall and the slow patrol of guards along the battlements. 4 on the walls, 2 visible from this angle, which meant 2 more on the far side. She checked the timekeeping device at her belt. A small brass disc with luminous hands, a gift from Thorn years ago. The shift change came in 8 minutes. She had that long to close the distance to her entry point. Snapping the time device shut, she heaved out a breath, committing herself, and got moving. The gap between her building and the next spanned 8 feet. She took it at a run, launching herself across the void and landing in a roll that brought her up behind a ventilation shaft. No pause, no hesitation. Clouds drifted across the moon, plunging the rooftops into darkness. Elizabeth moved with it, using the shadows as cover. When silver light broke through again, she pressed herself flat against a chimney stack, waiting for the next opportunity for concealment. When it came, she crossed a sloped tile roof in a crouch, finding purchase where rain and age had roughened the surface. A weather vane creaked overhead, a copper rooster frozen mid-crow. She ducked beneath its spinning shadow. The smell of wood smoke and roasted meat drifted up from the street below, mingling with the sharper scent of spilled ale. Somewhere nearby, a theater emptied. Laughter and chatter floated up between the buildings, theatergoers oblivious to the figure passing above their heads. The next span was wider, 10 feet at least, with a 3-story drop to a cobblestone alley. Elizabeth didn't slow. She'd crossed distances like this 100 times before. A skylight glowed ahead, a merchant's office, still occupied despite the hour. Through the glass, she glimpsed a clerk hunched over a ledger, his quill scratching away at figures. He never looked up. The buildings grew taller as she neared the border between Grangertown's commercial heart and its wealthier eastern edge. Scrambling up a sloped roof, her fingers found the gaps between the tiles. She pulled herself onto a flat section behind a brick parapet and saw Sinclair's mansion, towers and battlements silhouetted by the amber glow of torches along its walls. Elizabeth checked her timepiece. The shift change happened in 4 minutes. She studied the gap between her rooftop and the mansion's outer wall. 60 feet, maybe 70. Too far to jump, too exposed to risk the streets below. But she'd planned for this. Elizabeth drew the grappling gun from its holster at her thigh. All molded brass and coiled wire, the compact weapon, powered by an alchemical charge, fired a bolt with enough force to embed into rock. The grappling gun went beyond standard guild equipment. But special jobs required special tools. She paid a fortune for it 3 years ago and never regretted it. Clouds swallowed the moon. Darkness fell across the rooftops like a curtain. Now. She braced her feet against the parapet, aimed for a shadowed, pre-selected section of the wall between 2 torch brackets, and squeezed the trigger. The gun kicked in her hands with a muffled thump. The bolt hissed across the void, trailing wire behind it, and struck the wall with a muffled crack about 3/4 of the way up, exactly as she had planned. High enough to avoid the embedded blade traps, but low enough to avoid detection by passing guards. Elizabeth tugged the line. It held firm, the bolt's barbed head buried deep. Securing the near end to a chimney stack, she tested the anchor twice before trusting her weight to it. The wire hummed taut in the darkness, an invisible bridge between Grangertown and Sinclair's fortress. Elizabeth looped a leather strap over the wire and gripped tight. No hesitation, no second guessing. She stepped off the parapet and slid into the void. Wind rushed past her face. The wire sang. Below, the alley between buildings gaped like a black mouth, cobblestones waiting to shatter bone if her grip failed. She didn't look down. She concentrated on the wall rushing toward her, counting down the distance, judging her speed. 20 feet, 10. The wall came fast. Elizabeth swung her legs forward and braced for impact. Her feet struck with a jolt. When her teeth stopped rattling, she released the leather strap and let it fall, her fingers already finding purchase in the crumbling mortar. She hung there, pressed flat against the wall, listening. No shouts, no alarms. She drew her knife. One quick slash severed the line. It fell away into the darkness, vanishing below. No going back now. Elizabeth climbed, her fingers and toes finding gaps and grooves in the cold, damp stone. She moved steadily, never rushing, testing each handhold before committing her weight. She reached the top of the wall quickly, whereupon she stopped, listening. Footsteps, steady, unhurried, passed along the walkway above her. The guard's shadow stretched across the parapet, shrinking as he moved away. She counted his steps, matching them to the patrol rhythm she'd memorized. 15 seconds until he reaches the corner. Another 10 before the next guard enters this stretch. She pulled herself over the wall and dropped into a crouch on the far side. The courtyard spread below her, silver-washed in moonlight, dotted with ornamental hedges, and a central fountain that burbled in the silence. Across the open ground, the mansion's bulk blocked the stars. Elizabeth descended the wall's inner face, her movements quick but controlled. The servants' entrance waited at ground level, a heavy wooden door set into an alcove that shielded her from view while she worked the lock. Her boots touched gravel. She crossed to the alcove in 4 running steps and pressed herself into its shadow. The door's lock was a standard tumbler mechanism, nothing like the Karasi nightmare waiting upstairs. Elizabeth drew her picks and went to work, feeling the pins give way one after another beneath her touch. The lock clicked. She eased the door open, wincing at the faint groan of hinges, and slipped inside. Darkness swallowed her. Elizabeth waited for her eyes to adjust. She stood in a narrow corridor lined with shelves, stacked high with linens and household supplies. The smell of soap and dried lavender hung in the air. Shapes emerged, a mop bucket, a stack of folded sheets, and at the corridor's other side, a doorway leaking pale light that opened into a larger corridor. Outside the storage room, wall sconces burned at intervals, their flames casting dancing shadows across tapestries and oil paintings. Elizabeth paused at the threshold, scanning left and right. Empty. She stepped out and heard voices. 2 people approached from the left. Elizabeth ducked back into the storage corridor. The voices, a man and a woman, grew louder, speaking in the clipped tones of household staff. Told him the silver needs polishing before the dinner party, but does he listen? No, You know how he is. Everything's always someone else's problem. They passed without pausing, their footsteps receding down the corridor. Elizabeth let out a slow breath. Too close. She gave it 10 more seconds, then emerged. Her memory of the floor plans guided her through the mansion's lower level, left at the tapestry depicting a hunting scene, right at the suit of armor standing guard beside an archway, up a narrow staircase meant for servants, its steps witness to generations of hurrying feet. The second floor brought new dangers. The pressure plates Jarek had warned her about. Elizabeth slowed her pace, testing each step. The process ate up precious minutes, but rushing meant triggering an alarm. Patience, she told herself, even though she hated everything about the word. A floorboard creaked somewhere ahead. Elizabeth dropped into the shadow of a decorative alcove, her body sliding into the space between a marble bust and the wall. Footsteps approached, heavy, deliberate, the tread of a guard rather than a servant. She held her breath as a broad-shouldered figure passed within arm's reach, close enough that she smelled leather, sweat, and the faint odor of pipe smoke. He didn't look her way. His attention stayed fixed on the corridor ahead, his hand resting on the sword at his belt. Elizabeth watched him pass, paying careful attention to his every footstep. The guard disappeared around a corner. Elizabeth slipped from her hiding spot and, armed with the knowledge of which floor tiles were safe, continued. The staircase to the 3rd floor waited at the end of the corridor, a grander affair than the servants' stairs, with carved banisters and a carpet runner that muffled her footsteps. She climbed with her back to the wall, watching the landing above for movement. Empty, silent. The vault stood at the end of a short hallway, exactly where the plans had shown. Torchlight from a nearby sconce gleamed on its surface. Solid iron, darkened with age but polished to a dull sheen. Elaborate carvings covered its face, geometric patterns that interlocked in dizzying complexity, surrounding a central crest that marked it as Karasi work. 2 serpents coiled around a 7-pointed star, their scales rendered in such fine detail that they almost seemed to ripple in the flickering light. 15 feet of identical tiles, some booby-trapped she assumed, separated her from the door. Elizabeth crouched low, bringing her eyes level with the floor. Trapmasters were skilled, but no installation was perfect. She scanned for the telltale signs, tiles whose edges sat a hair's breadth higher than their neighbors, and grout lines too new and uniform where a craftsman had reset them. A thin layer of dust covered most of the floor. A few tiles showed subtle disruptions, places where footsteps had shifted the dust differently than the surrounding ones. There and there, 2 more near the wall. She plotted her path, then moved. Each footfall landed on tiles she'd marked as safe, her weight balanced, her steps deliberate. The corridor seemed to stretch longer than 15 feet, but she didn't rush. When she finally reached the vault door, she allowed herself the briefest sigh of relief. No time to relax. She kneeled to take stock of the next challenge. The Karasi mechanism stared back at her, intricate and unforgiving. She studied the lock. 3 keyholes arranged in a triangle, 2 at the base and another at the apex, with all 3 cylinders requiring simultaneous manipulation. Elizabeth reached into the pouch at her belt and withdrew her trifold pick, a tool designed specifically for locks like this one. 3 slender picks extended from a central brass housing, each articulated to move independently through a system of tiny levers controlled by her thumb and first 2 fingers. The device didn't make the work easy. Nothing could do that, but it made the impossible merely difficult. Elizabeth inserted the 3 picks into their respective keyholes and immediately felt the resistance. Her fingers found the levers on the trifold's housing, and she began to work. The lower left cylinder first. She applied pressure with her index finger, feeling the pick engage the first pin. A false gate tried to fool her, a shallow notch designed to feel like success. She pressed past it, searching for the true tumbler hidden deeper within. There. The pin seated with a resistance so faint a lesser thief would have missed it. She held the tension and moved on. The lower right cylinder fought her. Karasi locksmiths had arranged the pins in a spiral pattern rather than a line, requiring her to rotate the pick as she worked. Her thumb ached from the awkward angle. Sweat trickled down her temple. She ignored it, letting her fingers read what her eyes couldn't see. The second cylinder yielded. Now came the true test, manipulating the upper lock while holding the lower 2 in perfect tension. Any tremor, any lapse in pressure, and the entire mechanism would reset. Elizabeth steadied her breathing. The world narrowed to the 3 points of contact between her fingers and the trifold's levers. She probed the upper cylinder. The pins shifted at her touch, responding to pressure in ways that defied logic. She'd heard rumors that Karasi locks used pins that moved in opposition to each other, requiring perfect equilibrium across all 3 mechanisms. Turned out the rumors were true. She felt the central bolt shift, only for a lower pin to slip and reset the sequence. Damn it! Her jaw clenched. Her shoulders burned from holding the awkward position. Behind her, a creak echoed somewhere in the corridor. Elizabeth's hands froze. She held her breath, counting heartbeats, waiting for the sound to repeat. Silence, only the building settling. She returned to the lock. On her second attempt, she found her rhythm, a delicate balance of pressure and release, each finger doing its part while she held the whole system in tension like a musician sustaining a chord. The pins aligned, counterweights settled. Then, with a whisper of ancient metal, the central bolt slid back. Elizabeth exhaled. Her hands trembled as she withdrew the trifold pick and tucked it back into her pouch. She allowed herself one moment of triumph, a single breath through her mask, a flutter of relief in her chest, before she pushed the door open and stepped into the vault. Soft light greeted her. Paintings in gilded frames lined the chamber's walls. Display cases stood at intervals down the room's center, their glass tops catching the glow of alchemical sconces flickering to life. Sinclair's collection dazzled the mind, jeweled daggers, illuminated manuscripts, sculptures of bronze and marble, artifacts from every corner of the four fiefdoms and beyond. Elizabeth ignored them all. She had eyes for only one prize this evening, and she spotted it across the room, a pedestal with a single, spectacular jewel resting inside a glass dome. Elizabeth crossed the polished wood floor with silent footsteps. She came up short when she saw the other display case holding the same jewel. No, not the same, but the decoy. Or was it real, and the other the decoy? The two pedestals looked identical in every way, the same black velvet cushions, the same glass domes, the same red-orange tinted jewels. Elizabeth's stomach tightened. Side by side, the Dawnfire crystals reflected the vault's soft illumination in the same pattern. Her gaze moved between the two displays, one real, the other a trap. Choose wrong, and she'd wake up with Sinclair's guards standing over her thanks to an alchemical sleeping agent, if she woke up at all. Circling the pedestals, Elizabeth studied each gem from multiple angles. Light reflecting from their multiple facets danced identically, like the fire of the morning dawn. The cushions showed the same subtle compression. Even the glass domes had the same faint whirls in the craftsmanship. Taking a magnifying ocular from her pouch, she held it up to her eye and leaned closer to each display, looking at the left crystal first and then the right and back again. The scope magnified each Dawnfire's contours, facets, and best of all, its imperfections. There, the gem on the right was flawless. Every facet caught the light at perfect angles, the cuts precise and uniform, each edge meeting its neighbor with mathematical exactness. It was as beautiful as it was wrong. Elizabeth had handled enough gems to know perfection was the signature of a fake. Master gem cutters, those who shaped jewels centuries ago before modern tools and techniques, left their mark in subtle ways. A facet angled a hair's breadth off true, a tiny asymmetry where the cutter's hand had wavered for an instant. Tool marks so faint they were invisible to most but unmistakable to a thief trained in gemcraft. The gem on the left had those marks. Minuscule imperfections that whispered of human hands, a craft honed over a lifetime, and a stone shaped by skill rather than manufactured to deceive. The right was a trap. Beautiful, perfect, and deadly. Elizabeth moved to the left pedestal and examined the glass dome. No visible hinges, no obvious latches. She ran her fingers along the base and found a seam where the dome met the pedestal's surface. A twist lock mechanism, simple but effective. Gripping the dome, she rotated it counterclockwise. It resisted, then gave. She lifted it free and set it aside. The Dawnfire crystal was smaller than she'd expected, no larger than a quail's egg, but its beauty defied its size. The very light of dawn rippled through its core, casting faint prismatic patterns across her outstretched fingers. Elizabeth reached for it. The second she did, alarm bells shattered the silence. Bells clanging from somewhere deep in the mansion hit her like a physical blow, their iron voices echoing through corridors and stairwells, announcing her presence to every guard in the building. How? Time enough to answer that when she was safe and away. Elizabeth's hand closed around the crystal. She shoved it into a pouch at her belt and sprinted for the door. Outside and down the stairs, the second-floor corridor remained dim, the torches burning low as they had when she passed through earlier. Empty, but not for long, as shouts rose from all quarters and the mansion came to life to find the intruder. Elizabeth had seconds before the corridor flooded with armed men. Sprinting toward the servants' stairs, she made it 3 steps down the hall before a guard rounded the corner ahead of her. He was young, barely older than she was, his sword half drawn and his eyes wide with surprise. He hadn't expected to find the intruder so quickly. That hesitation cost him. Elizabeth closed the distance before he reacted, driving her fist into his throat. He went down gasping, his sword clattering upon the floor. Keep moving. The servant's stairs beckoned at the corridor's end. She hit them at a run, taking the steps 3 at a time, her hand trailing along the wall for balance. Voices echoed ahead, guards converging on the stairwell, cutting off her planned escape route. She stopped, her breathing and heart rate steadier than expected given the circumstances. Though she had hoped to avoid the current situation, she had planned for it, marking an alternate escape route on the plans if her primary way out became untenable. The second-floor window, east wing, overlooking the courtyard. No other option remained. Spinning around, she bounded up the steps. No longer concerned with the pressure plates, she ran across the tiles with reckless abandon. The guard she waylaid earlier was just rising. She smashed her forearm into his face in passing, sending him to his backside. Bells clanged somewhere deeper in the mansion, layering atop the original alarm until the noise became a wall of sound. The window appeared ahead, moonlight silvering its glass. 2 guards burst from a side hallway ahead of her. A third followed a half-step behind, still drawing his sword. The second they spotted her, they spread across the corridor, blocking her path. Elizabeth's hand found the smoke bomb at her belt. She hurled it ahead of her without breaking stride. The canister shattered against the floor, erupting in a billowing cloud of thick purple smoke. The guards stumbled back, coughing and cursing, their formation dissolving into chaos. Elizabeth plunged into the haze. She moved low, beneath the worst of it, holding her breath as the acrid smoke stung her eyes. The first guard appeared, one arm covering his face, the other sweeping blindly with his sword. She dropped into a slide, her momentum carrying her beneath his wild swing, the polished floor slick under her leather-clad legs. She slid past him before he could turn. The second guard emerged from the swirling vapors, blade raised for a downward strike. Elizabeth planted her hands and pushed off the floor, vaulting sideways. The sword bit into wood where she'd been a heartbeat before. She stayed low, rolling, then sprang to her feet and almost ran into the third guard, who stumbled into her path, half-blinded, arms spread wide to grapple. No time to go around. Elizabeth hurled her second smoke bomb at his face. He flinched, throwing up his arms to block it, but the canister sailed past his head and shattered upon the wall behind him. She ducked under his raised arms and leaped past him. His fingers clawed at empty air where she'd been a second before. Through the thickening smoke, the window loomed large. Elizabeth raised her arms to shield her head and threw herself forward. Glass exploded around her. For a heartbeat, she hung suspended in the void, glass shards glittering around her, and then gravity reasserted itself. The courtyard rose to meet her. Elizabeth tucked her shoulder and rolled as she hit the ground, absorbing the impact the way she'd trained. Pain lanced through her arm where a shard had sliced through her leather, but she forced herself upright. All around her, the cacophony of alarm bells drowned out everything else. Guards spilled from the mansion, their torches casting wild shadows across the flagstones. Someone spotted her. "There! By the fountain!" Elizabeth ran, putting the fountain between herself and her pursuers. An arrow hissed past her ear. She ducked low and ran harder. The outer wall rose 15 feet ahead. Grappling hook. Belt, left side. Her fingers found the hook and silk rope without looking. She whipped the line overhead and let fly, felt the satisfying bite of metal catching at the wall's top. No time to test the hold. She jumped, grabbed the rope, and started climbing. Below, boots pounded closer, 10 feet, maybe less. She kept going, one hand over the other, not looking down. A guard sprang at her, catching her ankle. Elizabeth kicked backward, felt her heel connect with something solid. A grunt, a curse, and the grip released. She hauled herself up the final few feet and threw herself over the wall's edge, and almost right into the waiting grasp of another guard. Right away, she saw that this one was different. Older, broad across the chest, with a scar running from temple to jaw and a gaze that held no surprise, as if expecting her. The guard leveled his already drawn small sword at her before her boots touched the walkway. "End of the line, thief." Elizabeth's knife was in her hand before she finished straightening. She didn't remember drawing it. Her adversary moved first, aiming a quick thrust at her chest. She sidestepped, deflecting the blade. Steel rang against steel. The impact shuddered up her arm. He was strong, stronger than her, and he knew it. He pressed forward, using his weight to drive her back toward the wall's inner edge. Elizabeth gave ground, letting him think he had the advantage. His next swing swept toward her legs. She jumped back, felt the blade whisper past her knees, then shifted her weight forward and lunged inside his reach before he recovered. Her knife slashed toward his face. He jerked his head back, not fast enough. The tip opened a thin line across his cheek. He didn't flinch, didn't slow. His free hand shot out and caught her wrist in an iron grip. Elizabeth twisted, driving her knee toward his groin. He rotated his hip to block it and yanked her forward, off balance. She went with the motion instead of fighting it, letting her body fall toward him before planting her free hand on his shoulder and vaulting sideways. She tore free from his grip as she spun away. They faced each other across the walkway. Blood dripped from his cheek. His expression hadn't changed. "You're good," he said, "but you're not getting past me." Elizabeth glanced over her shoulder. Beyond the wall's outer edge, a rooftop sloped away into darkness, lower than her position by 10 feet, maybe 12, a hard landing, but survivable. She smiled at the guard beneath her mask. "Who said anything about getting past you?" She turned and ran, not at him, but in the opposite direction, sprinting along the wall walk toward the corner tower. The guard cursed and gave chase, his boots thundering behind her. 3 steps. 5. She counted the distance, judged her angle, and veered hard toward the outer edge. The guard realized too late what she intended. "No!" Elizabeth leaped. The wall fell away beneath her. Wind rushed past her face. She saw the rooftop rising to meet her, its tiles shining in the moonlight, and then she hit, hard, but rolling, even as the impact drove the breath from her lungs. She tumbled across the slope, tiles cracking beneath her, and caught herself at the edge of a dormer window. Above her, the guard stood at the wall's edge, silhouetted against the torchlight. He didn't follow. Elizabeth allowed herself a single ragged breath. Then she picked herself up and scrambled across the rooftops to vanish into the maze of Alchester's skyline. Or at least, that was her plan. She cleared one rooftop, but found the next building too far to reach. She had no choice but to descend to ground level. No matter. She knew Grangertown better than most. Every shortcut, every hidden passage, every shadow deep enough to swallow a fleeing thief. Left through the cooper's yard, where the stacked barrels formed a maze that slowed pursuit. Over the low wall behind the chandler's shop, into the narrow alley that led to the broken street lamp. Then down the stairs that led to an old sewer access way, abandoned decades ago. The alarm bells faded behind her. The shouts grew distant, but footsteps still echoed in the darkness. One set, maybe 2, keeping pace despite her twists and turns, letting her know Sinclair's guard hadn't given up. Not yet. Persistent bastards. Elizabeth ducked into a doorway and pressed herself flat against the rotting wood. She stilled her breathing. She felt blood oozing down her arm from where the glass had cut her. Footsteps approached, slowed. She held her breath. A figure passed the doorway, one of Sinclair's guards, sword drawn, head swiveling as he searched the shadows. He paused 3 feet from her hiding spot, close enough that she saw sweat glistening on his brow. "Don't move. Don't breathe." The guard's gaze swept past her. He muttered something under his breath and moved on, his footsteps receding down the alley. Elizabeth counted to 30 before she allowed herself to exhale. "Keep moving. You're not clear yet." She slipped from the doorway and continued, slower now, more cautious. The path opened onto a tangle of back streets near Grangertown's border with Beggar's Quarter. Familiar, safe territory. Elizabeth kept to the shadows, one hand pressed to her arm. The bleeding had slowed, but the cut burned with every step. She likely needed stitches. Later. After she'd delivered the crystal and learned whether her future held a Master Thief's title or a lifetime of might-have-beens. She rounded a corner and walked straight into a wall of muscle and a familiar grim smile. "End of the line, thief." Once more, the guard leveled his sword at her. "You literally just said the same thing to me a little while ago." "So what if I did? I mean it this time." "How'd you even know how to find me?" Elizabeth asked, genuinely curious. "You're not the only one who knows these streets," the guard said, punctuating his final word by lunging at her blade first. Elizabeth was ready, sidestepping, letting his blade pass within inches. She caught his wrist as he overextended, twisted, and drove her knife into the meat of his forearm. He howled and dropped the sword. She slammed her elbow into his temple. He did nothing more than stagger, so she hit him again, a sharp strike to the throat that transformed his cry into a gurgle. He folded, clutching his neck. She dashed past him before he hit the ground. Elizabeth ran until her lungs burned and her legs threatened to buckle. Only when she ducked into a familiar narrow passage between a shuttered bakery and a grimy tenement did she slow down. 20 feet in, the passage opened into a cramped, forgotten courtyard, choked with weeds and broken crates. The courtyard offered decent cover, high walls on 3 sides, deep shadows, and an escape route through a ragged slit in the tenement's foundation from when it had partially collapsed. A fountain in the courtyard center had long since dried out. This place was safe, at least for now. Elizabeth pressed herself against the moss-slicked wall, lowering her mask and letting her ragged breathing settle, but never letting her guard down. Minutes crawled past. She strained her ears for sounds of pursuit, boots on cobblestones, shouted orders, the clatter of armor. Nothing other than the distant bark of a dog and the creak and clip-clop of a passing carriage. She gave it another few minutes, and when it finally seemed she was in the clear, she let out a breath and tried to bask in the thrill of a successful job. Or at least, she tried to. But thoughts of the alarm kept intruding. What the hell happened? She did everything right, eluding the guards, foiling the floor mechanisms, and cracking the Karasi lock. She identified the decoy and retrieved the genuine crystal. The vault's interior had been clean. No hidden mechanisms, no secondary alarms. So how? Elizabeth turned the problem over in her head. A timer she hadn't known about? A silent alarm tied to the Dawnfire's pedestal? Some defense the Guild's intelligence had missed? Sorcery? None of it felt right, and only one thing was certain. The deserted courtyard held no answers to her questions. Peeling herself from the wall, she rolled her shoulders to work out some stiffness, then restored her mask and slipped back through the narrow passage. She paused at its mouth to scan the street. Empty, silent. The city's lamplighters had come and gone, leaving this stretch of road lit by a comfortably deserted ambiance. She stepped out and started home. Chapter 4. The Verdict. Few stirred in Guildhouse when Elizabeth slipped through the back entrance, the corridors empty save for a few night owls nursing drinks in the common room. She climbed the stairs to Garek's office, her legs heavy, the cut on her arm throbbing beneath her sleeve. At his door, she knocked twice. "Come." Garek sat behind his desk, his features half lit by a single candle burning low in its holder. The same clutter of papers and ledgers spread before him, though a cold cup of tea had replaced the meat pie. Shadows gathered in the corners of the room, and the maps on the walls had faded to indistinct shapes. He looked up as she entered, his expression revealing nothing. Elizabeth placed the Dawnfire crystal on his desk. The gem refracted the candlelight from its depths. "Job done," she said. Garek examined the Dawnfire without touching it. A long moment passed before he nodded. "Any trouble?" "Nothing I couldn't handle." His gaze flicked to her arm, where blood had seeped through and dried to a dark stain. Elizabeth resisted the urge to cover it. "It's nothing," she said. "I'll have the surgeon look at it before I go to bed." Garek's expression remained neutral, but the corners of his eyes softened. Pride, but held in check. "You did well, Elizabeth." "Thank you." "You can give me a full accounting tomorrow. You're the first to get inside Sinclair's vault, so we'll want to document every detail, including how you cracked the lock." "Of course," Elizabeth said. Garek folded his hands before him. "We had someone stationed outside the manor." The admission surprised her. "You did?" "It's standard operating procedure when a candidate is up for promotion. It gives an outside-looking-in perspective on how everything went." Garek's chair creaked as he shifted his weight. "I know I'll get all the details from you tomorrow, but is there anything you'd like to add to your report now? Anything that might sway the final decision one way or another?" Elizabeth frowned and let out a brief sigh. "I tripped an alarm." Garrick folded his hands in his lap but said nothing. I don't know how, but it went off while I was in the vault. A delayed reaction to a pressure plate or something else. I'm not sure. I overlooked something and almost got caught. Twice, actually. Garrick slowly nodded. Yet, here you are, relatively unscathed, with the prize delivered. I know, but... I'll pass that information on, Garrick said. We'll have a decision for you by morning. Garrick returned his attention to the papers before him. Go get some rest. Elizabeth left without another word. Sleep didn't come easily. She lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, her mind circling the same questions like a dog chasing its tail. The alarm, the timing. She'd done everything right, she was certain of it. The blade traps? Not a factor. The trip plates? Detected and avoided. She'd even foiled the Korasi lock and the decoy. So, what did I miss? The question chased her through the night, tangling with other worries, namely the decision about her promotion. Years of work, of proving herself, all leading to a vote that, for all she knew, had already happened. Her fate, already decided, and there wasn't a damn thing she could do about it. She wouldn't even know the final decision until morning. So she tossed. She turned. The cut on her arm, now cleaned and stitched by the guild surgeon, ached beneath fresh bandages. Before the first vestiges of morning light had crept through her window, Elizabeth gave up on sleep entirely. Beggar's Quarter barely stirred when Elizabeth arrived with her hands in her pockets and her collar turned up to ward off the morning chill. A few vendors busied themselves setting up their stalls, their breath misting in the cool air. A stray dog nosed through a pile of refuse. Somewhere nearby, a baby cried. The inactivity left her alone with her thoughts, which was exactly what she didn't want right now. She hurried her pace as she crossed into Grangertown. The sun climbed above the rooftops, painting the streets in shades of gold and amber as the district stirred to life around her. The smell of fresh bread drifted from a bakery, mingling with coal smoke and the earthy musk of horses from a nearby stable. A butcher hauled a side of beef through his shop door, grunting with the effort. Across the street, a greengrocer arranged crates of apples and turnips beneath a faded awning, calling out to a passing carter about the previous evening's dice game. Shop owners swept their stoops, their brooms sounding a rhythmic pattern. Shutters banged open on upper floors as residents shook out linens. A lamplighter, busy at all hours it seemed, made his rounds, climbing his creaky ladder to extinguish the alchemical lamps one by one now that daylight had arrived. Nearby, a coffee vendor set up his brazier on a corner, the rich aroma cutting through the morning chill and drawing a small queue of bleary-eyed clerks and shop assistants. A pair of theater hands trudged past Elizabeth, still in their black working clothes, heading home after a long night of striking sets. Somewhere down a side street, a hammer rang against an anvil, a smithy already hard at work. The city was waking, indifferent to Elizabeth's sleepless night and the questions still gnawing at her. The lazy minstrel's weathered sign beckoned ahead. Creaking in the faint breeze, its painted minstrel slouching beneath a crescent moon looked out of place in the burgeoning morning light. Elizabeth slipped into the warmth of the common room. A scarcity of patrons occupied the place this early. Ophelia stood behind the bar, wiping down its surface with a rag that had seen better days. She looked up as Elizabeth entered. You look like death. Leave it to Ophelia to call it like she saw it. That good? I didn't sleep well, or at all, really. I can see that. Ophelia reached for a pot warming over a small brazier. Coffee? Please. Elizabeth slumped into a chair at the nearest empty table. Ophelia brought the coffee, strong, black, and bitter enough to strip paint, along with a plate of bread and cheese without being asked. Eat, Ophelia said. Whatever's bothering you will still be there when you're done, but at least you won't face it on an empty stomach. Elizabeth managed a tired smile. Thanks. I'll have the cook fix you something more substantial. Eggs, bacon, toast. All of it, if you don't mind. Ophelia retreated to the kitchen, leaving Elizabeth alone with her thoughts and her coffee. The morning crawled past. Elizabeth picked at her food without tasting it, her attention drifting to the door every time it opened. A merchant entered, ordered ale despite the hour, and left. A serving girl from a nearby tavern came in to trade gossip with Ophelia. Air dock workers who had been here when she arrived finished their porridge and departed. The sun climbed higher. Elizabeth's coffee grew cold, so she ordered another. She was halfway through her third cup when Thorn strode into the room. She had left word at the house about her whereabouts, figuring Jarek would send someone to summon her back, but she had not expected Thorn himself to come. His presence did not bode well for the news she hoped to hear. Thorn crossed the room with his usual unhurried gait and dropped into the chair across from her. He looked over her half-eaten breakfast and signaled to Ophelia to bring more of the same. "Well?" Elizabeth asked, anxious to get this over with. "What's the verdict?" A serving girl brought coffee, placing a mug in front of Thorn and refilling Elizabeth's. Thorn drank, then set his cup down. "I heard you ran into trouble." Elizabeth sank into her chair. "An alarm. Sinclair's guards almost foiled your escape. They almost captured you. Garek's man said—" "You mean Garek's spy?" Elizabeth asked, the words coming out sharper than she intended. "If you want to call him that," Thorn said, his gravelly voice flat. "His report said Sinclair's men were crawling all over Granger Town. It further said that I screwed up?" Elizabeth shot up straight. "Look, I had every angle covered. I got inside. I didn't step on a single pressure plate, I'm sure of it. I even got past Sinclair's damn Karasi lock. That was a pain in the arse, by the way. Even when the alarm went off, I executed my alternate escape plan to perfection." "Perfection?" Thorn said, eyeing her bandaged arm. Elizabeth shrugged. "Almost perfection. I got away, didn't I? Bottom line, I accounted for every eventuality. I know I did. Except you didn't. You overlooked one possibility. One simple thing that's staring you right in the face even now." Elizabeth frowned, uncertain what he meant. Or rather, uncertain if what he meant was true. She knew Thorn, and he wouldn't. On second thought, yes, he would. "You bastard!" she lashed out, smacking him on the arm, a blow the hulking Anolgan hardly felt. She'd slug him again if she thought she could get away with it. Instead, she fixed him with a simmering gaze and asked the simplest of questions. "Why?" "Because any competent thief can execute a plan when everything goes right." Thorn leaned forward, his voice dropping. "I needed to see what you'd do when everything went wrong. When the bells started ringing, and the guards came running, and your carefully laid plans fell apart. So, I warned Sinclair. I waited until you were inside his manor, if that makes it any more palatable. He had as much warning as you did." "It doesn't." Elizabeth's blood boiled. "So, it was all just part of the test? Sinclair's men almost captured me. They almost killed me." Thorn sat back. "But they didn't. You adapted. That's what separates a good thief from a master thief. Not the ability to follow a plan, but the ability to survive when everything goes wrong." Elizabeth crossed her arms and focused on anything but the hulking arsehole sitting across from her. "You're angry," Thorn said, stating the obvious. "Damn right I'm angry." Thorn folded his hands on the table. "Does it help at all to know that you passed?" Elizabeth said nothing, her stare still focused elsewhere. "How about if I told you the vote was unanimous?" That tugged at her, demanding she glance his way. "Even the doubters. They had little choice when I explained the wild card I introduced. One thief in 1,000 might have pulled off what you did, Elizabeth." Elizabeth's arms remained crossed, but the tension in her shoulders eased. One thief in 1,000. The compliment found its way past her anger. "You could have told me," she said, finally meeting his gaze. "Last night, after I delivered the stone to Jarek. You could have let me know instead of letting me stew all night." "I could have." Thorn's expression didn't change. "But you needed that night. The uncertainty, the doubt. You needed to think about the possibility that you'd failed and ask yourself what you'd do next." "Next?" Elizabeth rolled the word around in her mind. "I was trying not to think about that. Guild life is all I know. The thought of not waking up in Guild House and living this life." Thoughts of her mother and her addiction sprang to the forefront. Thorn had said Elizabeth and her mother were nothing alike, but Elizabeth wasn't so sure. Thieving was her drug. The danger, The intrigue, the thrill of risking everything and coming out on top. The others thought her reckless. What they didn't understand was that when everything had gone to hell, when the most carefully orchestrated plan fell apart, that was when she was the most in control. She could no more give it up than her mother could give up Devil's Tongue. I don't want to ever think about that. And you never have to, Thorn said. Not now. Not ever. His reassurance untangled her anger. Elizabeth uncrossed her arms and reached for her coffee, which had gone cold again. She drank it anyway. So that's it then? That's it. Thorn allowed himself a rare smile, the expression rough and unpracticed. Welcome to the elite ranks, Elizabeth. She set down her cup. Her anger hadn't vanished. She suspected it would flare up again whenever she thought about those bells ringing in Sinclair's mansion. But something else had taken its place. Something that felt like pride, like belonging. What happens now? She asked. Now? Ophelia approached with fresh coffee and a plate heaped with eggs and bacon. Now we eat breakfast. You barely touched yours. Then we go home, where the real work begins. Real work? You didn't think the title came without responsibilities, did you? Thorn accepted his plate from Ophelia with a grunt of thanks. New territories to oversee, apprentices to train, jobs that require a master's touch. He picked up his fork. You've spent years proving you belong at the table, Elizabeth. Now you have to prove you can lead others to it. That's uncharacteristically wise coming from you, Elizabeth said, poaching a piece of bacon from Thorn's plate. Thorn winked at her. You know me, I'm full of surprises. While he shoved an egg into his mouth, Elizabeth considered the turn of events. New responsibilities, new challenges. A seat among the masters she'd looked up to since joining the guild as a lowly pick. I can do that, she said. Thorn raised his coffee cup. I know you can. Elizabeth lifted hers in answer. The ceramic clinked. A small sound, unremarkable to anyone else in the tavern, but to her it felt like the closing of one chapter and the opening of another. To the guild, Thorn said. To the guild, Elizabeth echoed, and to whatever comes next. They drank. Outside, Grangertown bustled with the business of another day. Inside the lazy minstrel, Elizabeth West allowed herself a moment of stillness. The sleepless night, the fear, the doubt, the anger, all of it faded into the background, replaced by something simpler. She had done it. Whatever came next, she was ready. She had nothing else to prove. Escape from Shantytown. The moon lit the ink-black sky, casting an otherworldly glow over the desolate expanse of Shantytown. Shadows writhed like specters along the crumbling walls of ramshackle buildings, while a profound stillness, whispering secrets of despair, hung heavy in the air. Mathilda, her heart racing, pulled her daughter Eliza close, as much to shield her from the biting chill seeping through their thin, tattered coats as to protect her from the dangers all around. We must be quiet, Eliza, Mathilda whispered as she scanned the darkened street. Probing with her sorcery, she sensed nothing, but that could change in an instant. Eliza, her bright eyes too wide for her small face, nodded obediently. The breeze carried the scent of damp earth and decay, a lingering reminder of life in Shantytown, whose best days had long since passed. Everything about the border town was old, its history, its foundations, its people. But oldest of all was Shantywall, a bastion of time-worn granite rising 100 feet above the dilapidated shops and tenements, and thick enough to withstand the most powerful blasts from the war wizards of old. Once the ensorcelled wall had even withstood the rage of the old gods. Voices from the street's other side caught Mathilda's attention. But it was only noise from the singing sword, its open door leaking conversation as the proprietor tossed a drunk past his evening allotment from the tavern onto his arse. Come, Eliza. Mathilda tugged on her daughter's hand, leading her across the street and down the dark alley spanning one side of the tavern. They stopped at the bottom of a short flight of moss-slick stairs, where Mathilda unlocked the door to their makeshift apartment. Inside, Mathilda lit a stubbed-out candle and put a pot of water on. Above them, boots stomped across the sword's floor, but the tavern seemed quieter than usual, the sounds of merriment subdued. Only when Mathilda finished stoking their meager coals did she notice Eliza pressed into the room's shadowed corner. Catching her mother's eye, her daughter asked in the quietest of whispers, "Is it safe?" Mathilda's heart ached to see Eliza's soft trembling. Kneeling before her, Mathilda brushed a strand of her daughter's plum-colored hair behind her ear. "For now, yes, but we must stay alert. Your aunt will not stop until she finds us." Outside, the wind howled, rattling their lone window as if it carried Isadora's name on its frigid breath. Clenching fists, Mathilda almost wished Isadora were here so she could make her pay for forcing this life of caution and secrecy on Eliza. They had a reckoning coming, sure enough. When that time came, she would end her coven sister once and for all. Only then could she guarantee Eliza's safety. "The spirits whisper words of warning," Mathilda said. "Perhaps you heard them too? No? Your aunt follows our path, no matter how hard I try to hide it. Soon, we will need to leave." Eliza nodded, understanding. Danger had forced them to flee before. "But what if she catches us before we leave?" Eliza asked. Mathilda cupped Eliza's face, drawing strength from the bond they shared. "We will fight. Together. I will do everything to keep you safe. But if I falter, you know what you must do." Another nod. "Say it out loud." "Run. If you can't stop Aunt Isadora, I need to run." "As hard and as fast as you can," Mathilda said, "and never look back, no matter what happens to me." Mathilda wrapped her daughter in a tight embrace before returning to preparing their meal. The thin soup provided inadequate nourishment, but they had nothing else. Though Mathilda sensed Isadora close, she knew she hadn't yet reached the town's borders. But agents of hers, those who roved far and wide looking for Mathilda and Eliza, already darkened the town with their presence. Eliza didn't know that, nor did she need to know. Let her have some peace, as little as there was of it these days. When the soup was ready, Mathilda ladled some into 2 chipped wooden bowls, making sure Eliza had the larger share. "Eat, sweetheart," Mathilda urged. Mathilda watched as Eliza brought the soup to her lips, each tiny sip a reassurance that maybe their situation wasn't so desperate after all. Noise from overhead, merriment from the singing sword, sounded almost foreign, a stark contrast to their isolated existence. She searched the shadows outside their window as faint laughter and the clink of mugs echoed along the walls, imagining a different life, a life free from Isadora's influence, filled with laughter and simple joys. But the dream was fleeting, shattered by a rattling knock on their door. Mathilda's heart raced, the illusion lifting. She straightened, instincts sharpening with urgency. Eliza's spoon clattered to the floor, her expression overwhelmed by despair, until her mother placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Whatever happens, remember what I told you." Eliza picked up her fallen utensil, then bobbed her head. Mathilda crept to the window, peering through the cracked glass and straining to see into the stairwell. Their flickering candlelight revealed little besides the silhouette of a person standing at the door. "Mathilda," the person hissed, "I know you're in there." Not Isadora. Even Eliza, who let out a sigh of relief, knew it. Mathilda opened the door a crack, revealing the pointed stare of a young woman. "Gretchen, what do you want?" Stick thin, Gretchen could almost squeeze through the cracked door's opening. She satisfied herself by pressing her face inside. "You said to let you know if any suspicious strangers came by the sword. Well, someone did." Mathilda admitted her spy, locking the door once she was inside. "Who? Tell me." "I don't know," Gretchen said, frowning. "Did you miss the part about him being a stranger?" "Oh, hello, Eliza." Eliza's lips pressed into a thin smile. "Describe him," Mathilda commanded. "Big, like an ox, a hard man with a hard stare. He kept looking around the room, sniffing, like a dog." Mathilda's shoulders sank. "A bloodhound." "A what?" Gretchen asked. "You serious?" "The Bloodstone Coven uses them to track their enemies," Mathilda said, her focus growing distant. Isadora must have sent him to find us. Was he still at the sword when you left? Yes, but don't worry. I left out the back and did like you told me. I circled a couple of blocks before coming here. The stranger never even looked in my direction, so he had no reason to wonder about me. Before I left, I heard him ask about a woman with a child. That's why I came right away. Mathilda let out a breath. Thank you. You did well. I wish I could somehow repay you. Gretchen waved a hand. No need, just a friend helping a friend. You do the same for me, I know it. Mathilda wasn't so sure, especially regarding her safety and that of her child, but she said nothing. I should get back before I'm missed, Gretchen said. Anything you want me to do? Mathilda shook her head. Stay away from the bloodhound if you can. He's dangerous. Gretchen nodded. I won't take any chances, but you and Eliza, be careful. You hear? The woman's gaze fixed on Eliza. Promise me. I promise, Eliza said in her soft voice. Once Gretchen had slipped away, Mathilda turned to her daughter. Eliza, gather what you can. We're not coming back. Do we have to? Eliza asked. But she said it as she was already roaming the room, packing her scant belongings into a knapsack. A doll, a painting that Mathilda had created depicting happier days, and a dog-eared book of fairy tales that Mathilda often used to lull Eliza to sleep with dreams of magic and adventure. These few items were all she valued, and all she had. Mathilda packed a water skin half full of water and a handful of dried meat sticks she saved for occasions like these. She strapped a small sword to her waist. Then she banked the coals in the stove, and, by the time she finished, Eliza stood by the door ready to leave. With Eliza's hand in hers, they stepped into the night. The moon illuminated their path as they navigated narrow alleyways and side streets, their every footfall taking them further from the singing sword, the bloodhound, and, Mathilda hoped, the danger of capture. But hope, so often fleeting, proved so now. Rounding a corner, Mathilda came up short. She yanked Eliza's arm to draw her close. There, at the center of a crossroads, stood a bloodhound. Not the one Gretchen described, but one lanky and hunched, his expression unreadable but with a light in his stare that Mathilda perceived as satisfaction at locating his prey. Cursing, Mathilda realized she should have used her magic to look ahead, not behind. Shoving Eliza behind her, Mathilda saw that no safety existed there either. Another bloodhound stepped out of the shadows. Broad and muscled, here stood Gretchen's hound, waiting as they passed to cut off their escape. Isadora's henchmen said nothing as they stepped closer. One drew a sword, the other a dagger, but one does not hunt a witch without the aid of magic, so each weapon flared to life as runes along the blades lit up. Stay behind me, Eliza, Mathilda commanded, her heart pounding. With sword raised, the bloodhound charged. Mathilda kept her small sword in its sheath. Nothing but her magic could prevail in this contest, so she raised her arms, crackling bolts of lightning-like purple energy erupting from her fingertips. The henchman, ready, caught the bolts with his sword. Mathilda's sorcery danced along the blade, darkening the steel, and for a brief instant, as the sword contained the witch's power and the hound's lips turned in a smug smile, it looked as if all her effort was for nothing. But hell hath no fury like a mother protecting her child, so magic fueled by rage poured from Mathilda's hands. The hound's sword responded, its runes glowing ever brighter until one flickered and failed. Soon another did the same, the glowing sigil blinking once, twice, then dimming all at once. Mathilda's power had no end, so more followed until so few of the sigils remained that the henchman's smug expression transformed into panic and, finally, fear. Almost too late, Mathilda saw the other bloodhound lashing at her with his dagger, but she hadn't forgotten about him. Her sword wasn't magical, but its blade was sharp, and with the hound so close, she sidestepped his lunge, drew her sword, and plunged it into him to the hilt. While his body slid free, Mathilda delivered a final surge of energy to the other, overwhelming the last of his defenses. Her magic enveloped him, lighting his bones as it hurled him away. With her chest heaving, Mathilda let her energy fade, She turned to find Eliza trembling, her lips quivering as wide eyes shifted from one corpse to another. "There, dear. It's over now." Mathilda took her face in her hands and pulled her close. Behind her, a hound slid across the cobbles. "Not over, witch!" the bloodhound gasped, clawing toward his prey on his belly. But blood welled beneath him, and Mathilda knew he wasn't long for this life. Releasing her daughter, Mathilda stepped on the man's weapon hand. "Eliza, close your eyes." Once Eliza had done so, Mathilda looked down at the hound and said, "When Isadora finds your corpse and summons your spirit back from the dead, tell her what happened here tonight. Make sure she knows the same fate awaits anyone else she sends." Then she plunged her sword into his back. The hound died with a sigh. Silence enveloped the street, the stillness settling heavily after the tumultuous battle. If anyone had noticed, they kept to themselves behind locked doors. A mixture of relief and exhaustion washed over Mathilda. Eliza still had her eyes squeezed shut. Without a word, Mathilda lifted her daughter and carried her. "You're safe," Mathilda told her. Eliza responded by burying herself in her mother's shoulder. Above them, the moon shone like a beacon, lighting the road ahead. Mathilda carried her daughter past Shantywall's crumbling gatehouse and into the open country beyond, not once looking back. She was done with border towns, done with places small enough that a stranger's arrival set tongues wagging. They needed somewhere vast, somewhere they could disappear. Her thoughts turned to the sprawling city of Alchester. She'd heard stories of the place, a labyrinth of twisting streets and crowded districts where someone could vanish without a trace. A city so vast that not even a bloodhound could sniff out two souls among its teeming masses. "We're going somewhere new," Mathilda whispered to Eliza. "Somewhere safe." She didn't know if such a place truly existed, but if anywhere could swallow them whole and keep Isadora from finding them, Alchester offered the best chance. The Case of the Vanishing Gold. Chapter 1. The Impossible Theft. Merchant Square thrummed with activity. Scribes hurried with ledgers tucked under arms, their quills still wet with ink. Bankers in tailored coats clustered near the columned facades of counting houses, speaking in low tones about interest rates and foreign exchange. Merchants hauled sample cases, guild representatives argued over tariff schedules, and couriers wove between all of them. The clatter of coins, the scratch of pen on parchment, the murmur of 100 negotiations conducted in doorways, under awnings, and in private offices. This morning, like all mornings, Alchester's heart of commerce beat with a relentless rhythm. Inspector William Wright navigated the tide, his attention fixed on the building that dominated the square's northern edge. The treasury rose 4 stories, its white marble facade veined with gold and carved with images of Calendor's prosperity. Overflowing grain stores, merchant wagons laden with goods, and the unique airship docks that promised to elevate the fiefdom to new heights of wealth. Fluted columns flanked the entrance, each as thick as an ancient oak, supporting a pediment where the ducal crest gleamed in the morning sun. Banners snapped in the breeze from poles mounted along the roofline, their crimson and gold bright against the whitewashed walls, and at the center of it all, the massive doors, solid bronze plated in gold, polished to a mirror shine that reflected the light of the square. William's heart raced at the sight. 3 days into his promotion, and here he stood, summoned to the most sensitive case in the fiefdom. The badge pinned to his vest felt heavier than it should. He resisted the urge to check it again. He'd already straightened it twice on the walk over, but his fingers twitched toward it nonetheless. Not from doubt in his abilities. He'd earned his rank, solved cases that had stumped men twice his age. But the weight of expectation pressed down on him. The Duke's personal request, the scrutiny of every senior inspector watching to see if the youngest man ever to wear the badge deserved it. He drew a breath, squared his shoulders, and stepped into the stream of officials flowing toward the golden doors. The current carried him 3 steps before depositing him in someone's path. "Pardon me, sir," a passing banker muttered, turning sideways to avoid collision. William sidestepped, only to find himself blocking a courier, then a clerk, then a guild representative with a leather satchel, who didn't bother with apologies but shouldered past with a grunt of irritation. The flow of commerce parted around him like water around a boulder. William stood frozen, uncertain which gap to slip through. "Move, you dolt. You look like a lost apprentice." He picked a current and committed to it, letting the tide of officials carry him across the square. The golden doors grew larger with each step, their polished surface throwing back a distorted reflection of the crowd. Soon the crowds thinned, and the chaos of Merchant Square gave way to a more orderly procession of officials with business inside. William climbed the broad marble stairs, passing between the massive columns and into the shadow of the pediment. Up close, the golden doors loomed even larger, 20 feet tall at least, their surfaces etched with embossed uniform patterns. Inspector Wright. Chief Inspector Bartholomew stepped from behind a column, his gray-streaked beard bristling, and his scowl sharp enough to cut glass. He had his arms folded across his barrel chest, his posture radiating the particular impatience of someone kept waiting. "Kind of you to finally join us." William's stomach sank. He'd lingered too long in the square, gawking at the building like some provincial clerk on his first visit to the capital. A poor first impression, and Bartholomew wasn't the sort to forget. "My apologies, sir. The crowds—" "Spare me." Bartholomew turned on his heel. "The senior inspectors arrived over an hour ago. Follow me. I know I don't need to remind you not to speak about what you see to anyone. This matter does not leave these walls." "Of course, sir." William fell into step behind Bartholomew, stifling any further excuses. Better to keep his mouth shut and his eyes open. The massive golden doors groaned inward at Bartholomew's approach, pushed by two guards who strained against their bulk. Beyond lay a long antechamber, its vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, its marble walls lined with a dozen treasury guards standing at attention. Grim faces stared straight ahead beneath plumed helmets, their ceremonial halberds held at identical angles. The air changed the moment the doors closed behind them, cooler, quieter, carrying the faint mineral smell of old wood and the bitter odor of lamp oil. William catalogued details out of habit. The guards stood at precise intervals, 8 feet apart, close enough to support each other if trouble arose. No windows, a single entrance behind them, no visible exit ahead. Anyone attempting to breach this space faced a gauntlet with no cover and no retreat. Whatever its ceremonial grandeur, craftsmen had designed this antechamber as a killing ground. The two inspectors' footsteps echoed upon the marble floor, the sound swallowed by the height of the ceiling. Bartholomew moved at a brisk pace, offering no commentary, and William kept up without complaint. At the far end, the antechamber narrowed into a corridor flanked by more guards, these armored in plate rather than ceremonial livery, working soldiers, not decorative ones. They descended a staircase that curved downward into the earth, the temperature dropping with each step, torches guttered in iron sconces, their light casting uneven light across the steps. At the bottom, another pair of guards flanked a set of doors fashioned from steel so thick that William doubted a battering ram could dent them. The metal gleamed dully in the torchlight, unmarked by so much as a scratch. Slightly ajar, William heard the bustle of treasury officials and others coming from within. Bartholomew stopped before the doors and gestured to an intricate mechanism mounted at their center. 3 keyholes arranged in a line, inspired by the locksmiths of ancient Koros, each separate, but sharing a similar array of brass gears and tumblers that disappeared into the steel. "The vault doors. Ever seen them before?" "No, sir." "Enchanted locks. 3 officials must turn 3 different keys simultaneously, while a 4th speaks the correct incantation. The enchantment changes daily." William leaned closer, studying the lock. The brass working showed no tool marks, no scratches, no evidence of tampering. The gears sat motionless, waiting for keys that only 3 people in the dukedom possessed. "Who holds the keys?" he asked. "The duke's treasurer, the master banker, and the captain of the duke's guard." Bartholomew's tone carried a warning. Not once in Alchester's history have the 3 conspired to steal from the duke, so you needn't waste energy looking there. "Of course not, sir." William kept his voice neutral while his mind filed the information away. To accuse any of them without ironclad evidence meant the end of his career before it had begun. but every investigation required understanding who had access, regardless of their station. And the incantation? Who manages that? The court mage, of course. 4 people, then. 4 points of potential failure, each a pillar of the fiefdom's establishment. William didn't believe any of them had conspired to rob the treasury, but someone had stolen the gold, and that someone had found a way past undefeatable locks, guards who never left their posts, and enchantments designed by the finest magical minds in Kalandor's history. How? The question lodged in his mind like a splinter, sharp and insistent. Bartholomew must have seen something in his expression, because the chief inspector's scowl softened by a fraction. That's the question, isn't it? How does someone steal from an unbreachable vault? He gestured toward the doors. Shall we? The vault doors swung open on silent hinges, and William followed his superior inside. A flurry of treasury officials and ministry inspectors milled about inside. William had heard tales of the Duke's vault since childhood, but nothing prepared him for the reality. The vast interior had ceilings so high that the uppermost shelves might have disappeared into shadow if not for the spheres of luminescence suspended at regular intervals overhead, illuminating the room with an enchanted light that never dimmed. 7 enormous archways, supported by marble pillars veined with gold, radiated outward from a circular central chamber, each leading to specialized sub-vaults housing Kalandor's immense wealth. The floor gleamed with polished granite inlaid with precious gemstones. Silent statues, sentinels rumored to animate should any unauthorized visitor attempt theft, stood at every few paces. Hundreds of chests lined the curved walls between the archways, each forged from rare ironwood, bound with enchanted steel, and bearing the Duke's seal stamped in gold and precious gems. A single person could manage the smaller chests, but the others' towering height suggested a certain immobility. Treasury workers moved among them with reverent precision, their official robes emblazoned with symbols denoting their rank and clearance level. At the chamber's center stood the immense treasury scales, masterworks unlike anything in the 4 fiefdoms. Not the simple balance instruments used by marketplace merchants, but complex devices of brass and silver rising 15 feet high, with multiple weighing platforms suspended by chains of gold. Ancient runes covered every surface, glowing faintly when in use, enchanted for perfect accuracy by the first court mage centuries ago. Legend held that the scales could detect the difference in weight of even a single grain of sand. But it was the vault stacks of gold that took Inspector Wright's breath away. Mountains of coins, ingots, and ceremonial objects filled every corner, so much so that it boggled the mind to wonder how anyone had noticed any missing. "Magnificent, isn't it?" sounded a thin, reedy voice. A small man in elaborate robes approached, the Duke's seal hanging so heavily around his neck that his head drooped. Scribes clutching ledgers flanked him. "Master Banker Ambrose," Bartholomew said. "May I present Inspector William Wright? It was Master Banker Ambrose who discovered the discrepancy." Ambrose's features contorted. "Discovered? As if it were a simple accounting error. Inspector Wright, what we face is impossible. Absolutely impossible." William folded his hands in front of him. "Perhaps you can explain what happened, sir." The treasurer wrung his hands. "Every year, my staff audits the contents of the entire treasury, a process that takes a full fortnight, with our most trusted officials working day and night. Last year's count placed our reserves at 1,532 dukes' weight." One of the accompanying scribes stepped forward, holding a ledger so massive that he staggered under its weight. "The Golden Book," Master Ambrose said. "The book contains a record of all vault transactions." Bound in oxblood leather that had darkened to near black with age, decorative brass that gleamed despite decades of handling reinforced the tome's corners. The book's spine, thick as a man's wrist, bore the Duke's seal embossed in gold leaf. As the scribe opened the cover, the pages of the finest vellum revealed themselves, each ruled with crimson lines and inscribed in meticulous copperplate handwriting that flowed across the pages like liquid gold. The golden record of the realm's treasury, accountants numbered, dated, and sealed every page with wax impressions, bearing the mark of each treasurer who had served the crown. Margin notes in different hands showed a layered verification history, with each entry double-checked and countersigned by at least 3 officials. Some of the earliest pages had taken on an amber hue, but not a single entry had faded, a testament to the Treasury's specially formulated ink. The scribe turned pages until he found what he wanted, then ran a finger down a line of figures. Since then, we have documented expenditures of 236 dukes' weight for fiefdom projects, military campaigns, and court functions, he recited, while tariffs, levies, and fines amounted to 183 dukes' weight in incoming revenue. Which leaves us with 1,449 dukes' weight, Ambrose said, his voice rising. But yesterday's count confirmed only 1,297. Somehow, 152 dukes' weight of gold has vanished. The chamber fell silent save for the echo of his last word. Vanished. Inspector Wright frowned. If I am to understand the situation correctly, you're saying a specific sum of gold, 152 dukes' weight to be precise, has gone missing over the past year. Is that right? Not missing, the banker screeched. Vanished. William exchanged a glance with his superior, who shrugged. Inspector Wright cleared his throat. Vanished, and not missing, because of the meticulous nature of the audit process carried out by you and your staff, I presume. Exactly so, Mr. Ambrose said. William now understood the sensitive nature of the predicament. How could he not? 152 dukes' weight of any coinage was significant, but this was Kalendor's treasury, the wealth of their nation. Foiling the vault's protection mechanisms and pilfering such a large sum represented an embarrassment to the crown and a hardship for the people of Kalendor, with higher taxes and the like on the docket to make up for the shortfall. Not to mention the reputational cost to people like Master Banker Ambrose, who was most certainly about to find himself bereft of a job and perhaps even his life. While it remained too early to rule out theft, the notion seemed improbable on the surface. An error in the auditing process seemed the more plausible explanation. However, William knew the master banker admitting to that required irrefutable evidence, as it placed the responsibility for the shortfall squarely on his shoulders. A far easier explanation, the default in impossible situations like this one, was one William cringed even to mention. Yet someone would sooner or later, so he figured he might as well address it now. I suppose you suspect magic, Mr. Ambrose. What other explanation is there? The master banker asked, looking down his nose at William. Blaming magic was all too often a matter of convenience. While Inspector Wright didn't outright dismiss the possibility, his job was to find answers supported by evidence. If the thief had used magic to pilfer the Duke's gold, his investigation would reveal it. But he'd make no assumptions nor draw any conclusions so early in the process. One must maintain an open mind, especially during these early stages. Still scrutinizing William, Master Ambrose asked, Aren't you a little young for an inspector? As I understand it, they want you to lead this investigation. Is that correct? Chief Inspector Bartholomew stepped in. Rest assured, Master Banker. Inspector Wright may look young, but he is a rising star in our ranks, one of our best. Think of Inspector Wright more as a special consultant, one who has the entire office of inspectors backing him. Our help is only a word away. We will find who did this and bring them to justice. Ambrose humphed. See that you do. While the master banker stepped away to deal with a waiting scribe, Inspector Wright strolled about the room. He heard his superior's footsteps following. Approaching one of the many stacked arrangements of gold, William leaned in for a closer look, careful not to touch anything. 1 year is a long time since the last reckoning, don't you think? William asked his superior. Bartholomew waved his hand across the vault's expanse. It's a lot to count. They measure specific lots more frequently on a rotating basis, once a month at a minimum. Inspector Wright looked up sharply. Was any specific lot found short during the most recent count? Not one, Bartholomew said. All. William considered the implications. But that means the perpetrator had intimate knowledge of the auditing schedule. Enough to know which lots to steal from, but only after the Treasury officials had completed their count. That way, the missing gold remained unnoticed. Chief Inspector Bartholomew nodded his agreement. Not for an entire year, if planned right. Who knows the auditing schedule? William asked. Not many, the chief inspector said. I have an inspector compiling a list. Any record of unauthorized entry or tampering with the locks? None, Bartholomew replied flatly. The guards maintain a constant watch. As far as anyone knows, not even a single enchantment has been tripped. Even the dust on the unused chests remains undisturbed. Which is why, Master Ambrose interjected, rejoining them, we must be dealing with magic. Dark magic. Nothing else explains it. While the chief inspector promised to turn over every stone, magical or otherwise, Wright continued circling the room, examining the arches, the ceiling, and the floor. Every tile or block fit perfectly, without gaps or seams that might conceal a hidden passage or secret tunnel into the vault. He didn't expect such a solution to present itself so easily, but he believed in thoroughness above all else. Returning to the others, William asked, "What about the monthly audits? When did officials perform the last partial count?" 4 weeks ago, Inspector, Master Ambrose said. At that interval, a targeted measurement of allotment 13 in the southern repository showed everything in order. And now? Does the latest count of that allotment show a difference? Yes. Was there anything unusual at all about the most recent annual audit? Even the smallest difference from past audits might provide a clue. The master banker gave the question the thought it deserved, but finally he shook his head. Nothing comes to mind other than that we started 3 days earlier than usual. 3 days early? Bartholomew asked. Is the auditing schedule so regimented as to make that unusual? Ambrose shrugged. It's a break from protocol, but within my purview. I had the personnel at hand, so I authorized my staff to begin early. William didn't fault the banker for his initiative, but he couldn't help but think the schedule change played a role in the turn of events. He filed that information away until he knew more. What about the scales? William asked, gesturing at the elaborate measuring devices. Are they calibrated and in good working order? The master banker nodded. The Ministry of Weights and Measures guarantees it. Who conducts the measurements? I personally oversee all counts, Ambrose declared proudly, assisted only by trusted officials who have served the Treasury for no less than 12 years. Chief Inspector Bartholomew cleared his throat. We've already questioned every Treasury official, Inspector Wright, twice. We've examined the guards' rotations. Gideon Graveshire even inspected for foreign magical auras. He found nothing. Many said never to trust a wizard, but William had met Gideon once or twice and always found him a pleasant, honest enough fellow. If he said magic wasn't involved, then that was good enough for him. Master Banker Ambrose did not share such sentiments. That doesn't mean magic isn't to blame, he said. Of course, Master Banker, Bartholomew said, humoring him, but there is simply no explanation except that someone did the impossible, William said, his mind racing as the mystery took hold. He might be new to the ranks of the Duke's inspectors, but he wasn't an inexperienced investigator. Every puzzle had a solution, though some presented greater challenges than others. I'd like to see the ledgers for the past year. All of them. Ambrose and Bartholomew exchanged glances. Inspector, Bartholomew said with forced patience, these are accounts bearing the Duke's seal, verified by multiple officials. Surely you don't think— I think, Wright interrupted, careful to keep his tone respectful, that when the impossible occurs, we must question everything, even that which seems beyond question. Master Ambrose nodded curtly. Very well. I'll make the records available. But I warn you, Inspector Wright, if you find nothing, as I suspect you will, I'll personally inform His Grace that you wasted valuable time instead of hunting the true culprit. With that, he spun about and stalked off to attend to other business. The inspectors watched him leave before Bartholomew turned to Inspector Wright and asked, Any theories? A few, William said, but he was unwilling to share them just yet. I know my involvement in this case is unusual, sir. Truth be told, I'm not sure why Duke Classis personally requested me, but I hope I'll have your full support. Anything you need, Bartholomew said. We all want to solve this case as expeditiously as possible. I have others working the case from different angles, but the Duke was clear that you are to have autonomy to pursue your own leads. William felt his chief inspector's gaze lingering on him. Take some advice? Bartholomew asked. Of course, sir, William said, welcoming his superior's thoughts. A case like this can make or break your career. You're young and, despite what you may think, inexperienced. As you said, His Grace has asked for your help, so follow the clues. But make sure you don't follow them into such a deep, dark hole that you can't get out. Good advice, sir, Inspector Wright said, unsure if it really was, but grateful that his superior felt compelled to offer any at all. I will keep that in mind. Thank you, sir. As Bartholomew wandered off to follow up with the other inspectors in the room, William surveyed the gleaming treasure once more. He had jumped when word arrived about Duke Classis wanting him on this case. Who wouldn't? He joined the Ministry of Justice because he wanted to make a difference, and here was his chance. But making a difference meant solving the case, something he wasn't sure he could do. Chapter 2. Following the Clues. Inspector Wright sat alone in a small treasury antechamber surrounded by stacks of ledgers. The closet-sized room served as a temporary office where he examined the financial records without disturbing the regular business in the main vault. 3 days had passed since his first examination of the treasury, and his eyes burned from scrutinizing endless columns of numbers by lamplight. Regardless of the outcome of this case, he was at least grateful that he hadn't chosen the dull career of an accountant. Each ledger was a masterwork of meticulous record-keeping, with perfectly aligned figures, no corrections, and every page-level entry stamped with the Duke's seal and signed by at least 2 Treasury officials. William flipped another page, temporarily removing his spectacles to rub his temples. So far, the ledgers showed a flawless accounting system, which he might have found reassuring under other circumstances. Right now, though, the carefully kept records only deepened his suspicion. A knock interrupted his concentration. "Enter," he called, returning his glasses to their usual place. Captain Renard of the Duke's Guard stepped inside, filling the doorframe with his broad shoulders. "Inspector Wright, any progress to report?" William let out a breath as he leaned back. "Nothing conclusive, Captain? Your men still have found no evidence of forced entry or tampering with the locks?" Renard folded his arms across his chest. "None whatsoever." William nodded slowly. "What about the Treasury personnel? Any suspicious behavior, sudden wealth, unusual absences?" "Nobody stands out so far," Renard replied. "I can't vouch for the bankers, but I know many of the Treasury guardsmen personally. They're good men, many beyond reproach." "I don't doubt that, Captain, but no one is beyond investigation," William said, perhaps with too sharp an edge. "Still, I appreciate your thoroughness." After Renard departed, William returned to the ledgers with renewed focus. Whoever had removed the gold from the vault had done so at regular intervals over the span of a year. Assuming magic wasn't involved, as Master Banker Ambrose continued to insist, and the scales uncompromised, the discrepancy had to lie in the accounting. But damn if he could find anything. Hours later, he slammed the final ledger shut in frustration. Every calculation was correct. Every withdrawal and deposit documented properly at the time of counting, and again on leaving the vault. Different individuals conducted each count, so short of a conspiracy, which remained a distinct possibility. Everything checked out. Even cross-referencing the monthly spot checks with the annual counts revealed no inconsistencies. The records showed precisely what they should: 1,532 Duke's weight, minus 236 in expenditures, plus 153 in revenue, equaling 1,449 Duke's weight. Yet the most recent audit found only 1,297. A soft cough from the doorway drew his attention. Chief Inspector Bartholomew stood there watching him with a hawkish stare. "Any revelations in those pages, Inspector Wright?" William stood and stretched his cramped muscles. "Nothing obvious, sir. The records appear flawless." "As expected," Bartholomew said. "The senior investigators believe we're dealing with one of 2 scenarios. Either someone with extraordinary magical abilities circumvented our protections, or it's an inside job," William finished. "Precisely. Bartholomew stepped closer, lowering his voice. His Grace is growing impatient, Wright. We need answers, not more questions. William met his superior's gaze. With respect, sir, both theories have serious flaws. If the thief used magic powerful enough to bypass the vault's enchantments, why steal 152 dukes' weight? Why not more? Or less? Why something as specific as 152? On the other hand, if it's an inside job, how did they move that much gold without anyone noticing? Even taken at regular intervals, it's not a small amount. Bartholomew frowned. What are you suggesting? William scratched his chin. I'm not sure yet, but I believe we're missing something. That much is obvious, Bartholomew growled. The Duke has granted you unusual latitude because of your unique investigative approach. But remember what I said about deep, dark holes, right? Don't disappoint His Grace, the Ministry of Justice, or me. William stared after Bartholomew's departing form before gathering his notes and extinguishing the lamp. Conventional methods of investigation had yielded nothing. Fortunately, he still had some unconventional ones to explore. William valued the other inspector's work, but sometimes one needed an outside perspective. An outside, expert perspective. Rogue's Den had no street-facing storefront or sign hanging over its door. Neither did it have a standard front entrance. All of that was intentional, and while it might seem detrimental to business, the opposite was true. If a person had never heard of the den or didn't know where to find it in Lowtown, then that person didn't belong there. Fortunately for Barghest, the den's proprietor, enough folks knew exactly where to find the place to keep up a steady business. Alchemists seeking unregistered ingredients, enforcers between contracts, and the city's most skilled pickpockets kept silver flowing and whispers circulating. But sometimes, a person who didn't belong caught wind of the location and thought they were the rough-and-tumble sort, who might fit right in with the den's usual clientele of thieves, cutthroats, and street dregs. Some of these bravados succeeded in blending in, but those who didn't? The City Watch usually found them the next morning with a gut full of steel in a back alley or laid out across a sewer grate, their blood seeping into the city's filth. Inspector Wright had no illusions about whether or not he fit in with the den's usual patrons. However, he knew how to appear inconspicuous, and if needed, handle himself in a scrape. That was why, before leaving his office, he'd traded his inspector's coat for a plain brown cloak, its hem frayed from deliberate abuse with a horsehair brush. He pulled the hood low to shadow his face, smudged a bit of ash along his jaw to dull his clean-shaven complexion, and swapped his usual sword for a dagger he tucked into a sheath stitched inside his belt, less conspicuous and easier to deny if someone patted him down. Once he rapped on the door using the ridiculous series of knocks required for entry, 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more, and the speakeasy opened. He lied to the doorman about having any weapons for fear of having his dagger confiscated or peace-bound with a leather strap to hinder his use of the weapon. He knew the criminal element all too well, so he didn't fancy entering such a place without protection. As the doorman unlatched the door, Inspector Wright happened to look down at his polished brown loafers, realizing too late that a change in footwear would have helped sell his disguise. Then the door swung wide, the doorman ushered him inside, and he had no more time for such considerations. Despite his precautions, William felt exposed as soon as the door creaked shut behind him. The air reeked of pipe smoke and the sour smell of cheap ale. Conversations quieted, suspicious glances evaluating him before returning to mugs and cards. William sauntered his way to the bar, ordered a drink he had no intention of drinking, and casually surveyed the room. In the far corner, partially obscured by shadow, a woman sat alone at a table. Even from a distance he recognized her from the descriptions he had gathered. Auburn hair that fell to her shoulders, light skin, fingers adorned with silver rings, and an amused expression suggesting she knew something no one else in the room did. Elizabeth West, master thief, shambler, and the reason he'd come. As he watched, she rolled a set of ivory dice, studying their pattern before gathering them up again. No opponent sat across the table from her, yet she nonetheless seemed engaged in an intense game only she could see, William headed in her direction, aware that several pairs of eyes tracked his movement through the smoky tavern. When he reached her table, Elizabeth spoke without looking up, her words as sharp as the pair of daggers at her belt. "Whatever you're selling, Inspector, I'm not buying it." William frowned. "What makes you think I'm an inspector?" Elizabeth glanced up, amber eyes glinting with amusement. "Where to start? You walk like one, shoulders back, constantly scanning the room. Like a thief, come to think of it. But you're no thief." She nodded toward his feet. "Not with shoes like that. Polished leather, good stitching. Those cost more than most folks in here earn in a month." Her gaze traveled upward. "The cloak's a nice touch, though. Roughed up to look worn. But you tied it with a double-loop clasp. That's military training, or I'm a duchess. Nobody in Lowtown fastens a cloak like that. Your father or maybe an uncle must have taught you because you don't look old enough to have served." She rolled her dice again, letting them clatter across the table before continuing. "The ash on your jaw? Clever idea. Fooled the doorman, I bet. But I used the same trick myself, so it stands out." She gestured lazily toward his face. "And those spectacles? Clean glass, wire frames, no scratches. A working man's eyes go bad, he squints. He doesn't own a pair of lenses that cost more than his boots." Elizabeth gathered the dice and leaned back. "And your hands? No scars, no calluses from hard labor, nails trimmed and clean. You've got a knife somewhere on you. I can tell by the way you favor your left side. But you carry it like a man who hopes he won't need it. A real cutthroat carries a blade like it's part of his arm." "Is that all?" William asked, not hiding his annoyance. Not at Ms. West for pointing those things out, but at himself for his obvious missteps. He would endeavor to try harder next time. Elizabeth shook the dice and rolled. Snake eyes. "You need more? All right, one last thing. You haven't touched your drink. Most people who come in here, drinking is the first thing they do." William frowned, realizing he should do something other than stand there when Elizabeth gestured to the empty chair. "Sit down before you draw any more attention to us. Nothing says, 'I don't belong here,' quite like hovering awkwardly." He sat, placing his untouched mug on the table. "Now," Elizabeth said. "What can I do for you, Inspector?" "It's Wright. Inspector Wright." Another roll of the dice, and a look that said to get on with it. "I'm here because I'm told you have certain expertise." Elizabeth gathered her dice and sat back. "That right? I'm curious. How do you even know who I am?" "I have made it my business to familiarize myself with Mr. Targallus's operation, including the identities of his lieutenants. I know all about you, Garrett Greyfoot, Zara Blackthorne, Nixander Hawkins, and others." "All about us?" "Well, perhaps not all, but enough. My office is investigating several cases involving theft. The Valmont jewels, the Harrington documents, a shipment of alchemical compounds from the Technology Academy, the Mercer silver, the Dawnfire crystal, stolen from one of the most secure private vaults in the city a month ago." "That's a lot of investigations," Elizabeth said. "Getting anywhere?" William made a sour face. "As I said, they remain ongoing." Elizabeth drew a dagger from her belt and, grinning, started cleaning beneath her fingernails with the tip. "Word of advice?" Inspector Wright said nothing, waiting. "If I were you, I'd be careful with those names you rattled off. Wrong person hears you mentioning them, and you might wish you'd kept quiet." Inspector Wright sat up. "Is that a threat?" Elizabeth shrugged. "Consider it a friendly warning. Now what do you want? You're ruining my alone time. I assume you're here about what happened in the Duke's treasury?" William blinked in surprise. "How do you know about the theft?" she asked. "What else could it be? Duke's guards have been asking about me for 3 days, as if I had something to do with it. I didn't, by the way. Not very subtle questions either. I expected someone to show up eventually. I expected someone older, though." William rolled his eyes, tired of having his age pointed out at every turn. "I'm in my early 20s. While young for a person in my role, I can assure you, I earned my badge the same as anyone else." Elizabeth held up her hands in mock surrender. All right then, Inspector. You were about to tell me why you're interrupting my quiet evening alone? Yes, of course. I need insight into how a thief might perpetrate an impossible crime. Oh, is that all? Elizabeth flashed a devilish grin. Lucky for you, impossible crimes are my specialty. But information costs, Inspector Wright. What are you offering in exchange? William had anticipated this, so he said without hesitation, immunity. Elizabeth let out a burst of laughter so raucous it drew glances from around the smoky room. Immunity? For what? You'd need to catch me doing something first, and no one's managed that yet. Not for past offenses, William said, bristling. Official immunity from prosecution by my office, signed by the Duke himself. Good for 1 year and 1 year only. For your expert consultation on this case. William didn't miss the sparkle of interest in her eyes. That's unusually generous, Elizabeth said. She rattled her knuckles on the table, studying the inspector. Her decision made, she gathered her dice and slipped them into a pouch. Tell me about your impossible theft, Inspector Wright, but not here. I know a place where we can talk in private. They exited the den together, Inspector Wright following Elizabeth through a maze of back alleys until he was sure they had left Lowtown behind. Down a narrow alley, Elizabeth finally stopped them in a small courtyard hidden between buildings. A modest fountain, stained and dry, lay at its center. Now, she said, sitting on the fountain's edge, tell me everything. I know it's a theft, but what did the thieves steal? William hesitated. Much of this is classified, so I can only relate. Elizabeth raised a brow. Then why did you ask for my help? Either you trust my expertise enough to share the details, or you're wasting both our time. William weighed his options. If word got out about weaknesses in the Treasury's security, panic would spread throughout Kalendor. It might even instill enough confidence in thieves like Elizabeth or a cohort of hers, such as Ms. Blackthorne, to make a play for the fiefdom's riches. But Inspector Wright needed answers. He knew he needed to share the details of the heist with her, but he'd have to exercise caution regarding which ones. Gold has disappeared from the Treasury, he said finally. A significant amount. How significant? 152 dukes' weight. Elizabeth let out a soft whistle. That's not just significant, Inspector. That's damn near impossible to move without noticing. We believe the perpetrator performed the heist over the past 12 months. Elizabeth contemplated that information and nodded knowingly. Moving a little each time, though that's still an awful lot of money to go missing for nobody to notice. Treasury officials have promised a full review of their auditing process. However, in the meantime, I have a case to solve. As far as we can tell, the vault shows no signs of forced entry. The enchantments remain intact. The guards saw nothing. Yet 152 dukes' weight of gold has vanished. What about magical transportation? Elizabeth asked. Teleportation spells? Dimensional pockets? William shook his head. The court mage found no traces of external magic. The scales then, she said, tapping her fingers thoughtfully on the fountain. Your thief tampered with the measuring instruments. We considered that, but the scales are sophisticated pieces of machinery. If anyone altered them, officials at the Ministry of Weights and Measures would know. Elizabeth fell silent, her brow furrowed in concentration. William crossed his arms, wondering if he'd made a mistake getting her involved. Then she looked up, her expression lit by a revelation. You're asking the wrong questions, she said. What do you mean? You're asking how someone stole the gold without anyone knowing. But what if that's not what happened? William frowned. The gold is missing. A thief removed it from the vault. Is it? Elizabeth challenged. Or is that what the thief wants you to believe? The inspector stared at her, uncomprehending. Tell me, who tallies the results of the audit? Treasury officials. The master banker oversees everything personally. And the ledgers? Who maintains those? The same officials, under supervision. Elizabeth nodded slowly. And they all confirm the theft of 152 dukes' weight of gold? Yes, William said, growing frustrated. That's the problem, as I originally stated. No, Elizabeth said, shooting up. The problem is that you're too focused on what's missing to see what's actually there. William's frown deepened. Speak plainly, please. Real thieves don't work how you think, Inspector, she said, pacing the small courtyard. Magic and brute force? That's for amateurs. The best thefts happen right under your nose without you ever realizing the thief has robbed you. How? Deception, Elizabeth said. The best thieves make you question your own perception. They don't always steal objects. Sometimes they steal truth. She stopped pacing to face the inspector. You're looking for missing gold, Inspector Wright. But what if the gold was never there to begin with? William felt a chill run down his spine as her meaning became clear. You're suggesting falsified records, that some of the gold reported in last year's count might have already been stolen, she finished. You said gold's gone missing over the past year. I think you need to expand your timeline. As the implications sank in, William found himself unable to do anything but return her stare. I think, Inspector, Elizabeth said, that you might have a full-blown conspiracy on your hands. William wanted to groan. Instead, he maintained his composure and asked, But to what end? That's for you to figure out, Inspector. I'm just telling you how a professional might approach an impossible theft. But the records bear the Duke's seal, William said, more to himself than to Elizabeth. Multiple officials verified the entries. I've examined the records and found nothing. Maybe someone duplicated the seal, bribed or blackmailed officials. Nothing is as secure as you believe, Inspector. She reached into her pouch and withdrew something, flicking it toward him. William caught it with a deft hand. He held his inspector's badge. When did you... he started to say before his other hand closed on the badge in his pocket, hidden there as part of his mostly ineffective disguise. I didn't, Elizabeth said, smiling at his confusion. I've never touched your badge, but I made you question whether I had. William studied the replica, understanding dawning. Deception. Exactly, she said. Question everything, Inspector, especially the things you assume are genuine. William held up the counterfeit badge, as if he meant to toss it back to her. Instead, he stuffed it into his pocket. I'm confiscating this. Elizabeth shrugged. I've got more. Now, about that offer of immunity. William took the long way to the treasury. From the start, he'd suspected more than a simple heist. But the more he considered the crime and what Elizabeth had said, the more it made sense that he'd stumbled onto a conspiracy of the highest order. Forget low-level treasury officials and the like. Only someone at the highest levels of government could pull off this sort of prolonged deception. The thought stopped him in his tracks. But what was the motivating factor? Not greed. A conspiracy of this magnitude demanded a grander purpose than mere enrichment. What then? William didn't know. What he did know was that standing idle in the street had yet to provide any answers, so he got moving, returning to the treasury with renewed purpose. He needed to re-examine the ledgers in this new light, as well as the officials who maintained them. Inside the treasury records room, he found a young scribe organizing documents. Leave everything as it is, he ordered, and bring me the treasury's seal authenticator. The scribe looked confused. Sir? The magnifying glass used to verify the authenticity of the Duke's seal, William said impatiently. Bring it here immediately. When the scribe returned with the tool, a complex lens device with enhancing crystals, William dismissed him and locked the door. He then examined the Duke's seal on each ledger from the previous year's count. Hours passed as he scrutinized each impression, looking for any inconsistency, any sign of forgery. His eyes blurred, and his back ached from bending over the documents, but he pressed on, driven by his desire to solve the case. A city bell ringing in the distance signaled the midnight hour before he finally gave up. Unable to find a single discrepancy, he slumped in his chair, dejected and unsure where to look next. A sharp knock startled him. "Inspector Wright?" Chief Inspector Bartholomew's voice called. "Are you still in there?" William stowed the authenticator away and unlocked the door. Bartholomew stepped inside, his expression stern. "You've been avoiding me, Inspector." "Not avoiding, sir," William replied, keeping his voice steady despite his despondency. "Investigating." "And has your investigation yielded any results?" Bartholomew asked, his tone hopeful. If the case remained unsolved, the chief inspector was in as much trouble as anyone else. Probably more so. William hesitated. So far, he had nothing but conjecture without evidence. Still, perhaps his superior's input might help, so he said, "I'm pursuing a promising lead." "Duke Classis is demanding progress, Wright. His council meets tomorrow, and His Grace wants answers. Promising leads are all well and fine, but I hoped you had discovered something more." "I understand, sir. I believe our thief may have compromised the Duke's seal and falsified records going back years." The statement halted whatever Bartholomew had been about to say next. After a few brief seconds of contemplation, he said, "A scheme like that could only happen if someone high up were involved." "Yes, sir? You have proof of this?" Again, William hesitated. "Well, no, sir, not yet. I need a little more time to piece things together. If this conspiracy does go to the highest levels, I remember what you said, sir, and I plan to stay as far away from deep, dark holes as I can manage." The chief inspector grunted. "See that you do. Continue your investigation. This case has too much attention on it for failure. Unfortunately, no one else has made heads or tails of it yet." Bartholomew spun around and stomped off. As the echo of his footsteps grew distant, William gathered his notes and slipped them inside his coat. He needed to find evidence, and quickly. Outside, with the night air cool against his face, the feeling that somebody was watching him settled in. He glanced over his shoulder several times, but saw nothing suspicious. Still, his instincts rarely misled him. Someone knew he was getting closer to the truth. William only wished he agreed. Chapter 3. The Truth Unfolds. William spent a restless night in his modest quarters. By dawn, he had formulated a plan, though not a very good one. The first step involved examining more treasury records, an idea so depressing that he sipped his morning coffee with little enthusiasm. He was about to head out when he heard a knock at his door. He opened it to find Captain Renard of the Duke's Guard standing there. "Apologies for disturbing you at home, Inspector Wright. There's been a development." His interest piqued. William grabbed his hat and coat, and soon the pair strode down the avenue while the captain explained. "My men apprehended a suspected forger early this morning. They found him with materials related to the Treasury investigation. I came to fetch you before we began our interrogation." "How did your men even know about him?" William asked. "Anonymous tip," the captain said. "I received a message that read, 'Look past the deception,' along with the suspect's name." William grunted, wondering why Ms. West had further involved herself. Nonetheless, he was thankful for the help. "I've no idea what the message means," Captain Renard said, "but the name checked out. When we arrived at the suspect's shop, we found him attempting to destroy evidence." "What sort of evidence?" William asked. "Papers bearing a remarkable resemblance to official Treasury documents, and something you'll want to see for yourself." Captain Renard led Inspector Wright through the winding corridors of the Ministry of Justice, down several flights of steps, and into the dimly lit detention area. The air grew damper and colder as they descended, the scent of mildew mingling with that of burning oil from the wall sconces. They stopped at a heavy iron door. The guard stationed outside straightened as they approached. Renard went straight to a table laden with scrolls and other documents. "What do you make of this, Inspector?" Renard asked, unwrapping a small cloth bundle. What he held resembled the official Duke's seal with remarkable accuracy. William examined it. A counterfeit of the ducal seal, though not a perfect one. "Good work, Captain." "My men have the rest of the evidence locked away." William nodded. "Should we see what the suspect has to say?" The guard unlocked the door. "He's been asking for water since he arrived, sir." A simple request, often denied to suspects to keep them uncomfortable. "Bring him water," William instructed. The guard looked at his captain, who nodded his confirmation. Inside the small cell, A man sat hunched on a wooden bench, his hands trembling. He was neither old nor young, perhaps 40, with thinning hair and the ink-stained fingers of a scribe. His clothes, though rumpled, were of good quality, not the attire of a common criminal, but that of a respectable tradesman. He looked up as they entered. William introduced himself and the captain. The prisoner seemed delighted to see the inspector, but less so with Captain Renard. Inspector Wright held up the seal. "Where did you get this?" The forger looked from the inspector to the captain. "I'll speak only with you, Inspector, alone, please." Renard frowned. "It's all right, Captain," William said. "I can handle this." Renard hesitated, but finally said, "Very well, but I'll remain just outside the door." Once the captain had left, William pulled a stool closer to the prisoner. "What's your name?" "Malden. Ellard Malden." He swallowed hard. "I'm a scribe by trade. I specialize in calligraphy, official documents, that sort of thing." "And unofficial documents, it seems," William added, his tone measured but firm. He tossed the fake seal onto the table. Specifically, forgeries bearing the ducal seal. Ellard shuttered his eyes and sighed. "Yes, though not by choice, Inspector. You must believe me." William leaned forward. "Tell me everything, Mr. Malden, beginning with who commissioned these forgeries." The door opened to admit the guard, who delivered a cup of water. Malden drank gratefully before continuing. "I never dealt directly with the true client," he began, his voice steadier now. 2 years ago, an intermediary named Corvus approached me, well-spoken, expensively dressed. He said his employer needed certain treasury disbursement requests altered. Altered how? Numbers changed to larger values. Ellard wrung his hands before him. "I refused at first. Forging the Duke's seal is treason, but Corvus made it clear that refusal wasn't an option." "He threatened you?" "Not in so many words. Corvus mentioned my sister's children in Westbridge. How unfortunate if they had a mishap." Ellard's voice cracked. "What choice did I have?" William nodded but pressed on. "Who is Corvus? Who does he work for?" He never said, but once, when he was particularly impatient, he let slip something about his master's displeasure at a delayed shipment. "Shipment? What shipment?" Ellard shook his head. "I don't know. I only forged the documents they brought me. Treasury records, mostly. Occasionally, I authenticated diplomatic papers regarding payments to Vrana." William's interest sharpened at the mention of their neighboring fiefdom. "Did you see what these diplomatic papers contained?" "Not in detail. As I said, I merely authenticated those types of documents with the forged seal." Malden glanced up, his expression fearful. "You don't understand the danger, Inspector. These people are powerful. When I spotted the guards outside my shop, I tried to destroy everything because I knew the consequences if I didn't." "Or did you destroy them because you feared we had discovered your involvement?" "No, you have to believe me, Inspector." "I want to, sir. But I need a name. Someone else to pin this on, or you'll go down for all of it." The scribe shook his head. "I told you, I only interacted with Corvus." Malden reached out to clutch William's arm with surprising strength. "But whoever it is, if he discovers I've spoken to you, neither of us will live to see tomorrow." "You're under ministry protection," William said, though he wasn't entirely convinced that mattered. He didn't doubt Mr. Malden when he said his employer was powerful. But power didn't exempt one from the Duke's law, so the inspector asked with renewed firmness, "What else can you tell me about these forgeries? How many documents did they bring to you?" "Dozens. Treasury records, diplomatic authorizations, shipment manifests." Malden released William's arm. "Corvus brought me the latest batch a week ago. Documents concerning Vranan military supplies." William frowned. "Vrana is supplying us with military equipment?" "No, Inspector." Ellard shook his head. "The manifest detailed shipments to Vrana, not from it. Along with the military equipment, massive payments for something called Project Nightfall." William's mind raced. Why send military equipment to Vrana? And why all the deception and secrecy? Ellard took another drink. The documents I forged bypassed normal authorization channels. No Duke's Council signatures and no Treasurer's approval. William placed the fake seal in his pocket and stood. Where can I find Corvus? I don't usually find him. He finds me. He comes to my shop every 3 days to pick up documents or to check in. In fact, he's due to arrive this afternoon. If I'm not there, he'll know something is wrong. William knew there was no time to lose then, but he had one more question. Did you ever forge any books or journals? Ellard shook his head. Corvus dropped off sheets of parchment mostly, never an entire book. As Ellard sank into his seat, Inspector Wright left the room. Outside, Captain Renard waited alone. Well? Renard asked. I need Mr. Malden moved to a secure location immediately, William said. Somewhere only you and I know about. You think his life is in danger? I don't know, William said. But better safe than sorry. We may have uncovered a conspiracy that reaches as high as the Duke's Council for all I know. Renard studied William, conflict evident in his eyes. Finally he nodded. I know a place that will work. Few know of it. He paused. If what you're suggesting is true, Inspector, we're entering dangerous territory. We're already there, Captain. William glanced at the cell door. Have the prisoner moved quietly and as soon as possible. Consider it done. Where are you off to? Mr. Malden mentioned another person. A middleman of sorts. I believe that if I can find and apprehend him, I might establish a connection to the ringleader of this operation. Need any help? The captain asked. I'm pretty handy with a sword. More than handy, I imagine, William said. I'll welcome any help I can get. Then let's get to it, shall we? Where do we look first? I'll fill you in on the way. If Mr. Malden is correct, we haven't a moment to lose. Once Renard gave orders to have the prisoner moved, the inspector and the captain hurried into the city. They had a man to catch. Chapter 4. The Middleman. The brass bell above the door to Ellard's shop sang a treacherous melody as Corvus slipped inside, his silhouette framed against the misty street lamps before the door closed behind him. Inspector Wright sat at the scribe's counter, the single dim lantern that cast the shop in amber shadows hiding his face. As Corvus sauntered down a lane lined with oak bookcases on either wall, William shifted so the proprietor's stool beneath him creaked, the sound almost lost amid the gentle ticking of the brass timepiece on the wall. William had long adjusted to the layers of shadow blanketing the shop, so he watched in silence as Corvus approached, his leather boots striking the ancient floorboards with the hollow, rhythmic taps of a man unhurried by, and therefore unaware of, William's deception. By the time Corvus sensed something amiss, he'd missed his chance to do anything about it. "Evening, Mr. Corvus," Inspector Wright said, his voice cutting through the silence. He remained seated, one hand visible on the countertop, the other resting on the hilt of the sword at his belt. Corvus froze, his keen senses piercing the gloom to find the inspector's face. "Who the hell are you? Where's Malden?" Inspector Wright stood, his movements measured and deliberate. The dim lantern caught the polished silver emblem of the inspector's badge pinned to his coat. "I understand you like to threaten people." Corvus's gaze darted about, assessing his options. "I don't know what this is about, but you've got the wrong man." "I think not." Corvus's hand drifted beneath his coat, where William suspected he concealed a weapon. "Hands where I can see them. Don't make this any worse than it already is, Mr. Corvus." Hand still stuffed into his coat, Corvus spun around, making a play for the door, but he stopped short when Captain Renard appeared on the other side of the dirty panes. Indecision quickly gave way to action. Corvus lunged forward, turning the bolt and locking it. When he spun around, he had his lips pulled back in a wolf's snarl. "Looks like it's just you and me, Inspector." William's hand tightened around his sword hilt as he rounded the counter. "I've dealt with worse than you." Corvus barked a laugh, sharp and mirthless. "Have you now?" A slender dagger with an ebony handle and a wicked curve appeared in Corvus's hand so quickly it seemed to materialize from thin air. William drew his blade, a serviceable short sword with a plain crossguard. "You think you've got it all figured out, don't you?" Corvus sneered. Found out about Malden. Locked him up, I'll guess. But he ain't talking, is he? He knows better. Doesn't matter anyway. He only saw what we wanted him to see. He doesn't know anything. Outside, Renard hammered at the door, the wood splintering around its hinges. Right! Open up! Corvus lunged without warning, his knife arcing toward William's ribs. The inspector sidestepped, parrying with the flat of his blade. Steel kissed steel with a high, singing note that echoed through the shop. You should have minded your own business, Corvus hissed, pivoting for another strike. My employer has eyes in every shadow in this city. When I tell him what you've done, he'll send men far worse than me to finish it, starting with you. This time, he feinted left, before slashing right. William caught the movement a heartbeat too late, feeling the knife slice through his coat sleeve. Pain blossomed along his forearm, but he knew the blade cut shallow, more insult than injury. William countered with a thrust that forced Corvus back against a bookcase. Leather-bound volumes tumbled to the floor as Corvus scrambled sideways, sending an inkwell crashing so that midnight blue liquid spattered across the floorboards. You're better than most lawmen, Corvus acknowledged, circling. But I've been dancing with blades longer than you've been alive. William heard Renard's shoulder hitting the door, the wood splintering, and soon, glass shattering. A distraction Corvus tried to use to his advantage, striking with his knife. But William shifted his weight to his back foot, allowing the knife to slice harmlessly through the air. Before Corvus recovered his balance, William brought the pommel of his sword down hard on Corvus's extended wrist. Bone cracked. Corvus howled, the knife clattering to the floor. William kicked it away, sending it spinning under a cabinet. But Corvus wasn't finished. With his uninjured hand, he drew another blade, this one smaller, but just as deadly. He slashed, backing William toward the counter. I should have slit your throat the moment I walked in, Corvus snarled, his expression contorted with rage and pain. William had a pithy quip ready, but he was too busy avoiding getting killed to utter it. The next exchange happened in heartbeats. Corvus lunged forward with reckless abandon. William twisted aside, but his boot slipped in the spilled ink. Off balance, he brought his sword up too slowly to block Corvus's strike. The small blade caught him across the cheek, a line of fire that welled with blood. William staggered against the counter, knocking over the lantern. It clattered to the floor but remained lit, casting wild, dancing shadows across the walls. Corvus pressed his advantage, bearing down on the stunned inspector. Their faces were inches apart, William's sword trapped between them. By the time your man makes it inside, you'll be dead, Corvus whispered, his breath hot upon William's face. And I'll be long gone. William didn't waste his breath on a reply. Instead, he drove his knee upward with brutal force. Corvus doubled over with a strangled gasp. William brought his elbow down on the back of Corvus's neck, sending him sprawling across the ink-stained floor. Before he rose, he positioned the tip of his sword above Corvus's throat. Blood from the inspector's cheek dripped onto the blade, tracking down the steel in crimson rivulets. It's over, William said, his breathing ragged but his hand steady. Behind him, the door exploded inward with a deafening crack, and in rushed Captain Renard. Took you long enough, William remarked dryly, not taking his attention from Corvus. Renard's chuckle rumbled with relief. You appear to have the situation in hand. Together, they hauled Corvus to his knees. Renard clamped iron manacles around his wrists, not caring at all that one swelled from the break. Corvus spat at William's feet, a mixture of blood and saliva. This isn't over, Inspector. William wiped the blood from his cheek with his sleeve. For you, it is. But it'll go easier for you if you give up your contact. We know all about the treasury heist, the forged documents, all of it. I'll tell you nothing, Corvus said. Inspector Wright paused, remembering something Corvus had said. On the contrary, I believe you've told me everything. Renard lifted Corvus to his feet. Meaning? The captain asked. Meaning, I think I've solved the case. Bullshat, Corvus spat. I didn't tell you anything. You don't know a damn thing, lawman. Inspector Wright grinned as Captain Renard led their prisoner away. About to follow, he paused to survey the devastation of Ellard's shop. Overturned inkwells, scattered manuscripts, and broken quills littered the floor. The scribe had his own charges to face, so he wouldn't get the chance to repair the damage. But William recorded a mental note to ensure his family received compensation from the city coffers. "Coming, Inspector," Renard called from outside. William touched the cut on his cheek, feeling the sting of it. "Right behind you." Chapter 5. Case Closed. William and Captain Renard delivered Corvus to central booking at the Ministry of Justice, where the prisoner's broken wrist earned him a sneer from the duty officer rather than sympathy. Once the processing clerks took charge, Renard clapped William on the shoulder. "You fought well today, Inspector. Get that cheek looked at." "I will, Captain. I appreciate your help." "Of course," Renard said. "About the case? You said you solved it? Care to share any details?" "In due time, Captain. First, I need to gather my wits. I'll need to present my findings to my superior before all others." Renard nodded, then excused himself. William watched him disappear down the ministry's front steps, then headed upstairs. The cut on his cheek stung, and the shallow wound on his forearm throbbed beneath his coat sleeve, but neither concerned him as much as the knot forming in his gut. He locked his office, a cramped, musty room on the ministry's second floor, and spread his notes across the desk. The city bells had not yet rung the 5th hour, but already the light through his narrow window had taken on the amber cast of early evening. Gathering his wits was one thing, but he needed to review everything he knew about the case as well. More importantly, he needed to determine if his theory proved sound. One wrong accusation, and he might find himself sharing a cell alongside those he'd already arrested. So, he started with what he knew and worked outward. Ellard Malden, forger, coerced into falsifying Treasury disbursement requests, diplomatic authorizations, and shipment manifests. His only contact was Corvus, an intermediary who delivered instructions and collected the finished forgeries. Malden's documents included papers authorizing military shipments and payments to Vrana, all bypassing approval by the Duke's Council, under the name Project Nightfall. Above them both, the architect, someone with the resources and reach to orchestrate a years-long theft from the Duke's treasury without detection. William drew his notebook closer. With a lead point sharpened and ready, he wrote 4 requirements in a column. Knowledge of the Treasury's auditing schedule, access to diplomatic channels, authority to bypass ducal council oversight, an intelligence network capable of managing operatives and, presumably, eliminating threats. He set the writing point down and studied the list. The auditing schedule narrowed the field. Treasury officials knew it, but none possessed diplomatic reach or military connections. Members of the Duke's Council had authority, but lacked the operational infrastructure to manage subordinates like Corvus. The spies, the couriers, the enforcers. The military maintained its own chain of command, separate from both the Treasury and the diplomatic corps. Only one office in Alchester met all 4 requirements. William leaned back in his chair and stared at the ceiling. He didn't want to follow this thread. Bartholomew's warning echoed in his mind. Make sure you don't follow the clues into such a deep, dark hole that you can't get out. But the evidence kept pointing in the same direction. Corvus's words from the fight surfaced again, unbidden. "My employer has eyes in every shadow in this city." At the time, William had been too busy trying to stay alive to dwell on it. But afterwards, and now in the quiet of his office, the phrase gnawed at him. He'd heard similar language spoken in ministry corridors by men who'd had dealings with the Duke's spymaster. Lord Duncastle cultivated that reputation deliberately. His network reached into every guild, every garrison, every back alley in Alchester. If anyone could manage an operation of this scope while keeping his hands clean, it was him. Then there was the matter of the diplomatic forgeries. Malden described papers authorizing shipments to Vrana, military equipment and payments that bypassed normal council approval. Duncastle maintained Calendor's foreign intelligence operations. He alone possessed established channels to Vrana that existed outside the scrutiny of the ducal council. William wrote a single name beneath the 4 requirements: Duncastle. He stared at it until the ink dried, then closed the notebook. He had no proof. Nothing substantial enough to survive the Council of Magistrates' scrutiny. But he had a theory built on evidence, and theories had a way of shaking loose the truth when applied to the right person at the right time. But how to proceed? He considered different options, always coming back to the one that made his role in this case unique. The Duke had personally requested him. Also, Duke Classis was the only person in Calendor who outranked Lord Duncastle. That gave William at least 2 reasons to contact the Duke directly. But how to discreetly get this information to his grace? Going through Bartholomew risked word reaching Duncastle before William ever set foot in the East Tower. If the Spy Master's network had eyes everywhere, even the Ministry might not be safe from his scrutiny. William needed a direct audience with Duke Classis, and he needed it soon, before Duncastle had the opportunity to learn what Malden and Corvus had revealed, and take steps to bury it. William drafted a message on Ministry letterhead, keeping the language formal, but urgent. I respectfully request an immediate audience with His Grace regarding findings of critical importance to the Treasury investigation. The matter is of the highest sensitivity and warrants His Grace's personal attention at the earliest opportunity. He signed and sealed it, summoned a ministry courier, and sent it to the palace with instructions to deliver it directly to the Lord Chamberlain's office. Then he waited. City bells marked the 6th hour, the 7th. Silence overtook the corridor outside his office as the ministry's day staff departed. William cleaned and bandaged the cut on his forearm, then dabbed at the wound on his cheek with a damp cloth. He rehearsed his presentation in his head, building the case piece by piece, the forgeries, the diplomatic connections, the auditing knowledge, the intelligence network, each point narrowing the field until only one suspect remained. The knock came after the 8th bell. A courier, a palace runner in the Duke's livery, delivered a sealed reply. William broke the wax and read, His Grace will receive Inspector Wright at the East Tower this evening. Present yourself to Lord Chamberlain Prestwick upon arrival. William tucked the message into his coat and reached for his hat. The evening had become cool by the time he stepped out of the ministry and into the street, but the chill suited his mood. He strode with purpose through the administrative quarter, past the columned facades of guild halls shuttered for the night, his footsteps sharp upon the cobblestones. The massive double doors to the East Tower stood open when he arrived, flanked by guards whose torchlight cast long shadows across the entrance. William straightened his coat, checked that the counterfeit seal remained in his pocket, and stepped inside. Lord Chamberlain Prestwick awaited him in the antechamber, his ancient face a mask of disapproval. Inspector Wright, this irregular request has caused quite the disturbance. My apologies, Lord Chamberlain, but the matter couldn't wait. The old man's gaze narrowed. The Duke will see you, but not alone. Lord Duncastle is already in attendance. William made his expression stone. I see. He followed the Chamberlain through corridors, adorned with tapestries depicting the fiefdom's glorious history. Ducal guards lined the passage, their ceremonial armor gleaming in the afternoon light. At last, they reached the Duke's private study, a circular room dominated by a massive desk carved from a single piece of ancient oak. Duke Classis looked up from his papers as they entered. Despite approaching 50, the Duke remained imposing, broad-shouldered, with a thick salt-and-pepper beard and piercing blue eyes that looked straight through pretense. Lord Duncastle stood beside him, his lean frame poised with calculated casualness. Inspector Wright, the Duke said, his voice resonant, I understand you have urgent news regarding the Treasury investigation. William bowed. Yes, Your Grace. I believe I've uncovered the truth behind the missing gold. Excellent. Lord Duncastle is here at his own request. You can, of course, say anything you intend to say to me in front of him. William glanced at the spy master, whose features remained unreadable. Please proceed, Inspector, Lord Duncastle instructed. William drew a steadying breath. Your Grace, my investigation has revealed the perpetrator did not steal the gold in the conventional sense. Rather, they falsified treasury records to cover up otherwise legitimate disbursements. Classis frowned. Falsified? How? Through forged documents bearing a counterfeit of Your Grace's seal. William placed the counterfeit seal on the Duke's desk for his inspection. Lord Duncastle looked on, impassive. As you know, Your Grace. When Treasury officials performed this year's annual audit, they revealed a discrepancy of 152 dukes' weight in gold. Initially, I suspected a single heist, but I quickly discounted that notion when I learned every allotment had come up short. Whoever took the gold did so over many months, even years, always removing a certain sum after officials performed each regular monthly audit. "This is all fascinating, Inspector," Lord Duncastle said. "But who did this?" "I'm getting to that, my lord, if you will indulge me a little longer." Duke Classis waved for him to proceed. Master Banker Ambrose first suspected the theft when his staff performed the annual audit of the vault's entire contents. However, the discrepancy only surfaced because he directed his staff to begin the annual audit 3 days early. If he had ordered it done as originally scheduled, I believe the theft would have gone unnoticed this time and remain undetected for at least another year. The Duke looked confused. "What is the significance of the 3 days, Inspector?" "It is my belief, Your Grace, that besides falsifying individual records, the perpetrator also falsified the entire Treasury record-keeping book. The Golden Book, as they call it inside Treasury ranks." "That's preposterous," Lord Duncastle said. "That book is as old as Calendor, worn in ways no forger could hope to duplicate. Not to mention, officials keep the book under lock and key without exception." "I have to agree, Inspector," Duke Classis added. "What proof do you have of this?" Inspector Wright folded his hands in front of him. "Only a hint from a condemned man, Your Grace. But it's the only explanation that makes sense. We know the perpetrator stole money from each allotment in sync with the monthly audits, but this was not a theft by the usual definition. Given the meticulous record-keeping and checks and balances put in place by the Treasury, it's impossible to move any amount of gold out of the vault that isn't meant to leave. When the Treasury receives a writ of disbursement, an official counts and weighs the requested sum, then another official counts it again before it leaves the vault. Discrepancies rarely survive such a process. I therefore believe the Treasury officials performed their duty admirably, fulfilling each writ exactly as intended." "Yet funds are missing from the vault, are they not?" Lord Duncastle asked. "Yes, my lord," William said. "I believe we are dealing with 2 copies of the official record, one legitimate and the other a shadow copy." Duke Classis's fixed stare told him to explain in more detail. "In the case of an illegal disbursement, the perpetrator intercepts a legitimate disbursement writ, forges a new writ with an inflated sum, say 520 crowns instead of the original 500, then passes that on to the Treasury in place of the official document, whereupon an agent disburses 520 crowns as requested. But again, the perpetrator intervenes, intercepting the disbursement before it reaches its intended destination, pocketing the 20 crowns before passing off the rest to the legitimate requester. From the Treasury's perspective, all is as it should be, with the requested 500 crowns going to the appropriate party exactly as intended." "But what about the inflated writ?" Duke Classis asked. "The Treasury retains that as a record." "Yes, Your Grace. That's why the perpetrator makes sure to replace the forged document with the original. I scoured the records, looking for forgeries of the Duke's seal. I found none, indicating the perpetrator had removed those records." Duke Classis leaned away and lifted a hand to his chin. "What about the book?" "I believe a year ago the perpetrator circumvented discovery during the annual audit by replacing the entire journal with a forgery that accurately reflected the contents of the vault minus the amount pilfered at regular intervals. So, in my simple example, the shadow journal shows a transaction of 520 crowns instead of the legitimate request for 500. Unknowingly using the shadow journal, the Treasury's auditors never realized that a theft had occurred. However, the scheme didn't work this time because officials started the audit before the perpetrator replaced the book with the shadow copy. If not for Master Banker Ambrose's unintended initiative, we may never have known about the theft." "Who did this, Inspector?" Duke Classis asked, straightening and leaning forward. "Give me a name." "I have several, Your Grace. First, there's Ellard Malden, who stands accused of forgery. Then there's Corvus, whom Mr. Malden named as a co-conspirator, and the person who coerced him under threat to take part in the scheme. Last, there is the individual in charge, who gave Corvus and many others their orders. William let his gaze fall on Lord Duncastle. I wonder about something, my lord. You haven't involved yourself in the investigation until now, yet you felt the need to come here this evening. Why is that? Lord Duncastle tilted his head in confusion. An abrupt knock interrupted whatever he was about to say. "Enter!" Duke Classis shouted. In strode Captain Renard, who bowed low. When he rose, his gaze darted to Inspector Wright before returning to his liege. William did not like the worry he saw there one bit. "Apologies for the interruption, Your Grace. I have news pertinent to the inspector's investigation that can't wait." "What is it, Captain?" Inspector Wright asked. "The men we had in custody, Inspector. We were moving them and I'm sorry to say they are both dead. The assassins struck from the shadows. My men didn't know they were under attack until it was too late. I'm very sorry, Inspector." William's attention shot to Lord Duncastle. The spy master's expression remained muted, though William thought he saw the slightest smirk on his lips as he returned the inspector's stare. "Did you apprehend the assassins, Captain?" Duke Classis asked. "No, Your Grace. Though my men scour the city, I am not hopeful we will find them." "That is unfortunate, Captain Renard," Lord Duncastle said. "If I can be of any assistance, you need only ask." Captain Renard nodded. "Inspector Wright, congratulations on apprehending those responsible, though it's a pity they won't stand trial for their misdeeds. Did they provide anything else of value before their unfortunate demise? Did they name anyone else?" William ground his teeth but said, "No, my lord." Duke Classis stood. "You mentioned someone in charge. Surely he is responsible for the deaths of the other two." "I agree, Your Grace," Lord Duncastle said. "That's why I offer my full resources to help find this person. In fact, with your permission, I will oversee the investigation personally." Of course," the Duke said. "No one is better equipped than you, Duncastle." "Indeed, Your Highness." Duke Classis strode around his desk. "Now, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I have other matters to attend to. Nice work, Inspector Wright. If only you recovered the gold, too." "I will continue to try, Your Grace," William said. "But like the assassins, it may be out of our reach, at least for now." Captain Renard similarly excused himself, leaving William and Lord Duncastle alone. William stood with fists clenched at his sides. The thin smile never left Lord Duncastle's lips. "I commend your persistence, Inspector," the spy master said, "and congratulate you on bringing this matter to a swift conclusion. Pity the gold is beyond recovery." William clenched his fists tighter. He'd arrived at the audience already suspecting Duncastle. Now he aimed to confirm it. He knew how to run an interrogation, and sometimes the best approach was to bait the suspect into revealing himself. "I'll admit something, my lord. In all my time at the ministry, I've never encountered an operation this sophisticated. The forged seal, the shadow ledger, the auditing schedule. Whoever designed this understood the Treasury's procedures better than the Treasury officials themselves. That level of institutional knowledge doesn't come from a forger or a middleman. It comes from someone who built the systems in the first place." William unclenched his fists and met the spy master's gaze. "I'd almost admire what you've done here, if not for the two dead men." Lord Duncastle studied him with what might have been amusement. "I'm curious, Inspector. What led you to me?" "You do not even deny your involvement?" "I've admitted to nothing. Besides, you have no real evidence." William's fists clenched again. Only one office in Alchester commands all 4 requirements needed to perpetrate this scheme. Yours. "Circumstantial," Duncastle said, though his fading smile suggested he found the reasoning more compelling than he cared to admit. "Your man Corvus mentioned something during our encounter. He said his employer had eyes in every shadow in this city. A curious turn of phrase, my lord. One your office has cultivated as something of a reputation." Duncastle sneered. Corvus always did talk too much. Still, a boast from a desperate criminal, a dead criminal, I should add, is hardly evidence. "What about the assassins, my lord? If I find them—" "I am now in charge of this investigation, Inspector, and unlike before, I intend to keep a close eye on you." My men will lead the search. If they find any leads, they may, at my discretion, involve the Ministry of Justice." Lord Duncastle fell silent, letting that sink in. "But until then, Inspector Wright, take the victory. You have the Duke's favor. You've solved your crime by bringing the perpetrators to justice." "Murder is not justice, sir." Lord Duncastle shrugged. "Still, it brings a certain finality to the situation, doesn't it?" "Give me one reason I shouldn't take this matter to my superiors." "Only one?" Lord Duncastle smirked. "I'll give you several. First, you value your career, or you should. Continuing to pursue this matter when I forbid it will not go well for you with the Council of Magistrates. Second, you do not wish to make an enemy of me, Inspector. In the end, your investigation caused no actual harm. An inconvenience, perhaps, but nothing my office can't correct. Disbursements from the Treasury will need to stop, of course, but there are other ways to ensure my plans come to fruition. You've caused a delay, nothing more." "Project Nightfall?" William asked. "What is it? Why the disbursements and shipments to Vrana? Are you trying to start a war?" "Pfft," Lord Duncastle said. "The exact opposite, in fact. In time, perhaps you'll understand. But for now, this meeting is over, Inspector. I bid you a good day." Lord Duncastle brushed past William, leaving before the inspector could utter another word. William stared at the empty room, shaking his head and finally sighing. He knew he should take Lord Duncastle's advice and back off. Unfortunately, that wasn't in his nature. The Duke had charged him with solving a crime and bringing the perpetrators to justice. Instead, he'd gotten 2 people killed, and the mastermind behind it all had walked free. He couldn't change any of that right now, but neither could he stop, as Lord Duncastle had advised. William didn't come from a long line of investigators. He chose this life because he wanted to make a difference. Above all else, reveal the truth, the inspector's mantra. Words he'd considered often, though he didn't think he truly understood their meaning until now. The truth demanded more of him. The truth demanded that he act. Slow at first, the wheels in his mind soon quickened. Pursuing the assassin seemed his best strategy. He had little experience in that area, so he might need to bring in an expert, not someone in the Ministry of Justice. Lord Duncastle's scrutiny made that impossible. He'd have to venture outside. A rogue operation required a rogue operative. Finding the right person might take some effort, but with Duncastle occupied with covering his tracks, he had room to breathe. William took a last look around the Duke's study. He hoped to have better news when he next stood here. Spinning around, he marched out. He had work to do. The Malefang Horn's Omen. The temple sat tucked in a crevice of jagged rock, half buried in the shadows of the Black Hills. Centuries of wind and rain had carved the surrounding granite into twisted spires that rose like broken teeth against a gray sky. The temple itself emerged from the bedrock. Its builders had hollowed out the mountain rather than building upon it. A single cracked pillar marked the entrance. Strange symbols spiraled up its surface, almost scoured away by the elements, their meaning lost to all but the most devoted scholars of forbidden lore. The doorway beyond opened into darkness, its threshold worn smooth by countless footsteps, though none had passed this way in decades. Where other ruins might show green moss or lichen, this rock remained cold and bare. Nothing stirred here, no creatures, no breeze, no sound save the occasional crack of settling bedrock. Darkness filled every hollow, untouched by light for generations. Few dared approach, and those who stumbled upon it moved on without lingering. But here, in this darkest of places, the Jackery tread. The ancient temple predated their order, yet they embraced this place of holy darkness, claiming it as their own. Inside, Onias kneeled before the temple's altar, his head bowed in silent prayer. The chamber stretched into darkness above, its vaulted ceiling lost in writhing shadows that pulsed with their own malevolent life. Flickering sconces lined the walls at irregular intervals, their flames burning an unsettling shade of blue-white, casting wavering shadows across the room. The light revealed intricate carvings etched deep into the rock, scenes of supplication and sacrifice that told of some dark god's twisted gospel. The altar dominated the chamber's heart. Carved from a single block of obsidian, its surface bore the stains of countless rituals, dark patches that no amount of cleaning could ever fully erase. Carved channels ran along its edges, leading to small bowls at each corner, receptacles that had once caught offerings long dried to rust-colored residue. At the altar's center rested a tome bound in black leather, its sacred pages filled with cryptic symbols. The book emanated a subtle aura, causing the air around it to shimmer like heat rising from summer stone. Silver clasps, green with age, held the tome closed, their surfaces etched with protective wards that pulsed in rhythm with some unseen heartbeat. Behind the altar, the chamber wall bore a massive relief depicting the temple's forgotten god in all his primordial glory. Inhuman and terrible, ancient craftsmen had carved the figure's features with such skill that the pictograph seemed to breathe in the flickering light. Whatever deity once commanded worship here, not even Onias knew for sure, had possessed power enough to inspire this magnificent temple, yet obscure enough that time had abolished its name from history. The Jackery had their own god, the Dark One, who needed no such grandeur, though the place served. Onias's voice, filled with intensity, rose from the silence. "Great Lord of the Void, hear my prayer. Your awakening draws near. Grant me the strength to guide your children to glory. Let the world tremble before your return." He fell silent, waiting for the familiar icy whisper that had guided him since boyhood. The Dark One's voice, distant and ancient, often stirred from the depths. But tonight, no whisper broke the silence. Onias frowned. On the verge of the cult's greatest moment, he could not afford to doubt. He had meticulously orchestrated every move, building a network of allies, spies, and assassins across the continent. After years of patience, he had gathered what he needed for the final ritual, a relic many thought lost. The Malefang horn. The great library of Theron once held the relic in its deepest vaults, its scholars understanding only its archaeological value, despite legends claiming wizards had stolen great power when they severed the horn from the head of the shadow dragon, Malefang. Only Onias believed the stories, pursuing the horn for years, so that now, at last, it was within his reach. He rose from his knees, the robes of his office rustling as he moved. His fingers brushed the altar's cold surface before he turned toward the chamber's far side, where a door led to the sanctum of the cult's most devoted followers. The air hung thick with the scent of incense and melting candle wax, both familiar and comforting. As he approached, the door groaned open, revealing a young acolyte, Alaric, waiting beyond. Alaric's wide eyes shone with reverence, though a nervous air surrounded him. "High Priest," he said, bowing low, "your agent has delivered the Malefang horn. The holy relic awaits you in the ritual chamber." Onias suppressed the excitement that threatened to crack his calm exterior. "Good. Prepare the others. The time is upon us." He held Alaric's gaze a moment longer than necessary, long enough to watch the acolyte's eager expression falter. "And, Alaric, speak of what was brought here to no one, not a word. Do you understand?" Alaric's knowledge of the horn presented a liability, one that Onias would need to deal with in due time. For now, his silence guaranteed his life, but only for now. Alaric swallowed. "Of course, High Priest." He turned to leave, but hesitated at the door. "There is something else, High Priest." Onias focused his stony gaze on the boy, his voice steady but edged. "Speak." "There's a woman," Alaric stammered. "She claims to hear the Dark One's voice. She seeks an audience with you." Onias arched an eyebrow. "I gave no orders to bring outsiders here." Alaric shifted. "She found her way to the temple on her own. She said a vision drew her here." Onias felt a flicker of unease, but curiosity overpowered it. Few ventured close to the Black Hills, and even fewer survived the treacherous journey to the temple. If this woman reached the gates on her own, she had luck or some other power on her side. "Bring her to me," Onias commanded. Alaric bowed once more and rushed away, leaving Onias alone with his thoughts. He returned to the altar, his fingers tracing the symbols carved into the surface. Visions were uncommon but not unheard of among the cult. Even outsiders sometimes experienced them. But what did the woman see that drew her here, of all places? The Dark One communicated in strange and unpredictable ways, Onias knew. Sometimes his influence touched even those outside the faithful. A few minutes later, the chamber doors opened again. Alaric entered, followed by a woman cloaked in tattered robes. She kept her head low as she approached, though Onias felt her stare upon him. "Leave us," Onias said. He waited until the door shut behind Alaric before he said, "You are bold, seeking an audience in a place not meant for you." The woman raised her head, her face partially hidden by the hood of her cloak. Still, Onias noticed a hint of pale skin and short platinum blonde hair that caught the light like spun silver. Her features were dainty, yet possessed a strength that spoke of an iron will beneath delicate beauty, high cheekbones and a stern mouth that seemed carved for delivering harsh judgments. Her icy blue eyes gleamed with unusual brightness, their depths suggesting she had gazed into abysses that others found terrifying. Despite her slight stature, she barely reached his shoulder. Something about her radiated command, and her mere presence made the chamber feel smaller. Beneath her travel-stained cloak, he caught glimpses of a tattered, rain-dyed tunic, yet also the glint of bronzed jewelry around her neck, pieces that signified wealth, position, and mysterious origins. When she spoke, her soft voice carried the weight of something ancient, each word precisely chosen and delivered with quiet authority. "I was drawn here, not of my will, but by his." Onias found her composure unsettling. She stood in this forbidden place as if she belonged here, showing neither fear nor reverence for the ancient powers that saturated these walls. Yet if the Dark One had guided her to this temple, then he had chosen his vessel well. Suppressing a chill, Onias asked, "The Dark One speaks to you." "I have seen his prison," she said. "I have felt the cracks forming. His chains weaken, but some would see your work undone before the ritual is complete." Onias stiffened. She spoke of the prison with an intimacy that few possessed. "What do you mean? Who threatens us?" She stepped closer, her gaze never leaving his. "There are those within your sect who question your leadership. They whisper in the shadows, conspiring to seize what you have built." Onias's hand tightened into a fist. "Names. Give me their names." The woman affected a slow, knowing smile. "You already know who they are." Onias's mind raced. While he had always known of the dissent simmering beneath the surface of his carefully crafted order, he had never let it concern him because his control remained absolute. But if those same individuals conspired to undermine the ritual, then their dissatisfaction had become something far more dangerous. "Why come to me?" he asked. "What do you gain from this?" "I seek the same thing you do," she replied. "The end of all things. The Dark One's return will be glorious, but only if you lead us there." Onias studied her, her words settling in his mind. He had dedicated years to bringing the Jackery to this point, sacrificing everything for the Dark One's return. If traitors had infiltrated their ranks, he meant to expose them. No one must stand in his way. He stepped toward the woman, towering over her cloaked figure. "If you speak the truth, I will reward you beyond measure." The woman's smile never wavered. "I seek no reward. Fulfilling the Dark One's will is enough." Onias nodded slowly. "Very well. Stay here. I will see to this myself." The woman bowed her head, but as Onias turned to leave, her voice sounded again, soft and filled with warning. "Be careful, High Priest. The shadows you command may one day rise against you." Onias paused, gripping the edge of the door. His glance found her, half hidden in the shadows. "Then they will learn what it means to defy me," he said, and with that he left her standing alone in the darkness. The ritual, with the Malefang horn as its centerpiece, serving him and him alone, would proceed as planned. His loyal followers would purge any traitors, and when the time came, Onias planned to stand by the Dark One's side as the world descended into eternal night. Nothing could stop him, not even the shadows. The Sorcerer Hunter. Jarek Blackwell, Sorcerer Hunter, inhaled deeply, savoring the familiar scent of sand, salt, and whiskey, the essence of Hollow Bay and, tonight, his hunting ground. The sun hung low over the Steel Islands, casting an orange glow that transformed the island chain's jagged rock formations into haunting silhouettes beyond the tavern's salt-crusted windows. Leaning against the rough-hewn bar of the Rusty Spike, he observed the rowdy mix of sailors, mercenaries, and the occasional sorcerer hiding in plain sight. Rough wooden planks creaked underfoot as patrons jostled for space, their voices rising and falling like the relentless waves battering the nearby cliffs. Glowing lanterns pulsed with warm light, illuminating the myriad faces etched with stories of countless sea voyages and treacherous deals. In this gritty underbelly, Jarek felt the thrill of the hunt coursing through his veins, aware that every shadow hid a threat and every smile concealed a dagger. But this was the life he chose, so why have it any other way? The Steel Islands had earned a reputation as a sanctuary for those who lived outside the law. Pirates counted their treasure in hidden coves, smugglers moved their contraband through moonlit channels, and mercenaries sold their services to the highest bidder. Governor Harwick ruled from his mansion overlooking the harbor, but his authority extended only as far as his bribes reached. The real power belonged to those with the sharpest blades, the quickest wits, and the deepest purses. The Rusty Spike served as an unofficial marketplace for those in Jarek's line of work. Information flowed as freely as the ale, and contracts changed hands with subtle nods and coded phrases. Tonight, the atmosphere crackled with tension. Word had spread that the Sorcerers' League offered unprecedented bounties for certain rogue practitioners who had dared to steal what wasn't rightfully theirs. In Jarek's mind, the opportunity and the reward were too good to pass up. Jarek never considered himself a man of moral ambiguity. Rather, he was a pragmatist. His business required it. Each contract he accepted brought its own challenges and tribulations, but they also filled his pockets. The League paid a premium for the life force energy he harvested, using the stolen energy to fuel their arcane experiments and maintain their stranglehold on magical knowledge. On the surface, this time, was no different. As always, he sought the life force of a practitioner of magic. Not always full-ranking wizards, sometimes the mark was merely an individual with magical potential, significant enough to attract the wrong kind of attention. Over the years, their names and faces blurred until Jarek hardly remembered the details beyond 3 or 4 past commissions. But before taking those jobs, he never knew the targets, so how was he supposed to remember them? But damn if he didn't know this one, knew him, and once considered him a friend. A memory surfaced unbidden, Vargan laughing as they shared a bottle of stolen wine aboard a captured smuggler's vessel, each barely 20 and flush with their first successful hunt together. They had been partners then before Vargan's ambition consumed him like a slow-acting poison. As Jarek drained his drink and called for another, an imp goblin with a sly grin sidled onto the stool beside him. Who's the unlucky mark this time? With bone-thin limbs, a scrawny neck, and a skeletal frame, the goblin, Buckle by name, settled in as if he belonged here. As Jarek's latest partner, Buckle belonged nowhere else. Jarek affected a thin smile, excitement stirring within him. He might know their prey, but few things ever stopped him from relishing the hunt. A high-ranking sorcerer named Vargan. He stole secrets from the League and used them to unfortunate ends. Buckle's pointed ears twitched beneath his felt cap. Isn't that how they all get into trouble? At 4 feet tall, the imp's head barely rose above the bar. What's the plan? Same as always, Jarek said, though his voice carried a slight hesitation. Attack him when he's isolated and alone, then drain him dry. The barkeep delivered Jarek's drink, a Steel Island whiskey that went down smooth but kicked your arse on the way out. The amber liquid reminded Jarek of the sunset they'd watched from these very cliffs years ago, when Vargan had spoken of his dreams to unlock the deeper mysteries of magic. "I know Vargan from way back," Jarek said, sipping his drink. "He won't go quietly." "Do they ever?" The dim light caught the amber liquid in Jarek's glass. He thought he almost saw Vargan's face reflected in its depths. They once shared drinks like this, trading stories of their adventures across the Steel Islands. But that was before ambition seduced Vargan, before he decided to break the League's restrictions rather than respect them. "You're brooding," Buckle observed, his thin fingers drumming against the bar. "Never known you to brood before a hunt." Buckle grinned, revealing wicked yellowed teeth. "Maybe I should do this alone. Give you time to come to grips with your feelings." Jarek flashed annoyance at his partner. "And leave all the profit for you, you insipid little creature?" Buckle shrugged, but his expression remained serious. "Just make sure that when it comes time to pull the trigger, you don't hesitate. The League's paying triple for this one. That kind of bounty doesn't come around often. When it comes to the hunt, I never hesitate." Jarek finished his drink in one swift motion and stood, pushing down the memories that threatened to surface. He lifted his top hat from the bar and secured it on his head, straightened his jacket and placed his gloves on his hands. "Come on. I heard a rumor from a salty beggar that Vargan was spotted near the old shipyards. When we get there, stay out of sight and wait for your opportunity. Vargan doesn't know about you, so we'll use that to our advantage." The abandoned iron hull yards lay at the edge of Hollow Bay, where the town's ramshackle buildings gave way to a graveyard of broken vessels. Jarek and Buckle strolled in silence through the deepening twilight, their footsteps in the sand echoing off gray, worn planks and rusted metal. Half-built ships loomed above them like the rib cages of ancient beasts, their shadows stretching across the rotting docks. The old iron hull yards had been silent for decades, ever since the Tempest of 29 destroyed half the fleet and drove the shipwrights to more favorable ports. Now the yard served as a perfect refuge for those who sought to avoid the watchful eyes of bounty hunters and League enforcers. The yards stretched for a mile along the coast, a maze of dry docks, cranes, and skeletal ship frames that provided countless hiding spots. Rusted machinery stood like silent sentinels, their gears seized by salt air and neglect. The sound of waves lapping barnacle-encrusted pilings provided a constant backdrop, broken only by the occasional groan of metal settling under its own weight. "You think he's here?" Buckle murmured, squinting his impen eyes. The growing darkness rendered the goblin's already limited vision suboptimal. Most of his kind compensated with superior hearing, attuning them to the faintest sounds. "I know he's here," Jarek replied, reaching for the long-barreled depleter strapped across his back. The weapon hummed as he activated its power cells, the containment crystals beginning to glow with a hungry light. Buckle did the same, his smaller but equally deadly depleter coming to life. "I'll go alone from here. Hide in the shadows. You know what to do." Buckle melted into the darkness between two massive anchor chains, his earth-toned skin helping him blend with the rust and shadows. Years of hunting together had taught them the value of patience and positioning. While Jarek drew the target's attention, Buckle planned to circle around for the kill shot. No sooner had Buckle slipped into the growing darkness when a haughty laugh echoed through the yard. "I spread rumors about my whereabouts, and look who shows up." Vargan's voice sounded from everywhere at once, carried by magical acoustics that made pinpointing his location impossible. "When I heard the League wanted me dead, I knew you couldn't resist the bounty. Did you think I hadn't prepared for you, old friend? How many times did we hunt together? How many tricks did I teach you?" Jarek raised his depleter, scanning the elevated gangways above as he tiptoed forward between stacks of rotting timber and corroded metal plates. In his hands, his weapon hummed with a hunger for power, its crystals pulsing like a predator's heartbeat. "Enough to know you always like to attack from high ground." A flash of movement caught his attention near a crane's control cabin, but it was nothing more than a reflection. another trick from his former partner's expanded repertoire. The silence stretched taut as a bowstring. Jarek picked his way through the debris field, using the scattered materials for cover as he swept the elevated positions. He remembered their old partnership, how Vargan studied a target for days, learning its patterns, weaknesses, and fears. Now, Vargan turned that tactical mind against him, materializing atop a nearby crane, his storm-gray cloak billowing in a wind that touched nothing else. Dark veins pulsed beneath his skin like living ink, a testament to the forbidden magic he'd absorbed. His once familiar features had grown gaunt and sharp, transformed by the power he'd stolen from the League's vaults. "You look well, old friend," Vargan called down, his voice carrying an edge of madness. "Still playing the League's lapdog, unfortunately." Jarek aimed, but too late, as Vargan unleashed a wave of crackling force that ripped the ground asunder where Jarek stood, splintering wood and sending debris flying in all directions. But Jarek hadn't survived this long by being slow. Right before the sorcerer unleashed his spell, he gave up the shot to save his life, leaping and rolling to take cover behind a stack of crates. The magical blast left a smoking crater where he'd stood, the sand fused into glass by the intense energy. "The League has corrupted you," Vargan called out, his next attack sending bolts of dark lightning arcing through the shipyard like angry serpents. "They've turned you into their puppet, hunting your own kind." "My kind!" Jarek fired a debilitating burst from the depleter, but the shot flew wide as Vargan dissolved into shadow and reformed elsewhere. "You stopped being my kind when you stole from the League." The accusation stung more than Jarek cared to admit. He and Vargan had once shared the same code, the same understanding of their place in the world's hierarchy. But power had a way of changing people, and the forbidden knowledge Vargan had stolen had transformed him into something else entirely. "I took what I needed to unlock greater powers." Vargan's next attack shattered a nearby ship's hull, raining metal splinters across the sandy ground. "The League keeps us weak, controlled. I could show you world-shattering truths." "The only truth that matters is the one that sparkles," Jarek said, remembering their old motto as he repositioned himself behind a coil of anchor chain thick as a man's waist. "You remember that saying? Silver and gold. That's why we do this." "Wealth is no longer enough to feed my ambition." Vargan's voice cracked with fervor as he hurled a sphere of crackling energy that shattered Jarek's refuge, forcing him to run and dive behind the bulk of a rusted winch. "Your vision always lacked imagination, Jarek. Content with your simple life, your simple motivations. Silver and gold? I seek power beyond mere wealth." Jarek fired another burst, but Vargan knew all his tricks. The sorcerer deflected it with a gesture, the depleter beam sparking harmlessly off a magical shield. "You always wanted more than your share." The sorcerer's mad laughter echoed off the twisted metal around them. "My share. The League hoards knowledge like misers hoard coins. They sit on secrets that could revolutionize magic itself, keeping them locked away while the world suffers. I took what they refused to give freely." Another exchange of fire lit up the shipyard, Vargan's mystical bolts leaving scorch marks on everything they touched, while Jarek's depleter beams carved smoking furrows through metal and wood. "Join me," Vargan offered, his voice taking on the persuasive tone Jarek remembered from their younger days. "Together, we will tear down the League's walls of secrecy. Imagine the knowledge, the power. Once more our partnership will thrive, just like in the old days." Jarek hesitated. The offer tempted him, not for the power, but for the friendship it represented. They had been close once, closer than brothers. But Vargan's hunger had consumed his common sense. "I prefer simpler pleasures," Jarek replied, firing again. "Where the hell was Bukul?" This time, his shot connected, striking Vargan's shoulder and drawing a howl of pain and rage. The sorcerer stumbled, dark energy bleeding from the wound like smoke. But before Jarek could follow with a full depletion stream, Vargan unleashed a massive burst of energy that shattered the anchor chain and sent Jarek flying backward. Jarek tumbled end over end, his hat coming loose as he crashed into a pile of rusted hull plates with bone-jarring force. Magic exploded around him in a light show of destruction, forcing him to keep rolling and to seek cover behind a stack of scrap metal. The taste of blood filled his mouth, and his ribs ached where they'd struck the debris. With another curse meant for Buckle on his lips, Jarek was delighted when he finally spotted the goblin in position. Buckle had worked his way around to flank Vargan, finding the perfect angle from the top of a piece of iron machinery. The goblin's depleter hummed to life, its crystals glowing with hungry light as he took careful aim at the sorcerer's back. In the next instant, as Jarek saw Buckle line up his sights, he knew exactly what he needed to do. Stepping out from behind the scrap metal, he pointed the barrel of his weapon at the sorcerer who had once shared his dreams and ambitions, and pulled the trigger. Vargan deflected Jarek's shot with a snarl, just as they both expected. But the deflection left him exposed to Buckle's attack, the goblin's depleter beam catching Vargan in the back. The sorcerer screamed as his power, his very life force, fled from him, drawn into the weapon's hungry crystals. Jarek added his depleter beam to his partner's, catching Vargan full in the chest. The twin streams of energy formed a prison of light around the sorcerer, each pulse drawing more of his stolen power away. Caught between two depletion streams, Vargan's life drained from him ever faster. "Jarek," Vargan gasped, his skin growing ashen and papery. "Please. We hunted together once. We were friends." "Aye," Jarek said, watching as the dark veins beneath Vargan's skin faded to gray while his stolen power flowed into their weapons' containment crystals. "And now we hunt you." The words tasted like ash in his mouth, but he didn't stop. The bounty on Vargan's head was business, and nothing else mattered in the Steel Islands. "We were friends," Vargan whispered, his voice growing fainter with each word. "We were," Jarek acknowledged, feeling neither remorse nor pity. But that didn't mean he was a monster. "That's why I'll end this now." One final pulse from both weapons, and it was over. Vargan's body crumbled like ancient parchment, the stolen power that had sustained him flowing into their depleters' crystalline hearts. Wind from the sea, whipping through the yard, scattered his remains, leaving empty robes that floated to the ground and the lingering scent of ozone. Buckle hopped down to join Jarek, lifting the pile of clothes with the tip of his barrel. The goblin's expression was unreadable in the darkness. "Well, that's done then. Fancy a drink before we collect the bounty?" Jarek slung his depleter over a shoulder, its containment crystals pulsing with their share of Vargan's stolen power. The energy felt warm on his back, valuable beyond measure to the League. The bounty covered the sorcerer's slaying. Selling his energy was a bonus. "Yes, but let's say we make it a double." Vargan was a good catch with an excellent bounty. As they walked from the shipyard, the sun's last vestiges painted the sky in shades of blood, and the wind whispered through the old ships, carrying away the last traces of a friendship sacrificed for silver and gold. Not for the first time, Jarek wondered if, somewhere in the world, a person existed who was too sacrosanct to drain for profit. Though he didn't know the answer, he looked forward to giving it the thought it deserved over a stiff Steel Island whiskey. Fortunately, he knew just where to find one. "Back to the Rusty Spike?" Jarek asked his partner. Buckle needed no further urging. The walk back to town passed in contemplative silence. Hollow Bay settled into its nightly rhythm of vice and commerce. Taverns spilled light and laughter onto the cobblestones, while merchants hawked their wares to anyone with coin to spend. The governor's mansion gleamed on the hill above, its windows golden with lamplight as Harwick conducted whatever corrupt business occupied his evenings. "You're quiet," Buckle observed as they pushed through the tavern's heavy wooden door. "Having second thoughts?" "About the job? Never." Jarek settled onto his familiar stool and signaled for whiskey. "Just wondering, is there a line I won't cross for the right price?" Buckle studied his partner's profile in the flickering candlelight. "And?" "Haven't found it yet, so I'm not sure," Jarek admitted, though something in his tone suggested the search might be closer than he cared to admit. The barkeep delivered their drinks, doubles, as requested. Around them, the evening crowd celebrated their various successes and mourned their failures with equal enthusiasm. Pirates counted their plunder, merchants negotiated their deals, and somewhere in the crowd, other hunters plotted their next moves. Jarek signaled for another round, then leaned back on his stool, stretching until his spine popped. "I've been thinking." Buckle snatched his fresh drink before the barkeep had set it down. "You're giving me a headache with all your thinking." Jarek grunted. "Me too. But this is important. The Steel Islands are getting stale. Same marks, same taverns, same faces. Men of our talents deserve a broader stage." Buckle's ears perked beneath his cap. "You have somewhere in mind? Or is this the whiskey talking?" "Word is the League's open contracts on the mainland, as far as Alcester." "Alcester," Buckle repeated, rolling the name around as if tasting it. "Capital of Calendor. Airships and horse lords and more money than sense. That Alcester?" "You know another one?" "Can't say I do." The goblin took a long pull, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and considered the proposition. "Long way from home. Different kind of hunting ground. City folk tend to notice when their neighbor gets drained dry in the street. Then we'll need to exercise discretion." Jarek ran a thumb along the rim of his glass. "Besides, I've always wanted to see an airship up close. Might as well steal a few souls while I'm there too." Buckle snorted. "Silver and gold." "Silver and gold," Jarek agreed. The goblin fell silent, a sign Jarek had learned to recognize as the precursor to bad news. "I can't go with you right away. I've got business at home that won't keep." "What business?" "The kind that's mine and not yours," Buckle said with a sharpness that closed the subject. "Fair enough." Jarek took a slow sip, doing the mental arithmetic of hunting alone in an unfamiliar city. He could manage for a while, hire a couple of locals to watch his back until Buckle arrived. Muscle was easy to find if you knew where to look, and Jarek always knew where to look. "How long?" "A few weeks. Maybe longer." Buckle showed his yellowed teeth. "I'll come find you when I get there. Shouldn't be hard. I'll follow the trail of bodies." Jarek chuckled. "I'll try to leave something for you." "You'd better. I didn't suffer through a year of partnership to miss out on mainland bounties." Buckle lifted his glass. "To new hunting grounds." "And fatter purses," Jarek added, clinking his glass against the goblin's. They drank in comfortable silence, listening to the familiar chaos of the rusty spike while contemplating the unfamiliar territory ahead. Alcester. A proper city with proper laws and proper people. People who had no idea what headed their way. The thought pleased Jarek more than he expected. Still, his departure came with some regrets. Hollow Bay and the surrounding islands had proven a rich hunting ground. He had built relationships here, not personal ones, but what need did he have for those? In the end, the transaction mattered more than anything else. Vargan knew that more than anyone, so Jarek hoped he understood right before he died that taking his life force energy had been business and nothing more. "To Vargan," Jarek said quietly, raising his glass in a private toast that no one else heard over the tavern's din. "May the League find a good use for what's left of you." The whiskey burned going down, washing away the taste of regret and leaving behind the familiar warmth of a job well done. Tomorrow brought new contracts, new targets, and new opportunities to test the boundaries of his conscience. But tonight, he intended to drink to old friendships and profitable endings, secure in the knowledge that in the Steel Islands everything had a price, even memories. Outside, the tide was changing, and somewhere in the faraway city of Alcester, the next hunt had already begun. The Assassin's Ruse. Chapter 1. The Museum Job. The museum's corridors stretched before me, the marble floors and vaulted ceilings designed to make visitors feel small in the presence of history. Gas lamps lined the walls at regular intervals, their brass fixtures polished to a mirror shine, casting pools of amber light that left deep shadows between them. Columns of pale stone rose to support archways carved with geometric patterns, remnants of a classical style that predated the fall of the old gods, though whether the architecture was authentic or an imitation of it, I couldn't say. Display cases lined the outer walls, their glass panels reflecting the flickering light. ceremonial blades, crumbling tablets etched with forgotten scripts, jewelry whose gems had gone dark centuries ago. Placards beside each piece offered scholarly explanations written in the owner's own hand, the kind of self-congratulatory prose that transformed simple artifacts into monuments to the collector's refined taste. Everything about Valoran's Museum of Antiquities screamed wealth and self-importance, much like its owner. I navigated the halls unerringly, because I had taken them multiple times over the past 3 days. Under different circumstances, I might have learned the lay of the place by disguising myself as a curious scholar or a maintenance worker, someone whose appearance didn't elicit a second thought. In this instance, however, I chose a different disguise altogether, one that allowed me to learn every exit, every blind spot, every corridor where shadows gathered thick enough to hide a man with murder on his mind. Tonight, like most nights, that man was me. "Everything check out?" the lead guardsman and my superior asked as I rounded the corner and entered the private gallery. "Everything checked out, boss. Pretty quiet." "Let's hope it stays that way," he said. "Take position with the others." The private gallery lay at the heart of the museum, accessible to staff and Mr. Valoran's most trusted associates. I joined 3 others already on duty, taking my post in the corner farthest from the entry as instructed. One gave me a nod. I returned it. 3 days of shared shifts had earned that much familiarity. My attention shifted to the main entry. Valoran had made enemies over the years, outbid the wrong collector, acquired items through unsavory means that left others holding empty purses and wounded pride. One of those enemies had paid handsomely to see him dead. The details of their grievance meant nothing to me. In my profession, they never did. I provided a service, nothing more. I didn't involve myself in the reasons why, didn't ask questions beyond those necessary to complete the job, and never considered the mark anything other than a target. Men like Mr. Valoran made that last bit exceptionally easy. The contract specified tonight. Valoran planned to sell a rare artifact to a buyer willing to pay a fortune for it. A private transaction, away from prying eyes, conducted in the heart of his own museum, where he believed himself untouchable. Some clients didn't care about such details. This one did. The job had come to me via an intermediary, a broker of sorts. So while I didn't know my client's identity, I had to assume, based on my instructions, that this was personal. It almost always was. Footsteps approached, multiple sets. The other guards straightened, adopting the stiff postures of men eager to demonstrate competence when their employer arrived. The door opened. Valoran entered first, thin and pale as a winter morning, gold glittering on his fingers and at his throat. His beard-framed features made for sneering, and he scanned the gallery as if cataloging his possessions. The guards, the relics, all of it belonged to him. Not for much longer. 2 personal guards flanked Valoran, better armed than the rest of us. Behind them came another man, presumably the buyer, middle-aged, wearing the understated clothes of an individual with money who didn't need to advertise it. He carried a leather case at his side and moved with the careful steps of a man who trusted no one present. Smart. He shouldn't. Valoran led the buyer on a circuit of the room, gesturing at protective vitrines and launching into lectures about each piece they passed. A ceremonial dagger from the Temple of Chorus, stone tablets recovered from the sunken city off the coast of the Steel Islands, a bronze mask, which Valoran claimed once belonged to a priest-king whose name time had forgotten. Marek Valoran had assembled quite a collection. Nearly half of it arrived through channels unable to survive legal scrutiny. The buyer nodded when appropriate, his expression suggesting he'd endured similar speeches before and found them tedious. I sympathized. Valoran's voice made you want to stab yourself just to have something more interesting to think about. They stopped before an empty pedestal in the gallery's center. Valoran faced his guest, hands clasped behind him in the manner of a man about to deliver important news. "What I am about to show you, Mr. Harden, is not merely rare, but unique, a relic, ancient in origin, dedicated to a god whose name has faded into history." He paused for effect. "The Eye of the Void." Mr. Harden's posture shifted. a subtle straightening that suggested genuine interest beneath the cultivated disinterest. "I'd like to see it." "Of course." Valoran snapped his fingers at a guardsman. "Bring it." The guard disappeared through a side door. He returned carrying a velvet-lined box, which he placed on the pedestal with the exaggerated care of someone who knew exactly how much his employer paid for it. Valoran lifted the lid with theatrical reverence. The crystal inside was the size of a man's fist, cut into a prism shape with edges so precise they seemed to slice the surrounding air. Dark, darker than black, if such were possible. The gas lamps throughout the gallery flickered as their light approached the artifact's surface, bending toward it like water circling a drain before vanishing. The crystal didn't reflect, didn't refract. The crystal swallowed illumination the way a starving man swallows food, greedily and absolutely, giving nothing back. Even at a distance, something about it set me on edge, like standing at the edge of a cliff in absolute darkness, knowing the drop was there even if you couldn't see it. The hairs on my arms rose, and I fought the urge to retreat a step. Assassins don't spook easily. We can't afford to. But seeing the crystal, I understood why it had faded into obscurity. Pity Mr. Valoran couldn't have left it alone. "Magnificent," Merrick breathed, his assessment not shared by anyone else in the gallery. Even Mr. Harden, who leaned in for a closer inspection, blanched and averted his gaze. "I'll need to authenticate it," he stammered. Merrick's grin tightened. "You doubt my word?" Mr. Harden drew himself up at that, regaining his composure. "I doubt everyone's word. It's why I'm still in business." He opened his leather case and withdrew a brass device bristling with gears and glass lenses, some kind of detection apparatus, alchemical from the look of it. Runes etched along its surface pulsed with faint light as he activated it. "You understand?" Mr. Valoran stepped aside, waving in grudging permission. "Do what you must." He held the device over the crystal. Gears clicked and whirred, the lenses rotated, focusing and refocusing on the artifact below. A needle on the device swung left, then right, searching for a value it couldn't find until settling into position with a finality that caused Valoran's jaw to clench. The buyer frowned. "This isn't the eye of the void." Silence. The guards shifted uncomfortably. I shifted with them out of curiosity, watching Valoran cycle through confusion, disbelief, and fury in the span of a heartbeat, the progression of a man whose world had tilted sideways. "Impossible," he breathed. "The resonance is wrong." Harden's voice carried no accusation, only the flat certainty of a man stating facts. "I don't know what this is, but it's not what I came here to purchase. You're trying to sell me a forgery." "I am not." Merrick snatched the device away from Harden, staring at the readings as if willing them to change. The needle didn't move. There must be some malfunction, some error in your instrument. "My instruments do not malfunction, Mr. Valoran. I've authenticated over 200 pieces with this device. My authenticator has never been wrong." Merrick held the crystal to the nearest light. "See how it drinks the illumination? Nothing other than a genuine relic of darkness exhibits such behavior." "That may be so, Mr. Valoran, but this forgery does as well. Now, I set up this appointment in good faith, and you've wasted my evening." He reached for his case, snapping it shut with the practiced motion of a man who'd abandoned bad deals before. "Wait!" Merrick grabbed his arm. "We had an agreement." "The agreement was for the Eye of the Void, not a worthless fake." Mr. Harden squirmed free. "I take my leave, sir." "Nobody leaves," Valoran said. His voice shook with barely contained rage. "Not until I understand what's happened here. Guards!" The word cracked through the room like a whip. Every man in uniform straightened, hands dropping to weapons. My contract called for discretion, a clean kill whose responsibility might fall on any number of enemies Valoran had made over the years. Though I hadn't planned this evening's meeting, a private transaction gone wrong provided the perfect cover. But a hostage situation? Witnesses who might talk? The plan was to take Merrick out immediately after the deal. This complicated matters. The buyer retreated toward the exit. "You can't hold me against my will." I can do whatever I please. This is my museum, isn't it? And I have been robbed. For all I know, it was you, sir. Hardin clutched his briefcase to his chest. Why steal an artifact I intended to buy? A ruse, perhaps, Marek cried. No matter. I will get to the bottom of this if it's the last thing I ever do. Captain, secure this room, then begin your search. Find the thief who has stolen from me. The captain barked orders. Men responded, throwing the gallery into chaos as they ran in all directions. Some moved to block the exits. Others ran from the gallery to search for the perpetrator. I needed to move. Now. I grasped a hidden knife beneath my uniform. 2 steps brought me within striking distance. One clean thrust between the ribs, angled upward toward the heart. Valoran would drop before anyone understood what had happened. The burgeoning chaos provided the perfect cover for my escape. Or would have if a figure in black hadn't just burst through a side door. Lithe, fast. A dark mask obscured everything but a feminine gaze that swept the room. The figure crossed the gallery in 3 strides, snatched the eye from its velvet box, and bolted for the main entrance before anyone reacted. In the next second, she was gone. "The eye!" Valoran shrieked. "Stop her, you fools!" Never mind that it was a fake. While the guards surged forward, Mr. Hardin took advantage of the distraction to flee, vanishing through the side entry with his leather case still clutched to his chest. My window of opportunity had closed. The chaos I hoped to use to my advantage, usurped by another. I considered waiting until the guards had fled the room in pursuit, leaving Marek alone and vulnerable. But the other's movement herded me along as part of the pursuit. Stopping drew the wrong kind of attention. So, wondering if I might still have time to circle back once the confusion had settled to finish the job, I put my contract aside and joined the chase. I let the others dash down the corridor and funnel into a stairwell ahead of me. Their boots thundered on the marble steps, the sound echoing off the walls in a cacophony of noise. The thief was already 2 flights above us, a flash of black disappearing around the curve of the stairs. Whoever she was good. The stairwell ended at a heavy door that the lead guards threw open with more enthusiasm than sense. Night air rushed in, cold and sharp with the odor of coal smoke from the city's chimneys. We piled through the doorway, emerging onto the museum's roof, a broad expanse of slate tiles punctuated by dormers, ventilation shafts, and the skeletal frames of maintenance walkways. The moon hung fat and yellow above Alchester's skyline, casting long shadows that stretched across the rooftop like haunting apparitions. The thief stood at the roof's far edge, silhouetted against the glow of gas lamps from the street below. She'd run herself into a corner. Maybe not so good after all. The guards spread out in a loose semicircle to cut off any escape. A 6 now, with more likely on the way. The odds looked bad. Little did I know that the guards should have brought more men. "Nowhere to run," the captain said, drawing his sword with the theatrical flourish of a man who enjoyed the sound of steel clearing leather. "Hand over what you stole, and Mr. Valoran may show mercy." I stayed near the back of the group, curious to see how this played out. The thief tilted her head, considering. Her mask concealed her expression, but her posture suggested amusement rather than fear. "Mercy," she repeated, her voice light and clear. "From Valoran. Now there's a thought. Last chance. For you or me?" The captain let out a roar and lunged. She wasn't there. She'd read his movement, sidestepping with such grace that he looked clumsy by comparison. Her boot caught his ankle as he passed, sending him sprawling across the slate tiles with a grunt of surprise. The other guards rushed her. The first to reach her swept his arm wide, more intent on catching her than landing a clean blow. She ducked beneath his swing, drove her elbow into his ribs, and shoved him into the path of the second. They went down in a tangle of limbs and curses. The third swooped in low, trying to tackle her around the waist. She vaulted over him, using his back as a springboard, and landed in a crouch behind the fourth, who spun too slowly to stop a drawn knife from opening a shallow cut across his ribs. He dropped his weapon with a yelp. Before the guard she leaped over could react, She smashed her elbow into his face, sending him staggering onto his heels to trip over his captain. 5 down in as many heartbeats. I'd seen professional fighters who couldn't manage half that, but the 6th guard had circled wide during the initial rush, positioning himself between her and the roof's edge. Now, he attacked from behind while she recovered from her last strike, his blade aimed at the small of her back in a move I could only describe as distinctly ungentlemanly. She heard him, I could tell by the way her shoulders tensed, but she'd committed to the wrong angle and couldn't turn fast enough. I moved without thinking, a knife flying through the air before I'd consciously decided to throw it, spinning end over end across the distance to sink into the guard's shoulder. He screamed and dropped his sword, clutching at the wound as he staggered sideways. The thief saw the knife sticking out of the guard's shoulder and, settling into a fighting stance, faced me across the tangle of men. Our eyes met. Hers were dark in the moonlight, sharp and assessing, but also curious, wondering why I helped her. No time to ask. She sprinted for the roof's edge. "She's getting away!" a downed guard shouted, struggling to rise. The thief didn't slow down. She reached the edge and leaped without hesitation, launching herself into the air above a 4-story drop to the street below. I leaned over the parapet, in time to see her catch a thin wire stretched between the museum and a distant building across the street, and then she slid away into the darkness, fast and controlled, the wire singing beneath her weight. She landed on the far rooftop in seconds. As she unclipped from the line, she turned to glance at me, a black figure against the yellow glow of the distant lamps. She flashed a mock salute. Then she drew her knife, cut the wire so no one followed, and vanished into the shadows. I couldn't help but smile at the audacity of her escape. Several of the guards, including the captain, joined me at the roof's edge. "What happened?" The captain, flushed with anger and embarrassment, grumbled. "Where did she go?" I pointed at the building across the way. "Over there. I doubt we'll catch her now, sir." He followed the direction of my stare, took in the distance, and swore under his breath. I tried to stop her. I gestured at the guard, still whimpering over the knife in his shoulder. Tried to bring her down. Carl got in the way. Sorry, Carl. Carl glared daggers of his own at me. "Maybe next time don't throw a knife, you arsehole." A reprimand died on the captain's lips. He had bigger problems than an underperforming guard, and he knew it. He'd lost the artifact, worthless but still, let the thief who'd stolen it escape, and now had to explain all of it to Mr. Volleren. A thief had stolen a worthless trinket tonight. But what about the next time? "Get down to the street," he snapped at the others. "Search the surrounding blocks. She can't have gone far." He turned to me. "You, help Carl get to the nearest hospital, then report back to me." I moved to help Carl, who still cursed under his breath. Together, we reached the stairwell. Behind us, the captain barked more useless orders. The thief was long gone. At the bottom of the stairs, Carl stopped. "Get your damn knife out of me." "You sure?" "Just do it." So I did it, yanking the knife free. Carl grunted in pain and sank against the wall. When I moved closer to help him, he waved me away. "I'll get to the hospital myself." Then he staggered off. Since other guards had gone ahead of us to search the surrounding area, I followed in their wake, pretending interest in catching the thief until I had strolled about a block away. Then I simply kept walking, leaving the search and Volleren's Museum of Antiquities behind. Regrettably, I put my contract on hold for the time being. Volleren's security at the museum would triple after tonight, and paranoia would have him second-guessing everyone around him. I hated disappointing clients, but complications happened. I'd get the job done eventually. I always did. As I made my way across Alchester with my sights set on home, it wasn't the failed contract that occupied my thoughts. The thief did. 3 days of preparation. 3 days of learning patrol routes, bribing the right people, and establishing myself as another forgettable guard. All that effort, wasted because some woman in a mask had decided tonight was the night to steal a fake relic. I wondered if she knew the trouble she had caused me, or even if the prize she'd stolen was a forgery. More importantly, I wondered if we'd meet again. Anyone bold enough to steal from Merrick Volleran in the middle of a private sale was someone I very much wanted to get to know. Chapter 2. The Lazy Minstrel. The next evening I claimed my usual table at the Lazy Minstrel, the one in back where no one could approach me unseen. Ophelia had noticed my arrival from behind the scarred wooden bar and dispatched a girl with a glass and a bottle of the Thornfield Red I favored. The wine here wasn't remarkable, but it was honest, and the minstrel offered something more valuable than a refined vintage. A place where an assassin could disappear into the crowd and leave the business of murder at the door. I'd barely finished my first glass when the tavern door opened, admitting a woman who drew the eye of every man in the room. She paused at the threshold, scanning the crowd with a sharp, assessing gaze. Her clothes were simple but well made, a dark green tunic over fitted trousers. Auburn hair fell in loose waves just past her neck, catching the lamplight in shades of copper and rust. She was beautiful, the kind of beautiful that made you forget what you'd been thinking about. Her search ended when she saw me in my corner. Recognition, or perhaps satisfaction at having found her quarry, flickered across her features. She crossed the tavern with purpose, weaving between tables without slowing, and dropped into the chair across from me without waiting for an invitation. Up close, she was striking. Her eyes were auburn like her hair, flecked with gray, and when the lamplight caught them just right, they became mesmerizing, beautiful and dangerous in equal measure. She may have traded her blacks for civilian clothes, but I still saw the thief beneath. The way she held herself, the way her hands stayed visible on the table but close to the knives I knew she carried. She fixed me with a penetrating stare that I held, though not without effort. She withdrew a dark, prism-shaped crystal from her pocket, then set it on the table between us with more force than necessary. Forgery or not, it still caught the candlelight and swallowed it whole, the same wrongness as before radiating from its faceted surface. "Where's the real one?" she asked. I raised an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon?" "Don't play stupid, it doesn't suit you." She leaned forward. "You were there last night. You helped me escape, and now I find out the eye I risked my neck for is a worthless fake. Other than me, you were the only other person who didn't belong there last night, so either you switched it or you know who did." I considered the accusation while I took another sip of wine. The crystal sat between us, dark and unsettling. The forger who created it deserved recognition for adding the light-absorbing magic, which I assume mimicked the real thing. It was a nice touch. "I don't know anything about the eye," I said. "I was there on other business. Business that your dramatic entrance interrupted, I might add." "Other business?" Her gaze narrowed. "What kind of business requires disguising yourself as a museum guard?" "The kind I don't like to discuss in public places, especially with people I don't know." "Humph," she said, disappointed I hadn't come out and said the reason. "So, she did it for me. You're an assassin." I neither confirmed nor denied it. In my experience, people who leveled such accusations either already knew the answer or were fishing for one. In this case, she seemed to know already. Either way, silence served me better than words. She sat back, arms crossed. "Thjorn told me where to find you. He said you'd be here, drinking wine and brooding." A pause. His words, not mine. Thjorn. Of course. The old barbarian had a talent for meddling in affairs that didn't concern him, and for collecting strays who grew into dangerous criminals. I should know, since I was one of them. Figures he'd sent her my way. "So, Thjorn sent you here because he thought I might have something to do with the forgery. He knows that isn't my style." "Nobody sent me. I can clean up my own messes. Like I said, no one else was out of place other than you and me, so I figured you might know something. See how the crystal absorbs the candlelight? It mimics the genuine artifact. Someone went to great lengths to make sure no one discovered this was a fake." Since I'd already surmised as much myself, I nodded in agreement. If not for last night's transaction, I doubt anyone would have noticed for some time, allowing the real thief to get away clean. I swirled the wine in my glass, watching it catch the light. "So, Miss West, The only question that remains is, what do you intend to do about it? You know my name? Of course, Elizabeth West, the best thief in Alchester. Can steal anything from anyone, or so people say. People say that? She sounded surprised. Those same people failed to mention that you were reckless. Elizabeth's brow furrowed. Me? Hardly. I had the situation completely under control last night. I'll admit, I was a little off with my timing. Merrick's deal to sell the eye wasn't supposed to go down until later that night. Imagine my surprise when I discovered the artifact already on display for the buyer. The meeting got moved up unexpectedly, I said. Elizabeth shrugged. Shat happens. I'll admit snatching the relic right from underneath Merrick's nose wasn't the original plan, but what thief doesn't have to improvise every once in a while? All in all, the job went down pretty smoothly and I got away clean. If not for the forgery, I'd say it was a good night. A good night that almost ended with you dead. You're welcome, by the way, for saving your life. She sat up. You didn't save my life. I had those guards right where I wanted them. I smirked from behind my wineglass. If you say so. The tavern's ambient noise filled the space between us. The clink of glasses, murmured conversations, the occasional burst of laughter from a table near the door. By the time I finished taking a drink, she'd come to grips with the reality of the situation. Okay, fine. You might have helped a little. Thank you. You're quite welcome. Elizabeth plucked the crystal from the table, turning it over in her hand. Someone stole the real eye before Merrick sold it and I could steal it. Someone who knew Mr. Vullerin had it, knew he planned to sell it, and knew how to create a convincing fake. That's not amateur work. It certainly narrows down the list of potential perpetrators, I said. If I didn't know any better, I'd say the guild had something to do with it. Except I'm part of the guild. A rogue thief, then. Unlikely. No one's dumb enough to cross Thorn like that. Unsanctioned theft gets you dead, real fast. Elizabeth returned the crystal to her pocket and stood. Leaving so soon? I came here for answers. Seems I've wasted my time. Maybe. Or maybe we can help each other. I had no stake in her commission. No reason to help her. But I also didn't want her to leave. Not yet. She eyed me suspiciously. How? As we've already established, you don't seem to know much. As much as you, it seems. She couldn't deny that, so she said, An offer to help usually comes with conditions. What's in it for you and why the offer at all? Maybe I'm curious about who switched the artifacts, or maybe I'm offering because we just met and I'd like to get to know you better. So far, Elizabeth West had proven to have a daring personality, a striking appearance, and a sharp wit. Who wouldn't want to get to know her better? If that's your way of asking me out, it needs some work. A lot of work. I spread my hands in a sign of innocence. Can't a couple of professionals share resources? Elizabeth laughed, a sharp sound I found alluring despite it carrying no warmth. She sat down again. Professionals? We may take payment for our services, but I only steal things. You kill people. We're criminals, not colleagues. The distinction seems academic. It isn't. She leaned forward, her voice dropping. I've heard the stories about you. The minister found with his throat slit. The merchant whose body they never recovered. The nobleman who died in his own bedchamber while his guards stood outside the door. Everywhere you go, you leave corpses behind. This conversation was not progressing as I had hoped. You shouldn't believe everything you hear. Which part am I not supposed to believe? The murders or the methods? I held her gaze. I provide a service, nothing more. Some people need to die. I'm good at making sure the right ones do the dying. And who decides which people deserve it? You? Your clients? Does it matter? It matters. She stood once more. Thanks for the offer, but I have a feeling I'd spend more time watching my back than searching for the eye. If you'll excuse me, I have an artifact to find before my deadline expires. The tavern door swung wide, which wasn't attention-grabbing unto itself, except a boy of perhaps 12 rushed in, scanned the place with some urgency, and upon spotting us in the corner, hurried over, weaving between tables with practiced ease. "Message for you," he said, slightly out of breath. He thrust a sealed envelope toward us. "Both of you." I took the letter before Elizabeth reached for it. The envelope bore no address, no sender's mark. Only 2 names written in spidery script across the front: Elizabeth West and the man without a name. "How'd you know to find us here?" Elizabeth asked the messenger. But the boy had already made his way halfway through the sea of tables on his way out. "Who sent it?" "Doesn't say." "Well, open it already." I broke the seal and unfolded the parchment within. I read the letter through once before handing it to Elizabeth, who returned to her chair and read it aloud in a hushed voice. "You are hereby requested to present yourselves at Solvain's Curios and Antiquities this evening, when the bell rings 9. The matter concerns a relic of considerable interest to us all, specifically the Eye of the Void. Come to the intersection of Merchants' Row and Cobbler's Lane. The shop will find you. Mordecai Solvain." "Solvain," she said. "I've heard of him." "As have I. A wizard who trades in rare artifacts. People say his shop wanders the city, appearing in a different place each night. People also say you can't find it unless it finds you." "The letter does say the shop will find us." Elizabeth drummed her knuckles on the table. "The guild has done work for him before. He pays well and keeps his word, which puts him ahead of most clients in this city." She frowned at the letter. "But I've never heard of him summoning anyone like this. How does he know about the eye? How does he know about us? Or that we were both here right at this moment? Questions worth asking him in person. You're suggesting we go?" "I'm suggesting we hear what he has to say." I dropped coins on the table and rose. 9 bells. That's only an hour from now. Elizabeth puffed up her cheeks and let out a breath. "Okay, fine. We do this." She handed me the letter. "Meet me at the intersection when the bell strikes. Try to arrive on time." I flashed her a mock salute. "Oh, and so we're clear, if we wind up stumbling into a trap, I'm blaming you." "Noted." She slipped into the crowd and vanished, leaving me alone with an empty wine glass and a letter from a wizard. I read the invitation again, committing the words to memory before folding it away. Then I followed in her wake, leaving the lazy minstrel behind and disappearing into the gathering dusk. Chapter 3. The Disappearing Shop. I spotted Elizabeth already waiting at the intersection ahead, standing with arms folded beneath a gas lamp that painted her in amber and shadow. Gone were the civilian clothes, replaced by attire suited to her trade. Dark satin leggings hugged her legs, tucked into soft leather boots. A fitted leather vest, studded with small bronze rivets, covered a black fabric shirt that drank in the lamplight. Bracers wrapped her forearms, not decorative pieces but functional armor, the leather tooled and reinforced to deflect a blade. A thin belt hung with pouches containing the tools of her profession: lockpicks, smoke powder, perhaps something more exotic. A row of throwing knives rested in sheaths along her thigh, their hilts angled for a quick draw. I suspected she had more blades hidden in unseen places. No mask this time. She had her auburn hair tied away from her face, gathered into a practical ponytail. The style revealed the sharp lines of her jaw and cheekbones, accentuating features I found attractive, even when set in a peaked expression. "You're late," she said as I approached. "I heard the bell." I wasn't sure how long ago it had been. "Almost 30 minutes ago. I almost went ahead without you." Her gaze traveled over me, taking in the changes. "At least you dressed for the occasion." Dark leather armor covered my torso, fitted close to allow freedom of movement. Metal bracers protected my forearms. A cloak the color of coal hung from my shoulders, its hem weighted to keep it from billowing in unexpected breezes. At my hip hung one of my long knives, 1.5 feet of curved steel with a serrated back edge. The blade's twin rested on the opposite side. Over my shoulder, the hilt of my steel island sword, the volcanic black metal so sharp it cut through any defense, rose above my cloak's collar. "I wasn't sure what this wizard has in store for us," I said. "Better to arrive prepared." On that at least we agree. Elizabeth faced the intersection. "Speaking of wizards, look." I knew this intersection. I'd crossed it 100 times over the years, used the narrow alley between the tailor's establishment and the apothecary as a shortcut more than once. That alley was perhaps 2 feet wide, barely enough for a man to pass through sideways. Yet somehow, wedged into that impossible space, a storefront now occupied the gap. The buildings on either side seemed to have shifted apart without moving, creating space where none had existed before. A weathered sign, creaking above the door despite the absence of wind, read, "Solvains, Curios, and Antiquities." "That's not possible," I murmured, more to myself than to Elizabeth. "Go ahead, take it in," she said. "I've had 30 minutes to come to grips with it. Yesterday there wasn't enough space for a broom closet, let alone an entire shop. Yet, there it is." She shook her head, auburn ponytail swaying with the motion. "I've heard the stories, same as you. A wandering shop that appears where it will. But seeing it is something else. It makes me wonder what the stories may have left out." The street around us had emptied. Minutes ago, merchants and others had hurried past on their evening errands, voices carrying in the night air. Now the intersection felt abandoned, as though the city itself had stepped aside to make room for Mordecai's establishment. Gas lamps flickered at the edges of my vision, their light seeming dimmer than usual. The shadows between buildings appeared deeper, more solid, like ink pooled in the cracks of the world. I didn't like it. The feeling of being watched, of standing in a space that played by rules I didn't understand. Assassins survived by controlling their environment, by knowing every exit, every angle, every potential threat. Here, the environment defied control, shifting and bending according to the will of the wizard waiting inside. Elizabeth sensed my unease. "Having second thoughts?" "Several. You?" "At least a dozen." She drew a slow breath and squared her shoulders. "But we didn't come here to stand outside gawking. Shall we?" "After you," she smirked. "Hoping I'll trigger one of those traps?" "Not at all. I was only being polite. Besides, if there is a trap, I don't doubt you have the awareness and skill to disable it." She started toward the shop's entrance, her boots silent on the cobblestones. "Remember, you suggested we come." The entry to Solvains, Curios, and Antiquities bore no handle, no knocker, no visible means of entry. Elizabeth raised her hand to push it open, but before her fingers touched the wood, it swung inward of its own accord, revealing darkness beyond. She glanced at me, one eyebrow raised. Then she crossed the threshold into the unknown. I was no more than a step behind her. Once inside, the door closed behind us without a sound. The darkness disappeared in a heartbeat as light bloomed from unidentifiable sources, not candles or gas lamps, but a soft illumination coming from everywhere and nowhere, as if the air itself carried a faint glow. My eyes adjusted, and the shop revealed itself. From the outside, the storefront's width spanned perhaps 15 feet. Inside, the space stretched beyond reason. Aisles extended into shadow, far longer than any building on Merchant's Row could contain. Shelves rose toward a ceiling lost in darkness above, packed with objects that defied easy categorization. The walls, what walls I saw, leaned at angles defying structural stability, yet the shop stood solid around us. Gravity and geometry had no authority here, it seemed. Elizabeth let out a low whistle. "This isn't possible." "You said that about the exterior." "I know. And yet..." She gestured at the endless shelves stretching before us. "Here we are." The air carried a peculiar scent, old paper and dust, incense long since burned to ash, and beneath it a metallic characteristic, like blood or copper or magic too old to name. The scent of power had settled into the bones of this place over decades, perhaps centuries. We moved deeper into the shop, stepping carefully between displays and pedestals cluttered with Mordecai's collection. Every surface held something strange. A music box sat open on a nearby shelf, its tiny dancer frozen mid-pirouette. As we passed, the figure's head followed us, painted eyes tracking our movement, though the mechanism remained still. Elizabeth's hand drifted toward a knife. I shook my head, a warning, and she let her hand drop, though her fingers stayed close to the hilt. Glass cases lined one wall, their contents suspended by preservation spells that kept time at bay. A butterfly with wings of hammered gold, still as death, its proboscis extended toward a flower that never wilted. A human hand severed at the wrist, the flesh gray but whole, fingers curled around a coin bearing a duke's face I didn't recognize. A child's doll with real hair and glass eyes that wept actual tears, leaving tracks down porcelain cheeks that never dried. "Not scary at all," Elizabeth muttered. The shelves grew more crowded. Skulls of creatures that had never existed outside nightmares. Bottles filled with liquids that moved against their containers, pressing the glass as if seeking escape. A sword made of frozen fire, with cold vapor rising from its edge. A mirror that showed not our reflections, but an empty room. No, not empty. Something moved in its depths, but peering closer didn't make it any more recognizable. Books filled an entire alcove, their spines bearing titles in both familiar and foreign languages. Some whispered when we drew near, voices too soft to understand, but insistent nonetheless. Others remained silent, though I noticed one volume pulsing with a faint heartbeat, its leather cover rising and falling with a slow rhythm. "Don't touch anything," I said. Wasn't planning on it. Elizabeth's voice carried an edge I hadn't heard before. She'd faced down half a dozen armed guards without flinching, but Mordecai's collection unnerved her. The assortment unnerved me too, though I kept that to myself. We rounded a corner, or what passed for a corner here, and found ourselves in a broader area. Display cases gave way to cluttered tables and overflowing cabinets. Maps covered a wall, depicting coastlines and continents I didn't recognize, waters marked with warnings in red ink, and lands labeled with indecipherable names. A globe spun of its own volition in the corner. The aisle twisted again, leading us through a forest of hanging objects, wind chimes that made no sound, dream catchers woven from spider silk and silver thread, a mobile of tiny ships that sailed in circles through still air. Something brushed my shoulder as I passed, a taxidermied raven mounted on a perch, its head swiveling to watch me pass. The bird's stare held intelligence no dead thing should possess. Elizabeth stopped beside a display that caught the ambient light and scattered it in strange patterns. A collection of crystals, each a different color, arranged in a spiral on black velvet. They hummed at a frequency I felt more than heard, a vibration in my chest that quickened my pulse. "Look at this," she said, pointing to a small card beside the display. In elegant script, the card read, "Crystallized Dreams, Various Sources. Handle with care." Crystallized dreams? "I don't want to know," she said, moving on. The shop opened further, and I caught sight of our destination. A desk sat at the far end of this impossible space, massive and ancient, its surface buried beneath papers, artifacts, and the accumulated debris of decades. Behind it, in a high-backed chair that dwarfed his frame, waited the wizard, Mordecai Solvane. I matched Elizabeth's slowing pace. Now that we had seen our host, neither of us was eager to reach him. "Still think coming here was a good idea?" she asked quietly. "Ask me again after we leave. If we leave, that is." "Pessimism doesn't suit you," she said. "Neither does dying in a wizard's curiosity shop." She stepped forward. "Let's get this over with." Mordecai Solvane sat behind his desk like a spider at the center of its web, watching our approach with eyes that missed nothing. Those eyes were his most striking feature, bright green, unnaturally so, the color of poison or spring leaves depending on how the light caught them. They possessed intelligence that his aged frame did little to diminish, sharp, calculating, the hawkish gaze of a predator wearing the skin of a grandfather. The rest of him appeared ancient. Long gray hair hung in unkempt wisps around a gaunt face crinkled like parchment left too long in the sun. A beard of the same gray reached to his chest, equally neglected, stained here and there with what might have been ink. Decades of hunching over books and forbidden knowledge had left him stooped, his spine curved like a question mark. When he shifted in his chair, His movements carried the deliberate slowness of someone for whom every motion required consideration. His hands, though, didn't match the rest of him. Long-fingered and elegant, they moved with surprising dexterity as he shuffled papers on his desk. Rings adorned nearly every finger. Silver, gold, copper, set with gems of various colors that caught the shop's ambient light. Each ring, I suspected, served a purpose beyond decoration. An amulet hung against his chest on a tarnished chain, its surface etched with arcane symbols. He wore loose robes that might once have been fine, a deep burgundy that had faded over the years to something duller, patched in places with fabric that didn't quite match. We stopped a few feet from his desk. Neither of us sat, though 2 chairs waited for us. Sitting put us at a disadvantage, lower than him, and neither Elizabeth nor I was inclined to give ground when we were already at such a disadvantage. Mordecai studied us from beneath bushy gray brows, his demeanor carrying all the warmth of a winter frost. Seconds stretched into an uncomfortable silence. When he spoke, his words came out dry and raspy, like pages turning in an old book. At last. The thief and the assassin and the thief. The words sounded like an accusation. My invitation specified 9 bells. The bell has tolled 9.5. I do not appreciate having my time wasted. One of us has difficulty telling time, Elizabeth said, casting a sidelong glance in my direction. I shrugged. We're here now. Mordecai's lip curled either in displeasure or amusement. The young today have no sense of urgency, no appreciation for the value of punctuality. As the seconds ticked by, I wondered if you planned to come at all. As I said, we're here. Perhaps you'd like to tell us why you summoned us, wizard. Your letter mentioned the Eye of the Void. I am aware of what my letter mentioned. I wrote it, didn't I? He waved a ring-laden hand as if shooing away a fly. Impatient as well as tardy. A poor combination by any measure, let alone in one who trades in death. Elizabeth folded her arms. If you plan to spend the evening insulting us, we can leave. I have better things to do than stand here being lectured by a man who looks like he hasn't seen sunlight in half a century. Mordecai's gaze fixed on her with sudden intensity. For a heartbeat, the air in the shop thickened, some unseen energy raising the hair on my arms. Then the sensation passed, and the wizard let out a sound that might have been a laugh or might have been a cough. It was difficult to tell. Spirit to match your beauty, he said. Good. I wondered if Thorn's protégés would prove as formidable as their reputations suggest, or if the old barbarian had begun collecting strays of lesser quality. He leaned forward, ancient joints creaking with the motion, and steepled his fingers before him. Very well. Since you are both so eager to dispense with pleasantries, let us discuss business. Please, I said. Mordecai removed a small velvet pouch from a drawer. He upended the pouch onto the desk. A dark crystal tumbled out, identical to the one Elizabeth had shown me at the Lazy Minstrel. The same size, the same prism shape, the same light-drinking surface that made me want to look away. Do you recognize this? He asked. Elizabeth's hand plunged into her pocket and came out empty. It's the forgery. How? Mordecai waved in dismissal. A parlor trick, nothing more. I acquired it from your pocket approximately 30 seconds after you entered my shop. Checking pouches and sheaths, Elizabeth's darkened expression softened slightly when she found everything else in place. You could have asked, she said. I could have. I chose not to. Consider it a demonstration. Mordecai pushed the crystal aside with one long finger, as if touching it for too long might contaminate him. This forgery is exceptional work. The enchantment that allows it to absorb light is nearly identical to the genuine relic. Whoever created it possessed significant skill and significant knowledge of the eye's properties. We already worked that much out, I said. Did you? How clever of you. The wizard's tone suggested he found us anything but. What you have not worked out, what you cannot have worked out, is who created it, who stole the genuine eye from Volarin's gallery, or where that eye currently resides. These are the questions that brought you to my door, are they not? Elizabeth and I exchanged a glance. Actually, I said, your letter brought us to your door. You still haven't told us what you want. Mordecai huffed. Is he always so obtuse? Elizabeth shrugged. Probably. We only met last night. Perhaps you should listen rather than posture. Mordecai settled in his chair, his gaze moving between us with the focused attention of a cat watching mice. I have information you need, and you, in turn, have skills I still require. We shall see if we can extend our arrangement in such a way that everyone benefits. Wait a minute, I said. You want to hire us? Impatient, Mordecai rattled his fingers on his desk. I think what he's saying, Elizabeth said, is he already did. The pieces fell into place with an unpleasant click. You hired me to steal the eye from Valoran, Elizabeth said. It wasn't a question. I did. Mordecai inclined his head, a gesture that might have been acknowledgement or a slight bow. Through the usual intermediaries, of course. The guild requires its protocols, and I have no objection to working within established systems when they serve my purposes. Besides, it's always a good idea to insulate myself from the details of such a venture. And him? Elizabeth jerked her chin in my direction. Did you? The contract on Merrick Valoran's life also came from me. The wizard's tone carried no apology. Through similar but different channels, naturally. Commissioning a theft and a murder through the same broker invites awkward questions. The intermediary who had delivered my contract, a man I'd worked with before, whose discretion I trusted, had never mentioned the client's identity, and I'd never asked. Such was the nature of the business. But knowing Mordecai Sylvain sat at the other end of the transaction made me consider exercising more caution about which jobs I accepted in the future. You wanted Valoran dead and the eye stolen on the same night, I said. Obviously. Valoran's paranoia would have reached new heights after losing the eye. Getting to him afterward would have proven considerably more difficult, even for someone of your reputation. Mordecai's lip curled. Unfortunately, neither of you completed your assigned tasks. The real Eye of the Void remains at large, and Mr. Valoran remains among the living. A disappointing outcome all around. Hold on, Elizabeth said. I stole exactly what you asked me to steal. It's not my fault someone switched the artifact before I got there. Nor is it mine. The wizard spread ring-laden fingers. Our original arrangement specified the Eye of the Void. You brought me a worthless fake. Until the genuine article is in my possession, your contract remains unfulfilled. Elizabeth said nothing because she knew he was right. However, I am not an unreasonable man. Since I recognize you did not foresee the forgery, I am prepared to offer you additional compensation when you complete your commission. Elizabeth's hands clenched into fists at her sides. She weighed options and calculated odds, deciding whether to argue further or let the matter drop. When her fingers relaxed, I knew she had made her decision. Fine, she said. Satisfied, Mordecai fixed his unsettling stare on me. As for you, assassin, your target has changed. Mr. Valoran is no longer my concern. Whoever stole the genuine eye from his gallery is. You want me to kill someone whose identity you don't know? I want you to find them first, then deal with them. Consider it a two-part commission. I folded my arms. Finding people isn't my specialty. It isn't mine either, Elizabeth said before Mordecai drew her in any deeper. Too late. Perhaps it is a skill neither of you possesses in great measure, the old wizard said, which is why you will work together. When the eye is in my possession and you have eliminated the thief, you will both receive the payments originally agreed upon, plus a bonus for your additional troubles. Elizabeth shifted from one foot to the other. I shared her discomfort. But Mordecai had us cornered. We both had time invested, and walking away meant leaving the money he owed us on the table. I didn't know about Elizabeth, but that didn't sit well with me. You must at least have some idea who took it, I said. You don't strike me as the type to operate in the dark. Who do you suspect? The wizard's fingers drummed across his desk, rings clicking against the wood. Marek Valoran has rivals, collectors who compete for the same artifacts. One may have struck first rather than wait for Volarin's sale to complete. "Any names?" Elizabeth asked. "Several. But that is your task to determine. I run in the same circles with some of them, so I'll say nothing without firmer ground to stand on. Find the eye and find who took it. Then deal with the thief or the person who hired him. I don't care about the details. Just make sure this person no longer operates in our fair city. These are the tasks before you. Remember, I expect results, not excuses." He dismissed us with a wave. "Do try to be punctual next time." We took our leave without further argument. Neither of us was inclined to test the limits of Mordecai's hospitality, such as it was. The return trip through the shop felt different, shorter. The endless aisles that had stretched into shadow contracted around us, as if the space itself exhaled, pushing us closer to the exit. The hanging objects we'd passed before, the silent wind chimes, the sailing ships, the spider silk dream catchers, were gone, replaced by different curiosities. A jar of floating eyeballs that swiveled to follow our passage, a creature made of smoke inside a birdcage, a portrait whose subject aged as we watched, skin wrinkling and hair graying in the span of a heartbeat before resetting to youth and beginning the cycle anew. Elizabeth kept her eyes forward. Smart. The exit appeared earlier than we expected. One moment, we passed a shelf of ticking clocks, each showing a different time in a different city. The next, we stood before the entrance, its wood as featureless as when we'd arrived. The door swung open without prompting, revealing the night beyond. We stepped through together. The intersection of Merchant's Row and Cobbler's Lane appeared the same as when we'd left it. Gas lamps flickered at their posts. The buildings of the tailor and apothecary stood where they'd always stood. But between them, where Solvain's curios and antiquities had wedged itself into an impossible space, only the narrow alley remained. The shop had vanished, as if it had never existed. Elizabeth let out a breath. That was unpleasant. Yes. We stood in silence. The night air felt cleaner somehow, less oppressive, though the memory of Mordecai's collection lingered like an unpleasant taste. "So," Elizabeth said finally, turning to face me. "Partners, then. At least until we complete the job." "It appears so. This doesn't mean I trust you. I still plan to watch my back, and when we're finished, we go our separate ways." "Fair enough. Also, what am I supposed to call you? I can't go around yelling, 'Hey, you.'" "It doesn't matter much," I said. "Pick whatever name you like." "Oh, you don't want me picking one," she said, flashing me a mischievous grin that I returned. "I'm sure you'll be kind," I said. "Now, how do we go about finding this mysterious thief?" "I know someone who might help," Elizabeth said, adjusting the pouch on her belt, checking its contents by habit. "A fortune teller in the shambles. She knows things." "A fortune teller?" "Don't give me that look. Madame Nadira is the real thing. If anyone can give us insight into whoever stole the eye, it's her." Fortune tellers and mystics weren't usually my preferred sources of information. Too much smoke and mirrors, too little substance. But we had nothing else to go on, and Elizabeth clearly trusted this woman. That counted for something. "Lead on," I said. Elizabeth started down the street. I fell in beside her, almost as if I belonged there. We'd find the eye and deal with whoever took it. And when we finished the job, we'd go our separate ways. At least, that was the plan. Chapter 4. The Fortune Teller. We left the respectable districts behind, trading the orderly gas-lit streets for something older and more desperate. Here in the shambles, cracked and uneven cobblestones lined the roads. Soot and grime darkened every surface, walls, windows, the faces of the buildings themselves, as if industry had dipped the district in ash. Makeshift fires burned in metal barrels at irregular intervals. Clusters of shivering residents gathered around them for warmth. The air carried the stink of refuse, coal smoke, and unwashed humanity, thick enough to taste. Alchester's prosperity didn't reach this far. Neither did its laws. Elizabeth navigated the narrow alleys with confident familiarity, moving without hesitation, ducking through gaps between buildings and cutting across courtyards littered with debris. I knew my way around the district, but not like her, I realized. I kept pace and stayed silent. The few residents we passed watched us with the wary gazes of people who'd learned to size up strangers quickly. Some recognized Elizabeth, nods exchanged, subtle acknowledgments between those who shared history in these streets. No one acknowledged me. If nothing else, they knew better than to attract my attention. "You grew up here," I said. "What gave it away?" "The people here know you for one, but you also seem to know your way around, more so than a person who passes through occasionally." "Everyone comes from somewhere. The shambles is my somewhere. I got out mostly, but some things stay with you." I wasn't criticizing. Good, because I wasn't apologizing. My mom got herself hooked on Devil's Tongue since before I can remember, so I didn't have much choice but to fend for myself. You do what you have to do to survive, you know? She turned down another alley, this one narrower than the rest, barely wide enough for two people to walk abreast. We're almost there. Our destination announced itself through smell before sight. Incense, thick and cloying, drifting through a beaded curtain hanging in an otherwise unremarkable doorway. The small and crooked building squeezed between a boarded-up butcher's stall and what might have been a pawnbroker's establishment. No sign marked the entrance. None was needed. Elizabeth paused at the threshold. "Before we go in, Nadira is important to me. She's been part of my life since I was a girl. If she doesn't outright recognize you, she'll discern the air about you." "Meaning?" "Meaning she'll know what you do for a living." I might have shrugged if Elizabeth hadn't stressed Nadira's importance to her. Instead, I nodded. "I'll try to keep a low profile. Promise." She studied me with a furrowed brow, unsure. But we were here, and we agreed to see this through, so she let out a breath and said, "She might make you feel uncomfortable." "I'm never uncomfortable. Everyone's uncomfortable around Nadira. She has a way of seeing things people would rather keep hidden." Elizabeth slid through the beaded curtain, the strands clicking together behind her. "Just act polite." I followed her inside. The accumulated tools of fortune-telling and herbcraft covering every surface made the front area feel cramped and cluttered. Jars of dried plants lined crooked shelves. Bundles of strange herbs hung from the ceiling, their scent mingling with the incense to create an aroma at once pleasant and unsettling. Charms and talismans dangled from hooks, catching what little light filtered through the grimy window. A small table covered in dark cloth dominated the center of the space. At the table's center, I spotted a deck of cards that had seen its share of shuffling. A beaded curtain on the room's other side parted, and Madame Nadira emerged. She was smaller than I'd expected, slight and weathered, her frame suggesting someone who had never known excess but had always found a way to survive. The wrinkles of a life lived hard marked her dusky skin, and a colorful scarf, speaking of distant lands and old traditions, covered her gray hair. Jewelry abounded, rings on every finger, bracelets climbing her forearms, necklaces layered against her chest. When she moved, she chimed like wind through metal bells, each piece announcing her presence. But it was her eyes that commanded attention. Dark and deep, they held a weight of knowledge most people never possessed. She looked at me, and I felt the discomfort Elizabeth had warned me about, as if the old gypsy woman read me like one of her cards. Every secret, every sin, laid bare before her. "Elizabeth," she said, her voice carrying the warm lilt of the southern reaches. "You brought someone." "Madame Nadira." Elizabeth embraced the old woman with genuine affection. "I'm sorry it's been so long." "Time passes. The young have better things to do than visit old women in cramped shops." Nadira's attention remained fixed on me even as she returned the embrace. "Though I confess, I did not expect you to bring a killer to my door." The words hung in the air. Elizabeth's expression caught between embarrassment and resignation. "He's not," she started to say. "I mean, he is, but—" "He is exactly what I said." Nadira released Elizabeth and stepped closer, her jewelry chiming with each step. She stopped an arm's length away, those dark eyes boring into mine. I can see the shadows following you, the lives you've taken, the blood on your hands that no amount of washing will ever remove. I held her stare. I made my choice a long time ago. I don't regret it. No, you don't, do you? Had your revenge, yet you kept on. Protecting someone, I think. Still protecting this person. She nodded, acknowledgement becoming approval. At least you have a reason. That is more than most can say. Nadira, Elizabeth said, a note of warning in her voice. We're here because we need your help. You always need something when you visit. But the old woman's tone carried affection rather than accusation. She moved to the table, lowering herself into a chair with the careful movements of an elderly person whose joints had seen better days. Sit, both of you. Tell me what trouble you found. We sat across from her. Elizabeth explained the situation, telling her about the Eye of the Void, the forgery, and Mordecai Solvain's commission. Nadira listened without interruption, fingers idly shuffling the deck of cards. When Elizabeth finished, the fortune-teller remained silent for a long moment. Mordecai Solvain, she said finally. That old spider. You know him? I know of him. We move in different circles, but sometimes those circles overlap. Nadira's lip curled. He collects things. Dangerous things. And he does not collect without purpose, whatever he may claim. Can you help us find whoever stole the eye? Elizabeth asked. Perhaps. Nadira set the cards down and studied Elizabeth. But first, I want to understand something. She gestured between us. The two of you. How did you come to work together? Circumstance, I said. Mordecai hired us both without either of us knowing. We're stuck with each other until we finish the job. Circumstance, Nadira said, repeating the word as if tasting it. Is that what you believe? It's what happened. The old woman smiled, a small, secretive gesture whose meaning I couldn't guess. The cards tell a different story. She gathered the deck and shuffled with surprising dexterity, her rings catching the dim light. Indulge an old woman. Let me do a reading before we discuss business. Elizabeth groaned. Nadira, I prefer you didn't. She cast a sharp glance my way. We both prefer you didn't. I shrugged. What's the harm? Nadira grinned. It will only take a moment, and I have learned to trust what the cards reveal, even when their message is unexpected. She set the deck before Elizabeth. Cut them. Elizabeth frowned. No. Do it or I won't help you. I can do it if... I started to say, reaching out. You stay out of this, Elizabeth said, batting my hand away. Fine, Nadira. I'll cut your damn cards. But then you help us. Of course, the old gypsy woman intoned. Elizabeth reached out and divided the deck. Nadira gathered the cards and laid them out on the dark cloth, her movements practiced and precise. 3 cards in a row, then 2 more below, all face down. Get on with it already, Elizabeth said, her voice carrying an edge. Nadira flipped the first card over. The crossed blades. Conflict. 2 forces beginning in opposition. She moved to the second. The shared path. A journey undertaken together. The third card. The unveiled face. Secrets revealed. Masks removed. Truth seen where deception once stood. Elizabeth pursed her lips. And the others? Nadira's finger hovered over the 4th card. She flipped it. The braided river. 2 currents flow apart, then converge into a single stream. A partnership becomes something deeper. She paused, her stare rising to meet Elizabeth's. And the last. She turned the 5th card. The lovers. That's enough. Elizabeth's voice cut through the incense-thick air. We didn't come here for relationship advice. Nadira chuckled. Wait a minute, I said. Is she talking about us? Never mind who she's talking about, Elizabeth said. You've had your fun, Nadira. Now, a deal's a deal. The gypsy woman gathered the spread of cards with a sweep of her hand, shuffling them back into the deck. She set the deck aside and folded her hands on the table. You wish to know about the Eye of the Void and whoever stole it from Marek Volarin. I can help you with this. My help, as always, comes with a price." "We had a deal, Nadira," Elizabeth said, annoyed. "I'm changing the terms," Nadira said, with no hint of apology in her tone. Elizabeth let out an exasperated breath and reached for her belt pouch. "How much?" "Not coin." "What then?" "A promise that when you've concluded your business with Mordecai, you will visit me again. Not for help, not for information, simply to visit." Her expression softened. "An old woman grows lonely, and you have been absent too long." Guilt, or perhaps the recognition of a debt money couldn't pay, passed across Elizabeth's face. "I promise," she said quietly. Nadira smiled, the knowing fortune-teller vanishing, replaced by the warmth of a grandmother pleased to see her granddaughter. "Good. Bring your friend with you if you like." "Nadira," Elizabeth said, her ire threatening to rise again. Still grinning, Nadira said, "We should discuss business, no?" Then the grin vanished, and the grandmother's warmth gave way to a gypsy's focus. She closed her eyes and drew a slow breath, her ringed fingers pressing flat against the table. The incense smoke curled around her, thickening, and the cluttered shop fell silent. When she spoke again, her voice carried a distinct quality, distant as if she heard words only she could hear. "The Eye of the Void passed through many hands before reaching Volarin. It has a hunger, that artifact, a darkness that calls to those with darkness in their hearts." Her eyes opened, fixing on a point somewhere between Elizabeth and me. "The person who stole it from Volarin's gallery is young, brash, a thief, but not of your guild, Elizabeth. He works alone, answering to no one, and he thinks himself cleverer than he is." "A name?" Elizabeth pressed. "Finn." I shifted in my chair. "This Finn have a last name?" "Just Finn, as far as anyone knows. He appeared in Alchester a few months ago, making a name for himself with bold scores and careless spending, the sort who steals a fortune on Monday and loses it at the dice tables by Friday." Elizabeth's lips pressed into a thin line. "I've never heard of him. He avoids the guild, works outside your circles, but he's caused a stir in other quarters. Gambling halls, taverns where men with more ambition than sense gather to boast of their exploits." Nadira's dark gaze found mine. "He's young enough to think himself immortal, and foolish enough to prove otherwise." "Where do we find him?" I asked. "Rogue's Den." "Brash is right," Elizabeth said. "That's guild territory." I thought the entire city was guild territory, but I kept that to myself. "He's taking an awful risk showing up there," Elizabeth went on. "Unsanctioned thieves survive longer by not getting noticed." Nadira flexed her fingers. "A recent job has him feeling emboldened. He spends, and loses, heavily there." She took on a sour look. "Finding Finn is only the first step. Whoever hired him already has the eye. This person created the forgery. Finn will lead you to him if you are convincing enough." "I can be pretty convincing when needed," I said without thinking. Elizabeth cast a sidelong glance my way, then she leaned forward. "Who?" "That I cannot see clearly. The threads tangle when examined too closely, as if someone has taken pains to hide them." Nadira's fingers drummed on the table, her rings clicking softly. "I see layers upon layers. This person does not intend to keep the eye for himself, but to sell it." I leaned as close as Elizabeth did. "An intermediary?" Nadira nodded. "The buyer wants the eye for its power, not its value. And that should concern you both." "Why?" I asked. Our concern was the intermediary, not the person who hired him to acquire the artifact. "Because idle men do not simply collect relics like the Eye of the Void. They acquire them to use them." Elizabeth shifted in her chair, uncomfortable. "Why do I feel like you're no longer talking about the mysterious buyer?" Nadira lifted a brow, but she said nothing. "You know how this works, Nadira," Elizabeth said. "People pay me to obtain things, not to ask what happens after I've handed those things off. What Mordecai does with the eye is his business." Nadira's mouth opened, a plethora of advice about seeking a new career and such about to spill forth, I imagined. But she thought better of it, because she shook her head and said, "I give you this warning, Elizabeth, because you are dear to me. Whatever reason Mordecai has for wanting the eye, he does not intend to do anything good with it. That man collects power like a miser collects gold, hoarding it, never satisfied, always reaching for more. Be careful what you deliver to him." "We've already accepted the job," I said. "We can't walk away." I did not say walk away. I said to exercise caution. Nadira rose from her chair, her jewelry chiming with the motion. "Find Finn, learn who hired him, and when you discover the truth, decide for yourselves whether Mordecai Solvane deserves what you're bringing him." Elizabeth stood, so I did as well. "Thank you, Nadira." "Thank me by keeping your promise." The old woman touched Elizabeth's cheek. "And by staying alive. I have seen too many bright flames extinguished in this city. I do not want to see yours join them." "I'll be careful," Elizabeth said. "You never are." But Nadira smirked as she said it. "Go, find your thief, and remember, the cards do not lie, even when we wish they did." Elizabeth's cheeks colored, but she said nothing. She slipped through the beaded curtain without looking back, and I followed her into the night, where the shambles embraced us once more. Narrow streets, leaning buildings, the smell of poverty and desperation. We strode in silence for a block before Elizabeth spoke. "Rogue's Den. You know the place?" "Who doesn't? It's in Lowtown, that architectural blind spot where the city maps don't quite add up." "That's the one. As I recall, the atmosphere lacks a certain charm. I can't remember when I was there last. I doubt it's changed since your last visit, still catering to people who'd prefer to remain unseen in more reputable establishments. Thieves, smugglers, the occasional murderer." She glanced at me. "You'll fit right in." "I'll take that as a compliment." "It wasn't one," she said with a hint of a smirk. A block later, Elizabeth broke the silence again. "About what happened back there," she said, not looking at me. "The card reading." "What about it?" "Don't read too much into it." She kicked a loose cobblestone, sending it skittering into the gutter. "Nadira likes to stir the pot. It amuses her." I couldn't help but grin. The lover's card did make quite an impression. "It's meaningless." Elizabeth's voice sharpened. "Her predictions are wrong as often as they're right. Maybe more often. Last year she told a fence named Wix that he'd find true love before winter. He got stabbed by his mistress in an argument over a stolen necklace. Bled out in an alley not far from here." I grunted. "That certainly doesn't sound like true love." She stopped. "I'm serious. Whatever you're thinking, stop thinking it. We're working together because we have to, not because fate or destiny or some old woman's cards decreed it. When we finish this job, we go our separate ways. That's the deal." I held up my hands in a gesture of surrender. I wasn't thinking anything different. "Good. Keep it that way." She started moving again, her boots striking the cobblestones with more force than necessary. "The last thing I need is a killer with romantic notions." "Romantic notions? We hardly know each other." "Exactly." I fell into step beside her, not broaching the subject again until a block later. "For what it's worth, I don't put much stock in fortune tellers anyway. Cards, crystal balls, reading tea leaves, it's all theater. People see what they want to see." "Exactly." Some of the tension left her shoulders. "I've seen Nadira do some things I can't explain, but the future isn't fixed. The cards show possibilities, not certainties. And that particular possibility—" She shook her head. "Let's just say it's never happening." "Understood." "I mean it." I held up my hands again. I said, "Understood." We walked in silence for another minute. As we neared the district's edge, the shambles gave way to streets of better quality. Gas lamps flickered to life as a lamplighter made his rounds ahead of us, pushing back the darkness one pool of light at a time. Elizabeth surveyed the sky, judging the hour by the moon's position. "The den will be open by now. No sense waiting until tomorrow when our thief might decide to spend his coin elsewhere." Agreed. The sooner we find him, the sooner we finish this. And the sooner we go our separate ways. You keep mentioning that. Because I want to make sure we both remember it. She turned down a side street, heading in the direction of Lowtown. Come on. We have a bit of a walk ahead of us, but we can talk strategy on the way. Rogue's Den isn't the sort of place where you want to improvise. I followed her into the night, leaving the shambles and Madame Nadira's warnings behind. Ahead lay a gambling hall, a brash young thief, and answers we both needed. Chapter 5. Rogue's Den. Elizabeth led us through Lowtown's maze of narrow streets, turning down Shadowmark Alley where the buildings pressed so close they starved the cobblestones of moonlight. We descended Beggar's Stair, a flight of rough-hewn steps that emptied into a wider lane littered with vagrants, huddled beneath threadbare blankets. They watched us pass with desperate expressions but made no move to interfere. A tally of our weapons, and the way we carried ourselves, convinced them we weren't worth the trouble. Past the vagrants, harlots decorated our path ahead like ornaments on a tree, their painted faces catching what little light filtered down from the sky above. A few called out invitations, their voices carrying practiced warmth that fooled no one. Elizabeth ignored them. I did the same. One bolder than the rest stepped into my path with a smile that promised everything and delivered nothing. I sidestepped her without breaking stride. She let out a curse behind me, but I let it slide. Up the crooked steps we went. Then along Cutthroat Strip, a thin passage ending at a narrow door that most mistook for a storage closet or service entrance. Faint music seeped through the wood, accompanied by laughter, hollering, and the distinctive clatter of dice on a gaming table. Elizabeth rapped her knuckles against the door. 3 quick knocks, a pause, then 2 more. A speakeasy slid open, revealing a hard stare that scrutinized us with more suspicion than seemed warranted. "Evening," Elizabeth said. "We're here to lose some money." The stare traveled from her to me, lingering on the long knives at my hips and the sword over my shoulder. Rogue's Den had rules about such things. Weapons required peace-bounding upon entry, secured with leather straps that slowed drawing. The rule maintained the den's status as neutral ground, a place where Alchester's criminal factions conducted business without bloodshed. Breaking that peace brought swift consequences. "Weapons bound," the doorman said, not asking. Elizabeth produced a pair of leather ties from her belt and secured her throwing knives. I did the same with my long knives, though I left the sword untouched. The doorman's gaze narrowed. "The sword, too." "The sword stays as it is," I said. Weighing his options, the doorman decided I wasn't worth the argument and slammed the speakeasy shut. The door creaked open a heartbeat later. "'Cause trouble you deal with Barguest," he warned. "And Barguest doesn't deal gently." "Noted," I said, stepping past him into the den's smoky confines. The smell hit me first. Spilled ale, pipe smoke, leather oil, unwashed bodies, and beneath it all the distinctive metallic tang of hidden weapons. The peace-binding rule meant little to professionals who could slip a blade free in half a heartbeat, and Rogue's Den most definitely catered to professionals. We descended a rough-hewn staircase scarred by use into a sprawling underground chamber that had once served a grander purpose. Vaulted ceilings rose overhead, supported by pillars of smoke-blackened granite. Someone had told me the place had started life as a wine cellar for some noble family, before the plague swept through Alchester and erased their name from history. Looking at it now, with its mismatched furniture and amber-hazed lighting, you'd never guess the space once held anything as refined as wine. Tables and chairs crowded the main floor, in an arrangement that suggested chaos, but actually provided clear sightlines to every exit. No 2 pieces of furniture matched. A velvet settee that might have graced a lord's parlor sat beside a crude bench constructed from split logs. An ornate card table with gilded legs stood alongside a rough-hewn plank balanced on barrels. The den's proprietor had acquired everything through questionable means, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. The bar ran the length of one wall, its surface a single slab of mahogany that had once served as a lord's banquet table. Knife marks and burn scars told the story of its descent from high society to this. Behind it stood an impressive collection of bottles and jugs, many bearing no tax stamps or sporting counterfeit seals. The bartender, a thick-necked woman with arms like kegs, moved between customers with practiced efficiency, pouring drinks and collecting coins without missing a beat. But it was the gaming tables that drew the crowd. Dice tables, card tables, wheels of fortune spinning with hypnotic regularity. The den offered every vice a criminal desired. The establishment's reputation for neutrality meant people conducted business here without fear of interference. Thieves planned heists in shadowed alcoves. Stolen goods changed hands over cups of ale. Information passed between parties who would knife each other anywhere else. The rules made it possible, and Barguest ensured everyone obeyed them. Speaking of the proprietor, I spotted him behind the bar, watching with the focused attention of a man who missed nothing. Massive didn't begin to describe him. He stood a full head taller than anyone else in the establishment, with shoulders broad enough to block a doorway and arms that suggested he could break a man in half without trying. A scar ran from his forehead to his jaw, passing through the ruin of his left eye. The scar's true origin remained a mystery, though rumors changed weekly. Some said he'd been a pirate captain. Others claimed he was an executioner who'd fled his liege's service. The truth probably lay somewhere darker. At his hip hung a club of impressive dimensions, a weapon he called Persuasion, according to those who'd seen it used. The name seemed apt. Few arguments lasted long once Barguest entered the discussion. Elizabeth touched my arm and gestured toward the gaming tables. There. I followed her stare's direction past merchants betting fortunes they didn't have, past thieves counting stolen coins, past mercenaries drinking away earnings from jobs they'd rather forget. The dice tables sat in a cluster near the far wall, their green felt surfaces marred by countless rolls of bone and ivory. At one table, surrounded by hangers-on who laughed too loudly at jokes that weren't funny, sat our quarry. Finn was younger than I'd expected. 19, maybe 20, with a once handsome appearance that arrogance had rendered less appealing. Dark hair fell across his forehead in artful disarray. His clothes were new and expensive, the sort of thing a man bought when he wanted everyone to know he had money to burn, or had just scored on a big job. Gold glittered at his fingers and throat, too much of it, displayed without taste or restraint. He held a cup in one hand and a fistful of dice in the other. His grin suggested he believed himself the cleverest man in the room. He was about to find out how wrong he was. He's not subtle about the spending, is he? I asked, more to myself than to Elizabeth. Thieves like Finn never are, she said, shaking her head. They pull one big score and suddenly think they're untouchable. She watched him throw the dice. His companions cheered when the roll came up in his favor. He's been winning. That'll make him cocky. More cocky than he already seems. Hard to imagine, I know. Elizabeth started toward the table, then paused. Let me do the talking first. If I can convince him we're not here to cause trouble, he might answer our questions without you having to get creative. And if he doesn't cooperate, then, like we talked about on the way over, you can get as creative as you like. A thin smile crossed her face. Within reason, we need him alive enough to talk. I'll try to restrain myself. We wove between tables and sidestepped the bartender carrying a tray of drinks. A few patrons looked our way. Professional curiosity, nothing more. The den's clientele knew better than to stare too long at strangers. You never knew who might take offense, and even in a place like this where few rules existed, offense sometimes proved fatal. Finn noticed us before we reached his table. I watched him cycle through recognition, alarm, and forced nonchalance in the span of a heartbeat. He knew who we were, or at least he knew enough to worry. Nothing like having one's reputation precede you. Well, well, he said, his voice carrying the practiced casualness of a man trying hard to seem unconcerned. If it isn't Elizabeth West, we've never met, but I know you by reputation. The best thief in the city, or so they say. I don't doubt it's true. To what do I owe the pleasure? Elizabeth slid the empty chair beside him out and sat down. Evening, Finn. You're right, we've never met. But I know your name, too. I heard you've been having a run of luck lately and thought I might stop by to see what all the noise was about. Fortune favors the bold. He rattled the dice in his hand, a nervous gesture that undermined his confident smile. Care to join the game? I'll have to warn you. The dice have been kind to me tonight. I'm not here to gamble. Pity. His gaze slid past Elizabeth to me, standing behind her with arms folded. His alarm sharpened. Who's your friend? Someone you don't want as an enemy. Finn's companions had gone quiet, sensing the shift in atmosphere. One by one, they found reasons to remove themselves from the table. A drink needed refilling, a woman caught their eye, or a card game beckoned from the den's other side. Within moments, Finn sat alone at the table, his winning streak forgotten. Look, he said, lowering his voice, if this is about the merchant quarter job last month, I had nothing to do with it. Ask anyone. I don't care about the merchant quarter. Elizabeth leaned forward, her expression hardening. I care about the eye of the void. The color drained from Finn's cheeks. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't insult me. Elizabeth's voice carried a sharp edge. You stole the eye from Merrick Valoran's vault before anyone else got to it. You replaced it with a forgery good enough to fool Valoran himself. And then you sold it to someone who paid you enough to fund your little gambling spree. She gestured at the coins piled on the table before him. How am I doing so far? Finn said nothing. His knuckles whitened around the dice. I stepped closer, letting my shadow fall across him. The lady asked you a question. He swallowed hard. I can't talk about this. Not here. You can talk about it here, or you can talk about it somewhere less comfortable. I kept my voice low, almost conversational. Your choice. Elizabeth raised a hand, forestalling whatever threat I might have made next. We're not here to cause trouble, Finn. We want information. Tell us who hired you and we'll leave. Nobody needs to know we had this conversation. You don't understand. Finn's earlier bravado had evaporated entirely. If I give up a client's name, I'm dead. That's how it works. You know that. I know how it works for guild members, Elizabeth said. But you're not guild, are you? You're operating without sanction in Thorn Targales's city. How long do you think that lasts once he finds out you're not showing him the proper respect? Finn flinched at Thorn's name. Everyone in Alchester's underworld knew what happened to freelancers who tried to work without the guild's blessing. The lucky ones got run out of town. The unlucky ones became object lessons for others who might consider similar ambitions. Finn should have paid more attention before setting up shop here. I didn't know, Finn said, his voice cracking. I swear I didn't know the job would cause trouble. The man who hired me said it would be clean. In and out. No complications. And yet here we are, I said. I hate complications, don't you? Elizabeth slid a small pouch from her belt across the table. Coins clinked within. That's enough to get you out of Alchester tonight. A coach to one of the border towns. Further, if you're careful with your spending. Take the money, give us the name, and disappear. By morning, nobody will remember you were ever here. Finn stared at the pouch as if it might bite him. His outstretched hand trembled. And if I don't? Then I stop being nice, Elizabeth said, and my friend stops being patient. I let my hand drift closer to one of my peace-bound knives. Finn followed the movement, and what little color remained disappeared entirely. Okay, he said. Okay, fine, I'll tell you. He grabbed the pouch and clutched it to his chest like a talisman. The man who hired me calls himself Varen Crossed. The name emerged in a rush as if Finn couldn't wait to rid himself of it. People say he led a mercenary's life once, but he got tired of not getting paid enough, so he branched out, started acquiring and selling goods, expensive goods. He deals in rare artifacts for the sort of wealthy clients who don't ask where the merchandise comes from, if you know what I mean. Crossed? I'd heard the name before, though I couldn't place where. What else can you tell us about him? Not much. We only met twice, once when he hired me, once when I delivered the goods. He's older, maybe mid-40s, with a grizzled look about him. You know, like he's seen some shat. Dark hair starting to gray. There's a rope scar across his throat. Finn touched his own neck unconsciously. Like someone tried to hang him once and didn't finish the job. Where do we find him? I don't know, he swallowed. I mean it. I don't know where he hangs out, but I overheard him mention something when I made the delivery. Finn's brow furrowed as he tried to recall. A gala at Lord Ashworth's mansion. He said he planned to attend tomorrow night to move the artifact during the party. Elizabeth shot me a glance. Lord Ashworth's gala was one of the social events of the season, an invitation-only affair that attracted the city's wealthiest and most influential citizens. If Crost planned to move the eye during the party, he was either supremely confident or extremely well-connected. Probably both. That's everything? Elizabeth pressed. You're sure? Finn nodded frantically. That's all I know, I swear. I stole the eye, delivered it to Crost, and that was the end of it. I didn't ask questions, didn't want to know. Elizabeth studied him, weighing his words against his obvious terror. Finally, she pushed away from the table and stood. Thank you for your cooperation, Finn. Now take the coin and get out of Alchester. Tonight. If I see your face in this city again, or even hear your name, I'll assume you've decided to test Thjorn's patience. She paused. Trust me, you don't want to do that. Finn didn't need to hear it again. He stuffed the pouch into his pocket, scooped up most of his winnings from the table, and fled without looking back. Within seconds, he'd vanished into the crowd, leaving an empty chair and the lingering smell of fear behind. I watched him go, then I took a seat at the table. Think he told us the truth? Mostly. Elizabeth retrieved an abandoned coin from the table and absently examined it. Lord Ashworth's gala, I said. I don't suppose you received an invitation, did you? Elizabeth smirked. No. But since when has that stopped people like us? Fair point. We have until tomorrow night to figure out how to get inside. Ashworth's security will be tight. With half the nobility in attendance, he'll have guards at every entrance. I know a few people who can help with that. So do I. Her smirk still played across her features. Seems we're stuck with each other for a little while longer. Seems like it. So, what's our next move? I asked. I need to talk to someone about getting us into that gala. Elizabeth paused, thinking. We don't have much time to plan this out, but I think I might have just the thing. Meet me tomorrow morning at the Lazy Minstrel, 10 o'clock. We'll compare notes and figure out our approach. And until then? Get some sleep. You look like you need it. I almost smiled. Is that concern I detect? Practical observation, but her expression softened. Don't read too much into it. Wouldn't dream of it. After we left Rogue's den together, she headed to wherever thieves went when they weren't stealing things. I watched her go until she disappeared around a corner, auburn hair catching the lamplight once more before the shadows claimed her. Then I turned in the opposite direction and headed for home. Chapter 6. The Gala. Wrought iron gates and white pillars topped with alchemical lanterns burning blue-white marked the entrance to the Ashworth estate. Our carriage stood in line with the others, waiting for Ashworth's guards to check our invitations and wave us through. When our turn came, our coachman handed our invitations to the guard, and, after a moment of scrutiny, we rolled onto the grounds. The drive curved through manicured gardens, lined on both sides by more alchemical lanterns set atop brass posts. Their light fell across sculpted hedges and ornamental trees, casting long shadows that shifted as we passed. Carriages of polished wood and brass trim with matched teams of horses formed a procession along the cobblestones, ending at the portico where footmen in household livery waited to assist passengers. One after another, each carriage stopped to disgorge its occupants, men in tailored coats and women in gowns that caught the light like jewels, all ascending the grand staircase as if offering wealth and pretension to some god. The mansion was 3 stories of smooth marble and tall windows, every pane aglow with the warm light of chandeliers shining from within. The architecture spoke of old money and older ambitions, the kind of family that measured success in generations rather than years. Elizabeth sat beside me in our hired carriage, her posture perfect, her features composed. She'd transformed herself for tonight's work, and the effect was remarkable. Gone was the thief in dark leather. In her place, a merchant's wife of evident refinement stood revealed. Her gown was deep burgundy, the fabric rich but not ostentatious, the cut flattering without being provocative. The bodice fit snug against her slender frame, the skirt full enough to move in, but not so voluminous as to impede quick action. She had swept her auburn hair into an elaborate arrangement that revealed the graceful line of her neck, with a few loose curls framing her face and softening her features. A simple gold necklace drew the eye downward, while matching earrings caught the carriage lamp's glow whenever she turned her head. She wore cosmetics, subtle touches that enhanced rather than concealed, making her already striking features even more breathtaking. I'd seen Elizabeth in thieving blacks, civilian clothes, and ready for a fight. But I hadn't expected this. "You're staring," she said without looking at me. "Observing. There's a difference." "Is there?" Now she did look, one eyebrow arching. "And what have you observed?" "That you make a convincing merchant's wife. You're not entirely out of place yourself." I'd dressed for the part as well. Dark coat over a dove-gray waistcoat, the fabric quality good but not special by any means. A vintner of moderate success, established enough to attend such functions but not wealthy enough to draw attention. I wore a white linen shirt with my cravat tied in a simple knot. My boots were polished but showed wear. I hid a thin blade along my forearm where the coat sleeve concealed it, and a second knife rested against my calf. Not much, but enough. The carriage slowed as we neared the portico. "Remember the plan," Elizabeth said, her voice dropping. "We're Aldrich and Margaret Montclair, married 3 years. You run a small but successful vineyard in the southern reaches of Pinehurst. I manage the business side, accounts, shipping, contracts." I remember. We'd settled on the Ruse together. While breaking and entering might prove faster, the level of security made it far riskier. Without adequate time to plan our entry and exit, and without knowing exactly where Crost may have secured the artifact, we rationalized that a more traditional approach to gaining access to Lord Ashworth's house seemed prudent. This more conservative plan allowed us to survey the interior in plain sight without raising suspicion. If we played our cards right, we might even secure the eye and leave the party with no one the wiser. "You favor Cicean whites, but appreciate a Thornfield red on occasion. You're in Alchester to establish relationships with local merchants and explore export opportunities." Margaret, she corrected. "Margaret. I know the story. We spent all afternoon rehearsing it." "Rehearsing and executing are 2 different things." She adjusted a glove, a nervous gesture she probably didn't realize she made. "High society has its own rules. One wrong word, one misplaced reference, and we draw the wrong kind of attention. Blending in with high society is a specialty of mine, you know. We'll be fine." "I hope so. Just don't kill anyone before dessert." But she smiled when she said it, so I grinned back at her. "I'll do my best." The carriage rolled to a stop. A footman in Ashworth livery opened the door and helped Elizabeth descend with practiced courtesy. I followed, emerging into the cool night air and the soft murmur of arriving guests. The mansion loomed above us, larger than it had appeared from the drive. Columns flanked the entrance, carved from the same marble as the walls, supporting the portico where guards in formal uniforms stood at attention. I offered Elizabeth my arm. She took it, her fingers light on my sleeve, and we joined the flow of guests ascending the marble steps. "Smile," she murmured. "You're not attending a funeral." "Give it time," I murmured. She laughed, a bright social sound that carried far enough for nearby guests to notice. A woman playing her part, or a genuine reaction? I wanted to believe the latter. The greeter examined our invitations with appropriate scrutiny. The documents Elizabeth had requisitioned were excellent work. Genuine parchment, proper seals, names that appeared on the guest list because her forger had ensured it. Membership in the guild had its benefits. "Mr. and Mrs. Montclair," the greeter announced, returning our invitations. "Welcome to Lord Ashworth's autumn gala. The ballroom is through the main hall. You'll find refreshments available throughout the evening." "Thank you," Elizabeth said, her voice laced with the cultured tone of a woman accustomed to such functions. We passed through the entrance into the grand foyer, and the full spectacle of Lord Ashworth's wealth revealed itself. The ceiling soared overhead, painted with scenes of classical mythology, gods and heroes frozen in poses of triumph and tragedy, their forms illuminated by the massive chandelier hanging at the room's center. Crystal pendants caught the gaslight and threw it in every direction, creating the impression of standing inside a jewel. The floor, marble veined with gold, was polished to a shine that reflected the guests crossing it like ghosts beneath their feet. Staircases curved upward on either side, their banisters carved from dark wood and topped with brass trim that gleamed like treasure. Servants in immaculate livery moved through the crowd, bearing trays of champagne and delicacies, their movements choreographed to appear effortless. The guests themselves represented a parade of wealth and influence. Nobles in their finery, merchants in their best approximation of it, military officers in dress uniforms heavy with medals and braid, women in gowns costing more than most families earned in a year, men in coats tailored to hide expanding waistlines and diminishing relevance. Everyone smiled, everyone laughed, everyone pretended the conversations they held mattered for something more than social positioning. "Breathe," Elizabeth whispered. "You're tensing up." "I'm fine," I said, though I knew she was right. I told her I spent time in similar settings when the job required it. And I did. A master of infiltration and disguise. As good as any thief, I fancied myself. But right now, too many shades of a life lost, the one I might have had if the circumstances of my childhood had gone differently, presented themselves. I didn't lament that other life. What's done is done and all that, but that didn't mean that I didn't sometimes feel the jab of... What? Jealousy? No, not that, because I could have everything these people had and then some if I so chose. What then? Regret? As much as I hated to admit it, that was it. Regret over a life never realized. Sudden awareness of it was a bitter pill to swallow because assassins had a code about such things. "You're not fine. You're scanning the place like you're planning an attack." I forced my shoulders to relax and made myself adopt the glazed expression of a man overwhelmed by grandeur rather than one lost in the past. "Better," she said. "Now let's take a turn about the room. Stay sharp." We moved through the foyer into the ballroom beyond, Elizabeth guiding us with the easy confidence of someone who belonged here. She nodded to the other guests, offered brief smiles, and engaged in small talk with a baroness who complimented her gown. I played the attentive husband, speaking when spoken to, letting Elizabeth carry the social burden while I studied our surroundings. Lord Ashworth's security struck me as good, but not extraordinary. Guards at the main entrances, more stationed at the foot of each staircase, a few circulating through the crowd in civilian clothes. I spotted them by their posture, too alert, too watchful, their eyes ever roving. They monitored the upper floors, but none blocked access. Guests came and went, presumably to freshen up or escape the crush of the ballroom. A servant carrying empty glasses disappeared through a service door, the staff entrance leading to the kitchen. Excess defined the ballroom. Crystal chandeliers, 3 of them, hung from a ceiling painted to resemble a summer sky, complete with clouds and birds frozen in eternal flight. Tall windows lined one wall, their heavy drapes drawn apart to reveal the darkened gardens beyond. A string quartet played in a corner, their music providing a backdrop to the dozens of conversations happening simultaneously. Tables laden with food and drink occupied the room's edges, while the center remained clear for dancing. And there, near the wine table, speaking with a cluster of well-dressed men, stood our quarry. Varen crossed. I recognized him from the description Finn had provided, though the young thief's words hadn't done justice to the reality. Mid-40s, lean and hard, with the sharp appearance of a man who'd spent his life in violence. Gray streaked his dark hair, and he kept it cropped short in a military style. His clothes were impeccable, better than most guests, in fact. But something about him didn't fit. He held himself with a coiled readiness. His attention wandered over the sea of guests. evaluating everyone and everything around him. And then there was the scar, a thick rope of tissue circling his throat, visible above his collar, impossible to miss once you saw it. The mark of a hanging survived, a reminder of what he'd endured and what he'd become. He looked exactly like what he was, a killer in gentleman's clothing, not so different from myself. "I see him," Elizabeth murmured. "So do I. He's relaxed, socializing. He doesn't look like a man guarding something valuable. Which means the eye isn't on him. He hid it somewhere else in the mansion. The study, most likely, second floor. She'd done her reconnaissance earlier in the day while I gathered information from other sources. Between the two of us, we'd assembled a reasonable picture of the mansion's layout." "You sure?" I asked. "Of course I am. The study is a man's private domain where he feels safest and where he most often stores valuables of a transient nature. The eye is there, trust me." "Then that's where you need to go. After we've established ourselves. If we slip away too early, we'll draw attention." She steered us toward a passing servant, accepting 2 glasses of champagne with a gracious smile. She handed one to me. "Drink. Mingle. Look like you belong here. And Crossed? Keep an eye on him. Once I'm gone, if he moves for the stairs, find some reason to delay him. Buy me as much time as you can so I can locate the artifact." We clinked glasses. "To a successful evening, darling." "To success," I agreed, and drank. We were about to separate when the music changed, and fate, that pesky phenomenon neither of us believed in, intervened. Chapter 7. The Dance. The string quartet shifted from background ambience to the purposeful melody of a waltz, its opening notes carrying across the ballroom with unmistakable intent. Around us, couples began moving to the dance floor. An older couple drifted into our orbit. The woman was perhaps 60, silver-haired and elegant, her gown a tasteful shade of blue that matched her husband's waistcoat. They had the comfortable air of people who'd been married so long they'd forgotten how to exist apart. The woman's gaze traveled from Elizabeth to me and back again, her smile warming with approval. "What a lovely couple you make," she said, her voice carrying the cultured tones of old money. "Don't they, Harold?" Her husband nodded, his expression genial. "Indeed. Reminds me of us 40 years ago, before my knees went bad and your patience wore thin." "My patience is fine," she said. "It's your hearing that's the problem." As her attention returned to us, her smile widened. "Surely you'll join the dance? It seems a shame to waste such a beautiful piece of music." Harold lightly shook his head. "Leave them alone, Martha. If they want to dance, they know where the dance floor is." "You hush, Harold," Martha fired back, but she hooked her arm around his like it belonged nowhere else. "As you said, they remind me of us once upon a time. I remember when you used to sweep me across the dance floor. Those were the times, weren't they?" Warming to the memory, Harold patted his wife's arm. "We sure made the lords and ladies blush, didn't we?" "More than once," Martha said, and the two laughed at the shared remembrance. We smiled with them, playing our roles, though what else could we do seeing them so enamored with each other? "I appreciate the suggestion," Elizabeth said. Her expression became apologetic. "But I'm not much of a dancer. 2 left feet, I'm afraid." "My wife is being modest," I said, seizing the opportunity before Elizabeth deflected further. I knew she wanted to stay focused on the work, but you know what they say about all work and no play. She dances beautifully. She simply doesn't like to admit it. Elizabeth shot a glance at me I ignored. Martha clapped in quick repetition to express her delight. "Your husband knows the truth of it. Go on now. Dance while you're young enough to enjoy it." I offered Elizabeth my hand. "Shall we, my dear?" Her jaw tightened, but the older couple watched with such expectant warmth that refusing would have been churlish. She placed her hand in mine, her fingers cool against my palm. "It seems I have no choice," she said, her voice sweet as poison, and her sharpened features doubly so. "None whatsoever." I led her onto the dance floor. weaving between other couples until we found a space near the center. The music swelled around us, violins and cello weaving together in three-quarter time. I positioned my hand at the small of her back, felt her stiffen at the contact, then gradually relax as we began moving. Right away, I realized she had lied about her lack of proficiency. Elizabeth danced the way she did everything else, with grace and control, her movements fluid and sure. She followed my lead without resistance, anticipating the turns, matching my rhythm as if we'd practiced together for years. Her burgundy gown swirled with each rotation, and I caught traces of her perfume, rose and sandalwood, warm and unexpectedly soft for a woman whose livelihood involved slipping through shadows. "You're a better dancer than I expected," she said, her voice pitched low so only I heard. "You sound surprised." I assumed assassins spent all their time skulking in shadows, not learning ballroom etiquette. Skulking is a strong word. I prefer lurking. I guided her through a turn, her hand warm in mine. Besides, you'd be amazed at how many contracts require attending functions like this. Dancing is a useful skill. So is lying, apparently. You told that sweet old woman I was being modest. I drew her out of the turn, settling into the rhythm of the waltz. I told her nothing but the truth. You dance as if you were born to it. Not for the first time, her features flickered with surprise at the compliment, so much so that I felt compelled to say, "It's amazing that a person with your skill and reputation has such an obvious fault." "Oh?" She lifted a brow, waiting for me to enlighten her. "You sell yourself short at almost every turn." "Is that all?" "Do tell." She matched my steps as we swept past another couple, her gown brushing my leg. "I'm being serious. I mention your reputation as the best thief in the city, and you're genuinely surprised. I compliment your dancing, and you do the same. You probably don't even realize you're the most beautiful woman in the room this evening." That gave her pause before she said, "Flattery will get you nowhere." But she couldn't hide the blush of her cheeks or her thin smile. I drew her closer as we navigated around an older gentleman who'd lost track of the tempo. "Flattery? Merely observation, my dear." "Well then." She let me guide her through another rotation, the chandeliers spinning overhead in a blur of crystal and light. "You're very observant." The music carried us through another rotation. Around us, other couples moved in their own orbits, lost in conversation or comfortable silence. The chandeliers cast warm light across the dance floor, and in that microcosm of time, the ballroom felt smaller, more intimate, as if the crowd had faded to background noise. Elizabeth's grip softened on my shoulder. "This isn't what I expected tonight." "Dancing?" "Any of it." Her eyes met mine, and a quality I hadn't seen before lit her features. Not suspicion, not calculation, but a characteristic far more uncertain. "Working with you, being here, pretending to." Before I could respond, the music slowed, the waltz approaching its final measures. Other couples slowed and drifted apart, moving toward the edges of the floor, but neither of us moved. We stood there, her hand still in mine, her other still resting on my shoulder, the space between us charged with subtle energy. "We should," Elizabeth started to say. "I know." But neither of us stepped away. Not yet. The last notes faded into silence. Applause scattered through the ballroom as guests acknowledged the quartet. The spell that had settled over us trembled, threatening to break. We separated, but our hands remained joined until we reached the edge of the dance floor. Once there, a floral arrangement in an elaborate vase attracted my attention. Roses, lilies, and a white flower I couldn't name, all artfully arranged. I plucked a single red rose from the display and offered it to Elizabeth. "For my wife," I said, "to commemorate our first dance." She stared at the flower, then at me. I thought she might refuse, might break character and remind me this was all pretense, that we were professionals with a job to do, that roses and dances meant nothing compared to stolen artifacts and dangerous adversaries. Instead, she took the rose. "How did you know?" she asked, her voice strange. "Know what? That roses are my favorite." I hadn't known, not exactly, but her stare lingering on the arrangements earlier gave a hint. Another was her fragrance, the rose scent evident from the moment the evening had started. I mentioned none of that to her, but said with a whimsical smile, "A husband knows these things." Elizabeth looked at the rose in her hand, then her eyes lifted to meet mine. Her professional mask remained in place, but cracks appeared, revealing glimpses of the woman beneath. "Time to get to work," she said softly. "Time to get to work," I agreed. She tucked the rose into her bodice, where it rested against the burgundy fabric like a drop of blood, and headed for the stairs. I watched her go, following her progress through the crowd until she reached the base of the staircase. The guard posted there gave her a cursory glance and stepped aside. Elizabeth ascended without looking back. I turned toward the wine table and crossed. The mercenary stood where I'd last seen him, holding court with a small group of admirers. Straightening my coat, I adopted the eagerness of a provincial vintner, hoping to make connections, and got ready to do my part. Chapter 8. The Acquisitions Specialist. Approaching Mr. Cross directly would seem too eager. Better to let the meeting appear natural. So I moved closer to the wine, positioning myself within earshot while I examined the selection. Ashworth spared no expense when it came to impressing his guests. Bottles from across the 4 fiefdoms lined the white-clothed surface, their labels promising vintages that cost most men a month's wages. I positioned myself at the table's far end, where I examined the offerings while keeping Cross in view. He stood perhaps 10 feet away, finishing a conversation with a portly gentleman who barked out a laugh at whatever Cross had said. The mercenary maintained a pleasant but distant demeanor, wearing the practiced smile of a man enduring tedium for the sake of appearances. His gaze flicked toward me, noted my presence, then returned to his companion. Once I had the sommelier's attention, I gestured at a bottle of Thornfield Red. The server held the bottle up so I could examine the label. "The 22 Thornfield Estate Reserve," he said, nodding appreciatively. "An excellent choice for the occasion, sir." 522 was the year of the late frost, I said. It reduced that season's yield by half, but the grapes that survived produced exceptional fruit. I watched as he poured. The liquid caught the light with a deep garnet hue, a sign of proper aging. I swirled the glass, watching the tears run slowly and evenly down the sides, then brought it to my nose. I detected black cherry, a hint of oak, and an earthy undertone from the rich soil that made the Thornfield vineyards famous. The first sip confirmed what my nose had promised, dry but not austere, with enough tannin remaining to suggest it had years left if properly cellared. Most hosts served it too young. Ashworth, whatever his other faults, had the sense to let his wines mature. I made an appreciatively loud noise. Cross glanced over again, his attention lingering. The portly gentleman excused himself, leaving Cross momentarily alone. I seized the opportunity. "The 22 Thornfield," I said, raising my glass in acknowledgement. "A good year, though I find it lacks the complexity of the 18. Crost's eyebrow rose a fraction. "You know your wines." "I should hope so, given it's my trade." I closed the distance separating us and extended my hand. Aldrich Montclair. His grip was firm, controlled, the handshake of a man accustomed to taking measure of others through such contact. I matched it, triggering recognition that I was more than a soft merchant. "Varon Crost," he said. "A pleasure." "Likewise." I gestured at the wine selection. "Are you familiar with the southern vintages, Mr. Crost? The Thornfield estate has produced some remarkable bottles over the years." The sommelier noticed Varen's interest and poured him a glass. He swirled the wine with the practiced motion of someone who'd done it before, then raised it to his nose. "Notes of blackcurrant," he said. "Oak, obviously, and brandy, perhaps." "Very good. Most people miss the brandy. The flavor comes from the aging process. They use barrels that previously held Cicean brandy. The wood retains traces of the original spirit." "Interesting?" He took a sip, considered, then nodded. I taste it now, subtle but present. How is it you're such an expert on Thornfield wines? I try to learn as much as I can about my rivals, I said, not attempting to disguise the double meaning. Montclair grapes are not yet on the same scale as Thornfield's, but I hope to grow our vineyard over the coming years to become a larger player in the industry. We discussed wine for several more minutes, terroir and soil composition, the effects of rainfall on grape quality, and the merits of different aging techniques. Crost proved more knowledgeable than I'd expected, holding his own in a conversation that would have lost most within the first exchange. He had refined tastes, this mercenary. A man who appreciated the finer things, even as he made his living through violence. Qualities that made us more similar than different. Beneath the surface, we circled each other like wolves testing boundaries. Every question he asked carried weight, probing for inconsistencies in my story. Every answer I gave, while true, revealed nothing useful. Each of us knew how to extract information while protecting our own secrets. "Do you reside here in Alchester, Mr. Montclair?" "I'm afraid not. Visiting from Pinehurst, actually. I hope to establish relationships with local distributors while I'm here." "A long way to travel for business." "People build the best relationships in person, don't you think? Letters and intermediaries have their place, but there's no substitute for sharing a glass of wine with a potential partner." Shifting the topic, Varen said, "I noticed you dancing earlier. Your wife?" "Margaret, yes, my partner in business and in life. She manages the commercial side of our operation, contracts, distribution, client relationships. I grow the grapes and produce the wine. She makes certain we actually profit from it. A fortunate arrangement." "I'm a fortunate man." The words contained more warmth and sincerity than I'd intended. Crost noticed. I saw it in the slight tilt of his head, how he studied me with renewed interest. The emotion helped sell my ruse, so I offered no apologies. "She's quite beautiful," he said. "Your wife?" "She is." We sipped our wine. I checked the time, noting Elizabeth had been gone long enough to reach the study, but not long enough to search it thoroughly and return. I needed to keep Crost engaged longer. "Lord Ashworth has quite the collection, I understand," I said. "Art, antiquities, rare artifacts. Are you a collector yourself, Mr. Crost?" Varen weighed the question before answering. "I acquire things, for others mostly." "An acquisition specialist, then?" "Something like that." He took another sip of wine, his gaze never leaving mine. "It's a competitive field, demanding clients, tight deadlines, the occasional complication." "Complications?" "Rival collectors, security measures, people who believe possession is 9/10 of the law." His lips almost curved into a smile. "The work requires a certain flexibility." "I can imagine." We stood in silence, two men who understood each other better than either was ready to admit. Crost knew I was more than a vintner. I saw it in the way he held himself, the subtle tension in his shoulders that hadn't been there at the start of our conversation, and I knew he was far more than an acquisition specialist. But neither of us was ready to drop the pretense. Not yet. "Tell me, Mr. Montclair," Crost said, "how long do you plan to remain in Alchester?" "A few weeks, perhaps. Long enough to establish the relationships I mentioned. My wife has been eager to explore the city's cultural offerings, the museums, the theaters." I paused, watching his reaction. "She has a particular interest in antiquities." Crost's expression didn't change, but something hardened behind his cold stare. A woman of refined taste. The string quartet launched into a new piece, and the conversation lulled. I scanned the ballroom, searching for any sign of Elizabeth descending the stairs. Nothing yet. Either she still searched the study or she'd encountered complications of her own. I found neither possibility comforting. "You're an interesting man, Mr. Montclair," Crost said, drawing my attention. "Not quite what I expected from a provincial vintner." "Is that so? Perhaps if we encounter each other again, we can continue our conversation. For now, though, I'm afraid I must take my leave. I have a client who expects delivery at a specific time, and I never let a client down. I'm sure you understand." "Of course," I said, thinking of some way to stall him further when a commotion near the stairs interrupted whatever he might have said next. Gasps first, then a woman's scream. At the top of the stairs, two figures locked together in a violent struggle burst into view. They crashed against the banister, grappling for position, and the gaslight caught a flash of steel, knives slashing in vicious arcs. Elizabeth. She twisted away from her adversary's blade, barely avoiding it, and drove her elbow into her attacker's ribs. The other woman, lean, dark-haired, moving with the brutal efficiency of a trained killer, absorbed the blow and pressed forward, forcing Elizabeth closer to the precipice. They fought in savage silence while the ballroom erupted into chaos below them. Crost went rigid beside me. "It seems, Mr. Montclair, that your wife is also not what I expected." Without another word, he started toward the commotion. I moved to block him. The masks finally fell away. "You've come for the eye. That's a mistake, Mr. Montclair. My employers are not ones to trifle with, and neither am I." He charged with fists swinging. Chapter 9. The Eye of the Void. Elizabeth ascended the stairs with the unhurried grace of a woman seeking the powder room. She nodded to a servant carrying empty champagne flutes and offered a polite smile to an elderly gentleman descending past her, keeping her pace measured even as her pulse quickened. The guard at the base of the staircase had barely spared her a glance. Just another guest and another pretty face in a pretty gown. As she reached the second-floor landing, the noise from the ballroom faded, replaced by the muted sounds of distant conversation and the soft hiss of gas lamps. Corridors stretched to either side, each lined with oil paintings and decorative tables bearing flower arrangements. She peered left, spotting 3 doors on one side, 2 on the other, and a sharp turn at the end leading to other chambers and Ashworth's study. Elizabeth swept down the hall, the sound of her heels moderated by the plush rugs laid across the wooden floor. She passed the first door, the second, wondering about guards or servants. She had expected at least a guard present to watch over the eye and whatever other valuables the Lord kept up here, but she saw none. Ashworth focused his security on the ground floor, not considering anyone might slip away from the Gala to rifle through his belongings. His mistake. Around the corner, the study door announced its importance, with its heavy oak construction and polished brass bands. Elizabeth pressed her ear to it. Silence. She tried the handle. Locked, of course. So she withdrew her picks from a hidden pocket sewn into her dress and got to work. The lock was better than most household mechanisms, but nothing special. She'd cracked harder ones in worse conditions. 20 seconds later, the tumblers clicked into place. She eased the door open, slipped inside, and shut it behind her. The study was everything she'd expected from a noble with expensive tastes. Rich furnishings in dark wood and leather, bookshelves lining 3 walls, filled with volumes that looked more decorative than read. A massive desk dominated the room's center, its surface cluttered with papers and correspondence. Above the fireplace hung a portrait of Lord Ashworth himself, painted in a pose meant to convey authority and wisdom. Elizabeth smirked because it conveyed neither. A low fire smoldered in the fireplace, kept that way by a servant in case Ashworth visited here before retiring. Other than that, darkness, lightened by sparse moonlight filtering through a window, bathed the study. Her gaze swept the room, cataloging and dismissing. The desk drawers might hold secrets, but not the kind she sought. Thinking the bookshelves might conceal a safe, she was about to start searching when a more obvious alternative presented itself. A lockbox bolted to a side table near the window. Ornate but sturdy, the kind of container designed to resist casual theft. Exactly where an acquisition specialist might temporarily secure a valuable asset they intended to move soon. She crossed the room and examined the lock. More sophisticated than the door, multiple tumblers, a false mechanism designed to trap inexperienced picks. Whoever had designed it knew their craft. Elizabeth respected that, even as she set about defeating it. The tumblers resisted her first probe. She adjusted her angle, felt for the tension points, and worked them one by one. The process required patience, which she possessed in abundance, when a prize waited on the other side. Seconds stretched into a minute, then 2. A bead of sweat slid down her spine despite the cool air. The final tumbler gave way with a satisfying click. Elizabeth lifted the lid, and there it was. The Eye of the Void, the real one this time. "This damn well better be the real one this time," she muttered to herself. Nestled in a bed of velvet, the crystal was darker than the darkest night. Moonlight bent toward it, sliding across the faceted surface before vanishing entirely. Cold radiated from it, despite the fire burning low in the hearth. Elizabeth reached for it. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." She froze, her fingers inches from the crystal. A woman's voice, cold and confident, sounded behind her. Elizabeth hadn't heard the door open, hadn't heard footsteps on the carpet. She turned, keeping her hands visible. The woman stood in the doorway, bathed in light from the hallway. Lean and compact, her servant's attire didn't match her killer's stance. 2 knives gleamed, ready for quick work. Her features were plain, unremarkable, her face the sort that blended into crowds and faded from memory shortly after seeing it. But her eyes were anything but forgettable. Dark and sharp, they studied Elizabeth with the cold assessment of someone calculating how long it would take to close the distance between them. An amulet hung at her throat, catching the lamplight with a faint gleam. "You must be the thief who stole the forgery," the woman said, smirking. "I wondered if you'd make a play for the real thing." Elizabeth straightened, letting her arms fall to her sides. The knife strapped to her thigh felt very far away. "And you must be the reason I didn't see any guards." Elizabeth remembered passing the woman on the stairs, unassuming, blending in, and watching for someone like her to make a move for the artifact. "Name's Senna." The smile widened without warming. "Not that it matters. You won't be using it for long." The amulet at her throat flared with sudden light, and Senna attacked without warning. 1 second, she stood in the doorway. The next, she became a blur of motion, crossing the study faster than any normal person could move. Elizabeth threw herself sideways by instinct alone, twin blades slicing the air inches from her throat. She hit the carpet rolling, came up near the desk, and lifted the first object she found, a heavy brass paperweight shaped like a lion. Senna already spun toward her, knives singing through the air, that inhuman speed carrying her forward like a diving hawk. Elizabeth hurled the paperweight. It caught Senna in the shoulder, disrupting her attack enough for Elizabeth to scramble behind the desk. Not much of a barrier, but better than nothing. Her mind raced. The amulet had flared before the burst of speed. Magic, obviously. But magic had limits. The woman circled the desk, moving normally now and not speeding around it. Elizabeth wasn't sure what that meant, but she needed to figure it out fast. Senna rolled her shoulder where the paperweight had struck. "Most people don't react fast enough to see me coming. You might actually make this interesting." Senna bounded across the desk, knives leading. Elizabeth shoved the chair into her path, buying a half-second to dart toward the bookshelves. She lifted a heavy tome that she swung like a club, forcing Senna to dodge rather than press her advantage. The study became a battlefield of improvised weapons. Elizabeth grabbed whatever she could reach, books, a candlestick, a small bust of some forgotten philosopher, throwing, swinging, doing anything to keep distance between herself and those flashing blades. Senna fought dirty and without hesitation, aiming for eyes, throat, and joints. She was smaller than Elizabeth, but faster, more vicious, and she talked constantly. "Pretty dress," Senna said, ducking a thrown vase. "Shame about the blood stains you're about to add to it." Elizabeth didn't waste breath on replies. She needed to get to the eye, needed to get out of here before the noise drew attention, before guards arrived, before this situation spiraled further out of control, before she wound up dead. The amulet flared again. Senna became a blur, knives carving the air in patterns Elizabeth couldn't follow. She hurled herself behind a leather armchair, felt it shudder as blades punched through the upholstery inches from her face. The burst ended, and Elizabeth sprang up, her knife drawn and ready, driving Senna back. "That's a neat trick," Elizabeth said. She counted 90 seconds between bursts. 90 seconds in which her adversary was vulnerable, or at least not moving like a lightning bolt. The amulet a gift from your employer? Senna's gaze narrowed. A sore spot, apparently. Earned, not given. Everything I have, I earned. Someone like you wouldn't... Elizabeth spun around, hurling her knife with all her momentum behind it. A second after, she sprang for the lockbox, scooping up the eye. Stuffing it down her bodice, she kicked off her heels and drew her second knife, ready to fight her way out if necessary. It was most definitely necessary. Having dodged her throw, Senna approached low and fast now. One blade slashed at Elizabeth's knife hand while the other drove toward her stomach. Elizabeth twisted. Deflecting the first strike and sucking in her gut to avoid the second, steel scraped against steel and they broke apart, circling. Senna grinned. The expression did her appearance no favors. You're better than I expected. Not just another pretty face, are you? Has anyone ever told you that you talk too much? Elizabeth feinted left, then aimed a kick at Senna's knee. The move was a dirty one, but this was dirty fighting. Senna saw it coming and pivoted, but the movement opened her guard for a half-second. Elizabeth's blade licked out, scoring a shallow cut across Senna's forearm. First blood was hers. Senna glanced at the wound, then sneered at Elizabeth. That's the spirit. She attacked with renewed fury, knives weaving a deadly pattern. Elizabeth parried and dodged, giving ground toward the fireplace. When her foot touched the brass fender, she grabbed the poker from its stand, bringing it up to block a thrust aimed at her throat. 2 weapons? Senna laughed. Won't help. The poker gave Elizabeth reach that the knife lacked. She swept it low, forcing Senna to jump back, then reversed into an overhead strike. Sparks flew where metal met metal. Elizabeth pressed the attack, driving Senna toward the bookshelves, using the poker's length to keep her darting knives at bay. Senna's back hit the shelves. Books tumbled around her as she deflected another strike, but Elizabeth saw an opening and was about to thrust with her knife when the amulet flared. Senna blurred sideways, impossibly fast, appearing behind Elizabeth with her blades sweeping toward her spine. Elizabeth dropped flat, felt the knife whisper through her hair, and rolled sideways across the carpet. She sprang up near the desk, breathing hard, the eye digging into her skin beneath her dress. 70 seconds until the next burst. Maybe less. Getting tired? Senna asked, not even winded. That gown must be hell to fight in, all that fabric, those tight stays, whereas she spread her arms, showing off her servant's attire, dressed for the occasion. Too busy calculating the time to reach the door, Elizabeth said nothing. Senna stood between her and the exit, but the woman bled now, and her last burst had been shorter than the first. The amulet had limits. Everything had limits. She threw the poker. As Senna ducked, Elizabeth vaulted over the desk in a flurry of burgundy silk. She hit the carpet on the other side and drove her knee into Senna's midsection before the woman recovered. They crashed into the bookshelves together, volumes raining down around them. Elizabeth slammed her elbow into Senna's right hand, smashing it against the shelves. One blade clattered to the floor. Senna snarled and raked her remaining knife at Elizabeth's face. Elizabeth caught her wrist, twisted, and they grappled against the shelves, each fighting for control with the eye pressed between them. "Give it up," Senna hissed. "You can't beat me." Elizabeth drove her forehead into Senna's nose. Cartilage crunched. Senna howled and stumbled on her heels, blood streaming. Elizabeth sprinted for the door. She made it 3 steps before Senna's thrown blade buried itself in the doorframe inches from her head. "Where you going, beautiful?" Senna asked, her voice thick with blood and fury. "We're not done. Not by a long shot." Elizabeth yanked open the door and leaped into the corridor. Behind her the amulet flared. Before she could react, Senna's blade caught her across the ribs, a cut that sliced through her dress and burned like fire. Elizabeth grasped a wall sconce, tore it free from its mounting, and swung it at Senna's head with everything she had. The metal connected with a satisfying crack, sending Senna stumbling. Elizabeth took 3 steps before the pain in her side forced her to stop. Her hand went to her side, coming away bloody. "Now you're making me angry," Senna said from behind her, blood trickling from her hairline. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Elizabeth reminded herself she'd dealt with worse as she stumbled for the steps. The sounds of the gala rose from below. Music, conversation, laughter. About to become screams, some part of Elizabeth's mind thought. She saw the ballroom through the banister rails, the guests in their finery, and the chandeliers casting their warm light over everything. Senna attacked again, driving her closer to the staircase with a flurry of slashes. Elizabeth parried with her knife, slowed by her wound but still able to block and dodge even though she gave ground. The top of the stairs loomed behind her, the drop to the ballroom floor waiting if she lost her footing. They grappled on the landing, locked together. Elizabeth balled up her fist and cracked Senna across the jaw, sending her opponent reeling. Senna cursed, and Elizabeth twisted free. Undeterred, Senna rushed in again, slashing. Elizabeth sidestepped, spinning to slam her elbow into Senna's ribs, but her foot caught on the hem of her gown. Her balance shifted, and they both tumbled down the stairs in a chaotic display of steel and burgundy fabric. This is not exactly going as planned, but when does it ever? The world became a spinning blur of marble steps, flailing limbs, and sharp impacts. Elizabeth lost her knife somewhere in the first rotation. Senna's remaining blade went next, wrenched free when they struck the banister hard enough to crack the wood. They rolled together, neither willing to let go, fists replacing the knives they'd lost even as the stairs battered them from every angle. An elbow caught Elizabeth in the cheek. She answered with a knee to Senna's stomach. They tumbled past the halfway point, drawing screams from the guests below. The ballroom rushed up to meet them in a wash of gaslight and terrified faces. The marble floor arrived with brutal finality. Elizabeth hit hard, the impact driving the air from her lungs. Senna landed beside her, equally stunned, but recovered first, scrambling to her knees and swinging a wild punch at Elizabeth's head. Elizabeth rolled with the blow, rose to a knee, and caught Senna's next strike on her forearm. Elizabeth caught glimpses of horror, guards pushing through the crowd, and chaos spreading through what had been an elegant gathering right before Senna lunged at her again. Ducking under the attack, Elizabeth pivoted and drove her fist into Senna's jaw with every ounce of strength she had left. The impact traveled up her arm like fire. Senna's head snapped back, her eyes rolled white, and finally, she crumpled to the marble floor. Elizabeth rose, standing over her fallen opponent with her chest heaving and blood dripping from a multitude of cuts. Her gown was torn and blood-stained. Her hair had come loose from its elaborate arrangement, hanging in sweat-dampened tangles. Her side burned with pain, but she'd won. She felt for the eye, expecting to feel its weight right where she'd secured it. But she found nothing but torn fabric. Damn it! Elizabeth scanned the floor, the stairs, the scattered debris of their battle. There, halfway across the ballroom floor, stark against the white marble, the eye of the void had slipped free during their tumble, and now it sat in plain view, drinking the lamplight, waiting for someone to claim it. Elizabeth started toward it, but her legs nearly buckled. The fight had taken more out of her than she realized. Blood loss, the slash in her side, the sheer exhaustion of battling an opponent with magical speed, it all caught up with her at once. But she forced herself to move. She wasn't leaving without that eye. Chapter 10. The Exchange. Varen's first punch would have crushed my windpipe if it had landed. I slipped left, letting his fist whistle past my ear, and jabbed at his ribs. He blocked with his forearm and countered with a knee. We separated, circled, and crashed together in a flurry of strikes that sent nearby guests scrambling. Around us, the ballroom erupted into pandemonium. Women screamed, men shouted. The string quartet abandoned their instruments mid-note, fleeing with everyone else toward the exits. I caught glimpses of the chaos in my peripheral vision, Elizabeth and her opponent tumbling down the stairs in a tangle of limbs, Lord Ashworth bellowing for guards, champagne glasses shattering on the marble floor. But I couldn't afford to look away from Crost. The man fought like a trained killer. He'd learned his craft in proper battles, fighting real opponents, and it showed. His stance shifted smoothly from offense to defense, his weight always balanced, his guard never dropping. When I feinted high and struck low, he read it and countered. When he drove at me with a combination, I had no choice but to dodge and no chance of countering. Not above improvising when necessary, I lifted a wine bottle from an abandoned table and swung it at his head. He ducked, delivered a punch to my stomach, and followed with a hook that I deflected. "Not bad," he said, "for a vintner." "Not bad yourself." I spat blood from a split lip. "For an acquisitions specialist." Two of Ashworth's guards pushed through the crowd, swords drawn, shouting for us to stop. I didn't question the opportunity, catching the nearest guard's sword arm and twisting to relieve him of his weapon before he understood what happened. Cross did the same to his man, a brutal elbow to the face preceding the disarmament. His guard crumpled. Mine ran to find another weapon. We turned toward each other, small swords in hand. In the next instant, steel rang against steel. Cross attacked with controlled fury, his blade probing my defenses, searching for weaknesses. I parried, riposted, gave ground when I had to, and pressed forward when possible. The borrowed sword felt wrong in my hand. Too light, poorly balanced, but I was an expert in all forms of blades, so adapting was nothing. Guests fled past us in waves, their screams providing a discordant melody to our battle. Cross lunged, a feint that became a thrust when I committed to the parry. The blade scored a line across my arm, shallow, but it burned. I answered with a slash that opened his coat and scraped against something solid beneath, armor woven into his clothing. Of course, a man like Cross would have contingencies in place. We broke apart, breathing harder now. Blood dripped from my arm onto the marble floor. Across the ballroom, Elizabeth rose from the bottom of the stairs. Her opponent lay crumpled and unconscious beside her. Elizabeth's gown looked a shambles, her face bruised, but she was alive and, I hoped, had possession of the artifact for all her troubles. Cross followed my gaze, his demeanor shifted. "The eye," he breathed. I spotted it too. The dark crystal lying on the marble floor halfway across the ballroom, glinting with that wrongness that swallowed light. The artifact must have fallen loose during Elizabeth's tumble down the stairs. Varen moved, grabbing a fleeing woman, some merchant's wife in silk and pearls, and hurled her into my path. By the time I shoved her aside, he'd already crossed half the distance to the eye. "Elizabeth!" I shouted. She saw him coming, tried to intercept. But the fight had taken its toll. Cross scooped up the eye without breaking stride, the crystal vanishing into his coat as he ran. Not toward the exit, but toward the stairs. I sprinted after him. Elizabeth fell in beside me despite the blood, difficult to see against the burgundy fabric, soaking through her ruined gown. In a hurry, Cross took the stairs 3 at a time. We followed, Elizabeth with gritted teeth, leaving the ballroom chaos behind. "You all right? You look like hell." "I'm fine," Elizabeth said, but she held tight to her side. "Where's he going?" "To make his exchange," I said. "To deliver the eye to his employer." The second-floor corridors stretched before us. Cross's hurried footsteps echoed from the one opposite the study. "Go," Elizabeth said. "I'll follow." I didn't argue, running down the hall after Cross, who slipped through a heavy door at the far end. Before he closed and barred it, I closed the distance and slammed into it, blasting it open. What I saw inside brought me up short. Light shone. Not lamplight, but a pulsing, swirling myriad of colors. I stood in a circular chamber, its walls lined with arcane symbols. At the center stood a circular frame of dark metal set with crystals that blazed with unnatural radiance. Within the frame I expected to see a painting, a mirror, or even the wall behind it. Instead, a swirling vortex of light revealed a vision or some other reality beyond. A dark chamber, stone walls, guttering torches, dark shapes that moved in the background. At the center, a figure draped in shadow. Varen stood before the portal, the eye in his hand. Next to him, a mechanical device with levers and knobs rested upon a pedestal. He raised the artifact, its darkness visible against the portal's swirling light. In response, the figure on the portal's other side raised an arm, and a hand emerged on our side, the fingers dark-skinned with the palm held upward, waiting to receive the eye of the void. Crossed glanced my way before he returned his attention to the person on the other side of the portal. As promised, the eye of the void. He stepped forward, ready to deliver it. I didn't give him the chance. Covering the distance between us faster than he expected, I snatched the eye from him in one smooth motion, my fingers closing around that cold, wrong crystal even as I spun around, delivering a kick that sent him hurtling through the portal. I glimpsed his face as he crossed the threshold. Shock, fury, the dawning realization of failure. He landed hard on the distant stone floor, the robed figure recoiling in alarm, both staring back through the portal at the prize they had let slip through their fingers. "The eye!" Crost cried out, scrambling to his feet. Somehow I heard him even though he was now a world away. "Give me—" Behind me, Elizabeth cracked her knife hilt into the device on the pedestal, smashing it once, twice, and a third time until it fell into pieces. The portal convulsed, its swirling energies collapsing inward like water down a drain. I heard Crost shout, a curse, a threat, it didn't matter. And then the gateway snapped shut. Silence gripped the chamber. Elizabeth pressed a hand to her wounded side, her breathing ragged. "We should go," she said, "before Ashworth or his guards find us in here." I offered her my arm. She took it without question or protest, straightening with visible effort. "Let's find another way out. I'd rather not explain all this to a room full of hysterical nobles." We traversed servant passages, keeping our heads down and hoping we didn't run into anyone of authority or importance. I heard shouts from another part of the house, but then we were outside, hailing a nearby coach from the line waiting for departing guests. "Oh," Elizabeth said next to me, sounding disappointed. Our coach was nearly here, and we couldn't afford any more mischief. "What's wrong?" I asked her. "Your rose," she said, holding up the smashed flower, now devoid of half its petals. "It's ruined." But I noticed she didn't let go of it. "We'll find another, my dear." She let out a tiny laugh that she quickly stifled. "That hurts." Once we boarded the carriage, I gave the coachman instructions, and we lurched away, leaving Lord Ashworth's estate behind. Chapter 11. The Aftermath. I watched the mansion's lights recede through the carriage's small window until the familiar darkness of Alchester's streets replaced them. Gas lamps flickered past at irregular intervals, casting brief orange flashes across the interior before plunging us back into shadow. Elizabeth sat across from me, one hand still pressed to her side where the other woman's blade had scored deep. Her ruined gown hung in tatters, the burgundy fabric dark with blood in places. Her hair had come undone, hanging in damp tangles around a face that bore the evidence of combat. A bruise spreading across her cheek, a split lip, and more minor cuts along her jaw. She still clung to the rose. The adrenaline that had carried us through the fight faded, leaving behind the aches and pains we'd ignored in the heat of battle. My arm stung where Crost's blade had caught me. My lip throbbed. But Elizabeth had it worse. "Let me see," I said. She started to protest, then thought better of it as she lifted her arm. The cut ran along her ribs, deep enough that the surrounding fabric glistened wet in the dim light. Too deep for a simple bandage. I produced a handkerchief from my pocket and a small flask from inside my coat. "This will sting," I told her. "I've had worse." I wet the cloth with brandy. She smelled the alcohol and, not asking, took the flask from my hand. She drank deeply before nodding for me to go ahead. When I pressed the handkerchief to the wound, she hissed between her teeth but didn't pull away, her jaw tight and gaze fixed on some point past my shoulder. I cleaned the cut and assessed the damage with the care of a healer. The bleeding had slowed but hadn't stopped. "You need stitches," I said. "I figured as much." I rapped on the coach's ceiling and gave the driver new directions. A physician I knew in the merchant quarter, a man who treated injuries without asking questions. The coach changed course, wheels rattling over cobblestones as we turned onto a quieter street. Meanwhile, I continued tending to her other injuries, the bruise on her cheek, the smaller cuts on her arms. I moved with care, cleaning each wound. Elizabeth sat motionless through it all, her breathing shallow, her gaze drifting to the window and the passing shadows beyond. "You've done this before," she said. "Mostly to myself," I said. "You're my first patient." The coach stopped outside a modest townhouse, its windows dark except for a lamp burning in the front room. I helped Elizabeth down, supporting her weight as we climbed the steps and knocked. The physician, a gray-haired man named Harwick, who'd patched me up more often than I cared to admit, answered in his dressing gown, took one look at Elizabeth's condition, and ushered us inside without a word. He worked quickly and efficiently, numbing the wound with an ether-smelling ointment before closing it with neat, precise stitches. Elizabeth bore the procedure in silence, her only concession to the pain a whitening of her knuckles, where she gripped the chair's arm. Harwick applied a bandage, pressed a small medicinal bottle into my hand, and sent us on our way with instructions for care and a promise not to bill us. I paid him anyway. I always did. Once outside, I draped my coat over her shoulders before we filed into the coach. With the city rolling past outside, Elizabeth leaned her head against the seat and closed her eyes. The medicine Harwick had given her was taking effect, dulling the pain but also dulling her usual sharpness. When she spoke, her voice was softer than before. "Thank you." "For what?" "For one hell of a night," she said, smiling, her eyes still closed. "Perhaps we can do it again sometime, without all the fighting, of course." "That sounds nice." But between the brandy and the medicine, I questioned her sincerity. The eye of the void sat in my coat pocket, its cold weight unsettling. But I found myself thinking less about the artifact and more about the woman sitting across from me, how she carried herself, how she danced. But mostly I thought about the way she looked when I handed her that rose. Something had changed between us tonight. I wondered whether she thought the same. "Buy you a drink?" I asked, breaking the silence. "I know a place." Elizabeth affected a thin smile. "Some other time." I kept the disappointment from my voice. "Fair enough." Forcing herself awake, she peered out the window to assess our location. Once she had the driver's attention, she called out an address in a part of the city I didn't recognize. Eventually the coach slowed, then stopped. "Let me out here," she said. I moved to help her down, but she waved me off, climbing out of the coach under her own power despite the pain it must have cost her. She stood on the cobblestones, the gaslight catching the ruin of her gown under my jacket. She regarded me through the open door, her look one of pure exhaustion. I held the eye out to her. "Might as well take it. You earned it." She looked at it, studying it. I wondered if she almost didn't want it. But finally she took it. "Maybe we'll find out tomorrow where to bring it." "After that, will I see you again?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. Elizabeth studied me. Whatever she saw, she kept her thoughts about it to herself. "That depends," she said. "On what?" "I don't know yet." She tucked the ruined rose into what remained of her bodice. "But I'll let you know." She strolled away, disappearing into the shadows of an alley. I settled against the cushioned seat, alone with the silence and the strange, unfamiliar feeling that I'd lost something I hadn't known I wanted. "Where to, sir?" the coachman called down. I gave him the address of a familiar tavern and settled in for the ride. I thought of auburn hair and a ruined rose all the way there. Chapter 12. The Next Night. The lazy minstrel hummed with its usual nightly energy. Dim amber light spilled through narrow windows, smoke from pipes in the kitchen hearth creating a haze that softened harsh edges. At the bar, airmen in for the night before their morning flight from the city argued over a dice game. The laughter of others rolled across the tavern in waves. Two off-duty guardsmen told stories of old to one another, their discussion punctuated by emphatic gestures and the occasional slam of a palm on wood. Near the fireplace, a traveling minstrel had claimed a stool and coaxed a melancholy tune from his lute, the notes weaving through conversations like a thread through fabric. A serving girl, Gabrielle, navigated the crowd with practiced ease, her tray laden with ales and wines that disappeared into waiting hands. The air smelled of roasted meat, pipe tobacco, and the particular alchemy that transformed strangers into temporary companions. Mismatched tables held Alchester's genuine characters rather than its posturing elite, people who'd earned their stories through living rather than inheriting them. I'd arrived early, claimed my usual corner table where I could watch both entries and exits, and settled in to wait. I wasn't sure she would come. Gabrielle brought wine without being asked. I stopped her before she poured. "Something stronger tonight, if you don't mind. Bring 2 glasses." Her eyebrows rose a fraction, but she retreated without comment. Ophelia ran a tight ship, and her staff knew better than to pry into customers' moods or motivations. A full measure of brandy arrived in each of 2 clean glasses, the amber liquid catching the lamplight and holding it. I didn't drink immediately. My arm still ached. My lip had stopped throbbing but remained tender. Consequences of the life I'd chosen, and a small price to pay given the reward. That reward, I hoped, was neither the eye nor the payment to come for completing my commission, but something else entirely. The door opened, and in walked Elizabeth, ducking under the low lintel, letting her senses adjust to the dim interior. She wore different clothes from last night, sensible trousers, a dark blouse, a coat that hung properly, rather than in blood-stained tatters. Her hair hung loose, concealing at least some of the bruise on her cheek, which had darkened to purple. When she crossed the room, she did so with the slowness of someone whose ribs still complained about sudden movements. She acknowledged a few regulars who recognized her. The lazy minstrel saw its share of guild members, and slid into the chair across from mine with a poorly disguised groan. Up close I saw the cuts along her cheek had scabbed over. The split in her lip matched mine. "You look terrible," I said, sliding the second glass closer. "Still hurt?" She lifted the glass in a gesture of thanks, then drank. "Only when I breathe. Guess I'm no longer the most attractive woman in the room, huh?" "On the contrary, the coloring accentuates your beauty." I thought the corners of her lips turned up in a smile, but the gesture vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and then it was down to business. "Hear anything from the wizard?" she asked. I leaned back in my chair with my glass in hand. Not a word. Me either. "The artifact?" I asked. She patted a coat pocket. "Safe. I'm not letting it out of my sight until it's delivered." She took another drink, wincing as it burned on the way down. "So, how'd you know I'd come?" "After last night, I knew you'd have a hard time staying away. The intrigue, the danger, the disguises. The look on Crost's face when you kicked him through the portal." We both chuckled at that. Once our laughter faded, Elizabeth leaned in and said in a hushed tone, "I did some asking around today. About what happened in that chamber, the portal, the person on the other side, Crost's involvement in whatever it all was." "And?" "No one seemed to know," she said, pausing for dramatic effect, "until I started asking about Ashworth instead. Seems the Lord has gotten himself mixed up with the Sorcerers' League." "As in the Steel Islands Sorcerers' League?" "That's them." Elizabeth sipped her drink. "Crost and Ashworth obviously work together. Crost gets the goods, Ashworth provides the buyer, or something like that." Huh. It made sense and explained why Crost wanted to make the exchange at the estate, since he needed Ashworth's portal, a device the Lord must use to communicate with members of the League. I didn't know much about the Sorcerers' League other than what people whispered about them. Some think they're benevolent. Others, not so much. I suppose the truth lies somewhere in between. In any case, we'd need to watch our backs for a while in case they sent someone to even the score. I don't imagine Crost arriving without the artifact pleased the League. "Speaking of Crost," she said, "you didn't kill him." "You're right, I didn't." "Any particular reason why?" "I find that when a client doesn't provide specifics about a job, it allows me some leeway in how I complete the contract. Mordecai said to make sure the thief's employer, Mr. Crost, no longer did business in Alchester. I think I accomplished that quite handily, don't you think? I honestly didn't know if Mordecai would accept my interpretation of his instructions. If the circumstances had been different, I would have killed Crost without a second thought. while I found kicking him through the portal highly satisfying, grabbing him by the collar, forcing him to the ground, and slitting his throat struck me as a safer, more definitive solution. But Elizabeth had entered the room. She'd made her thoughts clear about my profession, and I knew if I had killed Crost in front of her, she wouldn't be sitting here right now. "Crost is gone for now," Elizabeth said, "but the Steel Islands aren't that far away." "They're far enough." "You don't think Crost will make his way back here?" she asked. "I know he will, but until then, we watch our backs. In our line of work, we do that all the time anyway." Elizabeth nodded and took another sip of brandy. "You were rather convincing last night." "Was I? Doting, attentive, concerned for my welfare, especially when nobody was watching?" She flashed me a mischievous grin. "I almost believed it myself." I set my glass down. "Almost?" "I'm still deciding." The tavern door opened again, admitting a thin youth in a messenger's livery. He glanced around, spotted us in our corner, and navigated through the tables with practiced ease. He stopped beside Elizabeth, produced a sealed letter from his satchel, and held it out. "Why does this seem familiar?" I asked. "For Elizabeth West," the messenger said, "and her companion." Elizabeth took the letter, frowning. The seal was burgundy wax, unmarked by any sigil or crest. While the messenger scampered away, she broke it open and unfolded the parchment, tilting it toward the lamplight to read. I watched her expression shift from curiosity to resignation. "Let me guess," I said. "Mordecai. He wants the eye tonight." She passed the letter across the table. "And he has another job for us, both of us. We're to meet him at the corner of Merchant and Fifth in an hour, where the shop will appear." I scanned the letter's precise script, the polite phrasing that concealed the command beneath. Mordecai Solvane didn't request. He expected compliance, services rendered for payment not yet determined. "Another job," I said without enthusiasm. "That's what it says." I sighed. The wizard hasn't even paid us for the first one. I set the letter down and reached for my drink. Elizabeth did the same. We looked at each other across the table, the letter sitting between us like an unwelcome third party. "What do you think will happen if we're a little late?" Elizabeth mused. "I doubt much of anything. Mordecai wants the eye. If he has any power at all over the shop, he'll stay put until we arrive." Elizabeth downed the remainder of her drink. "Another?" I followed suit, emptying my glass. "Why not?" The serving girl brought another round without being asked. Ophelia must have noticed we'd settled in for the evening. The tavern's warmth wrapped around us, smoke and lamplight and the low murmur of conversation creating a cocoon against Alchester's chilly night. "You know what the worst part is?" Elizabeth said eventually. "I'm actually curious about what he wants me to steal next. What about you?" I weighed the question. In my line of work, the anticipation isn't quite the same, certainly not the enthusiasm. "You mean you don't look forward to murdering someone?" "That's not what I—" "Of course it is, and it's all right. It's a fair question. Look, there's a long story I won't bore you with about how I got here. I make no apologies for what I do. I didn't choose this life. It chose me, if that makes sense." Elizabeth nodded, because I think she understood. Perhaps the circumstances that led her to a life of thievery mirrored my own in some ways. "But I never look forward to the next commission," I went on. "It's a job, not unlike any other. Except someone dies when you're done, or gets kicked through a portal." That seemed to provide some levity to the otherwise dark turn our conversation had taken. Elizabeth chuckled, but she quickly stopped when a wince of pain shot through her. "You really shouldn't make me laugh right now. We could go see what Mordecai wants. Nothing funny about that crusty old bugger." Elizabeth settled into her chair. "Not yet. Mordecai's a wizard, right? Time probably passes differently for him, don't you think?" "Excellent rationalization. An hour to us might mean seconds to him. Never mind that his berating us for arriving late once already quite handily proved he told time the exact way we all did." More drinks arrived. We lifted them in a silent toast. To what exactly, I couldn't say. survival, partnership, to the strange, unfamiliar feeling that sitting here with each other felt more right than anything had in a long time? All of those, perhaps. What mattered was that we were here, and neither of us was in a hurry to go anywhere else. The Withered Woods. Chapter 1. The Contract. Captain Geoffrey Belford approached Caldwell Manor while dusk still painted the sky in shades of amber and violet. The fortress rose from the tallest hill in High Holt, its walls unyielding against the passage of time. Torches lined the entrance, casting long shadows across the courtyard, where banners bearing the Lord's heraldry of a silver hawk snapped in the evening breeze. The gate watchman expected his arrival, so a steward soon escorted Geoffrey through corridors adorned with tapestries depicting ancient battles. Hunting trophies further adorned the walls, including stags with impressive antlers, boars with fearsome tusks, and, most prominent, the mounted head of a wyvern, its scaled skin shimmering in the torchlight. The pride of Lord Caldwell's grandfather, the steward noted, following Geoffrey's gaze, slain in the western mountains when the beasts still roamed these lands. Knowing Caldwell displayed the formidable creature to impress visitors and possibly even intimidate them, Geoffrey nodded appreciatively. If this were his home, he would do the same. The great hall matched the rest of Caldwell Manor in solemn grandeur. Vaulted ceilings arched high above, their beams carved with intertwining patterns of hawks and thorns, the Caldwell sigil rendered in painstaking detail. A long oak table stretched almost the length of the hall, its surface polished to a mirror shine, and inlaid with silver filigree that caught the candlelight like threads of starlight. Tall candelabras stood like sentinels along its length, their flames flickering in quiet rhythm with the draught, casting restless shadows across the walls. Along those walls hung grand portraits in heavy gilded frames depicting generations of Caldwells in full regalia, lords, soldiers, and statesmen alike, all painted with the same cold eyes and unyielding stares. The most recent likeness, presumably Lord Caldwell's father, looked down from above the hearth with a hawk perched on his gauntlet. The scent of wax, aged stone, and faint but unmistakable oiled leather gave the room a timeless quality. Save for the names of those seated at the table, little had changed here in centuries. However, it wasn't the decor that captured Geoffrey's attention. Seated at the table, one hand resting on the hilt of a uniquely crafted sword, was a woman, a mercenary, who he recognized immediately, even though they had never formally met. Madeline Oakthorne, captain of the Mavens. A human raised by dwarves, Captain Oakthorne led one of the most effective mercenary companies in the Freelands. Dubbed Mad Madeline because of the impossible contracts she accepted and somehow fulfilled, Geoffrey wondered what her presence here meant. Geoffrey noticed Madeline's piercing blue eyes studying him as he entered. Her armor, though battle-worn, displayed signs of dwarven craftsmanship in its intricate metalwork. The sword at her side was unmistakably of the same origin, with folded steel etched with runes along the crossguard. Her hair was as blonde as Geoffrey's, but while he kept his short, hers was long and currently knotted into a single braid that hung down the center of her back. "Captain Belford?" she acknowledged with a slight nod. Geoffrey barely hid his surprise at her recognition of him. "Captain Oakthorne," he replied, taking the seat across from her rather than at the far end of the table. Better to establish themselves as equals from the start. Tension hung in the air between them. Not hostility as such, but the natural wariness of two predators encountering each other in the same hunting ground. Before either broke the silence further, the heavy doors at the end of the hall swung open to admit Lord Caldwell. He strode in with the effortless poise of nobility, the silver thread embroidery of his midnight blue doublet catching the light with each step. Despite his fine attire, Caldwell's physique suggested he was no stranger to the battlefield. His beard, neatly trimmed, framed a face that might have been handsome if not for the calculating coldness in his eyes. "Captain Belford," he said, his voice resonant in the vast space, "I'm pleased you joined us. I see you've already met Captain Oakthorne." Both captains rose. "We were just getting acquainted, my lord," Geoffrey said. "Excellent, excellent." Caldwell took his seat at the head of the table, gesturing for his guests to sit and the servants to bring wine. "I won't waste time with pleasantries. You're both here because your companies are the best currently available in High Holt." Madeline raised an eyebrow. "High praise, coming from someone with his pick of blades." "Deserved praise," Caldwell replied smoothly. "The Blackguard's discipline is renowned, as is the Maven's ability to accomplish the improbable." Geoffrey accepted a goblet of wine but didn't drink. "I understand you're preparing for a conflict with Lord Harrow." "Indeed," Caldwell smiled thinly. "And I'd like to hire both of your companies for that purpose. The Blackguard's formation fighting will be invaluable on the open battlefield, while the Maven's specialized skills will serve for more targeted operations. Your companies complement each other. It's a wonder you haven't joined forces before." "Why summon us both personally?" Madeline asked as directly as any dwarf. "Our lieutenants usually handle standard contract negotiations." Caldwell's expression darkened. "Because I have another matter that requires immediate attention, one that threatens all my plans if left unchecked." He signaled to a servant who brought forward a cloth-wrapped bundle. Lord Caldwell unfolded the cloth to reveal the stalks of withered crops, blackened and twisted as though blighted by some unnatural disease. Next came a small jar containing a malformed chicken fetus, its body sprouting unusual growths. "These came from villages on the western edge of my lands, near the withered woods," he explained, his distaste clear. "Over the past 3 months, these afflictions have spread." Geoffrey examined the evidence without touching it. "Disease is common enough in rural areas, my lord." "Disease doesn't take people in the night," Caldwell countered sharply. 12 villagers have gone missing in the past month alone, children among them. Madeline leaned forward. "You believe someone is responsible?" "Not someone, something." Caldwell shot up and went to an unrolled map on a side table. "Join me." Geoffrey and Madeline exchanged glances before approaching the map, which showed the territories surrounding High Holt in remarkable detail, with Caldwell's lands outlined in blue. Near the western border, a large forest bore the scrawled name, Withered Woods. "This area in green shows the extent of the woods 2 seasons ago," Caldwell explained, tracing the boundary with his finger. He then pointed to a red line extending beyond the green. "This is its current extent. The trees themselves have advanced beyond the wood's border, and whatever they touch becomes wrong. I can explain it in no other way." Geoffrey ran a hand through his beard as he studied the map. The expansion almost spanned a league in some places. "Local rumors speak of a witch," Caldwell continued. "Normally I'd dismiss such superstition." He gestured to the evidence on the table. "But the captain of my guard investigated personally. He discovered that a woman had indeed taken up residence deep in the woods. Those who've glimpsed her describe unnatural powers, control over plants, animals behaving at her command, and the like." "And you want her eliminated," Madeline stated flatly, again with her dwarven directness. "With extreme prejudice," Caldwell confirmed, returning to his seat. He signaled again, and 2 guards carrying a heavy chest between them entered. They placed it on the table with a weighty thud before departing. Lord Caldwell produced a key from within his doublet and unlocked the chest, revealing a brilliant treasure of gold coins that gleamed in the candlelight. "This is separate from your individual company's standard payment," he explained. "A personal bonus to whichever of you brings me the witch's head." Geoffrey kept his expression neutral despite the substantial sum before them. "And if we both contribute to her demise?" "I like to keep things sporting," Caldwell replied with a hint of a smile. "Only one of you can claim the prize. I'm sure you can determine between yourselves who deserves the credit." Madeline's gaze narrowed. "A competition, then?" "Call it an incentive." Caldwell closed the chest. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I must speak with my steward about tomorrow's preparations. Please take some time to consider my offer. The servants will bring more wine." With that he departed, leaving Geoffrey and Madeline alone in the great hall. When the doors closed, Geoffrey checked for eavesdropping servants or guards. Finding none, he returned to find Madeline doing the same on the opposite side of the room. "He's playing us against each other," she said. "Standard tactic. Create competition. Get more than you paid for." Madeline ran a finger along the edge of the locked chest. "While increasing your chances of success." The two captains regarded each other. Geoffrey had heard stories of the Maven's efficiency, how they accomplished in days what other companies required weeks to do. Madeline, likewise, had to know of the Blackguard's reputation for unwavering discipline and tactical prowess. "I don't know about you," Geoffrey said, "but I've seen enough noble games to last a lifetime." A flicker of something, perhaps surprise, perhaps respect, crossed Madeline's face. "As have I. What are you suggesting?" "We scout the withered woods together, share information, split the bonus equally if we succeed." He extended his hand across the table and met Captain Oakthorne's level stare. "My word on it." Without hesitation, Captain Oakthorne clasped his forearm in a warrior's grip. "Agreed, though we should maintain the appearance of a rivalry when Caldwell returns." "Of course," Geoffrey said, nodding. "Tomorrow at first light?" Madeline asked. "I know these woods. We can meet at the western gate." "First light it is," Geoffrey confirmed. When Lord Caldwell returned minutes later, he found them deep in thought on opposite sides of the room. If he noticed the subtle nod they exchanged as they accepted his terms, he gave no indication. As Geoffrey departed Caldwell Manor, the Lord's banners fluttering overhead in the moonlight, he couldn't help but feel the real danger might not lie in the withered woods, but in the calculating demeanor of the Lord who seemed so eager to send them there. Chapter 2. Into the Woods. Dawn broke over High Holt with a muted glow, the sun struggling to pierce through a veil of mist that clung to the landscape. Geoffrey arrived at the western gate to find Madeline already there, her silhouette unmistakable against the gray light. She wore practical leather armor, reinforced with metal plates bearing subtle dwarven patterns. The sword at her hip, the same one Geoffrey had noticed at Caldwell Manor, gleamed with a sheen that spoke of quality craftsmanship rather than mere ornamentation. At her belt hung a twin pair of hatchets, each of the weapons engraved with runes. Magical, Geoffrey wondered, along the sharpest part of the blade. "You travel light," Madeline remarked, as Geoffrey approached with a small pack alongside his weapons and little else. "Speed over comfort," he replied. "The sooner we find this witch, the sooner we can return to more worthy ventures. I came to High Holt looking to scratch an itch for bloodshed, not traipse through the wilderness looking for an old crone." Madeline grinned. "If that's how you feel about our joint venture, feel free to turn around and return to your camp." "And leave the reward to you? Not a chance." "Then we're in it until the end." "Until the end," Geoffrey said, concurring. They set out as the mist lifted, following a narrow trail westward toward the ominous tree line visible in the distance. The farmlands they passed through revealed the first signs of the corruption Caldwell had described. Withered crops with blackened stalks and empty livestock pens stood with gates broken outward, as if something had escaped rather than entered. "The villagers have already fled," Geoffrey noted, examining abandoned homes with doors left ajar and possessions scattered in haste. "Can't blame them," Madeline replied, kneeling to examine strange tracks in the mud. "Whatever made these wasn't natural. Too large for wolves, and the gate is wrong." As they approached the forest's edge, the transformation became stark. What was once a vibrant woodland now stood as a twisted parody of nature. The outer trees still maintained some semblance of health, but further in, trunks were blackened and contorted, their branches reaching like gnarled fingers toward the sky. Most disturbing was the silence. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals, only the occasional creak of wood shifting in unnatural ways. "I know these woods," Madeline said softly, "or I did. 3 summers ago I led the Mavens through here, pursuing bandits raiding the trade routes. It was nothing like this." Geoffrey drew his sword, its polished steel catching the faint light that filtered through the canopy. He didn't fancy carrying it like that for long, but the feel of it in his hand provided a certain amount of reassurance. "Stay alert. The corruption worsens with each step. I suspect we'll encounter something more substantial than empty villages eventually." He was already moving, selecting a path through the deadened trees, when he noticed Madeline lingering behind. "What is it?" A single tree drew Madeline's focus. "This tree is marked. Come take a look." Geoffrey saw runes encircling the trunk, but he had no idea what they meant. "Dwarven lore speaks of such markings," she explained, tracing the symbols with her fingertips but careful not to complete the patterns. "Forbidden nature magic, the kind that seeks to bind spirits to the physical world." Geoffrey hid his skepticism poorly. What do dwarves know of such things? "More than you'd think," Madeline said. "People know them as stoneworkers and craftsmen, but they possess an attunement to the world around them like no other. Basic runecraft is part of every dwarven soldier's training. I went through it myself." Geoffrey grunted. "Learn something new every day. Are the runes something a witch might use?" Madeline nodded. They got moving again and soon arrived at a stream that flowed black with an oily residue. Madeline kneeled beside it, dipping the tip of a dagger into the substance and bringing it to her nose. She made a face at the smell. "Smells like something rotting," she said, wiping the blade clean on a patch of moss. "My father once spoke of this. The residue left behind when a spellcaster uses magic against the natural order. The corruption must be the wrongness that Lord Caldwell mentioned but couldn't explain." "Your father a wizard?" Geoffrey asked. Madeline laughed a hearty chuckle that threatened to chase away the gloom, if only briefly. "Hardly," she said. "Just a very worldly man." A sudden rustle from a nearby hollow log brought both mercenaries into fighting stances. Signaling with hand gestures, they flanked the log from either side. Instead of the monster they half expected, they discovered a child partially hidden within the hollow, a girl no more than 8 years old, her clothes torn and eyes wide with terror. "It's all right," Madeline said, lowering her hatchet and crouching to the child's level. "We won't harm you." The girl's gaze darted between them and the forest's depths. She wanted to run, but sheer fright kept her frozen in place. "What's your name?" Geoffrey asked, using a gentle tone he hardly recognized in himself. He spent little time around children, but something in the girl's face reminded him of his sister when they were young. He saw in her that same stubborn pride hiding behind wide, frightened eyes. "Bryn," the child whispered, her voice hoarse. After more coaxing from Captain Oakthorne, the girl emerged from her hiding place, revealing dirt-streaked cheeks and a strange mark on her arm. A pattern of veins darkened as if with ink that pulsed upward from her wrist. Geoffrey offered her water from his canteen. While Bryn drank, Captain Oakthorne introduced them. "I'm Madeline and this is Geoffrey. We're here to help. Can you tell us what happened?" "They came 3 nights ago," Bryn said. Her words remained an almost indecipherable whisper. "The tree people, led by a woman with eyes like fire." "Tree people?" Geoffrey asked, raising a brow of skepticism. "People like trees, or trees like people." The girl shuddered. "They took everyone, for the changing." "The changing?" Madeline asked. Bryn pointed to the mark on her arm. "It starts like this. Then you become like them." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "My mother started changing, told me to run and hide, so that's what I did." "You're safe now," Geoffrey assured her, though he remained unconvinced of that himself. "The woman with the fire eyes," Madeline said. "Did you hear her name?" "Morvena," Bryn said. "The tree people called her Mistress Morvena." She hesitated, then added, "She is someone important." Geoffrey sniffed. "Why do you say that?" "A lord visited her," Bryn said. The captains exchanged curious glances. "Did this lord have a crest or symbol?" Madeline asked. "Something on his surcoat or jacket?" Bryn scrunched her face, thinking. "I remember a silver hawk." "Lord Caldwell?" Madeline asked, as surprised as Geoffrey, who didn't think the question needed an answer. Madeline's expression hardened. "It seems our employer omitted some crucial details." "We should get the child to safety," Jeffrey said, "then continue our search." But as they prepared to escort Bryn toward the forest's edge, a sudden stillness fell over the woods. Not the natural quiet they had noted earlier, but an anticipatory hush, as if the forest held its breath. "Someone's watching us," Madeline whispered, her hand moving to her sword hilt. Jeffrey's gaze probed their surroundings. "From all sides, I think." When the attack came, it arrived with a cracking of branches and a rustling of leaves before creatures that defied description surrounded them. They might once have been human, but their skin had hardened into bark-like plates, and their limbs had elongated into branch-like appendages tipped with vicious thorns. Knots of wood took the place of faces, and glowing amber sap seeped from eye-like hollows. "Stay behind me," Jeffrey ordered Bryn. "Form up, back to back," Madeline shouted. "The girl between us." The first creature lunged, movements jerky yet quicker than expected. Jeffrey parried its thorn-tipped arm and countered with a devastating slash that did nothing more than carve a groove in the creature's wooden hide. "Their chests!" Madeline called out, ducking under a sweeping attack. "There's a knot glowing in the center. That's their weakness." Jeffrey saw it now. A pulsating amber light glimmered beneath the bark. He didn't understand how Captain Oakthorne knew about the vulnerability, but he didn't have any better ideas. So he focused on the amber light of the nearest attacker, jabbing hard into its center. The creature collapsed into a heap of lifeless wood. Behind him, Madeline struck with equal ferocity, dispatching every foe closing in on her. Together, they destroyed the first wave of creatures, but in the distance, more amber lights appeared between the trees. Jeffrey scanned their surroundings. "We need higher ground or some sort of fortification." "Agreed," Captain Oakthorne said. "There's some old ruins north of here. They're the best we're going to get." So they ran. When Bryn's shorter legs failed to keep the pace, Jeffrey scooped her up and carried her until they reached the ruins. Jeffrey wasn't sure what he expected to see, but what confronted them was a haunting line of ancient houses reclaimed by time and the wilderness. Moss-slicked walls stood in various states of surrender. Some crumbled at the corners. Others had collapsed entirely, spilling their innards of gray timber and shattered pottery across the ground. Roofs that once sheltered families now gaped open to the sky like toothless maws, admitting shafts of pale light that illuminated centuries of abandonment. Blackened vines as thick as a man's wrist threaded through empty window frames and doorways like invasive veins, pulsing with an unsettling vitality that seemed to mock the dilapidated structures they conquered. Here and there, carved symbols, once proud family crests or protective wards, peered out from beneath the strangling vegetation, their meanings lost to all but scholars and ghosts. Ancient roots upheaved the flagstones of what must have been a modest village square, creating treacherous, uneven ground. Near one wall, a small well remained surprisingly intact, though its depths harbored shadows and the distant gleam of stagnant water. Behind them, they saw no signs of pursuit, only the ominous silence of a place long forsaken, where even the birds seemed reluctant to sing. At the village center, they discovered a site that chilled their blood, a ritual site with stone altars stained dark with blood. The personal effects of villagers, a child's doll, a woodsman's axe, a woman's shawl, lay scattered around the square. More disturbing were the villagers themselves, or what remained of them. The witch's dark magic had transformed some into the tree-like creatures they had fought. The horrific metamorphosis had caught others in various stages of transformation, their bodies partially wooden, with faces frozen in expressions of agony. For now, none moved. "By the old gods," Jeffrey breathed, his composure momentarily shaken. Madeline approached one of the half-transformed villagers, a man whose legs had become rooted to the ground, bark spreading upward across his torso. His gaze tracked their movement with desperate awareness. "He's still conscious," she said, "still aware." "Can we reverse this if we stop the witch?" Jeffrey asked. Not knowing the answer, Madeline shook her head. Jeffrey drew his dagger, his intent clear. Better to put them out of their misery before the witch gains complete control over them. Take Bryn someplace else." Madeline took the girl by the hand and led her away. "Make it quick." With that grisly business done, Geoffrey went after Captain Oakthorne and Bryn, finding them inside a house with 3 walls remaining. The interior looked lived in, with a small table scattered with roots and herbs, and a pallet with the impression of the individual who had slept there. The forest's detritus covered the ragged, tossed blankets, as if the owner had not returned in some time. Geoffrey also saw strange tools of bone and wood, jars of unidentifiable substances on shelves, and fragments of a book or journal, which Madeline already examined. "Listen to this," she said. "The binding process requires fresh subjects. The human spirit resists merging with the forest elements, but proper preparation through the application of the elixir weakens this resistance." She flipped a page. "Lord C grows impatient for results. He does not understand that power of this magnitude requires sacrifice." "Lord C," Geoffrey repeated. "Caldwell, I'd wager." "Yes, but not the one we met," Madeline said. "This journal entry is dated over 100 years ago." Geoffrey grunted. "It seems the Caldwell family has a history with this witch." Madeline peered at the sky's growing darkness. "I say we make camp in the ruins. If we're lucky, Morvina will show up during the night and make our job easier. If not, we'll pick things up in the morning." They settled into another building with a clear view of the witch's lair. Night fell, and with it, a bone-deep chill that emanated from the corrupted woods. Despite the cold, they kept a low profile, huddling behind the structure's dilapidated walls without a fire. Bryn curled up in Madeline's cloak and succumbed to exhaustion almost immediately. With the child asleep, the 2 captains spoke freely. "Caldwell sent us to clean up his family's mess," Geoffrey said, keeping his voice low. "A lot of people have died. The question is whether he lost control of the witch, or if this was part of his plan all along." Cleaning her fingernails with the tip of a knife, Madeline said, "Either way, we still have a job to do. Whatever this corruption is, it's spreading. If it reaches High Holt, a lot of good people will fall under the witch's spell." Madeline glanced at the sleeping child. "The mark on her arm is spreading. Slowly, but it is spreading. We need to find a way to stop it." "Then we continue as planned," Geoffrey said. He didn't think they had much choice. "Find the witch, end the threat. But we keep our eyes open for further evidence of Caldwell's involvement. When we get back to the Holt, we'll need it to make a case against him." "Expose him or extort him?" Madeline asked, pausing with her knife before her. Geoffrey shrugged. "I'm game for either." While Captain Belford and Bryn slept, Madeline took the first watch. At the agreed-upon hour, she shook Geoffrey awake. During his shift, Madeline slept fitfully, occasionally murmuring in Dwarven, but whether prayers or curses, Geoffrey couldn't tell. The silent hours allowed his mind to wander. He had seen corruption before, in the hearts of men and the politics of war, but this was different. The witch had perverted nature itself, and for the first time in years, Geoffrey felt a stirring of the righteous purpose he'd once believed in before the hard life of a mercenary and the disillusionment it brought had set in. Dawn brought no real brightness to the withered woods, just a lessening of the darkness. Throughout the night, they saw no sign of Morvina. So they set out again, deeper into the forest, following the increasing signs of corruption. By midday, they discovered an abandoned ritual site far larger than the one in the village. A perfect circle amid the twisted trees, ancient stones formed a massive ring, each monolith twice a man's height and carved with more of the strange symbols. Whoever built the place had meticulously cleared the undergrowth. Years of ceremonial use had packed the earth down hard, and dark-stained patterns looked like dried blood. At the center stood an altar of gray, petrified wood, its surface grooved to channel fluids toward a central basin. Unlike the crude setup in the village, this structure was ancient and deliberate, crafted from a single massive chunk of wood that gleamed with an oily sheen despite the lack of direct sunlight. A mason had carved the Caldwell family crest prominently into its face. Not recently, for it appeared aged by decades, perhaps centuries, of exposure. "The witch didn't make this," Madeline said, kneeling to examine markings etched into the ground. "These are old, very old. Bryn, did your people know about this place?" Bryn shook her head. The girl kept her gaze lowered, unwilling to look at their surroundings or what they implied. Wooden stakes formed concentric circles around the altar, many bearing tattered remnants of what might have been offerings or warnings. Blackened bones lay scattered throughout, some human, others unidentifiable, all partially consumed by the corrupted soil. From each stake, threads of corruption spread outward like a web, feeding into the surrounding trees and undergrowth. Small alcoves carved into the base of several monoliths contained offerings in various states of decay. Figurines crafted from bone and wood, bundles of herbs long since withered, and glass vials containing substances that still glowed with a faint, sickly light. "Look at this," Jeffrey called, approaching a makeshift workspace set beneath a crude lean-to. Ritual knives with ornate handles bearing the Caldwell insignia, chalices of tarnished silver, and a mortar still containing the powdered remnants of some unknown substance lay scattered across a rough wooden table. Most disturbing were the chains, dozens of them, anchored to iron rings set deep into the monoliths, each ending in manacles sized for human wrists and ankles. Some still contained bones, the remains of sacrifices left to feed the spirits long after their deaths. No birds sang here, no insects buzzed. The entire clearing existed in an unnatural silence broken by the occasional creak of the corrupted trees that encircled it, their branches curving inward as if to contain the power summoned within. "This isn't just some witch's circle," Jeffrey said, his voice barely above a whisper in the oppressive silence. "This is a family legacy, generations of ritual sacrifices." Madeline's lips pressed tight as she picked up a carved wooden token bearing Caldwell's symbol. "And one the current Lord has actively maintained. These offerings are recent, weeks old, not years." A well-used path led through the undergrowth at the far edge of the clearing. Not deeper into the forest to Morvena's lair, but toward High Holt and Caldwell Manor. Jeffrey sighed. "Something wrong?" Madeline asked. She waved her hand across their surroundings. "Besides all this, I mean. I've been a mercenary for a while. I know you have as well. I like to think I understand my employers' minds. They're a power-hungry bunch of arseholes, aren't they?" Jeffrey went on before Madeline answered. "The evidence strongly suggests that Caldwell's relationship with this witch goes back years, decades even. But the number of sacrifices, the rot too, only ramped up recently. Maybe she turned on him, and we're witnessing the result. But he was still in bed with her before any of this happened. What I don't understand is why. What did he hope to gain?" "You're right," Madeline said. "Most of our employers are real arseholes. The lords of High Holt may be more so. They're constantly at each other's throats, always looking for some advantage over the other. Lord Caldwell, the Caldwell family, I reckon, made a witch's bargain going back generations. Perhaps Morvena promised them some hold over their political rivals in exchange for innocence for her dark magic. It's evil, but I've seen some evil shat in my time." "Me too," Jeffrey said. "We should—" Captain Belford's next words caught in his throat when a strange creature, a raven with bark-like growths distorting its wings and beak, emerged from the underbrush. The bird fixed them with unnatural intelligence and spoke. "Morvena knows you come," it croaked. "The Lord's dogs, sent to clean up his mess." The creature's words, not the words themselves, but that it spoke at all, sent a shiver down Jeffrey's spine. While Bryn slunk behind Captain Oakthorne, Jeffrey shook off his unease and asked, "What quarrel does your mistress have with Lord Caldwell?" The raven tilted its head at an impossible angle. "Quarrel? No quarrel. Partnership soured. The Lord's family has always fed the forest. For generations they have taken power and paid in blood. But this Lord grows greedy, takes much, gives little." "How long has this arrangement been in place?" Madeline asked. "Ancient pact, ancient power," the creature hissed. "The crystal orb in the heart of the great tree, a family heirloom, given to the witch generations ago to feed her power. But such power demands blood. Lord Caldwell grew tired of paying. He tried to stop the sacrifices? Madeline asked, skeptical. Jeffrey was skeptical too. He also knew it didn't matter. A single good deed did not undo generations of dereliction. What was Caldwell getting in return before he tried to renege on the deal? Captain Belford asked. Hidden truths revealed, the death of an adversary, whatever was needed. The creature convulsed, bark-like growths spreading across its remaining feathers. Too late for me, too late for the forest. The balance breaks, all will change. Root and branch will rot and... With a final shudder, the raven collapsed, its body crumbling into a pile of twigs and feathers. A familiar, Madeline said grimly, bound to the witch, but corrupted all the same. Jeffrey kneeled beside the remains. It mentioned a crystal orb, a family heirloom. A source of power, Madeline said. The runes we saw help propagate such magic. We need to find this orb and destroy it. The creature said we'd find it at the center of the woods, in a tree no less. You think it lied to us? Madeline asked. Jeffrey shook his head. I'm not sure what to believe. But there's no question High Holt is in danger, and that's enough for me. Madeline turned her gaze toward the forest's center. Then she looked at Bryn. You'll have to come with us. The girl nodded, accepting her fate. Better than being left alone again. Madeline took Bryn's hand. With Captain Belford in the lead, they strode deeper into the woods. Chapter 3. The Final Confrontation. Ahead, the path grew more treacherous. Roots erupted from the ground to trip unwary feet, and thorny vines seemed to reach for them with malevolent purpose. The smell of decay, not the natural scent of forest decomposition, but something alchemical and wrong, grew stronger. Next to Jeffrey, Bryn drew Madeline's cloak, the garment many sizes too big for her, tighter around her tiny shoulders. The mark on her arm darkened, the web of corruption spreading past her elbow now. Time ran short, not just for the child, but for everyone in High Holt. After some hours of careful progress, they spotted a massive tree unlike any other in the forest. While the surrounding trees were twisted and blackened, this behemoth intensified those traits, its bark pulsing with an inner darkness that sent ripples of energy in all directions. That's it, Jeffrey said, keeping his voice low. The heart of the witch's power. Madeline nodded. And look, do you see it? She pointed to concentric circles of protection surrounding the tree. 3 rings of defense. The outer ring consisted of dense vegetation that moved with unnatural purpose, woven brambles that parted and closed like a sentient barrier. Beyond that, they glimpsed humanoid figures standing unnaturally still, their forms partially transformed into forest creatures. The inner ring was less visible, but occasional flashes of energy suggested magical diablerie. We need a plan, Jeffrey said, studying the defenses. A direct assault is suicide. I doubt either of us would make it. Madeline's brow narrowed. I brought dwarven flash powder with me. I'll create a distraction at the outer ring while you circle around. If you can reach the second ring and draw enough of the creatures to you, I might be able to slip past them. Split up? Jeffrey raised an eyebrow. Playing to our strengths, she replied. Your tactical experience against the guards, my knowledge of magic against the wards. Jeffrey considered her plan. He had to admit it wasn't much of one, but he also couldn't think of anything better. The witch will expect us to attack together. Coming from different directions might work, but anything less than perfect timing and we're screwed. My father once told me the best forge requires 2 elements, heat and pressure, Madeline said. You provide the pressure from the front. I'll bring the heat from behind. What about me? Bryn asked, eyes wide with fright at the prospect of getting any closer to the dark tree. You wait here, Jeffrey said. Find some place to hide, Madeline added. When this is over, we'll come find you. With their strategy agreed upon and Bryn gone to relative safety, Jeffrey circled to the western approach while Madeline worked her way around to the east. When Captain Belford reached his position, he drew his sword and waited for Madeline's signal. He knew he had it when a brilliant flash illuminated the forest like the midday sun. Though the flash originated on the other side of the ring, the entire vegetative barrier recoiled from the light, vines shriveled and knotted inward, thinning enough to reveal a gap. Jeffrey charged through before it closed, slashing at the writhing tendrils that clawed at his arms and legs. One wrapped around his ankle. His blade severed it, and he stumbled free into the second ring. The corrupted villagers turned toward him at once. Their movements were puppet-like and uncoordinated, heads snapping around on wooden necks, limbs jerking forward as if yanked by invisible strings. Jeffrey didn't waste steel on their hardened carapaces. He targeted the glowing knots in their chests instead, each one he struck collapsing into a heap of dead wood and withered flesh. Two stumbled at him from the left. He sidestepped the first, drove his blade into the second's chest, then pivoted and caught the first across its glowing core as it lurched past. A third closed in from behind. He spun, parried a branch-like arm, and buried his sword to the hilt. The thing sagged and fell apart at his feet. He pressed forward, cutting a path through the second ring, while the sounds of Oakthorn's own fight carried from the far side. Every step bought her time. That was the plan, and he intended to give her as much as she needed. Then he saw what Morvena had done with the rest of them. Partially transformed villagers hung from branches overhead, their bodies suspended in various stages of metamorphosis. Some still wore human faces. Their eyes tracked him as he passed, wide and pleading above mouths, fused shut with bark. Jeffrey's jaw tightened. He didn't consider himself squeamish, but seeing so many betrayed and misused roiled even his stomach. Jeffrey intended to offer the witch no mercy when they found her. "Belford!" Madeline's voice came from somewhere ahead. "I've reached the inner ward." That was all well and fine, and he was glad that part of the plan had worked. But he realized too late that he might have gotten himself in a little too deep when he found himself surrounded. Sweeping his sword in a great arc, he hacked at the creature's hardened exoskeletons, buying himself precious seconds by opening a small space around him. But the creatures kept coming, reaching out with their branch-like arms, leafy hands grasping, and open mouths exuding tree sap like poison until the corrupted monsters pressed so close that Jeffrey's sword became useless. So he lashed out with fists and elbows, knocking one away and then another. But others stepped forward to take their place quicker than he dispatched them. Bark-covered hands latched onto his armor, his cloak around his neck, clenching and choking until Captain Belford could scarcely draw breath. With slow, methodical movements, the creatures dragged him to the ground. He fought them with everything, clenching his jaw, crying out, and exerting every ounce of strength until it was no longer enough, and his knees buckled. A banshee's cry filled his ears. The riotous sound of wood hacked to pieces followed. Then something lifted the weight from him, and Jeffrey spied the most wondrous sight in the form of twin hatchets, rising and falling with unwavering ferocity. Their wielder, Captain Oakthorn, crashed through the throng like a dwarven phalanx, except she wasn't dwarven, and the phalanx was only her. "Come on!" she shouted, kicking a creature out of her way while she hacked at another. Shards of wood flew in all directions. Jeffrey didn't need a second prompting. As soon as he reached Madeline's side, she handed him one of her axes, and together the two hacked their way to the innermost ring. Hunching over, Jeffrey took a moment to catch his breath. When he straightened, he saw the great tree, a shimmering barrier of magic surrounding its base, and, beyond it, an opening in the trunk that served as a doorway into an interior chamber carved from the living wood. A glance over his shoulder revealed no pursuit. The creatures, for now, stayed within the boundary set for them by the witch. "I thought you'd have this barrier down already," Jeffrey said. "I might have, but you needed rescuing." Jeffrey might have protested, but he wasn't so prideful. Instead, he said, "Thanks." "Time for that later," Madeline said, examining the magical barrier. "Look at the ground. More runes. I recognize the pattern. This is ancient knowledge, forbidden even among my people. Can you break through it?" "No." Madeline traced a symbol in the air. "But I can bypass it. Protective wards like these sometimes have keys, a way to disable them. It's a matter of figuring out the right counterwards." As Madeline worked, Jeffrey kept watch. The forest grew still around them, as if gathering its strength for another assault. "Whatever you're doing, best do it quickly." "I think I might have one," she said. Jeffrey saw a single rune flickering and, at last, fading. "Now!" she hissed. They slipped through the barrier together, and the ward sealed itself behind them with a sound like a branch snapping in winter. Beyond, the corruption intensified. The ground squelched underfoot. Not mud, but a carpet of blackened roots and decaying vegetation that gave off a faint, sickly warmth. The massive tree loomed ahead, its trunk split by a vertical fissure wide enough for a person to pass through. Amber light seeped from within, painting the surrounding deadfall in shifting hues of gold and rust. Jeffrey approached the opening with sword and hatchet ready. The edges of the fissure glistened with sap that moved with deliberate slowness, as if the tree were aware of their presence. He exchanged a glance with Madeline. She nodded, one hand resting on the hilt of her own blade, the other tracing a precautionary ward in the air before her. Together they stepped through. What they saw inside stopped them in their tracks. The tree's interior stretched upward and outward far beyond what the trunk's girth should have allowed. A hollow cathedral of living wood, its walls ribbed with twisting grain that pulsed with amber light. The glow shifted in slow waves, moving from floor to ceiling and back again, as if the tree itself drew breath. Roots thick as a man's torso rose from the earthen floor, coiling and interlocking in random patterns. Between them, the ground was soft and black, scattered with dried herbs, bone fragments, and the remains of small animals arranged in ritual circles. The air hung heavy with the sweetness of strange herbs layered over something fouler beneath, something organic and decaying. Madeline covered her nose. Jeffrey breathed through his mouth. Shelves carved into the living wood held jars of murky liquid, bundled roots, and dried organs they chose not to examine too closely. Symbols scored into the walls glowed where the amber light caught them. The same script they'd seen on the ward outside, repeated in long, spiraling columns that climbed toward the canopy above. And at the chamber's center, suspended in a cradle of twisted roots rising from the floor, hung the orb. It pulsed with a cold light that had nothing to do with the amber warmth surrounding it. A sharp, rhythmic beat, like a second heartbeat vying with the tree's own. Tendrils of energy arced from its surface into the roots beneath, and Jeffrey felt the vibration in his boots, traveling up through the floor and into his bones. "Caldwell's artifact," Jeffrey said. "The familiar wasn't lying." "And its master," Madeline replied, pointing at a figure emerging from the shadows. Morvena's appearance was beautiful and terrifying, an otherworldly fusion of woman and wilderness. Her predominantly human form shifted between delicate and predatory with each subtle movement. Patches of silver-green bark grew across her alabaster skin like organic armor, covering her shoulders and trailing down her arms in intricate patterns that resembled ancient runes. Blood-red sap seeped from the seams where bark met flesh, glistening like rubies in the amber light. Her hair was a living crown of midnight black vines that writhed and coiled of their own volition, occasionally extending to taste the air, before retreating to frame her sharp-featured face. Small crimson flowers bloomed and withered among the tangled mass, releasing spores that danced around her like fireflies. Most striking were her eyes, amber orbs that blazed with an inner fire, their pupils vertical slits like those of a serpent. The light they cast seemed to have substance, throwing dancing shadows across her angular features and illuminating the hollow of her throat, where a pendant of twisted root and bone pulsed in rhythm with the orb. She wore a gown made of foliage, layers of translucent material the color of dying leaves that whispered against the floor as she moved with unnatural grace. The fabric merged with her skin in places, making it impossible to tell where the garment ended and the witch began. Her fingers ended in curved talons of polished wood, stained dark at the tips as though dipped in old blood, and her lips, preternaturally red against her pale complexion, curled into a smile that revealed teeth sharper than any human's. "Lord Caldwell's loyal hounds," she said, her voice melodious and dissonant, like wind through hollow bones and leaves rustling against each other. The sound came from more than her throat, but from the very walls of the chamber. "Here to claim your master's prize?" As she spoke, A scent of decaying flowers and sweet rot filled the surrounding air, and the ground beneath her bare feet blackened with corruption that spread outward like ink in water. "We're here to end your hold over the woods," Geoffrey replied, sword and hatchet ready. Morvena laughed, the sound like branches breaking in a storm. "My hold? Did your lord tell you how this began? Did he not mention the bargain his ancestors made generations ago? The power they gained in exchange for feeding the forest?" "The raven mentioned an ancient pact," Madeline said. Still flashing her wicked grin, Morvena said, "The Caldwells were never strong enough to hold their lands alone. They needed magic, blood magic, to subdue their rivals. Generation after generation, they offered sacrifices to the forest, and in return they wielded influence beyond their station." She gestured to the crystal orb. "Those of my line passed the orb down from witch to witch, keeper to keeper, for centuries, until Lord Caldwell grew greedy. He wanted the power without the price, to wield magic without sacrifice. The fool threatened to cut off the supply of sacrifices." "So you took his people instead," Geoffrey said, his voice stern. Morvena laughed. "Me? I took nothing. The Caldwells have given their people to my kind for centuries, only 1 or 2 in a decade, so few ever suspected. But when Lord Caldwell sought to stop me from taking any more when he broke our agreement, I saw no reason not to take all I wanted. The forest must feed. I must maintain the balance." "And the corruption spreading beyond the forest?" Madeline challenged. "The children taken in the night?" "Too long have my kind existed in the shadows," the witch replied. "Soon all of High Holt will answer to the forest. No more petty lords squabbling over land and titles. Only the eternal growth of my domain." Geoffrey had heard enough. "Your reign ends today, witch." Morvena's eyes flared brighter. "You think 2 mercenaries can stand against me, here, in the heart of my power?" She raised her hands, and the chamber itself sprang to life. Roots erupted from the floor, and branches extended from the walls to reach for the intruders. "Split up!" Geoffrey shouted, diving to one side as Madeline leaped to the other. The witch's incantation split the earth between the captains. Roots erupted from below, thick, gnarled things that writhed and coiled with unnatural speed, surging upward into a wall of thrashing vegetation. Geoffrey stumbled as a tendril lashed toward his face. He severed it mid-strike, sap spraying across his armor, and cut through 2 more before they wrapped around his sword arm. But the severed ends pulsed, split, and each stump sprouted 2 fresh tendrils that twisted toward him faster than the first. He hacked at them with mounting urgency, sword in one hand, Madeline's hatchet in the other, and realized the roots he cut with his blade kept coming back. They regrew, thickened, pressed closer. Those he struck with the hatchet did not. Where that enchanted edge bit, the wood blackened and curled inward on itself. Tendrils withered to brittle husks and crumbled. Geoffrey shifted the hatchet to his other hand and drove forward, chopping through the tangle in short, savage arcs. The vegetation recoiled from each blow, shrinking away, as if the weapon carried a poison the witch's magic couldn't overcome. "The orb!" Madeline shouted from across the chamber. "It's the source. We need to destroy it." The witch laughed. "Easier said than done." With a gesture, she sent a shimmer of energy toward Madeline, which she dodged only by a hair's breadth. The blast hit the wall behind her, transforming the wood into a cluster of grasping hands. Too close, they caught Captain Oakthorn in 6 places at once. "Madeline!" Geoffrey shouted, trying to force his way through the barrier of thrashing vegetation between them. "Focus on the witch!" she called back, her voice strained with effort. "I can handle this!" Geoffrey turned his attention to Morvena, who channeled energy from the crystal orb to prepare for another attack. With a mighty sweep of his sword, he parted the vines, then used the hatchet to hack the remainder of the way through the barrier. He slashed at the witch, expecting his blade to damn near cleave her in half. Instead, Morvena's form dissolved into mist before his blade connected. The witch reformed several paces away with a mocking smile. "A skilled warrior," she said, "but skill alone cannot touch me here." The chamber trembled as Morvena raised her arms high. The walls pulsed with a shadowed light, and the floor beneath Geoffrey's feet softened, threatening to swallow him like quicksand. Across the chamber, Madeline had broken free of the grasping hands, but a cloud of poisonous spores erupted from the ceiling, forcing the captain to cover her mouth and nose with her sleeve while she dropped to the floor. "Geoffrey!" she called between coughs. "The runes! Look at the floor!" Despite his predicament, Geoffrey glanced down and saw what Madeline had noticed. A pattern of runes encircled the roots that held the orb. They looked like the same symbols they'd encountered at the ritual site. "Caldwell's mark," he muttered, recognizing the family sigil integrated into the arcane design. "It's a binding circle," Madeline shouted. "Break the pattern, and the witch's connection to the orb weakens." Geoffrey struggled through the floor's morass to drive Madeline's hatchet deep into the nearest rune with all his strength. The wood beneath the symbol splintered, and a discordant screech filled the chamber as Morvena stumbled, momentarily disoriented. "Fool!" she snarled. "You cannot comprehend what you interfere with." Before Captain Belford freed the hatchet, Morvena's hand shot out. No incantation this time. Raw force slammed into his chest and lifted him off his feet. He hit the far wall hard enough to drive the air from his lungs, and before he drew another breath, the wood moved. It started at his shoulders. The ribbed grain of the trunk softened, spread, and curled around him like fingers closing into a fist. Bark crept across his armor, finding the gaps at his joints, elbows, wrists, the backs of his knees, and tightened. He wrenched his right arm forward. The wood held. He twisted, threw his weight sideways, and gained an inch before the tree pulled him back and sealed the gap. His sword hung at his side, pinned flat against his thigh. The hatchet remained buried in the floor across the chamber. He felt the bark pressing against his ribs, not crushing, but drawing him deeper into the trunk with a slow, patient strength. Geoffrey forced himself to stop struggling. The more he fought, the faster the wood responded, each movement giving it a new edge to grip. He controlled his breathing, short, measured draws through his nose, and assessed his situation. His left hand still had a few inches of play. His boot knife rested against his calf. If the wood hadn't reached it yet. His fingers brushed the hilt. Still there, still free. He didn't draw it. Not yet. Morvena's attention had shifted to Madeline, and Geoffrey needed the witch to believe her magic had done its job. He let his body go slack, chin dropping to his chest, and waited. "The forest must feed," Morvena intoned, her voice deepening, "and you two will make excellent sustenance." With her hand still covering her mouth, Madeline rose to her knees and hurled her hatchet at Morvena. The witch saw the spinning axe too late. The weapon's impact sounded like a blade sinking into wood, a deep, wet thunk that drove Morvena back a step. Her mouth opened to emit a sound not unlike timber splintering, a raw shriek that reverberated through the chamber walls. Geoffrey felt the wood around him shudder. The grip loosened, not much, but enough. The bark across his left arm softened, and he wrenched it free with a grunt, tearing away strips of corrupted wood that clung like wet leather. He drove his boot knife into the trunk beside his hip and twisted, cracking the grain enough to work his right arm loose. The wood fought him. Tendrils curled around his wrist, tried to drag it back, but whatever hold Morvena maintained over the tree had fractured along with her concentration. He ripped his sword arm free and hacked at the bark pinning his legs. Each cut sent a tremor through the wall behind him, and he felt the wood trying to reform, creeping toward the gaps he'd opened. He kicked once, twice, and on the third attempt tore himself loose, stumbling forward and almost falling to a knee. Chunks of corrupted wood still clung to his armor, and his joints ached where the bark had compressed them. Morvena pulled Madeline's thrown hatchet from her shoulder. Dark sap oozed from the wound, and the wood of her body groaned as it tried to knit itself closed around the gash. Her eyes found Geoffrey, fury, and something close to fear behind them. He didn't give her an opportunity to recover. He charged, sword leveled, forcing her to focus her remaining power on him, while Madeline worked her way around the edge of the chamber. "Your lord will suffer for this betrayal," Morvena hissed. "When I've finished with you, I'll make him watch as his precious high holt withers and dies." "Caldwell's fate isn't my concern," Geoffrey replied, circling to keep Morvena's back to Madeline. "Stopping you is." Madeline reached the altar. She spotted the hatchet Geoffrey had buried in one of the runes, still lodged there, its enchanted blade blackening the surrounding wood. She gripped the handle and wrenched it free. The runes carved into the altar's base glowed in sequence, each feeding the next in a chain that spiraled upward into the root cradle. Madeline brought the hatchet down on the nearest one. The blade bit deep, and the rune's light guttered and died. She struck the next, then the next, working along the base in short, chopping arcs that sent chips of corrupted wood scattering across the floor. Each rune she destroyed dimmed the orb's pulse by a fraction. The tendrils of energy connecting it to the root system flickered and thinned. Across the chamber, Morvena stiffened. Her head snapped toward the altar, and Geoffrey saw the change ripple through her, a spasm that twisted her bark-covered limbs, a crack splitting the wood along her forearm. Whatever connection the runes maintained between her and the artifact, Madeline severed it strand by strand. Morvena abandoned Geoffrey mid-strike and whirled toward the altar with a howl that shook dust from the canopy above. The walls of the chamber groaned in response, roots shifting and tightening as if the tree itself shared her rage. With the witch's flank exposed, Geoffrey didn't hesitate. He closed the distance in 3 strides and drove his sword through her torso, angling the blade upward beneath what passed for ribs. The resistance wasn't the give of flesh and muscle, but a dense, fibrous tension, like forcing steel through green timber. His blade ground to a stop halfway through. Writhing and spitting, Morvena lurched forward, tearing herself free with a wrenching motion that should have killed anything alive. When Geoffrey looked at his blade, he saw no blood. Splinters of pale wood clung to the steel, and dark sap dripped from the edge. Morvena spun about. The wound in her torso gaped open, revealing not organs, but a hollow cavity of twisted grain and pulsing amber veins, weeping sap as the wood cracked and shifted and fought to close. But the movement was slower, weaker. Madeline's work at the altar was taking its toll. "Enough!" Morvena roared, her voice resonating through the chamber as the walls contracted around them. "This forest has stood for millennia. It has consumed countless intruders. You will join them." The entire chamber convulsed. Roots burst from every surface, snatching at the mercenaries with unrelenting fury. The air grew thick with spores and magical energy, making it difficult to breathe or see. Madeline hacked at another of the runes. With every thunk of her axe, the witch convulsed. "Morvena linked her power to the runes," Madeline shouted, "and the runes to the orb." Even if Geoffrey hadn't seen the effect Captain Oakthorn's barrage had on the witch, he understood what she meant. Sever the link and break Morvena's hold on the orb. Without the orb's power, they had a chance of defeating her. Already the orb's glow dimmed, its connection to the witch weakened by Madeline's sabotage. Cracks formed across its surface, spreading like spiderwebs through the ancient artifact. Its pulsation became erratic, its power weakened. Even so afflicted, Morvena found the strength to lurch toward Madeline. But Geoffrey placed himself between the witch and the mercenary captain, hacking at her with his sword like an axe, sending bits of wood flying with every blow. Where before Morvena might have laughed off such attacks, now she faltered, swaying with each strike, her strength stolen from her and her demise imminent. Morvena gathered her remaining power. The walls of the chamber convulsed, roots ripping free from the floor and lashing toward Madeline at the altar. Geoffrey threw himself between them, hacking at the tendrils with savage, exhausted strokes while Madeline raised the hatchet over the last rune. The witch turned on Geoffrey with both hands outstretched. A force hit him like a battering ram, driving him back across the earthen floor. His boots gouged furrows between the roots, but he kept his feet and surged forward again, closing the distant step by grinding step against the pressure she poured into him. His vision narrowed, and his entire body burned under his armor. Every instinct screamed at him to fall back, find cover, and regroup. He didn't. 3 paces from Morvena, the pressure collapsed. Behind the witch, Madeline's hatchet fell on the last rune with a crack that rang through the chamber like a thunderclap. The amber light in the walls died. The pulsing stopped, and for one suspended heartbeat, Morvena stood motionless, her power cut at the root. Geoffrey drove his sword through her chest above the festering hole. The blade punched through bark and out the other side. Morvena's mouth opened, no scream this time, no splintering shriek. What Geoffrey saw there wasn't rage or defiance, but something closer to bewilderment, as if she failed to comprehend how it had come to this. She swayed once. Her bark-covered limbs cracked and stiffened, the amber veins beneath her skin darkening to black. Then she slid free of his blade and collapsed to the ground, and the chamber went silent. The walls ceased their pulsing. The attacking roots went limp and still. Unable to maintain either shape as the magic that sustained her drained away, Morvena's form shifted between human and plant. The witch's eyes, once burning with power, flickered like dying embers. Almost dead, but not quite yet. Captain Belford raised his sword over her, the blade dripping sap, ready to plunge it into her as many times as it took to end her, when Morvena spoke. "You've broken the pact," she gasped, her voice not unlike the rustle of dead leaves. "Destroyed the balance." Geoffrey let his sword fall to his side. "You destroyed the balance when you started consuming innocent villagers." Madeline, her hatchet held in a loose grip and her face slick with sweat, crossed the room to join him. "Me?" Morvena asked. "I am but a facilitator. Like you, Lord Caldwell hired me to do a job. When he refused to pay me, I took it upon myself to collect what he owed me. Would you have done anything different?" Geoffrey ignored the question. "Lord Caldwell tried to do something good, and you made him pay for it." They watched as the witch's eyes fluttered. Sensing her end nearing, Madeline blurted out, "We found a child. The corruption marks her arm. How can we save her?" "If the corruption hasn't spread too far, can be reversed if you destroy the source." The source, the orb, already marked by a spiderweb of cracks from Madeline's assault on the runes, its cold light flickered, the steady pulse replaced by something frantic and uneven. Energy still arced from its surface into the dying roots, but the tendrils sputtered and snapped like fraying rope. Madeline seized it with both hands. Her jaw clenched the moment she touched it. Whatever the orb did to bare skin wasn't pleasant. She ripped it free from the root cradle and hurled it onto the stone floor. The orb didn't shatter so much as detonate. A flash of white light filled the chamber, blinding Geoffrey before he turned away. The concussion hit him a heartbeat later, a wall of force that threw Madeline backward into him and almost took both of them to the ground. He caught her with one arm and braced against the altar, while a sustained, crystalline shriek tore through the tree, as if the artifact screamed as it died. Shards scattered across the floor, each trailing a wisp of cold light that guttered and went dark. The amber veins in the walls pulsed once, twice, and went black. Morvena gasped one last time, and then she fell as silent as the chamber. Silence. True silence. The first they'd heard since entering the woods. The quiet didn't last long, as around them the chamber shuddered, and a groaning sound, like timber settling, resonated through the wood. "Time to go," Geoffrey said. Madeline took one look around and agreed. But first, she gathered fragments of the shattered orb. "We'll need evidence once we get back to High Holt. Caldwell's one good deed doesn't come close to erasing everything his family did." They ran. The fissure in the trunk was closing, the edges creeping inward like a wound trying to seal itself. Geoffrey shoved Madeline through first and threw himself after her, bark scraping across his armor as he squeezed through the narrowing gap. He hit the ground on the other side, rolling, and came up in a sprint. Behind them, the tree screamed, the groan of a living thing dying from the inside out. Geoffrey watched the trunk buckle, massive fissures racing up its length as the wood lost whatever dark vitality had sustained it. A branch the size of a ship's mast sheared away from the canopy and slammed into the earth 10 paces to his left, showering them with splinters and chunks of rotting bark. "Move!" he roared, though Madeline needed no encouragement. They dodged through the rain of falling timber. Another branch crashed down to the right, and a tangle of roots erupted from the ground ahead that Jeffrey vaulted over. Behind them, the trunk convulsed with a sound like a building coming apart stone by stone. He felt the ground shaking beneath his boots, each impact sending tremors up through his legs. They cleared the outer root line and together collapsed behind a moss-covered boulder. Pressing against the granite, they watched the tree die. It didn't fall, but collapsed inward, the trunk folding in on itself as if something had hollowed it from within, and the shell no longer had the strength to bear its own weight. The canopy dropped straight down, branches snapping and tangling and driving into the earth. The sound was tremendous, a roar of splintering wood and displaced air that Jeffrey felt in his chest. A wall of dust and debris rolled outward from the wreckage, washing over them in a choking wave of bark fragments, dead leaves, and the acrid stench of rotting sap. Jeffrey covered his mouth and waited for it to pass. When the dust thinned, only a mound of shattered timber and tangled branches, already settling, already still, remained to mark the tree's existence. Amber light no longer pulsed beneath the wreckage. Whatever power Morvena had drawn from the artifact had died with it. Beyond the ruins, the witch's defensive rings crumbled. Jeffrey watched the corrupted villagers sag and go motionless, collapsing where they stood into heaps of dead wood and withered flesh. The living barriers of vine and thorn dried to brittle husks and broke apart in the breeze. And through the devastation, faint, improbable, Jeffrey spied a patch of green through the blackened soil, a shoot of grass. Nature endured, and already reached for what the witch had stolen. Madeline pulled herself upright beside him, breathing hard, her features coated in dust. She stared at the wreckage for a long moment. "So," she said, "who gets credit for the kill?" Jeffrey laughed. Then he wiped sap and grit from his blade and sheathed it. Every joint ached. His ribs throbbed where the bark had compressed them. He suspected Madeline fared no better, though she carried herself as if the dust coating her armor was the worst of it. "We'll settle it over drinks," he said, "assuming we make it out of these woods first." Already the forest was changing. The oppressive stillness that had smothered the withered woods since they'd entered began lifting, replaced by the ordinary sounds of wind through branches, and, somewhere distant, birdsong. Blackened trees still stood, skeletal and dead, but the corruption no longer spread from them. The malignancy dried up, draining into the soil like water leaving a basin. They found Bryn where they'd left her, curled against the base of a tree with her cloak wrapped tight around her shoulders. She lifted her head at their approach, and Jeffrey saw exhaustion etched into every line of her face, but the corruption on her arm, the dark, bark-like growth that had crept toward her shoulder, had stopped. As he kneeled beside her, he noticed the edges already flaking away, the skin beneath raw and pink, but unmistakably human. "The witch?" Bryn asked in a raspy voice. "Dead," Jeffrey said. Bryn closed her eyes. Something in her expression loosened. Not relief, not yet, but the first step toward it. She tried to stand, but her legs buckled before she'd made it halfway. Jeffrey reached for her, but Madeline was faster. She crouched and gathered Bryn up without hesitation, settling the girl's weight against her chest as if she'd done it 100 times before. Together, they left the heart of the woods behind. Pale afternoon light filtered through the thinning canopy ahead, and with each step, the air grew cleaner, colder, more like the air of a forest that belonged to itself again. Jeffrey didn't look back. There was nothing behind them worth seeing. And somewhere ahead, a good strong ale, a warm fire, and an argument about a kill that neither intended to lose waited for them. Chapter 4. Recompense. Upon entering High Holt and spying the Caldwell estate up on its hill, they tabled the ale and the argument. The gates stood open. Not the casual open of a household expecting its guests to return, but the urgent open of people preparing to leave in a hurry. Servants rushed between the manor and the courtyard, loading crates and trunks onto a pair of heavy wagons with the frantic efficiency of workers who acted as if they had minutes, not hours. A coach waited near the main entrance, its driver already on the bench, reins in hand. Lord Caldwell stood at the center of it all, barking orders Geoffrey couldn't make out from this distance. The Lord wore a traveling cloak over his usual finery, and the way he kept glancing toward the tree line, toward the woods, told Geoffrey everything he needed to know. "It seems our employer expected us to fail," Geoffrey observed. "Or perhaps he somehow received word of our success and fears what we found." Beside him, Madeline shifted Bryn's weight and said nothing, but she saw Caldwell too. Her anger mirrored Geoffrey's. "Either way," Madeline replied, "he's not leaving until we've spoken to him." By the time they found a mercenary in Madeline's company to watch Bryn and reach the manor, Lord Caldwell had retreated to his study, gathering documents and valuables in a frenzy. He froze when they entered, his shocked expression smoothing into a practiced nobleman's smile. "Captains, you've returned," he exclaimed with forced enthusiasm. "I trust your mission was successful. Is the witch dead?" "Morvena is dead, all right," Geoffrey said, his tone emotionless. "And we've brought your trophy, as requested." Madeline overturned a sack onto the Lord's desk, spilling glass fragments amidst the Lord's papers. "Sorry, but I had to smash it to release its hold over the woods." Caldwell's facade crumbled. He sank into his chair. "You don't understand. I'm not to blame. The forest requires sacrifice. It always has. I tried to stop it." "We know you did," Madeline said. "But how many died before that? How long did you sit by while Morvena snatched your own people to use as sacrifices?" "I had no choice," Caldwell hissed. "When I inherited my father's mantle, our situation amongst the Holt's lords was precarious. I needed Morvena's strength. But after so many years, the toll was too much. That is why I went to her and told her no more. Not long after, the corruption started, and entire villages began disappearing. I knew I'd make a mistake, but it was too late." Madeline leaned back on her heels and crossed her arms. "So you hired us to clean up your mess by eliminating the witch?" Caldwell's gaze darted between them and the door until Geoffrey stepped between Caldwell and his avenue of escape. "I'll double your payment," he said. "Triple it. Just leave the fragments and forget that any of this has ever happened. If the witch is truly dead, as you say, the nightmare is over at long last." "We'll take the gold owed to us," Geoffrey said. "You can be sure of that. But no amount will buy your way out of this." Caldwell wrung his hands into fists. "But you're mercenaries. There must be something. Name your price." Madeline started gathering the crystal fragments. "The price, my lord, is your head. The Council of Lords will want to hear about our discovery." Caldwell's features drained of color. "You can't prove anything. It's your word against mine. A lord against 2 hired swords. Those fragments? Nothing but pieces of glass." "Perhaps," Geoffrey said. "But we have other evidence. Morvena kept a journal detailing your family's arrangement. We have it. Also, witnesses who saw you visit the witch. And most damning," Madeline added, "the villagers who are recovering, who will testify to what your mad scheme did to them." With defeat written across his features, Caldwell sagged in his chair. "What happens now?" "That's for your Council of Lords to decide," Geoffrey said. "You can run if you like. Once we leave here, we won't stop you. But the Council will put a bounty on your head. You won't find safe refuge anywhere in the Freelands." Caldwell sighed because he knew Captain Belford was right. "Now," Madeline said, "if you don't mind, my lord, we'll take our gold and our leave." Chapter 5. New Beginnings. A week later, Geoffrey found Madeline seated at the bar inside one of the many makeshift drinking holes that sprang up whenever a mercenary company set down temporary roots. The tavern was little more than a repurposed supply tent, with wooden planks hammered together for walls and salvaged canvas draped overhead in a crude attempt at a roof. Packed dirt, trodden hard by countless boots, made up its floor, and a pungent mix of sweat, ale, and smoke from a sputtering brazier polluted the air inside. Barrels served as tables, some still stenciled with military rations. Benches creaked under the weight of armored bodies. A makeshift bar stood at one end, just a long board propped atop crates, where a grizzled ex-quartermaster poured stale ale into dented mugs and barked at anyone who attempted to haggle over the price or the quality of the swill. Above the bar, the owner had hung a crude sign that read, "The Last Stop," in charcoal-smeared script. The tavern hummed with the rough laughter of off-duty mercenaries, their weapons stacked in corners and their war stories growing taller with every round. "Is that how you plan to spend your half of the reward?" Geoffrey asked Captain Oakthorne when he spotted the numerous empty tin mugs before her. Madeline chuckled and raised her mug, this one half empty and well on its way to joining the others. "Have a seat, Belford." She shouted at the barkeep to bring her another and one for her friend. "On me." Geoffrey took the stool next to her. Waving away a fly buzzing in his face, he said, "Thanks." The barkeep set down 2 ales and wandered off. Geoffrey drank deeply. The ale tasted cheap, but you couldn't beat the atmosphere. He never felt so at home as when he rubbed shoulders with fellow mercs. "My scouts just returned from the woods. The corruption continues to recede, the villagers are rebuilding, and the forest is healing." "And Lista?" Madeline asked. "She's well. The mark is gone completely." Madeline raised her mug. "I'll drink to that." She downed half her mug before slamming it onto the bar top. Ale sloshed out, but she hardly noticed. "She seems at home with the family that took her in." Geoffrey grinned. "I caught her swinging a stick like a sword. She said she's practicing so when she's old enough, she can become a mercenary like Captain Oakthorne." "Pfft, she's better off choosing a less dangerous profession. We got lucky, you know. Morvina could have just as easily added us to her ranks. We'd be amongst them now, knocking on the gates of High Holt." "Aye," Geoffrey said, because he'd thought the same thing on numerous occasions himself. They led precarious lives, where skill and luck often decided between life and death. This time, it was life. But the next, only the old gods knew. They sat in comfortable silence, 2 warriors who had faced death together and emerged stronger for it. They learned in the days following that Lord Caldwell had gotten off far too easy. But then the rich and powerful always did. The council demanded he turn over a sizable portion of his lands, including the withered woods, and pay a settlement to the villages most affected by Morvina's witchcraft. Geoffrey had no doubt he and Captain Oakthorne had made an enemy of him, but that was a problem for another day. "What's next for you and the Mavens?" Geoffrey asked Madeline. "Caldwell's treachery has united High Holt's lordlings in ways never seen before. I hope my company hasn't wasted our time coming here. I'm already hearing grumblings from my men that they want to head on to Alchester. Word is the Duke entertains the idea of declaring himself king. That's sure to set off another war between the fiefdoms." Madeline snorted, understanding. The current peace between the 4 fiefdoms was hard-fought but fragile, especially over claims to rulership. Once united and ruled by a king, some few had tried to reclaim that mantle over the centuries since the fall. But the fiefdoms enjoyed their independence too much to bend the knee to another overlord, and the dukes their individual power. To date, none who claimed the mantle of king lasted long. However, even if the Duke of Calendor tried and failed, mercenary companies like the Black Guard and the Mavens stood to come out richer for his effort. "Oh, give it a week or 2, Madeline said, grounding Geoffrey's vision of grand battles fought between Ool's major military powers. "I've learned 2 things during my stay in the Holt. First, peace rarely lasts long. Sooner or later, some lord will piss off some other lord and start a fight. And the second thing? That there's always plenty of gold to go around for working soldiers like us." Geoffrey raised his cup. "I'll drink to that." Later, as the light of day lessened into night, the 2 captains joined a ragtag group of fellow mercenaries seated around a fire pit outside. Before long, Geoffrey found himself staring into the fire, its embers pulsing like the last echoes of battle. They had saved a forest, a child, and perhaps even a realm. But not without a cost. The witch was gone, yet the memory of twisted trees and pleading eyes lingered longer than any scar. He glanced at Madeline, who bore the same distant look all soldiers shared after a hard-won victory. In the end, the gold would get spent, the tales embellished, and the names forgotten. But they would remember. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough. The Assassin's Dilemma. I want to hire you to kill my wife. The request was neither unusual nor the first time I'd heard it. The reason for such a deed often varied, though it all too often came down to either money or jealousy. My prospective client, Mr. Roland Fairwind, was beyond wealthy, a self-made success story tied intimately with Alchester's burgeoning airship industry. As such, he commanded a vast shipbuilding empire with hundreds of employees and a network of business partners and associates spanning most of the four fiefdoms. A gentleman like Mr. Fairwind didn't want or need his wife dead because of money. But jealousy? I didn't know him well enough to say, and while it wasn't my place to know my client's reasons, most told me anyway out of some perverted need for justification. So I stood in silence, waiting for him to enlighten me. "You should know I do not ask this lightly," Mr. Fairwind said from behind his desk, "but the situation has become untenable." He took a quick drag from his cigar, leaned back in his chair, and blew smoke toward the low ceiling. We occupied a small private meeting room, so even when directed away from me, the odorous swirls of vapor soon found and assaulted me. The smoke I could tolerate, but before its odor had even dissipated, Mr. Fairwind insulted my sensibilities by drinking his wine with a cringe-inducing slurp. The vintage was a rare 472, a year of plenty after our fiefdom had endured years of drought and the hardships that came with it. Back then, wine critics had extolled the Burgundy as evolutionary and the brightest spot in the wine industry in over a decade. The wine was exquisite. I'd give the vintner that. But evolutionary? The 472 Burgundy, which Roland had graciously served me as a sample of his finest vintage, as he'd put it, paled compared to a 464 Zalara with its rich, spicy flavor, or a 475 Reinar, which was dry and crisp and very unlike the 472. Still, the wine marked Mr. Fairwind as a man of means, if not one with the right connections to secure what was, all other things aside, an expensive vintage. But Mr. Fairwind's brusque approach to imbuing the delicacy was a clear sign of disrespect toward the finer aspects of wine consumption. If such were a criterion for becoming a client of mine, then I would have already walked out. Instead, I took a small sip from my glass, enjoyed the delicate swirl lighting my taste buds, and waited for Mr. Fairwind to continue. "My wife has made a damn mockery of everything I've built," he said. "Where was she when I conceived the idea for my empire? Where was she when I toiled alongside the men in the shipyards?" Roland slammed an open palm down hard on the surface of his desk. "Where was she when I risked everything on an effort many thought so hopeless that I was the only one brave enough to roll the dice, so to speak, and put forth the effort required to win those early contracts so crucial to my enterprise? The venture was a damn hopeless effort, many told me. A damn hopeless—" Mr. Fairwind looked to the room's darkest corner. "Grom, what do you call that?" Roland's steward slithered from the shadows. "Call what, Mr. Fairwind?" "A damn hopeless effort," Roland huffed. "Pay attention, Grom." Before Mr. Fairwind's greasy-haired steward responded, I said, "A forlorn hope." Roland shot up. "That's it. A forlorn hope? You could learn a thing or two about paying attention from this man, Grom. Why, Mr. Whatever am I to call you anyway? If we're to do business, I must call you something." What he called me didn't matter, so I wanted to shrug my shoulders. I almost did, but he fixed me with such an intense stare while waiting for my answer that I felt compelled to make one up on the spot. Russell Tollwood. The name was as good as any other, certainly not my real one. I never gave that out, and besides, I hadn't used it in some years anyway. For now, Tollwood worked just fine for this job. "Mr. Tollwood," Roland said, placing his cigar between his teeth, "my wife has gone too far." He sneered. "Rumor has it she may have earned the attention of the Duke. Preposterous! How does a person of such menial skill earn such accolades?" Because of my profession, I did everything possible to avoid the Duke's attention. But Mr. Fairwind, and by extension his wife, were favored members of Alchester's well-to-do. so I failed to see the detrimental aspect of earning the Duke's interest. Glancing from Mr. Fairwind to Grom, I hoped one might provide the missing context. Noticing my confusion, Grom obliged me. Mrs. Fairwind is an artist. Roland cackled. More like a hack. Grom went on, unperturbed. More specifically, she is a painter. Her work has garnered the attention of the city's most esteemed artisans and even certain members of the city's gentry. As he spoke, I thought I detected the slightest hint of pride in the man's otherwise dour monotone. Their collective praise has reached Duke Classis's ear, and speculation abounds that he may ask Mrs. Fairwind to host a private showing for himself and the Duke's family. Pfft, Roland said, scowling. I still didn't understand, and though not relevant to the job, curiosity got the better of me. So I asked, "Surely this is a good thing?" Grom looked like he was about to answer, but his gaze went to his master, and seeing the disapproving scowl still writ across the other's face, thought better of it, and stayed quiet. Roland, who took another puff of his cigar, appeared even less likely to enlighten me, so I gave up that line of questioning, returning the subject to the task at hand and the reason for my late-night visit. "What details can you provide about the job?" I asked. "I need to know the time frame and any specifics about how you'd like it done." Most clients cared more about the when and less about the how, even telling me they wanted to know as little as possible about how I ended the Mark's life. Knowing the person was dead was often enough. Such was the case with Mr. Fairwind, who said, "I don't give a damn how you do it, but do it soon. I'm leaving for business outside the city in the morning and will return in 3 days. Upon my return, I wish to learn that she is gone from my life for good, and that I'll never have to see that loathsome woman's face again." "That's a tight timeline," I said. "If done right, killing a person takes no more than seconds. But extensive planning often led up to that moment. 3 days wasn't out of the question, but I felt it necessary to set expectations." Roland forged ahead, nonplussed. 3 days seems more than sufficient. You come highly regarded, Mr. Tollwood. Surely, ending the life of one defenseless woman will provide little challenge for you. In my experience, arguing with men like Mr. Fairwind, who had their every desire fulfilled with a snap of their fingers, did little good. Murder was no exception. 3 days it is. "Very good," Mr. Fairwind said, standing. "As I said, I do not need to know the details. However you do it, ensure no one ever finds her body. The last thing I need is having to plan a funeral. People can think she fled the city in my absence for all I care. Better to suffer a brief period of humiliation than to live with that woman any longer than necessary. Of course, there must be no way for anyone to tie this back to me." "That goes without saying, Mr. Fairwind," I said. "Discretion is my most sacred guarantee." He nodded appreciatively at that. "As for opportunity," he said, "I understand Mara has a gathering of some sort scheduled for tomorrow evening. Isn't that right, Grom?" "Correct, sir. She is hosting a few people interested in her work at the Red Tea Room. As I'm sure you recall, you gave her your approval to go ahead with the event." Roland humphed. "My permission was not without purpose. Far be it from me to dictate your business to you, Mr. Tollwood, but that seems the perfect opportunity to do the deed. She'll be outside the manor and alone. Perhaps you could waylay her on the way home or some such thing." I wanted to emphasize the difficulty in murdering a person properly, let alone making them disappear on such short notice. But I said only, "I will certainly consider it as a potential opening. Regardless, your wife will die before your return in 3 days." "Excellent," Roland said, snuffing out his cigar as he rounded the desk. "Only one more detail remains to discuss then." "Oh?" I asked. "What's that?" "My wife is a smart woman," he said with a sour expression that told me how much it pained him to say anything nice about her. "It's possible she may have suspicions about my intentions toward her." I couldn't imagine why. If Mr. Fairwind spoke half as badly to her directly as he did when she wasn't present, I imagined she had much more than suspicions. "Suspicions," Mr. Fairwind continued, "which may have led her to take certain precautions." I waited for him to explain. "Mara is not my first wife," Mr. Fairwind said. "Strange occurrences befell the previous ones, And given the state of our marriage, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out what comes next for her. That's why it's so important you do this in such a way that the authorities do not connect the deed to me. As I said, Mara is smart. Smarter than those others, for sure. She may have gathered certain information about me and some of my business dealings such that, upon her death or disappearance, this information will find its way to an inspector's desk. Smart indeed. I saw where Roland was heading with this, so I said, "You want me to verify if she's taken such measures, and if so, make sure I destroy whatever leverage she has before I end her life." "Exactly so," Roland said, beaming. "It seems you are as good as your reputation dictates, Mr. Tollwood." Praise aside, Mr. Fairwind was not making my job any easier. Now I needed to establish a relationship with his wife and earn her trust to uncover any incriminating information. 3 days were hardly enough to do the job properly without the extra work. But since I knew the Rolands of the world didn't like to hear excuses, I kept those concerns to myself. Still, Mr. Fairwind must have seen the wheels turning in my mind since he said, "If it's faster to beat it out of her, then, by all means, do whatever you deem necessary." This man truly was a cad, with equal measures of barbarism when it came to wine and women, it seemed, so I should not have expected any less of a suggestion from him. Fortunately for his wife, such was not how I did business. "I'll find a way." With that, nothing remained to discuss other than my fee, which we did in short order before Mr. Fairwind excused himself, disappearing down a darkened hall. Grom escorted me back through the narrow passage to the secret door I'd used to gain entry to the meeting room. As we walked, I asked about the part of this that still didn't make much sense. Why does he hate her so much? Grom let the question hang between us for so long, I wondered if he might not answer, but finally he said, "Because Mrs. Fairwind does the one thing he cannot. She inspires others. You must see her paintings to understand. When you view them, it's as if you're present in the scene, experiencing the moment. I can't explain it any more than that. The experience is emotional." Then the drab steward did the unthinkable. He grinned as some memory of his experience caught his fancy. If such a dour man found it in himself to smile, then I wondered if perhaps hope remained for the rest of us. "As much as he has tried," Grom said, the expression fading. "Mr. Fairwind cannot see what others do when they view her work. At first it frustrated him, but few had seen her paintings then, so he dismissed it as an idiosyncratic irrelevancy. But as word spread and more people came away, delighted in ways they never thought possible, it angered him to no end that this phenomenon excluded him of all people. Far from capitalizing on his wife's growing success, the feeling of being left out has made him bitter and hateful toward her." We stopped at the secret accessway. While Grom fiddled with the opening mechanism, I contemplated what he'd said. Then, as the panel slid open, I asked one last question. "Does Mr. Fairwind have any heirs?" Grom shook his head. "None." I let the implication, which amounted to one more reason, hang in the air as I stepped out into the night. Before the door slid closed behind me, I said, "I'll send word when I finish the job." Alone in the dark, I slipped through the manor's garden, over the wall, and onto the empty, lamplit street. I turned toward the house only once, when I thought I saw someone. A woman, perhaps, by her silhouette, in a window. But then the light went out, and all returned to darkness. Then it was on to home for a good night's sleep before I planned Mrs. Fairwind's demise. The limited time I had to execute the contract required me to take advantage of the earliest opportunity available. As Mr. Fairwind had indicated, that occasion was after this evening's exhibit as the Mark made her way home. The act itself was simple enough, and despite my earlier misgivings, I had the whole thing planned in no time at all. Arrive dressed as a coachman, take out Mrs. Fairwind's driver, and then, with the Mark none the wiser, drive her somewhere secluded and private. With the deed done, I'd have to make her corpse disappear along with the driver's, since I wanted no suspicions of foul play. But I knew those logistics by rote at this point in my career. The plan was efficient and direct, and under normal circumstances, that's the strategy I'd follow. But Grom had intrigued me with his talk about the paintings, and I knew I had to see them for myself. I could still execute my plan as intended afterward, but in the disguise of a gentleman rather than a driver. Arriving at the Red Tea Room, a quiet place of shadowed ambiance, I had to bribe the woman at the entry to get inside since I wasn't on the guest list. Fortunately, most people are receptive to a handful of dinars, especially from a gentleman so handsome and well-dressed, so with the price of admission paid, I blended into the sparse gathering as if I belonged there. I possessed limited knowledge of art, and with no time to perform the usual research, I assumed a straightforward cover of ignorance as I explained myself to a matron who inquired about my interest in Mrs. Fairwind's work. "I must admit, it's all new to me, Mrs. Rothschild," the woman said, peering down her nose at me as if I should have already known that. "Pleased to make your acquaintance, Mrs. Rothschild. My name is Russell Tollwood. As I was saying, I am new to collecting. But when I heard about Mrs. Fairwind's marvelous paintings, I knew I needed to see them. As happenstance has it, I'm staying in this part of the city for a few days, so when I learned of the exhibit, there seemed no better opportunity to see her work for myself." I'd lost the woman's interest after my first sentence, so she gave me a small smile before making some excuse about seeing a friend she needed to catch up with. Retreating a step, I gave her a slight bow, but she wasn't paying attention anymore, and so, as a waiter carrying a tray of brandy snifters passed by, I lifted one and strolled amongst the guests. I spotted a woman holding court and, assuming this was Mrs. Fairwind, headed in that direction. Along the way, I perused the paintings, surprised to recognize the scenery in many of them. A vibrant street teeming with the colored activity of a market, a turreted building soaring above the row, and, the last, a decadent tower standing tall and inviting, its well-lit aerodocks receptive to all arriving airships, which were all places within Alcester, but conveyed with zest and spirit I'd never seen in such locations before. The market, the weekend bazaar held at Crescent Street and Moonshadow Lane, was a sordid affair, with hucksters, charlatans, and beggars at every corner, while the tradesmen who set up booths there sold days-old fruit, vegetables, and other confections left over from the principal markets elsewhere. The spired building was anything but majestic. Abandoned centuries ago, no one but the lonely ghost of the sorcerer who built it still dwelt there. The birthing tower, which I recognized as one of Alchester's airship towers, was as close to accurate as any of them. Still, in actuality, abandoned and little-used docks and other structures dotted the airfields, giving the place a haunted feel on the best of days. As for extraordinary sensations, I felt nothing when I looked at the paintings. Perhaps a sense of wonder at what might have been if fate had dealt these places a different hand, but nothing like what Grom had described. "You seem unsettled, sir," a feminine voice said next to me. "I hope you found nothing disagreeable with my paintings." I took in Mrs. Fairwind, who, up close, I saw was a lovely, middle-aged woman with dark hair coiffed and elegant to match the simple grace of her gown. She wore the lightest makeup. Even in the dim light, she hardly needed any more. Her eyes, a mesmerizing shade of blue, held mine, and I sensed, more than saw, an underlying sadness in them. "But if you have," she said, breaking from my stare to glance at the Arrow Tower painting, "it's perfectly all right. With art, everyone sees something different. Often, people see what they want to see." "Not unsettled, ma'am," I said, likewise returning my attention to the painting. "Only a little surprised." I waved my glass to take in the line of canvases on the wall. I know these places well. They look very different in real life. Mara folded her hands before her. She gazed sidelong at me before returning her attention to the paintings. "Yes, but I try to see past the facade to see a place for what it is. There is beauty in all things. Don't you agree, Mr.?" We exchanged names. "And what brings you to my exhibit, Mr. Tollwood? I mean, I know you're here to see my art, but what specifically drew you here?" I'd spent part of the day building out the persona of Russell Tollwood, how he was new to collecting, but possessed a fervent zeal for it, fancying himself an amateur, for sure, but still possessed of a keen eye and a willingness to learn. Yes, he'd heard of the marvelous, almost supernatural aspect of Mrs. Fairwind's paintings, but his reason for coming was more than that. I planned to open a place of art much like the Red Tea Room to feature works from the city's best and brightest up-and-coming artists, and now that I'd seen Mrs. Fairwind's work firsthand, I knew I could feature no one other than her as my first artist. I designed the answer to connect with her through our shared interest in the arts, and to draw her in, earning her interest, and perhaps enough of her trust to make the real reason I'd come all the easier to achieve. But though I had my practiced answer on my lips, I found myself saying something altogether different. "I'm here because of your husband," I said in plain terms. "Excuse me?" she asked, withdrawing slightly as if I told her I was diseased. "I met with Mr. Fairwind yesterday to close a business deal. We spoke about many things, of course, but the subject of your paintings came up as well. He mentioned this showing, and given what I'd already heard, I knew I needed to attend to see your work for myself." Mrs. Fairwind suddenly had trouble looking in my direction. "I'm surprised he didn't warn you away," she said in a small voice. "My husband does not appreciate my art like some others do. He rarely has anything good to say about it." I paused, studying her before saying, "Now it's my turn to say I did not mean to unsettle you." She threw me a quick smile. "Not unsettled, Mr. Tollwood, but my husband and I are—" She stopped, struggling for the words to convey their rocky relationship. "How do you describe a relationship with a husband who hates you to a person you've just met?" Since I already knew the story, I spared her the need to tell it, deftly changing the subject. "I do wonder about one thing, Mrs. Fairwind." She looked at me expectantly. "People say viewing your paintings instills an almost magical feeling in them, if you will. Admittedly, I only glanced briefly at these, and while I will admit I find them impressive, I have felt nothing magical." "People say that, don't they?" she asked. "Honestly, I have wondered about this too. I mean, I like to think my work instills something in people, but a magical feeling?" She let out a short laugh, granting me a smile I felt compelled to reciprocate. For a moment, the sadness fled from her eyes, replaced by joy, mirth, and, I dare say, a small measure of the simple love for life. "I'm just thankful anyone came tonight." I took in the gathering with a glance. Though small, the number of attendees was not insubstantial. "You've nothing to fear in that regard. Now, Mrs. Fairwind, I have monopolized far too much of your time." I bowed and withdrew, carrying the vision of the woman's smile with me as I strolled around the parlor and, intent on moving to the next step in my plan, to the closest exit. Outside, I ducked into an alley where I expected I'd find Mrs. Fairwind's driver half asleep, waiting by her carriage, when instead I found myself accosted by 3 gentlemen who emerged from the shadows to bar my passage. Instinctively, my hand went to a concealed knife, but when none of them made any further move toward me, I relaxed and settled on my heels to see what they wanted. "Something I can do for you, gentlemen?" I asked. The man in the center stepped forward while the other 2 hung back. This one dressed himself in an exquisitely long gray coat, a somber vest, and a patterned cravat that concealed a long neck. He had trimmed his thin beard, mustache, and even his brows to immaculate perfection. He finished his ensemble with a decorative cane, twirling it as he stepped forward. "I understand you have an interest in Mara Fairwind." Piercing dark eyes took me in, and just as quickly dismissed me. "I'm sure I have no idea what you're talking about," I said, wondering who had warned him about me. My statement elicited an annoyed expression. "I'm sure you do. The name Russell Tollwood was not on the guest list. Furthermore, there is no Mr. Tollwood in the arts community. I would know if there were. So, who are you, and what do you want with Mrs. Fairwind?" Interesting. And more interesting, that this person had the connections to figure out that my presence here was a sham, and quickly too, but not my true purpose. I used that to my advantage. "I'm likely here for the same reason you are, sir. Would you care to grace me with your name?" "Blackwell," he said, crossing his arms. "Jarek Blackwell." He made no effort to introduce the other 2, and I didn't ask, figuring Blackwell was the brains and the other 2, who reflected plainness in their dress and mannerisms, the muscle. I very much doubt you and I are here for the same purpose, Mr. Tollwood, Jarek said. But I recognized the type of man you are the moment I saw you inside. Oh? I asked. What kind is that? A hunter like me. For that reason, I am willing to extend you a one-time courtesy. Back off. Mara Fairwind is mine. Attempt to interfere, and you shall not find me so generous or cordial. A hunter? The man looked like nothing of the sort with his fine clothes, top hat, and thin mustache and beard, so I asked, What sort of hunter are you, Mr. Blackwell? I'm surprised you need to ask, he said, scoffing at my ignorance. You must know of Mrs. Fairwind's extraordinary abilities? Her paintings caught my employer's interest some weeks ago. Somehow she is imbuing her art with a special kind of magic. Surely you experienced the painting's strange properties while inside. No? Oh well, not everyone can. I'll admit, I couldn't either. Not that it matters. One's feelings should never distract us from the business at hand, am I right? The Sorcerer's League pays well for magically charged life force energy, so I'm here to collect hers. The Sorcerer's League. Now there's a name I hadn't heard since Liz and I disrupted a deal with an agent of theirs some weeks ago. It didn't surprise me to learn they delved into the black market, which served all manner of perverse and wicked cravings. Drugs, slavery, and apparently a person's life force energy, all available for the right price. Those like Blackwell were not the driving force behind such depravity. Rather, they fulfilled the need. I had no moral high ground to stand on, so I didn't fault him for his choice of profession. But something about his smug expression didn't sit well with me. So, I said, smirking, you're more a collector than a hunter. Hunters and harvesters being two different things, he bristled at the perceived insult, but said nothing. Tell me, Mr. Blackwell, what happens to the lady once you've collected her life force? I genuinely didn't know. Why, she dies, of course. And if she somehow expires before you get to her? I asked, crossing my arms. The implication of my question dawned on him after a few seconds. You're here to kill Mrs. Fairwind, he said. Interesting. In what way? Because I wonder if we might help one another. A further explanation seemed forthcoming, so I waited. I only need Mrs. Fairwind's life energy, Jarek said. I have no need for her corpse. So, everyone gets what they want? I asked. Precisely, Mr. Blackwell said. Except Mrs. Fairwind. But that's neither here nor there. She's marked for death at least twice over, so her time in this world is clearly at an end. Best someone takes some profit from it, eh? Someone should, I said, but it won't be you, Mr. Blackwell. Next to him, Jarek's associates finally showed some signs of life, shuffling from one foot to another, but otherwise staying in place, as if waiting for their master to unleash them. Jarek's stare held my own for a few long seconds, before he grinned. So be it, Mr. Tollwood, he said. I meant what I said earlier. Stay out of my way or suffer the consequences. With that, he tapped his cane once on the ground, spun around on his polished shoes, and strode away into the dark, but not before I glimpsed a coil-barreled weapon of some sort beneath his coat. His lackeys followed him, leaving me alone to contemplate my next move. When I'd entered the alleyway, I was intent on replacing Mrs. Fairwind's driver as per my initial plan, then getting on with the rest. But Mr. Blackwell's presence introduced a new element. His proposal was fair in that we both got what we wanted, but I'd heard stories about the work people like Blackwell did, tales that told of a person's energy, their soul, some believed, living on even after the act of harvesting. Disembodied, trapped, and then what? Used up by some wizard of the Sorcerer's League? Or did the energy live on in the form of whatever horror their sorcerers thought up? Too many questions, and I knew I'd find no answers alone in an alleyway. Mrs. Fairwind's driver had tucked her carriage away in a corner a short distance ahead, but I turned away from it. Mara Fairwind was still going to die, but I'd give her a clean death, delivered with the finality of my killing knife and sparing her Jarek Blackwell's eternal damnation. For now, Mrs. Fairwind was safe inside the gallery, but men were coming for her soon. I meant to stop them by killing her first. While Mrs. Fairwind entertained her guests inside the red tea room, I paid a visit to a residence of mine not far from the gallery to change from the clothes of a gentleman into those of an assassin. Dark studded leather over a padded gambeson with whisper-quiet boots, and a mask that revealed nothing but the slit of my eyes. Besides the smaller knives I kept hidden in secret folds and sheaths, I had my long knives at my belt and my assassin's bow over my shoulder. Jarek Blackwell didn't strike me as a wizard himself, but that didn't mean he didn't employ some of their tactics, and while my weapons were conventional, I had a few tricks up my sleeve for dealing with sorcerers or their ilk. I knew that, above all other things, I needed to stay clear of his extraction device, which could suck the life from me as easily as from anyone else. I found the thought of spending an eternity as the plaything for some mad sorcerer troubling at best. Back outside the gallery, I went to the rooftops, waiting for Mrs. Fairwind to emerge while watching for Jarek and his thugs. They'd wait for the lady's carriage to leave the vicinity, rather than risk someone seeing them performing their diablerie, which meant my moment to strike was soon after the carriage got underway. I only spied the single driver earlier, and from what I'd seen of him, I didn't expect any trouble. Since dead men tell no tales, he'd have to disappear as well, to keep up the appearance that Mrs. Fairwind fled the city while her husband was away. Pity for him, but sometimes all it takes is being in the wrong place at the wrong time. With the event concluded, people soon spilled onto the street. Carriages clopped forward, whisking the assembled gentlemen and ladies to their next destination or home, while Mrs. Fairwind's carriage chose a spot on a corner to wait for her while she saw each guest off. While she occupied herself with that, I noticed the gallery's proprietor loading a handful of the ladies' paintings into the wagon. I suppose these were select pieces with special meaning, and a valet would deliver the rest to her home the next day. Finally, with only the gallery's proprietor remaining, Mrs. Fairwind's driver helped her into her carriage, and off they went. I followed, silent and unseen, leaping from rooftop to rooftop as I kept pace with their slow progress. If the driver followed the fastest route home, then I only needed to wait for the transport to leave the sleepy arts district and make its way into Grangertown, which was busy at all hours with its taverns, markets, and street performances. So I ran ahead, taking a shortcut, and waited with an arrow ready for the carriage to appear around the corner. I counted the seconds, waiting, then wondering what had happened because the carriage was nowhere in sight. "Hell and damnation," I whispered, because I knew I had underestimated Jarek Blackwell. Backtracking, I saw no sign of the carriage at first, but only so many avenues led away from the main road. Since I had a view from my perch of all the intersecting byways, I soon located the transport meandering along at a steady pace, heading in the opposite direction to the Fairwind estate. Nothing seemed untoward other than its change of heading, so, still on the rooftops, I caught up and gained a line of sight on the driver. I expected to see one of Blackwell's thugs holding the reins. Instead, I saw the Fairwind's regular man, who didn't look suspicious at all as he cast nervous glances behind him, as if to see if his charge had figured out he'd hoodwinked her, and now led her to her death. The carriage traversed a dark, empty lane. With no idea where the driver intended to stop so Blackwell could do his dirty work, I drew an arrow from my quiver, aimed for the driver, and loosed. Easy as that, the man fell over in his seat, dead. I hooked a grapple onto the roof's ledge and, using my cloak to slow my descent, jumped from the edge to swoop down onto the street. The dray pulling the carriage, no doubt picking up the scent of blood, let out a huff, the regular clop of its hooves missing a beat as the horse threw its head from side to side, or maybe nervousness clung to it because it sensed Blackwell's thugs who stepped from the shadows with clubs ready. One approached the dray, holding up his hands to stop the animal. I hoped his arrival might spook the horse enough for it to run him down, but no such luck. The horse stopped. Inside, a muffled voice asked what was happening. No time to answer as the second bruiser slapped his club into his open palm as he approached me. He sneered, but his gaze, looking past me, betrayed him. Without thinking, I leaped and rolled to one side, the sizzle of amber energy the only alert I had to Blackwell's presence. "I warned you!" Jarek yelled as another amber flash momentarily blinded me. Again, The sizzle of energy was close, but I'd kept rolling, so I somehow avoided the attack. Then, both bruisers were on me, swinging with deadly intent. The first swing missed, but the second glanced off my arm. My armor took most of the blow, but the sting kept me from drawing my second long knife. I retreated, a single careful step after another, avoiding one swing and then another, not striking yet because the bruisers kept pressing forward, alternating their attacks, so I had no choice but to remain on the defensive. But those few moments allowed me to study their movements, observe the flaws in their assault, and formulate a plan to kill them. They were only the hired help, but I didn't like ambushes, especially when I was on the receiving end, so I offered no mercy as I slashed the arm of one as a distraction, then dove in low and cut into the other's belly. The first winced in pain, a modest reaction, but the second cried out, singing the sweet song of agony as he dropped to his knees. I kicked him in the face, cutting off his soprano as I deflected the angry swing of the other. This fight wasn't fair for the pair of bruisers from the start. Now, with only one still standing, it was less so. But before I finished him, Mrs. Fairwind cried out in protest. That answered my question about where Jarek had gotten to, and while I wanted to help her, my lone opponent had other ideas as he swung at my head. Tired of this contest, I turned the thug's weapon away with one long knife, then drew my other and, in the same motion, opened the man's throat. The spray of blood and the gurgling as he fell to his knees were both expected, as was the light soon fading from his eyes. I didn't stick around to watch him expire as I ran to confront Blackwell. On the other side of the wagon, I found he'd yanked Mrs. Fairwind from the carriage and thrown her to the ground. He had a knee pressed to her breast to keep her stationary while he pointed his coil-barreled device at her face. The weapon had a short handle and a trigger, and the coils glowed with a feral azure light. On top of the device was a glass cylinder, empty for now, but no doubt meant to hold a person's life force energy. Glancing up, Jarek pointed his cane at me and smirked. "You should have taken the deal," he said, squeezing the trigger. I don't think Jarek even saw the throwing star I hurled at him, but I know he felt it as the weapon embedded itself in the back of his hand. Unused to the pain he dealt others, he cried out, his aim going askew at the moment of activation. Visible waves of pulsating light extending and refracting exploded from the coils, but robbed of its target, nothing else happened. Not wanting to let Mr. Blackwell have another shot at the lady, I barreled into him, knocking him from her. Jarek lost his grip on his extractor but not his cane as we tumbled across the street, fists, elbows, and knees connecting until we separated and each regained our feet. I readied my long knives, but Blackwell had other ideas as he leveled his walking stick at me. The end of the device, which glowed with an amber light, grew in intensity until, even knowing what came next, I was too close to avoid it. I tried to dodge anyway. The amber streak of energy hit me with enough force to slam me into the carriage. Dazed from the impact, I fell to the ground, right in the path of the wheels. At the same time, the sizzle of energy spooked the dray, sending it into a mad clomping rush toward me. Right before the horse and carriage ran me over, someone grabbed me, pulling me away. My savior, who presented herself as none other than Mrs. Fairwind, helped me to my feet. Whatever sort of weapon Blackwell's cane was, it packed a wallop as I struggled to remain upright. I had to, though, because the collector pointed his cane at me once more. He didn't waste time with words, shooting a blast of energy meant to finish me. But Mrs. Fairwind stepped between us, and before I figured out what the hell she was doing, she leveled Blackwell's retrieved pistol at the oncoming stream of amber energy and pressed the trigger. Like before, shimmering waves erupted from the extractor, but in this instance, when met with the crackling energy from the cane, the waves absorbed the oncoming energy. More than that, they funneled power into the device's coils, which lit up ever brighter now. The empty cylinder at the top of the device wasn't empty for much longer, as an amber glow began filling it. "What are you doing?" Jarek screamed, trying to change the direction of his cane to either redirect or stop the flow of energy, but with little success, as the amber glow continued flowing toward the extractor. I wasn't sure about the outcome of such a contest, but Jarek's outburst and alarmed expression told me we weren't heading for anything good. Briefly, I wondered at Mrs. Fairwind's resolve, but her bared teeth and narrowed brow told me she had no intention of stopping or backing down until one of them was dead. Jarek had already tried to kill her, so she knew the stakes better than anyone. With energy continuing to pour from the cane, I wondered if we were all doomed when something finally gave on both ends of the contest. The extractor's vial, filled to bursting now, exploded simultaneously with Jarek's cane. The blast hammered into all three of us, though I supposed Mara and Jarek got the worst of it, or at least Jarek did, because as the extractor's container bulged and I knew the vessel had reached its limit, I dove into Mara, knocking the extractor from her grasp right before it exploded in a flash of brilliance. The resulting shockwave knocked us both to the ground. I didn't know how long we lay there, but Mara eased herself to her knees first and finally stood on wobbly legs. Doing the same, I watched her stumble toward Blackwell, who lay on his back with smoke wafting from his body. His chest's slow rise and fall told me he was alive, but he showed no signs of getting up anytime soon. Mrs. Fairwind's coiffed hair was a mess, her eyeshadow smeared, her rouge wiped away. But her stare penetrated me. In her mind, wheels turned, wondering if I deserved the same fate as Mr. Blackwell. I doubt my assassin's garb helped her decide, so I lowered my mask, whereupon she recognized me instantly. "Mr. Tollwood," she said, her shoulders sagging and tears coming to her eyes. She let out a near-silent sob. I wasn't sure why until she said, "My husband sent you too, didn't he?" "Only me," I said. "Jarek Blackwell had no connection to Mr. Fairwind as far as I know. He was after your magic." She shook her head. "Magic? There's no magic, I just paint." I couldn't offer any more explanation than what I'd already said, so I said nothing else. She wrapped her arms tightly around her chest and sighed heavily. "Just do it already. I can't fight anymore. I try every day, but he's too much. I didn't know about his other wives until long after. But even when I did, I foolishly thought our relationship was different. But he's jealous of everything. Even the smallest success that isn't his own turns him bitter and violent. I'm sick of it, so do it already." Something snapped, and she teetered, threatening to collapse. So I shook off my own malaise and swooped in to take hold of her. Lifting her off her feet, I carried her away from Jarek Blackwell and his diabolical plan to steal her soul to her carriage, which I found a few blocks away. The dray was old and tired, and with no one to lead him, he'd stopped. Gently, I put Mrs. Fairwind inside the carriage, then shoved the dead driver aside and guided the dray across the city to the shambles. I knew a place, down a lampless street and into an alley bathed in even deeper darkness, then through a hidden gateway and into an odd space between buildings. A secret place where no one would find us or ever think to search for the lady. Stopping the carriage, I closed the gate behind us, then went to see if Mrs. Fairwind had woken. She opened the carriage door before I got there and stepped out. She took one look at her surroundings and, if she had any hope at all before, sobbed again as she realized she had no hope at all now. I approached her, lifting her trembling chin. The hideaway was a good place to kill someone. A quick jab, and it was done. Disposing of a corpse in a city like Alchester was a simple matter, even simpler for someone with experience. Mara Fairwind didn't deserve to die, but then most people didn't. But the right or wrong of it wasn't for me to decide. Most of the time. Sometimes even for me, death isn't the answer. I had my contract to consider. Reneging on a deal was never a good idea. But my client had given me great latitude in interpreting the conditions. I planned to take full advantage of that fact. "You saved my life tonight," I said. Teary blue eyes stared deep into mine. "Does that mean something to you?" "It does." "I was only trying to save myself," she said. I shrugged. "It doesn't matter. Maybe you acted on instinct. Or maybe you saw how Jarek and I were at odds and thought your chances of survival were greater with me alive. Regardless, I owe you a debt. Besides, I want to help you." When had I changed my mind? Even now, I couldn't point to any one thing. Rather, it was a culmination of events. I meant what I said about Mara saving my life. The gesture meant something. But enough to spare her? Not by itself. but I remember the looks of sheer delight on the faces of the people who viewed her work in the gallery. If Mara's unique talent could make a man even as dull and lifeless as Grom smile, maybe fate had something greater in mind for her than a quick death and a rapid fade into obscurity. Maybe, when you got right down to it, I wanted to help her to spite the Roland Fairwinds of the world. Or perhaps I did it for another reason entirely. She hesitated, but finally said, "Why?" "Because I know what having no one on your side is like, to feel trapped. Most of my clients want rivals killed, people who are as bad as they are and just as powerful, not—" "Defenseless women?" Mara asked. I affected a thin smile. "The way you handled yourself? You're anything but defenseless." She returned the gesture, then asked, "How do you intend to help me, Mr. Tollwood, or whatever your name really is?" "Roland hired me to make you disappear. So that's what I'll do. Make you disappear. Nobody knows you're here. Your driver is dead. Mr. Blackwell paid him to lead you into that ambush, so I hope no hard feelings about that. But disappearing means you need to leave the city. Tonight. Now. You can't risk returning home, so you'll have to leave with the things you have with you, which I know is very little, but I can arrange for clothes and other necessities once you reach Rilia." "Why are you helping me?" Mara asked. "You were supposed to kill me." "Like I said, I owe you." Her eyes searched mine, looking for some other answer. I didn't know if she found one, but she said, "I told you earlier this evening that I can see beyond the facade of a place to see its true nature. Is that magic? I never thought of it in those terms. But sometimes I look at people and see past their facade, too. It's like peering into someone's soul, I suppose. I looked at that other man during the altercation and saw nothing but darkness. When I look at you, I see—" "It doesn't matter what you see, Mrs. Fairwind." It didn't matter either. My only concern was getting her out of the city and collecting my fee from her husband, or at least that's what I told myself. I knew the kind of person I was, and it wasn't lost on me that, among the people who experienced nothing while viewing her paintings, Roland Fairwind, Jarek Blackwell, and I were among them. So, whatever Mrs. Fairwind thought she saw didn't matter because she was mistaken. I murder for profit, which is all one needs to know about me. "One more thing before I forget," I said. "Your husband expressed concerns about you having a contingency in place in case something happened to you. A plan to discredit or implicate him in any foul play befalling you. Did you make any such arrangements?" Mara shook her head. "Roland would think that because it's exactly what he would do were our roles reversed. I made no such plans. In hindsight, however, I wish I had." With that confirmed, I told her to wait here while I arranged for her safe and secret passage from Alchester. I had an associate who smuggled goods in and out of the city. I doubt she'd mind smuggling a person for the right price. Since it needed to happen tonight, I left Mara alone while I arranged to have her taken to Rilia and beyond. I returned as soon as possible, whereupon I led Mara to the rendezvous point elsewhere in the city. We exchanged curt farewells, and I reminded her that if she ever returned to Alchester or her husband somehow learned she was alive, then she wouldn't stay that way for long. She nodded, understanding the seriousness of my warning. Then she was gone, and I hoped for her sake that we never saw each other again. Upon his return, Roland Fairwind was ecstatic to learn of his wife's demise. As proof, I offered him her bloody wedding ring, which had become stained from a cut the lady had suffered during the altercation. I collected my payment, and that was that. Grom glanced at me with some distaste as he led me out, as if he disapproved of the outcome even though he'd been a party to it. I ignored his self-righteousness, and then I left Fairwind's Manor behind to see to the only remaining task, disposing of the lady's carriage. I'd already dealt with the driver's corpse, making sure nobody ever found it, but the transport proved an equally delicate matter. Fairwind decorated all his coaches in a distinctive style, so I couldn't risk driving the vehicle outside the city for fear someone might recognize it. So, out of an abundance of caution, I tasked a team of workers with tight lips who had no knowledge of the previous night's escapades to come to my secret alcove to disassemble the carriage piece by piece. Maybe I was paranoid about the whole thing, but paranoia had kept me alive this long, so I saw no reason to change that policy. As for the paintings Mrs. Fairwind had stashed inside the coach, I disposed of those too, since no clue must remain. Before I destroyed them, however, I couldn't help but scan a small sample. Like before, I felt nothing special when I studied the first few, though these differed from the paintings in the gallery. They were not places but people in everyday life going about their daily business. A merchant and a prospective buyer haggling at a booth, a matron shopping at market, a family sitting down at a table on a veranda overlooking the city. That last one caught my eye, as I gazed past the father and mother to their teenage son and daughter, who were older still. Something long forgotten stirred within me. My skin tingled as, impossibly, a cool breeze blew across my face, even though the air in the alcove had been still moments before. I smelled a woman's soft fragrance, my mother's, and laughter, deep and full of life, from my father and the girl, my sister in this strange vision, if one wanted to call it that. That was too innocent and so unlike the Olivia I knew today. Was this the magic everyone whispered about? Perhaps, but to what purpose? At the first stirrings I had thought a memory had returned to me, but now I realized the boy and girl were too old, and the scene itself had never happened. Not a memory at all then, but something else, a possibility. A future that might have been had fate dealt a different hand the night assassins had slain my parents, forcing Olivia and me to run for our lives. People see what they want to see, Mara had said, but she was mistaken. I never wanted to see this. I had a life once, and a name, but I left those behind long ago. Possibilities or other futures, I never dwelled on those. Never have regrets was a rule so fundamental to our profession that the words were part of our code. It mainly applied to committing murder, but the code was a loose one, its tenets expansive in their meaning. Yet, as I continued to study the painting, I couldn't escape the strange, lifelike sensations and deep emotions until, frustrated, I tossed the canvas into a bin with the rest. Though I watched as fire consumed every bit of those paintings, the feeling of sadness, regret, and worst of all, longing remained. The finest wine. Abelard ate a lot. That was why, after I slashed my knife across his belly, I half expected the roast, broccoli, and soft rolls from dinner to come tumbling out onto the floor like some grotesque parody of a burst grain sack. The man had consumed enough to feed a small army, starting with 3 helpings of everything, and followed by an obscene amount of honeyed pastries he had proclaimed were simply divine, my dear friend, absolutely divine. He clenched his gut and fell to his knees, as I expected he would. But when I didn't spot even the smallest trickle of gastric juice seeping between his fat fingers, I wondered if I'd cut him at all. Something about the cut hadn't felt right. Ordinarily, my blade sliced through flesh like a hot knife through butter, a sensation I'd grown intimately familiar with over the years. However, in this instance, I felt resistance and thought I heard an unexpected clink when my knife's edge kissed his lordship. Those oddities aside, Abelard's pallor, wide eyes, and slack jaw all gave him the appearance of someone on the wrong end of an evisceration. Though no sound escaped from between his lips, I knew it was only because his mind hadn't quite caught up. I didn't fault his reaction. A man doesn't fall prey to an assassin every day, especially after having wined and dined that person with the enthusiasm of a man courting a profitable business partnership. However, Abelard took it a bit far when he slumped to the study floor, curled into the fetal position, and started bleating like a wounded animal. There is, after all, such a thing as dying with dignity. "Why have you betrayed me, my friend?" Abelard asked, between theatrical moans impressive enough to earn him a place on the stage at the Velvet Curtain. Abelard and I were not friends, despite his insistence on addressing me as such throughout the evening. I'd arrived at his opulent home under the guise of a foreign trader, Marcus Thorne of Siren, the capital of neighboring Cæcia, come to Alcester with an airship full of exotic spices, cinnamon bark from the volcanic slopes, cardamom pods still fragrant with mountain mist, and cloves that retained their numbing bite. All wine spices, naturally, and all offered at prices to make a vintner's heart race with avarice. As a successful winemaker with vineyards spanning multiple principalities, Abelard couldn't help but try to lock in my special, below-market prices with the fervor of a man who had built his fortune on recognizing opportunity when it knocked. The evening started well enough. Abelard's dining room was a testament to his success, featuring a mahogany table that seated 20, crystal decanters that sparkled from the candlelight, and oil paintings of pastoral vineyard scenes that spoke of a man who loved his craft. Once we retired to his study for after-dinner drinks, he regaled me with stories of his latest acquisition, a coastal vineyard in Sicily, where the sea spray allegedly imparted a distinctive character to the grapes. I found his enthusiasm infectious enough that I almost forgot why I'd come. Almost, but not quite. I didn't betray you, Abelard. It's nothing personal either. In my line of work, it seldom was. The best killers divorced emotion from execution. Now, let's say you make this easy on both of us by getting up. Abelard appeared to have his insides well in hand, so I didn't think my request was entirely out of the question. Killing a man is so much easier when he's standing. You've killed me, my dear, dear friend. I bleed, and soon I shall die. His voice carried the same dramatic flair he had used during dinner to describe the complex notes in his prize-winning Syrah. I sighed, remembering what my client had mentioned about Abelard's theatrical nature. In order to gain sympathy in a trade negotiation, the man had once convinced a rival merchant that consumption had him at death's door. A week later, that same rival discovered Abelard celebrating his miraculous recovery at the Silver Gentleman's Club by toasting his successful acquisition of 3 more trade routes. With Abelard remaining uncooperative, I started cleaning my knife. I'd need both hands to lift his considerable bulk into a standing position, when I noticed there wasn't anything to clean. No blood, no tissue, nothing. I held the blade closer to the room's dim candlelight, squinting at the steel that had served me faithfully for years, when I noticed the nick. A proper notch on the edge, too, as if I'd tried to cut through iron instead of flesh. My best killing knife, the blade that had opened throats from the shambles to the Palace district without so much as a dull spot. Yet somehow the likes of Abelard had tarnished its impeccable reputation. I slipped the weapon into its sheath at my belt, making a mental note to visit Henrik the weaponsmith in the coming days. Then I grabbed the front of Abelard's burgundy velvet coat, expensive fabric that cost more than most people earned in a month, and grunting with the effort, heaved him to his feet. The man was heavier than he looked. Soft living and rich foods will do that. Abelard shook like a leaf in a storm, but he stayed upright, albeit with eyes closed and face turned from me, as if I were a specter of death materialized from his worst nightmares. Couldn't blame him for any of that. Knowing you're about to die is never a pleasant thought. "What have I done to provoke your ire, my friend?" he asked from between clenched lips, his voice carrying genuine bewilderment and fear. "Shut up! I'm not your friend." The words came out harsher than intended, but false intimacy always grated on me. I knocked his hands away from his gut, probing for the expected damage. My knife had cut both coat and shirt. The blade remained sharp enough for fabric, at least, but I felt something hard beneath the torn cloth. Not the soft, yielding flesh I expected, but something rigid and unyielding. I ripped the opening wider, tearing through the layers until I spied what lay underneath. I raised an eyebrow at the sight. A leather money belt, thick and well-crafted, stuffed so full of coins that it looked like a snake that had swallowed a gigantic mouse. Abelard had fastened the belt above his sagging waistline, positioned perfectly to protect his vital organs from a blade seeking his belly. "You wear a money belt inside your own home?" I asked, genuinely curious, despite the circumstances. The precaution seemed odd for a man in his own domain. Abelard had been in all day, hosting his dinner party and playing the gracious host. He had no reason to wear such a thing unless he suspected my client's intentions and wore it in preparation for a hasty departure from the city. Too bad he'd chosen to host one more party before fleeing. "One can never be too careful," he said, his natural businessman's caution bleeding through even in this moment of terror. He took a moment to examine himself, running his hands over the torn fabric and the exposed money belt. When he realized what had happened, he let out a chuckle that started low and nervous, then grew louder. The sound died on his lips when his gaze found me again. With shaking hands, he undid the coin-stuffed belt and held it out to me like an offering to an angry god. The leather, smooth from use, clinked with the distinctive sound of various denominations. Gold crowns, silver dinars, and copper florins, all jumbled together in the desperate mathematics of a man trying to buy his life. "Take it, my friend, it's yours, all of it. Let me live. I beg it of you." The plea carried genuine desperation, but I'd heard similar offers before. Fear made men generous with possessions they otherwise guarded like dragons hoarding treasure. I knocked the money belt away, sending spilled coins skittering across the polished hardwood floor. My employer already paid me. Quite handsomely, in fact. My client had offered double my usual rate, which should have been my first indication that Abelard Whitfield was no ordinary mark. The extra payment wasn't for difficulty. Any fool with a sharp knife could kill a soft merchant, but for the specific manner of death requested: evisceration, slow, painful, messy, the kind of killing that sent a message. Yes, but this was supposed to have gone down quickly and cleanly. Kill the mark, then take my leave with no one the wiser. Abelard's household staff was out until morning, conveniently dismissed for the evening so he could entertain his foreign merchant in private. But every assassin knows complications breed more complications, and the longer a job takes, the more chances for something to go catastrophically wrong. Better to get this over and done with sooner rather than later. That meant no more conversation, no more theatrical displays, and no more opportunities for bribery. I slid my knife from its sheath for the second time, noting again the nick in the blade that needed professional attention. Abelard shrank from the weapon. Reaching out lightning quick, I grabbed his shoulder and held my knife poised for the work ahead. Abelard opened his mouth to scream, but he emitted such a low, pitiful sound that I almost felt sorry for him. "Sorry, Abelard, but you've made your last bad deal. You must have really pissed off my client for him to want you dead this way." And it was true. Evisceration was a slow, painful way to die, reserved for those who had committed heinous acts or betrayals. A death like that spoke of personal vendettas and burning hatred. My client, a nervous, well-dressed man who'd met me in a tavern in the Shambles, had articulated specifics about the method, even offering detailed instructions that made even my skin crawl. It was, however, to Abelard's good fortune that I'd taken this job, rather than one of the butchers who called themselves assassins in the lower districts. I'd make the first cut like my employer wanted, let it bleed for a while to satisfy the requirement for suffering, then follow it up with a quick stab under his arm and into his heart. A mercy stroke to end his pain. Nobody would examine him that closely to notice the additional wound, ensuring my reputation for following orders to the letter remained intact. I wasn't a complete monster. "Wait," Abelard said, his voice cracking with desperation. "I can offer you more than coin if you will spare my life. I have other wealth, my friend, properties, investments, connections." His words tumbled over each other in his haste to get them out. An estate outside the city, 20 acres of prime land with a manor house that's the envy of the district. It's yours. My place in the Silver Gentlemen's Club, though it will pain me to surrender the membership I've worked years to obtain. Women, I know the best courtesans in 3 principalities, skilled in arts that will take your ecstasy to new heights. Whatever your pleasure, I can arrange it. I had to admire his persistence, if not his tactics. Even facing death, Abelard tried tapping into the same instinct that had made him successful in business, except now, he leveraged it to stay alive. "You have nothing I want," I said, meaning it. "Now, let me finish this. I have an appointment at Lady Bellum's later this evening, and I'd rather not keep my Crucis Sabeler waiting. The wine's a rare 74 vintage, one of the best." Abelard refused to give up. His businessman's mind still searched for the lever that would move me to mercy. If not those things, then perhaps... He looked about the study, his eyes darting from expensive furnishings to rare books, to the collection of wine bottles displayed on a custom-built rack. Then something must have hit him, for his face lit up. "Lady Bellum, did you say? Her ladyship runs a fine establishment, yes? They carry a full line of honeyed wines from the southern provinces and spirits from—" "What's your point?" I cut him off, not interested in a lecture on Lady Bellum's inventory. "Wine, my friend. I saw how you fancied the Syrah at dinner tonight." His voice gained strength as he found his footing in familiar territory. "My vintners craft the blend with grapes picked from my very own vineyard in Sisea, where the coastal winds and mineral-rich soil create conditions found nowhere else in the known world. Critics have lauded its spicy combination of blackberries and pepper, with undertones of oak and a hint of sea salt from its proximity to the ocean. Without a doubt, one of our finest vintages. A true delight that has won awards at competitions across 3 fiefdoms. Seasonally rare, too. We only produce a limited number of casks each year." He wasn't wrong about the wine. The Syrah had been exceptional, easily the equal of anything served in the finest establishments across Alchester. During dinner, I found myself impressed by the complexity of the flavors and how the wine evolved on the palate, revealing fresh notes with each sip. Sampling such a wine brought an understanding of why some devoted their entire lives to the craft of winemaking. "So, you'll give me a bottle for sparing your life?" I asked, not bothering to hide my amusement at the absurd proposition. "No, not a single bottle, but a full year's supply." The words burst out of him like water from a broken dam. 52 bottles of the finest Syrah money can buy, delivered to whatever location you specify. Think of it. A year of the most exquisite wine available, yours to enjoy at your leisure. He had my interest, though I tried not to let it show. Few things kept me from fulfilling a contract. My reputation depended on reliability and competence, but exceptional wine ranked among my few genuine weaknesses. Accepting his offer presented challenges. My client wanted blood and expected confirmation of Abelard's death within the next few days. If the merchant continued breathing, my client would likely hire another assassin to finish the job, one less discriminating about the method and far less likely to show mercy. I also needed to consider my reputation. Leniency was not a desirable trait in my line of work, and word of sparing a mark would travel through the underground in a matter of days. I'd done it once before. Let the mark live when the contract said otherwise. But I'd covered my tracks well enough that no one knew. That mark had vanished from public life, making the deception easier. Abelard wouldn't vanish. He'd remain in full view, a walking contradiction of the dead man my client expected. Still, my career spanned many years, and a reputation built over that long could survive a single act of unexpected mercy if I handled the aftermath correctly. But my next job needed to make a statement, something messy enough to remind people of my capabilities. "Make it a 5-year supply and you've got a deal," I said, deciding to test how badly he wanted to live. Abelard blanched, his face turning white as fresh parchment. 5 years, my friend? 5 years is such a long time, and one never knows what might happen in that span. Market conditions, vineyard diseases, natural disasters. His voice trailed off as he ran through the math in his head, calculating the enormous cost of what I proposed. A bottle a week for 5 years represented a fortune. "No, one doesn't," I agreed, pressing the flat of my blade hard against his belly where the money belt had been, letting him feel the cold steel through his torn shirt. "Things happen. Vines blight. Warehouses burn down. Merchants meet unfortunate ends." He understood the implied threat. Abelard turned a shade whiter, if such a thing were possible, but he nodded in agreement with the frantic enthusiasm of a drowning man grabbing a rope. 5 years it is, my friend. 260 bottles of my finest vintage. Leave an address, and I will arrange for regular deliveries. Have a bottle a week sent to Lady Bellum's. The wine shop was perfect for the arrangement. Neutral territory where unexpected packages arrived without questions. "Tell your coachman to put it under the name I used on your guest list tonight. Miss a delivery, and you'll see me again." Abelard swallowed, his jowls quivering with a combination of relief and residual terror. Yes, of course. Marcus Thorne, it is, the merchant from Siren. I'll have my people begin deliveries within the week. You have my word as a gentleman, and a member of the Merchants' Guild. I put my knife away with a decisive motion. At the door, the carved mahogany felt solid under my hand as I paused for a last look at the scene. Abelard stood in the middle of the room, surrounded by the evidence of his narrow escape from death. His money belt lay forgotten on the floor, coins scattered like fallen leaves. His expensive coat hung in tatters, and he still bore the pallor of a man who had looked death in the eye and somehow convinced it to look elsewhere. "Oh, and Abelard?" I said without turning. "Yes, my friend?" "If you're smart, you'll leave Alchester, at least for a little while. My client may find this arrangement unsatisfactory and send another to finish the job." It was good advice, though I doubted he'd take it. Men like Abelard rarely abandoned their comfortable lives in response to unseen threats. He'd convince himself that the danger had passed, that his money and connections protected him from whatever consequences might follow. In a week or two, he'd return to his normal routine, hosting dinner parties and making deals, telling the story of his brush with death to anyone who listened. Outside, a hushed silence greeted me, and gas lamps shone between stretches of shadow. As I walked, I found myself anticipating the first bottle of our arrangement. The memory of its complex flavors lingered on my tongue, and the thought of having access to such quality for 5 years almost made me forget the professional complications. The night air carried the scent of coal smoke and distant rain, mixing with the ever-present aroma of the city. Horses, cooking fires, unwashed bodies, and 1,000 other human odors. But underneath it all, I still tasted the ghost of that exceptional wine. I smiled as I disappeared into Alchester's shadows. After the deal. Chapter 1. The Aftermath. The ruined velvet coat hung in Abelard's bedroom closet, its silk lining torn beyond repair, the fabric stained with the memory of that single night of terror when a desperate offer had saved his life. Everywhere Abelard turned, something reminded him of how close he'd come to death. The dining room where the assassin struck, the plush carpet where he'd fallen, the money belt torn asunder, its coins useless in the ensuing negotiation. Staving off a shudder, Abelard slid the coat away before the sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach grew any worse. He selected the next available one, a forest green jacket, before slamming the wardrobe door shut. Sighing, he ran his fingers along the wool to ensure no tremor remained in his hands. 2 weeks. 2 weeks of methodical investigation, careful questions posed over brandy and cigars, and favors called in, and debts leveraged. 2 weeks of playing the concerned businessman while hunting the person who wanted him gutted like a fish. The mirror reflected a face that had aged years in a fortnight. Dark circles shadowed Abelard's eyes despite the rouge his valet had applied. His jowls, usually full from prosperity and rich living, hung with the weight of sleepless nights. Only his smile remained intact, the weapon that had built his fortune, the charm that opened doors and loosened tongues, the practiced warmth that lured even rivals into believing they dealt with a friend. He needed that smile today. His carriage waited in the courtyard, the driver already informed of the destination. Abelard settled into the leather seat, letting the clatter of hooves and iron rims fill the silence while Dover Heights gave way to the commercial district. He watched the city pass through the window, merchants haggling on corners, dock workers hauling crates toward the airship yards, a constable directing traffic at a crowded intersection, and felt the familiar tug of envy for people whose greatest concern was the day's earnings. 2 weeks ago, he counted himself amongst them. Wealthy beyond most men's imagination, yes, but blissfully ignorant of how it felt to know someone had paid for your death and might pay again. Before the carriage stopped outside the club's columned entrance on Ashmore Street, Abelard had buried his fear beneath layers of purpose and charm. He checked his smile in the carriage window's reflection, teeth bared, cheeks crinkling, warmth radiating from a face that felt anything but warm, then stepped down onto the cobblestones. Inside the Silver Gentlemen's Club, Old money mingled with new ambition in an atmosphere of leather-bound respectability. Gas lamps flickered in their brass fixtures as afternoon shadows stretched across the plush carpets, and the air hung thick with pipe smoke and the kind of whispered conversations that moved markets and toppled governments. Abelard paused in the foyer, adjusting his cufflinks, a nervous habit he'd developed since the attempt on his life, before stepping into the familiar embrace of privilege and power. The steward, a thin man named Morris, who had worked the club's entrance for as long as Abelard could remember, greeted him with a practiced nod. "Mr. Whitfield." "Your usual, sir?" "Please, Morris, and I'll be in the lounge today." The club unfolded around him as he moved through its rooms, each a carefully curated stage for a different variety of influence. The card room hummed with quiet tension. Men hunched over hands of crowns and kings while fortunes changed ownership beneath a haze of cigar smoke. Beyond, the dining room stood half full with the luncheon crowd, silver clinking against porcelain. Abelard passed through with the ease of a man who had navigated these halls for years, nodding to familiar faces as he went. Lord Ainsworth raised a glass from his table near the window. Abelard returned the gesture but didn't slow his pace. Ainsworth was a gossip, and gossip traveled in unforeseen directions. Bernard Wallace, seated alone with a broadsheet, caught his eye and offered a tight smile that Abelard matched before moving on. Wallace dealt in shipping contracts, not the back-channel dealings that might lead to a hired killer. The main lounge occupied the heart of the club, a vaulted room of dark wood paneling and deep leather chairs arranged in clusters that encouraged private conversation. Abelard's usual chair sat near the tall windows overlooking the street, but today he bypassed it in favor of the seating near the fireplace, where the men who mattered most gathered in the afternoon. Morris appeared at his elbow with a glass of CC and red on a silver tray. The staff knew his preferences down to the vintage, and Abelard accepted it with a murmur of thanks, letting his gaze drift across the room as he settled in. He catalogued faces in the manner a general might survey a battlefield. 3 of his regular circle were present: Lord Sebastian by the fire, already deep into his afternoon whiskey; Reginald Dormer, holding court with 2 younger members near the bookshelves; and Marcus Hale reviewing documents at a corner table with the intensity of a man counting another person's money. Each moved in different orbits of Alchester's commercial world. Each heard things. Sebastian spotted him first. "Whitfield, good to see you, old friend." Lord Sebastian rose from his leather chair, crystal tumbler in hand, his features flushed with the ruddy health that came from never missing a meal. "I wondered if you'd disappeared entirely. I haven't seen you at the club in, 2 or 3 weeks?" "Business, my dear Sebastian." Abelard clasped the man's soft hand, thankful his grip remained steady despite everything. "You know how it is during harvest season. The vineyards demand constant attention. My CCN holdings have been particularly demanding." The lie, polished smooth by years of practice, flowed easily. In truth, Abelard had spent every moment mapping every shadow that might hide an assassin, every alley where a knife might wait, and every face in every crowd that might belong to the man who'd paid for his death. The investigation had become his obsession, driven by the knowledge that failure meant more than professional embarrassment. It meant his death. "Ah, the coastal vineyard," Sebastian said, nodding approvingly. "I've heard wonderful things about your latest vintage. The critics are calling it revolutionary. Something about the sea air giving the grapes a distinctive character." "The climate creates unique growing conditions," Abelard agreed, settling into the chair opposite Sebastian. "But enough about my ventures, my friend. Vineyard concerns have left me so preoccupied that I feel entirely disconnected from the city's pulse. What news from the wider world?" Abelard had carefully crafted the opening, a casual inquiry that invited gossip while seeming conversational. Abelard had learned that information flowed most freely when people believed they were engaging in pleasant conversation rather than enduring an interrogation. Sebastian leaned forward, lowering his voice to the intimate tone reserved for truly valuable intelligence. "Well, since you mentioned it, some rather unusual happenings have occurred in recent weeks. Market volatility, you understand, but not the usual kind driven by supply and demand." "Oh?" A waiter arrived carrying a tray with 2 glasses of whiskey. Abelard traded his wine for the stronger drink. What sort of volatility? The peculiar kind that speaks to sizable sums moving through unusual channels. Sebastian took a sip of his drink, savoring both the whiskey and the drama of his revelation. Lockley's depository has seen some rather significant withdrawals, foreign currency conversions, the sort of financial activity that suggests someone from outside the fiefdom is funding something requiring discretion. The words sent a chill down Abelard's spine, though he maintained his expression of polite interest. Foreign currency conversions. Large withdrawals. Exactly the sort of financial maneuvering required to hire a professional killer. Fascinating, he murmured, swirling the whiskey in his glass. I suppose in times of political uncertainty, people seek to diversify their holdings, though I must admit, I'm surprised Lockley's handles such transactions openly. They've always prided themselves on discretion. It's all in who you know, isn't it? Sebastian's eyes gleamed. The man liked nothing more than sharing information that nobody else knew. Abelard intended to fully exploit the weakness. This person did not make the deposits through normal channels. Someone specifically requested services that Lockley's rarely advertises. Currency exchanged with no questions asked, immediate access to funds, and arrangements for discreet messaging services to, let's say, less reputable districts of the city. The shambles. Sebastian was too polite to name it directly, but Abelard knew exactly which district he meant. The shambles was a rough-and-tumble sort of place where skilled craftsmen plied trades that law-abiding citizens preferred not to acknowledge, where a man with enough coin could hire services ranging from burglary to assassination. Messaging services? Abelard kept his tone neutral, though his pulse quickened. How remarkably thorough of them. Indeed. And here's the truly curious part. The gentleman making these arrangements seemed particularly nervous. He asked very specific questions about reliable ways to communicate with craftsmen who work with steel. Sebastian's voice dropped even lower. We both know what that sort of terminology usually means. Abelard's blood turned to ice water, but years of negotiating hostile business deals had taught him to mask shock behind polite interest. Craftsmen who work with steel was indeed code, a euphemism used by those who needed deadly services but lacked the vocabulary of the criminal underworld, someone unfamiliar with assassination protocols, but educated enough to know that such codes existed. How intriguing, he managed, taking a sip of whiskey while he processed this revelation. Though I suppose in our current economic climate, many legitimate reasons exist for an individual to seek such specialized metalwork. Sebastian chuckled, a sound that held no genuine humor. Oh, come now, Abelard. We both know there's nothing legitimate about that sort of inquiry. Some gentleman wanted blood spilled, and he was willing to pay handsomely for quality work. A sobering thought, Abelard said. I trust this mysterious patron found whatever services he required. That's the curious thing. Nobody seems to know. The inquiries stopped abruptly about 3 weeks ago. Either the gentleman completed his business or... Sebastian shrugged. Well, sometimes these arrangements don't conclude as planned. 3 weeks gave the assassin a week to plan the job before slipping into Abelard's dining room 2 weeks ago, wearing the face of Marcus Thorne, a spice merchant from neighboring Siren. The timing wasn't a coincidence, but confirmation that his investigation finally bore fruit. I imagine such disappointments are expensive, Abelard said, fishing for more details while maintaining his facade of casual interest. Devastatingly so, from what I understand. Premium services command premium prices, and failure to deliver typically results in forfeiture of the entire fee. Plus, word spreads quickly in those circles. A failed contract can destroy a craftsman's reputation permanently. Well, Abelard said, raising his glass in a mock toast, here's to reliable craftsmen who complete their projects on schedule. Though I confess, all this talk of metalwork makes me grateful for my peaceful vineyard ventures. Nothing more dangerous than the occasional thorn or aggressive wasp. Sebastian laughed, the sound echoing off the club's wood-paneled walls. Quite right. Give me honest commerce over whatever shadows these mysterious patrons inhabit. Speaking of which, I don't suppose you brought any samples of that remarkable CC and vintage. I've been telling Roland about it, and he's desperate for a taste. As it happens, Abelard said, smiling, his first genuine expression since entering the club, I have a bottle in my carriage. Consider it a small token of appreciation for such an illuminating conversation about current market conditions. The offer wasn't entirely altruistic. A bottle of Abelard's finest wine solidified Sebastian's goodwill, while opening doors to further conversations with other club members. Once Abelard summoned a waiter to retrieve the wine, he allowed himself a moment of quiet satisfaction. His investigation progressed exactly as he'd hoped. Piece by piece, conversation by conversation, he was assembling a picture of his enemy, an individual with access to significant funds but unfamiliar with criminal protocols, nervous enough to require intermediaries but determined enough to pay premium prices. Finally, someone who stopped making inquiries after the assassination attempt had failed. The profile became clearer, and with it, the path to identifying the man who wanted him dead. Abelard shared a glass with Sebastian, who had nothing but wonderful things to say about the vintage, before excusing himself under the pretense of catching up with others. Do check in with Roland before you leave, Sebastian said in parting, along with where to find the airship magnate. The smoking lounge, which occupied the club's eastern wing, was always a rich mine of information. Here, tall windows caught the afternoon light and filtered it through heavy velvet drapes. The city's most influential men gathered in leather chairs arranged around small mahogany tables, cigars glowing like fireflies in the perpetual twilight. Abelard smiled and prepared to work the room, wine and charm his weapons of choice in a war fought with intelligence instead of blades. He found Roland Fairwind exactly where Sebastian had promised, holding court near the grand piano, regaling a small circle of listeners with a highly animated story involving airships and questionable customs inspections. The merchant's laugh boomed across the room, a sound that spoke of a man comfortable with his place in the world's hierarchy. Though he'd lost his most recent wife under dubious circumstances, he allowed neither the mystery nor the tragedy of the event to bother him. Abelard! Roland's face lit up. Sebastian said you might grace us with a sample of that legendary coastal wine. Please tell me the rumors are true, and it actually tastes of the sea itself. Not quite the sea, Abelard replied with a chuckle. But I believe it captures something of the ocean's mood. Roland excused himself from his group, then gestured at a nearby table where 3 others already sat. Reginald Dormer, whose landholdings across the 4 fiefdoms made him one of Calendor's wealthiest men. Harrington Baker, a thin man whose import business rivaled Abelard's own. And Edmund Graves, a senior partner at Alchester's oldest banking house, whose pinched expression suggested he found even leisure time an inefficient use of capital. Abelard placed the bottle onto the table with an exaggerated flourish before settling into an empty chair. The gathered men leaned forward with the eager attention of connoisseurs presented with genuine rarity. Once the server had filled the glasses, they each appreciated the wine, making appropriate sounds of approval and offering the expected compliments on complexity and finish. Abelard allowed the conversation to flow naturally before steering it toward his true purpose. I must say, he began, swirling the wine in his glass, it's refreshing to gather with men who appreciate the finer things in life, though I confess, recent weeks have made me somewhat nervous about enjoying such luxuries too openly. Oh? Roland raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Whatever do you mean? Perhaps I'm being overly cautious, Abelard said with intentional casualness, but some rather unsettling rumors have circulated lately. Talk of foreign merchants asking unusual questions, strangers making inquiries about established businesses, that sort of thing. Makes a man wonder if his success might attract the wrong sort of attention. The effect was immediate. The small circle of men exchanged glances, their expressions suggesting they had information to share, but were unsure whether it was appropriate to do so. You know, said Harrington, now that you mention it, I had a rather odd encounter about a week ago. A gentleman approached me at the berthing docks. He claimed he researched investment opportunities in local businesses. Abelard's pulse quickened, but he maintained his expression of polite concern. Investment opportunities. It's refreshing to hear that capital is flowing into our fair city. I wonder why you mention it, though. Did something about the nature of his inquiries seem strange? Indeed. Harrington nodded, warming to his tale. He seemed particularly interested in successful merchants who might have created enemies through their ventures. His line of questioning revolved around recent acquisitions, hostile takeovers, that sort of thing. The wine soured in Abelard's mouth. Someone researching successful merchants, looking for those who might have created enemies through ruthless business practices, might indicate the kind of research that preceded targeted violence, the kind that had targeted him. How very curious, Abelard said. I trust you found his inquiries merely academic in nature? That's just it, Harrington continued. The man seemed anything but academic. Nervous, agitated, constantly checking his pocket watch as if he operated under a deadline. And when I mentioned your name, purely as an example of successful vineyard expansion, you understand, his reaction became quite pronounced. Abelard's blood chilled, but years of high-stakes negotiations had taught him to appear calm, even when it seemed his world crumbled around him. My name came up? How flattering, though I can't imagine why it provoked any reaction at all. That's what made it so peculiar, Harrington said, clearly enjoying the drama of his revelation. The moment I mentioned your CCN acquisition, the fellow went absolutely rigid, started asking questions about your business practices, your methods of negotiation, and whether you'd encountered any resistance from previous property owners. The pieces fell into place with terrifying clarity. This unknown individual had researched Abelard's business history, focusing on his most recent major acquisition. The CCN Vineyard represented his most aggressive business move in recent years, a takeover that had crushed the previous owner despite generations of family ownership. I hope you were diplomatic in your responses, Abelard said carefully. One never knows how a person unfamiliar with the complexities of modern commerce will interpret such information. Oh, absolutely, Harrington assured him. Though I must admit, the gentleman's interest seemed far more personal than professional, almost as if he had some connection to the matter himself. Personal connection. The words echoed in Abelard's mind as he processed their implications. Not an active rival wishing to eliminate a successful businessman, but someone with a deeper relationship, a personal one, it seemed, to his acquisition of the CCN Vineyard. Did this gentleman provide a name? Abelard asked, fighting to keep his voice level. He claimed his name was Stephen something or other. Stephen... Harrington frowned, searching his memory. Stephen Holland? No, that's not quite right. Holloway. That was it. Stephen Holloway. He said he represented certain parties concerned about market stability. The name hit Abelard like a physical blow. Stephen Holloway. He knew that name, although it took a moment for the complete memory to surface. The brother. Edmund Holloway's brother, who had stood helplessly by while Abelard systematically dismantled their family's financial security, forced the sale of their ancestral vineyard, and, depending on who you believed, drove Edmund to his death. Stephen Holloway, who had threatened consequences. Stephen Holloway, who had watched his family's legacy crumble while Abelard gained their most precious possession for a fraction of its true value. Holloway, Abelard repeated, testing the name on his tongue. I don't believe I'm familiar with anyone by that name, though our paths may have crossed in some professional capacity. The lie was a necessary one. Admitting recognition invited questions Abelard wasn't prepared to answer, especially in front of witnesses who might later connect his interest to whatever fate ultimately befell Mr. Holloway. Harrington took a long sip of his wine. Well, wherever he came from, he certainly wanted to know a great deal about you. He inquired about your daily routines, your social calendar, and even your household staff. The sort of detailed inquiries that seemed rather intrusive for a simple investment researcher. Mr. Holloway had been conducting systematic surveillance, gathering the operational intelligence needed for a second assassination attempt. The anxious man making inquiries at Lockley's depository, the foreign currency conversions, and the discreet message services to the shambles were all parts of an elaborate plan orchestrated by Edmund Holloway's grieving brother. Abelard was sure of it. How thorough of him, Abelard observed, proud of how steady his voice sounded. Though I must say, such detailed interest in a stranger's personal life seems rather excessive for investment purposes. Precisely what I thought, Harrington agreed, which is why I mentioned it to Roland here, and why I'm sharing it with you. With all the political uncertainty and market volatility occurring, a man can't exercise too much caution when it comes to who's taking an interest in his affairs. Around the table, the other men nodded, their faces reflecting the comfortable concern of those who faced problems in theory rather than in practice. They understood business rivalry and competitive intelligence gathering as abstract concepts. Still, none of them had ever looked into the eyes of a paid killer or felt the cold kiss of steel against their belly. "Quite right," Abelard said, raising his glass in a toast. "To vigilance in business and caution in all our dealings. May we all prosper without attracting undue attention from mysterious researchers." The men drank, their laughter carrying the easy confidence of men whose most pressing concerns were market fluctuations and social standing. As they returned to safer topics, airship innovations, guild politics, and the eternal complaint about increased taxation, Abelard allowed his mind to work through the implications of what he'd learned. Stephen Holloway. The grieving brother had spent weeks, possibly months, planning his revenge. Systematic research, careful financial preparation, and professional execution that Abelard had spoiled only because of an assassin's penchant for fine wine. Mr. Holloway had dedicated himself to Abelard's destruction with the same methodical approach that Abelard himself might have used to acquire a rival's business. Abelard appreciated the irony. In Stephen Holloway, he faced not just an enemy, but a dark reflection of his own ruthless pragmatism. But knowledge was power, and power meant leverage. Now that he knew his enemy's identity, Abelard had every intention of turning the tables. Stephen Holloway might have the advantage of anonymity and initiative, but Abelard had resources, connections, and all the institutional support that money could buy. The game was far from over. In fact, it had just begun. Chapter 2. A Plan Revealed. The Land's Edge Trading Company occupied a sprawling warehouse near the airship docks, where the sound of alchemical engines mixed with the creak of cargo nets and the sharp commands of dockmasters. Abelard's office sat above the main floor, its windows providing a commanding view of the organized chaos below. Here, surrounded by ledgers and shipping manifests, he could think without the pretense required at the club. He spread the documents across his mahogany desk as if he were a general planning a campaign. Customs records from the past 6 months, passenger manifests from airships arriving from Sicily, currency exchange reports from 3 different banks. Each piece of paper represented another thread in the web Stephen Holloway had woven. Someone knocked. "Come!" Abelard cried out. The door slid open, and there stood Victor, one of his air dock foremen. "You wanted to see me, sir?" Victor. "Yes. Come in." Abelard gestured to the chair across from his desk. "I need to ask about some visitors we may have had. People asking questions about my business dealings and commercial ventures." Victor's wrinkled face creased into a frown. He possessed the dock worker's natural suspicion of anyone sticking their nose where it didn't belong. "What sort of questions?" "Excessive business inquiries. A gentleman, perhaps, claiming to research trade routes or market conditions, perhaps, but pressing for details beyond normal commercial interest." "Ah." Victor's expression darkened. "The nervous fellow with the fancy clothes? Came around maybe 6 weeks ago, saying he was writing an article about successful merchants for some trade publication. Asked about your shipping routes, your major clients, and whether you'd had any recent business disputes." 6 weeks. That placed Stephen Holloway's initial research well before the assassination attempt. Did he ask about anything else? He wanted to know about properties you'd purchased, if there had been any complications with previous owners. Said it was for a piece about how expansion affected local communities. Victor spat into the brass spittoon beside his chair. Didn't believe a word of it. Man was sweating like he'd been loading cargo all day, and his hands shook when he wrote in his little notebook. Abelard nodded, making notes on a separate piece of parchment. Anything else you remember about him? He asked about your competitors, whether anyone had threatened your business interest recently. Seemed particularly interested in the Cecian Vineyard acquisition. The pieces were not fitting together as precisely as Abelard would have liked. Stephen Holloway already had a reason to want him dead. Why all the research, especially when he knew the answers to those questions already? Your suspicion does you credit, Abelard said. If anyone else comes asking similar questions, I want to know immediately. Victor paused at the door. Is this fellow the reason you've been looking over your shoulder lately? Abelard met the dock foreman's eyes. Victor had worked for him long enough to recognize the signs of a man under threat. Loyalty earned honesty, within limits. He represents certain complications in my business affairs, nothing I can't resolve. Still, I appreciate your discretion. After Victor left, Abelard focused on the financial records. Banking was a language he spoke fluently, and Stephen Holloway's transactions told a story of systematic preparation, large withdrawals from a Cecian bank followed by currency conversions in Alchester. The timing suggested Holloway had liquidated significant assets to fund his revenge, but questions remained. Abelard supposed assassins didn't come cheap, but the level to which Mr. Holloway had increased his liquidity seemed irrational. A knock interrupted his analysis. His secretary entered, carrying a leather portfolio. The additional records you requested from Lockley's depository, she said, setting the portfolio on his desk. Mr. Lockley was most cooperative once you mentioned the Silver Gentlemen's Club connection. Abelard opened the portfolio and found exactly what he expected. Detailed transaction records showing Stephen Holloway's financial preparations. But as he traced the figures from one ledger entry to the next, his confidence gave way to something colder. 50,000 crowns. The sum stared back at him from a column of withdrawals, each routed through a different account, each meant to avoid triggering the automatic reporting thresholds that Alchester's banking houses maintained for large transactions. Some banker or other professional had coached Holloway on how to move money without attracting attention. The man was a grieving brother, not a financier. He lacked the sophistication to structure transactions like these on his own. Abelard spread the records across his desk, arranging them chronologically. The pattern told its own story. Initial withdrawals had started modest, a few hundred crowns here and there, the kind of sums that attracted no scrutiny. But over the past 3 months, the amounts had escalated, culminating in a series of large conversions from Cecian guildas into Caledonian crowns. Holloway had liquidated nearly everything: savings, investments, even the proceeds from selling a modest property in Cecilia. The man had converted his entire life into liquid capital and funneled it toward a single purpose: 50,000 crowns. Abelard ran the math with the practiced ease of a man who thought in ledgers. A competent assassin commanded between 5,000 and 10,000 crowns, depending on the target and the method. A truly exceptional one, the kind who had visited Abelard's dining room 2 weeks ago, might demand 15,000 or even 20,000 for a high-profile kill with specific requirements. That left a surplus of 30,000 crowns, an enormous amount, even allowing for intermediary fees, bribes, and the operational costs of surveillance. What in Ool did Mr. Holloway plan to do with all the extra money? Abelard leaned back in his chair, studying the airship docks through his window. Cargo vessels descended from the clouds like mechanical birds. Somewhere in the city below, Stephen Holloway waited and planned, driven by grief and armed with the resources to see his revenge through to completion. Stephen Holloway wanted a reckoning? Well then, Abelard intended to give him one, on terms that favored the man who controlled the game. But first, he needed to know more about his adversary's plans by visiting the scene of his greatest triumph and Stephen Holloway's deepest failure. The airship to Cecilia departed at dawn, its brass propellers cutting through the morning mist as Alchester fell away below. Abelard claimed a window seat in the first-class cabin and settled in with a cup of tea and the morning broadsheet, letting the familiar rhythm of air travel ease the tension that had knotted his shoulders for the past 2 weeks. He'd made this journey often since acquiring the vineyard, and the route held few surprises. the patchwork of farmland south of the city giving way to rolling hills dotted with sheep, rivers threading silver through green valleys, and the occasional manor house standing proud among manicured grounds. He read without absorbing much, his mind turning over the financial records from the previous day, until the cabin steward announced their descent toward the coast. Abelard folded the broadsheet and watched through the window as the landscape changed. The hills steepened, their green flanks scarred with exposed chalk where the land broke toward the sea. Woodland gave way to scrub, then to open grassland bent flat by coastal winds that hit the airship in earnest. The air inside the cabin shifted too, cooler, carrying the faint mineral tang of salt even through the sealed windows. Abelard pulled his coat tighter and studied the approaching coastline. There, nestled among the cliffs, lay the vineyard that had cost Edmund Holloway everything and might yet cost Abelard the same. Norbury announced itself modestly, a clutch of whitewashed buildings descending a hillside toward a natural harbor, fishing boats rocking at anchor, nets strung between posts along the quay. The makeshift airship dock occupied a cleared plateau above the village, a simple affair of timber platforms and iron mooring pylons that lacked Alchester's grand terminals, but served its purpose well enough. A winch operator guided the vessel to its berth with practiced efficiency, while gulls wheeled overhead, their cries sharp against the drone of the idling propellers. Abelard descended the gangway into the salt-heavy air, the wind tugging at his coat and pressing his trousers against his legs. Below the dock, Norbury's narrow streets wound between buildings whose plaster walls bore the stains of decades of sea spray. Fishmongers called out the morning's catch from open stalls. A cart loaded with crab traps rattled over cobblestones worn smooth by generations of foot traffic. The scene was a far cry from Alchester's bustle. Just the sea, the wind, and the slow rhythm of a village that measured its days by the tides. Abelard had grown fond of the place, though he suspected the feeling was not mutual. His carriage waited for him at the base of the dock road. Not wanting to waste a second of his visit, he directed the driver to take him straight to the vineyard. The road followed the coastline south, cliffs dropping away to Abelard's right, where waves broke white against dark rock. To his left, the terrain softened into the gentle slopes that made this stretch of coast ideal for viticulture. South-facing, sheltered from the worst of the northern gales, and with soil rich in mineral deposits that gave Cicean wines their distinctive character. The estate gates appeared around a bend, wrought iron set between stone pillars erected decades ago by the previous owner. Beyond them, 30 acres of prime coastal land stretched across the rolling terrain, ancient grapevines whose roots ran deep in soil that had nurtured the Holloway family for 3 generations. Even with the weight of an assassination plot pressing down on him, the sight stirred something in Abelard that had nothing to do with commerce. The vineyard's beauty always did that. The light falling across the rows in the early morning, the sea breeze carrying the green scent of the vines up toward the manor house, the land itself breathing with a life that predated any deed of ownership. Ledgers couldn't quantify these things. Yet, they were among the truest reasons Abelard had wanted this property in the first place. The carriage wound through the estate, past workers tending the vines with practiced efficiency. They bowed as he passed, but their faces held a wariness that suggested they remembered the previous owner and the circumstances of his departure. The manor house sat at the property's heart, a modest but elegant structure that had withstood decades of sea storms. His estate manager, Gregory Haldeman, met Abelard on the steps. When Abelard assumed ownership of the vineyard, his first task was to dismiss the Holloways' loyal retainers, including their manager, who had served the family for 15 years. No doubt where that man's loyalty lay, and Abelard needed a person he trusted. Gregory Haldeman, who had served Abelard through good times and bad, was his one and only choice to fill that role. "Mr. Whitfield, sir, we weren't expecting you until next month for the harvest inspection." "Business concerns brought me to see Sia unexpectedly," Abelard replied, stepping down from the carriage. "I wanted to review some of the estate documents to ensure everything remains in order." Gregory's expression suggested he found this explanation thin, but years of service had taught him when not to press for details. "Of course, sir. Shall I prepare the study?" The study had been Edmund Holloway's private sanctuary, a room lined with leather-bound ledgers documenting 3 generations of vineyard management. Abelard had left it untouched for practical reasons. The records contained valuable information about soil conditions and weather patterns, but also out of something approaching respect for the man he had destroyed. Inside, a steward took Abelard's coat while Gregory ordered tea and confections brought to the study. Abelard headed straight there, pulling the property acquisition files from a cabinet and spreading them across the heavy oak desk. The documents told a story of systematic financial pressure applied with surgical precision. Edmund Holloway had borrowed against the vineyard to fund expansion, confident that increased production covered the debt. Abelard had quietly bought those debts from 3 different banks, then called them due simultaneously. The trap had been elegant in its simplicity. Holloway faced a choice: sell the vineyard at Abelard's price or lose everything to foreclosure. No bank would extend additional credit to a man already drowning in debt. No competitor could match Abelard's offer while the foreclosure sword hung over Holloway's head. Gregory brought tea and a tray of shortbread and pastries. He closed the study doors on his way out, leaving Abelard alone. Edmund Holloway had fought the inevitable for 3 months, desperately seeking alternative financing, pleading with creditors for extensions, even attempting to sell portions of the vineyard to raise funds. Abelard had blocked every avenue, using his influence with banks and merchant guilds to ensure Holloway's financial isolation. The final negotiation had taken place in this very room. Edmund Holloway, broken but still dignified, had signed the papers that transferred his family's legacy for a fraction of its worth. Abelard remembered the man's hands shaking as he wrote his signature, and Holloway's wife weeping in the corner while their children waited outside. And he remembered Stephen Holloway's face, hopeful that some last-minute reprieve might save the family business. The moment Edmund signed the documents, something cold and implacable had overcome Stephen, and he spoke the words Abelard had dismissed as an empty threat. "You'll pay for this, Whitfield. Maybe not today, but you'll pay." Abelard had laughed then, secure in his victory and dismissive of threats from beaten men. The laughter felt hollow now, echoing in a room that still smelled faintly of Edmund Holloway's pipe tobacco. At the window, he gazed out at the vineyard that had cost so much in human terms. The afternoon sun slanted through the grape leaves, casting intricate shadows across the ground. Workers moved between the rows with practiced efficiency, their labor maintaining the legacy that had passed from Holloway's hands to his own. Edmund Holloway had died 6 months after losing the vineyard. Gregory had mentioned it in passing during a business meeting, the former owner's sudden death from what doctors called heart failure, but everyone understood as a broken spirit. The shame of losing 3 generations of family legacy had killed Edmund Holloway as surely as poison or a blade. A soft knock interrupted his brooding. Gregory entered, carrying another file. "Sir, apologies for interrupting. I discovered this among some of Mr. Holloway's personal effects a few weeks ago. Sifting through everything the Holloways left behind after the sale didn't seem pressing, so I've only recently begun that process." When Abelard had assumed ownership of the vineyard, he took possession of everything: the furniture, the family portraits, even the sheets on the beds. His priority, as always, was to keep the vineyard solvent, so trivialities like sorting through the Holloways' sentimentalities remained low on his list even now. "The last correspondence may prove interesting, sir." The file contained personal correspondence, letters between Edmund and his brother Stephen, detailing the vineyard's financial troubles and Edmund's desperate attempts to save the family legacy. Abelard thumbed through them, nothing catching his attention until, as Gregory indicated, he reached the last, which Edmund had dated just days before the sale. "Stephen, I fear this business will destroy our family. Whitfield has trapped us completely. If something happens to me, if I cannot bear the shame of losing everything our grandfather built, promise me you won't let this stand. He has taken everything from us. Such cruelty should not go unpunished." Edmund Holloway signed the letter in his careful script, but another person had added a note in the margin. "I promise, brother, he will face justice for what he has done." Stephen Holloway's handwriting. his oath, written in the margin of his brother's last plea. If Abelard had known of this letter some weeks ago, perhaps he might have headed off the attempt on his life before it nearly reached its conclusion, or perhaps nothing. He had no way of knowing the note deserved serious consideration. Abelard set the letter down, but instead of a chill at its warning, he felt something else entirely: cold satisfaction. He knew what it meant to face death, to see cold steel in the hand of an assassin. Abelard understood his strengths too, and so he knew his courage rarely surfaced. But that was before. Now he felt as sharp as the assassin's knife that had almost taken his life. With an assassin's cold detachment, he plotted his next move. Stephen Holloway thought himself bound by honor and family duty. The man had liquidated his assets, hired an assassin, and planned to continue his vendetta with whatever resources remained to him. But Stephen had made a critical error. He had revealed himself, shown his hand, and demonstrated his methods, and in doing so, he had given Abelard every advantage he needed to crush him. Gregory still stood in attendance, so Abelard said to him, "I need detailed information about the Holloway family's current circumstances, where Stephen lives, what assets he might still possess, and any business connections he maintains. Use my contacts in Siren, bankers, merchants, anyone who might have dealings with him." "Of course, sir. Might I ask?" "You may not." Abelard's tone carried the ice that had frozen countless business rivals. "But you may rest assured that Mr. Stephen Holloway's interest in my affairs is about to become substantially more complicated." After Gregory departed, Abelard returned to the financial records he'd brought from Alchester. Stephen had moved 50,000 crowns through various accounts, a fortune that represented his family's remaining wealth, probably everything they had left after the vineyard sale. The man had bet it all on revenge, liquidating assets to fund his campaign against Abelard, a campaign that included murder and, a sudden realization hit him, buying the vineyard out from underneath his corpse. Like ice water splashed in his face, the revelation awakened him to the entirety of Stephen's plan. 50,000 crowns weren't enough to purchase the estate outright, but it constituted a sizable down payment. With Abelard out of the way, Stephen Holloway intended to reclaim his family's assets, and in doing so, his honor. But converting so much of his real property into coin left him vulnerable in ways he didn't realize. A man with 50,000 crowns in liquid assets was a target. A man who hadn't hidden those banking transactions, a fool. Abelard smiled, the expression without warmth. Stephen Holloway wanted to play games with a master? Very well. Abelard looked forward to teaching him the difference between revenge and destruction. A plan crystallized as he sat in Edmund Holloway's former study, surrounded by the ghosts of the family he had already destroyed once. Stephen thought he hunted Abelard, but the reality was about to reverse itself. The hunter was about to become the prey, and Abelard intended to strip Stephen of everything: his money, his hope, his ability to continue this vendetta, just as he had done to Edmund. Time to return to Alchester and remind Stephen Holloway why Abelard Whitfield had become one of the city's most feared businessmen. Chapter 3. The Counterstrike. The journey to Alchester took place under clear skies, but Abelard's mood was anything but peaceful. He spent the airship ride reviewing his options, calculating angles of attack, and identifying Stephen Holloway's weaknesses with the same methodical fervor he brought to hostile acquisitions. Before the airship docked in Alchester, Abelard had planned his strategy. Stephen Holloway had made 3 critical mistakes. He had revealed his identity, shown his financial resources, and demonstrated his emotional investment in the outcome. Any of those errors might have been survivable. All 3 together were fatal. Abelard's first stop was Lockley's depository, where his merchant status ensured immediate access to the bank's most senior officials. Within an hour, he had detailed records of every transaction, every account, and every financial institution Stephen had dealt with in the past 6 months. The picture that emerged was both encouraging and pathetic. Stephen Holloway had indeed liquidated everything: property, investments, family heirlooms, even his modest inheritance from distant relatives. The man had converted his entire net worth into liquid assets to fund his revenge campaign. But liquidity was a double-edged sword. Astute or desperate businessmen could move coin quickly, but those with the right connections and sufficient motivation could also trace and appropriate it. Abelard's second stop was the offices of Brennan and Associates, the most exclusive and most discreet legal firm in Alchester. Theodore Brennan had built his reputation on finding creative solutions to complex problems, particularly those involving asset recovery and financial disputes. Mr. Whitfield, Theodore rose from behind his mahogany desk, extending a hand that had signed more controversial agreements than perhaps any other in the four fiefdoms. Always a pleasure. What can I do for you today? I need to recover funds from an individual financing illegal activities against my person and property. Abelard settled into the leather chair across from Mr. Brennan's desk. The individual in question, Mr. Stephen Holloway, hired an assassin to kill me. I have reason to believe he intends to hire another. Brennan's expression didn't change. The man had heard far worse in his career. Do you have documentation of these illegal activities? I have financial records showing payments to known criminal intermediaries in the shambles, communications arranging for craftsmen who work with steel, and witness testimony regarding surveillance of my personal and business activities. Abelard produced a leather folder containing copies of all the information he had gathered. I believe that constitutes sufficient grounds for asset seizure pending a criminal investigation. Indeed, it does. Brennan reviewed the documents with the practiced eye of a man who specialized in creative interpretations of existing law. I can have preliminary seizure orders filed within the hour. Given the severity of the allegations and your standing in the community, I doubt any magistrate will hesitate to freeze Mr. Holloway's assets pending a full investigation. Hesitation stilled Abelard's response. The table was set. He needed only to advance his piece and watch as his adversary suffered the consequences of defeat. How long before he realizes what's happened? Abelard asked, hoping his reluctance remained hidden. When he next attempts to access his funds, Mr. Holloway will discover his financial situation has changed quite dramatically. Brennan grinned, the expression of a predator anticipating a successful hunt. No remorse there. Lawyers were as cutthroat as they came. I assume you want this process to proceed with maximum efficiency. I can have it done before the close of business today. Shall I proceed? Abelard reminded himself of what had brought him here. He hadn't asked for any of this. Stephen Holloway had come for him, and he needed to learn the magnitude of that mistake. Abelard steeled himself. When he spoke, his voice carried the devilish satisfaction of a man who had cornered his enemy and blocked every escape route. I want Mr. Holloway to wake up tomorrow morning and discover his crusade has cost him everything. Do it. By late afternoon, Abelard returned to the Land's Edge Trading Company, where he reviewed reports from his various contacts throughout the city. Stephen Holloway lived in a modest apartment in the Middle District, the sort of place where failed merchants and broken bureaucrats scrape together enough coin to maintain the illusion of respectability. But more importantly, eyewitnesses placed Stephen at several taverns in the lower districts, places where men with questionable skills sold their services to those with sufficient coin and flexible morals. As Abelard suspected, Mr. Holloway was recruiting for another attempt on his life. Or rather, he had been recruiting. By now, lenders had frozen Stephen's financial resources, eliminating his access to funds and therefore compromising his ability to hire additional assassins. Abelard smiled as he reviewed the final report. Stephen Holloway had challenged a master of financial warfare. A financial aficionado who understood money was both a weapon and a shield in the battles that mattered. Tomorrow, Abelard planned to visit Mr. Stephen Holloway, not as the potential victim of an assassination plot, but as the architect of Stephen's complete and total ruin. One final lesson to demonstrate the difference between wanting revenge and actually achieving it. The student would learn firsthand how Abelard had outmaneuvered his brother, and why challenging Abelard Whitfield was always a losing proposition. Chapter 4. The Reckoning. Abelard climbed the 3 flights of stairs to Stephen Holloway's apartment, noting the threadbare carpet and how the wooden steps creaked under his weight. His enemy had called this home, plotting revenge from surroundings that spoke of financial decline and diminished expectations. Standing before the door, he steeled himself for the confrontation ahead. He felt a chill run up and down his spine, a warning that perhaps his courage had its limits. He knew that. But Mr. Holloway had hired an assassin to kill him. He couldn't allow that to go unanswered. Besides, he'd already played his hand. The damage was done, and there was no going back. So Abelard raised his fist and banged on Mr. Holloway's door twice. "It's Abelard Whitfield. I've come to talk." "Go away!" The voice from inside carried the raw edge of a man whose world had collapsed. "I know what you've done." "I rather suspect you do, Mr. Holloway." Abelard maintained a conversational, even friendly tone. "Which is why I thought we should discuss the situation like civilized men." The silence that followed stretched long enough that Abelard wondered if Stephen might attempt to flee through a rear window. Then came the sound of multiple locks unfastened, and the door opened to reveal a man who looked as if he had aged a decade in a single night. Stephen Holloway had the same dark hair and strong jawline as his late brother, but where Edmund had carried himself with the dignity of a man who had built something worthwhile, Stephen appeared hollowed out by grief, and the realization that his crusade had cost him everything. His clothes, while clean, showed signs of careful mending. His face bore the pallor of sleeplessness. None worse than last night, Abelard figured, and the particular desperation that came from watching one's plans crumble into dust. Abelard almost felt a pang of guilt over what he'd done, but regrets or sentimentality had no place here. He was here for revenge, and he meant to see it done. "Abelard Whitfield," Stephen said, his voice carrying a mixture of hatred and defeat. "Come to gloat over your latest victory?" "I'm here to discuss terms," Abelard replied, stepping into a sparsely furnished room that served as both living space and office. Papers covered a small table, maps of Alchester, schedules of Abelard's activities, and contact information for various unsavory characters. The tools of a man who had planned murder with methodical precision until his prey had stripped his resources away. "Terms?" Stephen's laugh held no humor. "What terms? You've stolen my money just like you stole my family's vineyard. You've left me with nothing." "Not quite," Abelard observed, settling into the room's single chair while Stephen remained standing. "You still have your life, your health, and your freedom, for the moment." The threat was subtle but unmistakable. Stephen's face went pale as he grasped the implications. "You see," Abelard continued, "attempting to assassinate an individual of my standing is a serious crime. Conspiring to commit murder carries a death sentence in Kalendor. The evidence against you is quite extensive. Financial records, witness testimony, and documented communications with known criminals. I could have you arrested within the hour." Stephen sank onto a wooden crate that served as seating, his body language screaming defeat. "Then why haven't you?" "Because I'm a businessman, not a prosecutor. I prefer solutions that benefit all parties involved." Abelard leaned back, studying Stephen with the same detached interest he might show a ledger entry. "Your brother mistakenly tried to outmaneuver me in a financial negotiation. You made the mistake of thinking you could outfight me in a game of intimidation. Both of you failed to understand that I excel at these things because I've made them my profession." "What do you want from me?" Stephen asked, his voice a whisper. "I want you to disappear." Abelard kept his tone conversational, as if discussing the weather. "Leave Alchester. Leave Kalendor entirely if you're wise. Find some distant place where the name Whitfield means nothing and build whatever life you can manage with whatever skills you possess." "And if I refuse?" Abelard swallowed, reminding himself that now was not the time to go soft. "Then I'll destroy you the same way I destroyed your brother, except I'll forego any pretense of legal business practices." Abelard offered a smile as thin as a blade's edge. "I'll have you arrested for attempted murder. You'll hang within a month, and whatever family you have left will spend the rest of their lives knowing Stephen Holloway died a failure." Stephen stared at the papers scattered across his table. the remnants of his revenge campaign, now worthless without the funds to implement any of his plans. You've won again. I always win, Mr. Holloway. The sooner you accept that fundamental reality, the sooner you can start rebuilding some semblance of a life elsewhere. Abelard rose from his chair, straightening his coat. You have until sunset to leave the city. After that, my generous offer expires. My brother was right about you, Stephen said, his voice heavy with defeat and disgust. You're a monster who destroys families for sport. Your brother was a poor businessman who overextended himself and paid the price for his incompetence. Abelard's tone hardened. And you're a would-be murderer who lacks the skill to execute your ambitions. The difference between us isn't morality, Mr. Holloway. It's competence. Abelard moved toward the door, then paused. Oh, and Stephen? If you ever again attempt to threaten me or my interests, I'll make sure you spend your final days wishing I had ended you quickly. Are we clear? Stephen nodded, his shoulders slumped in complete surrender. Excellent. Abelard smiled one final time. Enjoy your new life, wherever it takes you. Try to choose your enemies more carefully in the future. Abelard left the apartment and descended the narrow stairs, stepping out into the morning air. He stopped on the cobblestones, drew a long breath, and let it out, feeling the tension uncoil from his shoulders and chest. His hands, he noticed, were trembling. He steadied them, straightened his coat, and allowed himself a thin smile. He had neutralized Stephen Holloway's threat not through violence but through superior resources and strategic thinking. By evening, he'd never see Mr. Holloway again. The vineyard would continue producing excellent wine, the Land's Edge Trading Company would remain profitable, and Abelard would sleep soundly knowing Stephen Holloway had learned the same lesson as his brother. Some men were predators, others prey. The wise learned which category they belonged to before challenging their betters. As Abelard strolled toward his waiting carriage, he reflected on how thoroughly he had solved the problem that had threatened his life just weeks earlier. First, he neutralized the deadliest of assassins through negotiation. Then, he crushed Stephen Holloway through financial manipulation. Such an elegant solution separated successful men from the failures who challenged them, he thought with considerable satisfaction. The game was over. Abelard had won. And Stephen Holloway had the rest of his life to contemplate what that meant. Now, another game was afoot, involving cultists and secret societies. Bolstered by his newfound courage, he wondered if it was a game worth involving himself in next. You've reached the end of this adventure. If you enjoyed this story, please give it a like and subscribe to my channel to get a notification when each new story is available. You can view all my books and get the latest news by visiting scottmarlowe.com.